Waking from a haze of foreign memories, Shi Qingluo finds herself trapped in a world where she is treated as a jinx. Her own mother, MDM Niu, attempts to strike her, but the soul within is no longer the submissive girl she once was. Sold for 100 taels of silver, Shi Qingluo discovers the horrifying truth. She is meant to be a sacrificial bride, destined to die and be buried alongside the dying young Master Wu. Her own family, fueled by greed and the ambitions of a scholar son, has signed her death warrant. In the family courtyard, the callous Shi family and the Wu family's envoy wait to drag her away. But Shi Qingluo, refusing to play the victim, begins to execute a plan for survival that will leave her greedy relatives reeling. Brandishing crude explosives left behind by her late Taoist master, Shi Qingluo forces the Shi family to witness the power of a heavenly fireball. The explosion leaves a crater in the dirt and shatters their resolve to force her into the carriage. With the threat of mutual destruction, she demands the engagement be broken. Terrified of the girl they now believe is a lunatic with the power of thunder, the Wu family's servants flee, and the Shi family is forced to cancel the deadly contract. Safely isolated in the woodshed, Shi Qingluo contemplates the harsh laws of the Daliang dynasty. She knows that to truly escape the Shi family's control and the looming threat of a government-forced marriage, she must find a husband of her own choosing. Deep within her mind, Shi Qingluo accesses a mystical storage space filled with modern seeds, medicines, and a technological encyclopedia, her ultimate insurance in this primitive world. The power dynamic in the Shi household shifts overnight. Using the threat of her fireballs, Shi Qingluo forces her grandmother to serve her the best food in the house, much to the silent fury of her relatives. When the men of the family try to overpower her, Shi Qingluo reveals her training in combat and knife skills. She beats them soundly and demonstrates a terrifying speed with a blade, ensuring that no one in the Shi family dares to cross her again. While out at the river, Shi Qingluo overhears the village gossip regarding the Xiao family. A scholar son, abandoned by his general father and left to care for his mother and siblings, now lies at death's door. The gossip is interrupted by a splash. Without a second thought, Shi Qingluo plunges into the river to save a drowning boy, performing life-saving resuscitation on the shore. The boy is Xiao Erlang, the younger brother of the dying scholar. Shi Qingluo carries him home, touched by the child's maturity and his desperate desire to catch fish for his sick brother. Meeting the gentle mother Xiao and the shy Xiao Bailey, Shi Qingluo sees a family that is poor but deeply loving. She begins to realize that this household, free from tyrannical elders and complex drama, might be the perfect refuge for her. Shi Qingluo enters the sick room to find Xiao Hanzheng, a young scholar of striking beauty despite his illness. Seeing his condition, she offers her Taoist medicine to the desperate mother Xiao. She prepares a dose of modern anti-inflammatory and fever medicine, disguising it as a secret remedy from her master. For the Xiao family, this is the last straw of hope in a sequence of tragedies. Returning from the river with a catch of fish, Shi Qingluo finds history repeating itself. The predatory Wu family has turned their sights on the Xiao family, and their aunt, MDM Wang, is trying to forcibly sell young Xiao Bailey into the same sacrificial marriage. As MDM Wang prepares to strike Mother Xiao, Shi Qingluo intervenes with lethal calm. This time, the villainous relatives have met a girl who fights evil with even greater violence. When the village shrew MDM Wang tried to violently assault the helpless Mother Xiao, the young and fearless Shi Qingluo stepped in, effortlessly turning the bully's own hand against her in a humiliating self-slap. Faced with the powerful old granny of the wealthy Wu family who sought to force Xiao Bailey into a sacrificial death marriage, Shi Qingluo boldly threatened to blow up their entire household with her mysterious black explosive balls. Just as the greedy aunts lamented their lost fortune, the village chief Xiao arrived, sternly warning the clan that they would never tolerate the wicked act of selling their daughters for human sacrifice. Though poor himself, Chief Xiao gathered several taels of silver from the elders to help save Xiao Hanzheng, before quietly warning Shi Qingluo to beware of the Wu family's powerful city connections. Recognizing that the vulnerable family needed permanent protection from the vultures circling them, Shi Qingluo made a stunning proposal. She would marry the comatose Xiao Hanzheng and become their daughter-in-law. Though Mother Xiao wept and protested that it would be unfair to trap their young savior in a house of debt, and a potential lifetime of widowhood, Shi Qingluo remained undeterred, insisting she would lead them to prosperity on her own terms. Moved by her son's fading fever and the kindness of their young savior, Mother Xiao makes a fateful decision. She vows to turn their gratitude into a marriage, binding their family's destiny to the mysterious girl who saved them. Walking into the courtyard, Mother Xiao proposes the match directly. Seeing her dream of a strong, protective daughter-in-law come to life, she offers Shi Qingluo the position of head of the household if she accepts. Shi Qingluo agrees without hesitation, proposing to marry the very next day after tomorrow to bring good fortune and ward off evil. She promises to protect her new siblings, forging a mutual bond of respect and care. Declining any betrothal gifts, Shi Qingluo prepares to handle her own family's reaction. With the agreement set, Mother Xiao departs to ask for the village chief's assistance in making the arrangement official. Returning home with a haughty air, Shi Qingluo immediately commands her abusive family to prepare her meal with precious oil. Traumatized by her previous use of the whip, the fierce elders of the Shi family dare not resist. As she sips her grandfather's prized tea, Shi Qingluo casually drops a bombshell. She is marrying the scholar next door. Her announcement leaves the family speechless, baffled by her willingness to leap into a ruined household. When the greedy elders demand a steep betrothal fee, Shi Qingluo brandishes her whip. She turns the tables, demanding a dowry of coarse grains, soybeans, and green beans as compensation for years of hard labor. The next morning, Mother Xiao and the chief's wife arrive to propose the marriage, braced for a bitter fight. To their astonishment, the Shi family is eager to sign her away, handing over bags of grain just to rid themselves of their terrifying daughter. Leaving the Shi residence, the matchmakers walk in stunned silence, barely able to believe how easily the notorious Shi family relented. Mother Xiao realizes her prospective daughter-in-law is far more formidable than she ever imagined. With the wedding confirmed for the next day, the Xiao household is filled with rare bustle. To welcome their savior and new family member, Mother Xiao spends her meager savings on meat and vegetables to share with supportive neighbors. Back at the Shi household, Shi Qingluo forces her scholar uncle to pen a three-way agreement. She demands a clean break. Regardless of her future, she will never rely on them, and they will have no claim to her wealth. With the agreement signed and witnessed, the day of the wedding arrives. Dressed in simple, patched robes, Shi Qingluo prepares to leave her family behind forever as the wedding ox cart arrives to carry her away. Stripped of traditional grandeur, Shi Qingluo rides on a simple ox cart loaded with her dowry of grain and books. She bids a mocking farewell to her hateful relatives, leaving them praying they will never see her again. Upon arriving at the Xiao residence, the ceremony proceeds. With her groom still unconscious, Shi Qingluo performs the traditional bows alongside her young brother-in-law, who holds his brother's robes to seal the marriage. Left alone in the bridal chamber, Shi Qingluo immediately inspects her comatose husband's injuries. Finding his bones intact and his fever gone, she probes his chest, unaware that the young scholar's consciousness is finally fighting its way back. Escaping a dark abyss of nightmares, Xiao Hanzheng opens his eyes to find a bold, unfamiliar girl touching his chest. He masks his deep confusion and hostility, demanding she remove her hand. Unabashed, Shi Qingluo introduces herself as his new wife, playfully pinching his arm to prove he isn't dreaming. Bewildered and weak, the young scholar realizes he has somehow acquired a bride while asleep. While his sister runs to share the joyous news with the family, Shi Qingluo casually eats her meal in the room. Watching her elegant yet ravenous eating habits, Xiao Hanzheng realizes his mysterious new wife is unlike any village girl he has ever known. Before the family enters, Xiao Hanzheng asks to be propped up. Shi Qingluo casually lifts his weak body, leaving the innocent young scholar thoroughly flushed and embarrassed by her physical closeness. Mother Xiao and her children burst into the room, weeping tears of pure joy upon seeing him awake. Reunited with the family he feared lost in his past life, Xiao Hanzheng vows to protect them this time around. The village chief and elders credit Shi Qingluo's bold decision to marry for bringing the luck that saved him. As the family showers her with praise, Xiao Hanzheng is left to wonder what his mysterious savior truly desires from this marriage. Left alone with his mother, Xiao Hanzheng learns how Shi Qingluo single-handedly saved his siblings from death and gave him the medicine that broke his fever. he realizes her intervention has already rewritten their tragic fates. Returning to the room, Shi Qingluo offers him a mysterious sweet drink to rebuild his strength. Trusting her, Xiao Hanzheng drinks it down, sensing that this girl possesses secrets far deeper than she lets on. Laying her cards on the table, Shi Qingluo explains that they are only a temporary family. If they do not get along, they can easily divorce. Stunned by her progressive attitude, the young scholar realizes his new wife is a force to be reckoned with. Waking from his coma, the brilliant Xiao Hanzheng was intrigued by his bold new wife, who openly admitted she only married him for his handsome looks and the kind nature of his family. With mutual respect, the two agreed to a unique trial marriage, with Shi Qingluo confidently promising to earn the family's fortune while her husband focused solely on passing the imperial examinations. The awkwardness of their new union melted away as Shi Qingluo gently fed him porridge, sealing their partnership in the quiet warmth of the small bedroom. Surprised to find his wife highly literate, Xiao Hanzheng listened in fascination as Shi Qingluo criticized typical romance stories, and instead proposed they co-author a thrilling tale of immortal cultivation to earn money. As night fell, Mother Xiao happily brought Shi Qingluo's blanket into the bedroom, quietly encouraging the young couple to share the space and grow closer as husband and wife. While his new wife prepared to share his room, Xiao Hanzheng's thoughts drifted back to the dark schemes of his greedy paternal relatives, his eyes hardening with a quiet resolve to protect his family this time. Sharing a bed for the first time, Shi Qingluo playfully teased Xiao Hanzheng about his frail, fragile state, warning him to behave before easily falling asleep next to him. At dawn, Shi Qingluo practiced a graceful and ancient Taiji routine to restore her malnourished body, leaving her recovering husband mesmerized by her hidden skills and strength. Determined to change their fortunes, Shi Qingluo decided to introduce tofu to this era, confidently attributing her secret culinary knowledge to her deceased Taoist master to deflect her husband's growing curiosity. With a clever plan forming in her mind, Shi Qingluo sets the household to work, enlisting the help of Mother Xiao and the younger siblings to process soybeans for a dish unknown to the village: tofu. As villagers gather to help with the grinding, Xiao Hanzheng emerges from his recovery, visibly improving, and uses the opportunity to artfully burnish Shi Qingluo's reputation as a woman of divine fortune. Inside the warm kitchen, the barriers around Xiao Hanzheng's heart begin to crumble as he watches Shi Qingluo work, realizing that his wife is not just an accidental match, but a brilliant partner. The domestic air grows intimate as Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng debate the proper way to address one another, finding a surprising, playful rhythm in their burgeoning marriage. Refusing to be a submissive wife, Shi Qingluo lays down the law, swearing to protect her husband from bullies and warning him of severe consequences should he ever dare to be unfaithful. Stunned by her fierce loyalty, Xiao Hanzheng accepts her protection, finding in her not just a wife, but a true ally as they prepare to share their first successful batch of tofu with the family. After a successful tasting, Shi Qingluo proposes a business strategy to uplift the village and empower the family, earning Xiao Hanzheng's complete professional respect. The atmosphere turns dark when Xiao Hanzheng examines his daily medicine, immediately identifying that the concoction is designed not to heal, but to slowly destroy his vitality. A chilling realization dawns upon the group. Xiao Hanzheng confirms that his prolonged illness was the result of deliberate poisoning, orchestrated by someone who wished to see them all perish. The betrayal cuts deep as Mother Xiao grapples with the terrifying truth that a trusted physician has been weaponized against her own son, leaving the family to confront a hidden, murderous enemy. With cold precision, Xiao Hanzheng unmasks the true perpetrator behind the suffering of his family, pointing toward the callous, calculating woman from his father's household. He exposes the web of lies and murder, detailing how his father's true love, a woman bound by a scandalous secret, has systematically attempted to erase them from existence to protect her own status. As the ugly truth of their abandonment and the depth of the betrayal comes to light, the last remnants of Mother Xiao's hope for her past are replaced by a shared, icy resolve for vengeance. United by a common enemy, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng dissect the scandalous history of the scumbag father and his lover, transforming their personal pain into a strategic blueprint for retribution. As the details of the incestuous and fraudulent nature of the union emerge, the family realizes they hold a powerful stain that can be used to bring their enemies to their knees. The focus turns back to the immediate threat. They finalize a plan to expose the corrupt doctor, turning the evidence of their near murder into a weapon to destroy his livelihood and reputation. With the village buzzing over the mystery of their tofu, the family prepares for their trip to town, ready to take their first step in a larger battle against those who thought they were already defeated. With a clever plan to win over the hearts of Xiaoxi village, Shi Qingluo introduces a fair barter system, allowing the neighbors to exchange simple grains and eggs for the family's new delicacy, tofu. Inside the warmth of the kitchen, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng bond over the creation of a legendary story, as the young scholar finds new purpose and vitality in his wife's imaginative world. The demand for tofu explodes as the fragrance fills the air, and the Xiao family works in harmony to trade their hard-earned goods for the vegetables and grains they desperately need to survive. Though their bodies ache from the labor, a sense of hope settles over the household. They have found a way to provide for themselves, unaware that envious eyes from the old Xiao residents are already watching their success. Shi Qingluo envisions a grander future, offering the villagers a chance to earn their own coin by reselling her tofu to neighboring towns, effectively turning the whole village into her business partners. Peace is shattered when the two grasping ants from the old Xiao residence arrive, shamelessly demanding free tofu and attempting to seize control of the family's burgeoning workshop. Empowered by her daughter-in-law's strength, Mother Xiao finds the courage to say no, refusing to let the women who once bullied her walk away with the fruits of her children's labor. To end the debate, Shi Qingluo strikes a warning with cold steel. She is done playing the victim, and she is ready to use the ants as an example for anyone who dares to cross her threshold. With a tongue as sharp as any blade, Shi Qingluo turns the law of filial piety against the greedy ants, threatening to drag the reputation of their precious general into the mud. She lays bare the old family's cruelty, the theft, the beatings, and the heartless attempt to sell young Xiao Bailey, stripping away the ants' masks in front of the entire village. The tide of public opinion turns. The villagers see the old Xiao family for the monsters they are, and Shi Qingluo declares a total ban. No member of that house will ever taste their tofu again. When MDM Wang dares to hurl an insult at her character, Shi Qingluo doesn't hesitate. A resounding slap echoes through the courtyard, a final warning that her patience has reached its limit. In a display of calculated madness, Shi Qingluo holds a blade to her aunt's throat, forcing an apology for the insults leveled against her. The terrified MDM Wang can do nothing but beg for mercy. The bullies flee with their tails between their legs, leaving Shi Qingluo to return to her business as if nothing had happened, her terrifying strength hidden behind a mask of grace. To explain her sudden prowess, she weaves a tale of a celestial master. The villagers, captivated by the story of the old immortal, now look upon her with a mix of awe and divine respect. Determined to change her new family's nature, Shi Qingluo begins her most important work, teaching the soft-hearted Mother Xiao and Bailey that being evil back to evil people is the only path to true peace. Young Erlang is inspired by his sister-in-law's strength, and Shi Qingluo promises to train them all, ensuring that no one will ever dare to step on the Xiao name again. Xiao Hanzheng watches from the shadows, finding amusement and deep comfort in his wife's fiery spirit. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he feels the warmth of someone truly standing in front of him to protect his family. As the day ends, the scholar-turned-husband quietly performs domestic chores for his wife, a small act of devotion that marks the beginning of a bond stronger than any ancient tradition. After a hard life under the tyrannical old residents, the Xiao family finally tastes peace. In their humble cottage, Shi Qingluo promises a future filled with abundance and laughter, igniting a spark of warmth in Xiao Hanzheng's once cold and lonely heart. Unveiling his secret genius, Xiao Hanzheng presents his first attempt at a novel. Marveling at his literary brilliance, Shi Qingluo realizes she has successfully invested in a future titan, urging him to pursue the imperial exams while she eagerly awaits to ride on his coattails. As dawn breaks, Shi Qingluo prepares her next move. Carrying the remnants of suspicious medicine, she and Mother Xiao set off for the town's medicine hall, determined to uncover the truth behind Xiao Hanzheng's lingering illness. Inside the crowded medicine hall, Shi Qingluo boldly questions the physician's irresponsible methods. Refusing to check the pulse and demanding high prices for questionable herbs, Dr. Shi reacts with defensive outrage, exposing his hidden guilt. With her vast modern knowledge of agriculture, Shi Qingluo instantly spots the counterfeit ginseng and conflicting poisons. The doctor's sinister scheme to permanently cripple Xiao Hanzheng is laid bare, sending a wave of panic through the medical hall. When the guilty quack tries to destroy the evidence, Shi Qingluo unleashes her formidable strength. With swift, decisive movements, she floors the disciple and pins the corrupt doctor to his own counter, refusing to let the villains escape justice. Bound and gagged, the fraudulent doctor and his accomplice are thoroughly defeated. Collecting every scrap of evidence, Shi Qingluo rallies the shocked onlookers, turning a simple confrontation into a public crusade for justice. Through the bustling streets of the city, Shi Qingluo leads a growing crusade of 40 townspeople. Dragging the bound fraudsters to the gates of justice, she ensures that the doctor's dark deeds are laid bare for all to see. In the solemn halls of the Yemen, the cold and formidable young magistrate Mo Qingling reviews the case. Unintimidated by the gravity of the court, Shi Qingluo presents her husband's written petition with unwavering confidence. The official manner doctor examines the evidence, confirming the horrifying truth. The prescriptions were indeed a slow, deliberate poison designed to keep Xiao Hanzheng bedridden forever, and the costly ginseng was nothing but a cheap counterfeit. With the evidence ironclad, Dr. Shi's defenses shatter. He confesses to a dark conspiracy, admitting that a mysterious masked stranger paid him a fortune to destroy the young scholar's life, hinting at a far deeper and more sinister plot. Without hesitation, Shi Qingluo exposes the likely culprit, the wicked mistress of Xiao Hanzheng's biological father, General Xiao Yuanxi. By weaving this scandalous truth into the official records, she cleverly sets a trap to expose the corrupt general and his lover on a grand stage. With the evil doctor thrown into the depths of prison, Mother Xiao looks at her daughter-in-law with boundless admiration. Shi Qingluo encourages her to grow strong, promising that they will eventually make the cheating couple in the capital pay for their sins. At the bookstore, Shi Qingluo is shocked by the astronomical price of paper and the complete absence of proper toilet paper. Determined to revolutionize her daily comfort and save money, she decides to use her hidden knowledge to manufacture her own paper. As they search for business opportunities, Shi Qingluo's sharp ears catch the worried chatter of 2 mansion servants. A rare, dying purple chrysanthemum from the capital presents the perfect opportunity to make her first fortune. Descending upon the worried servants like an answer to their prayers, Shi Qingluo boldly declares her ability to cure the precious, dying flower. Her confidence puzzles yet gives hope to the desperate caretakers. Invoking the legendary name of her ascended Taoist master, and revealing herself as the wife of the brilliant young scholar Xiao Hanzheng, Shi Qingluo instantly commands the servants' respect, erasing their doubts. Guiding her to the Grand Bai estate, the servants reveal crucial political secrets. Their masters are bitter rivals with the corrupt Wu family, and the newly arrived stern magistrate is none other than the Empress's own noble nephew, opening a realm of immense possibilities. As they journey toward the Bai residence, Number 4 reveals the shocking background of the new magistrate, Mo Qingling. Shi Qingluo learns of the delicate power struggle between the rival Bai and Wu families, realizing that the key to her future might lie in befriending the merchant elite. The pair arrives at the opulent Bai Manor, a sprawling estate that reflects the family's immense wealth. There they find young Master Bai Zhu tending to his exotic garden, his unruly temperament evident even as he questions the capabilities of the young woman before him. To Bai Zhu's astonishment, Shi Qingluo identifies every rare specimen in his collection, even the exotic tulip from far-off lands. Claiming the knowledge comes from her ascended immortal master, she immediately turns her attention to a wilting, precious purple chrysanthemum that has baffled every gardener in the county. Shi Qingluo diagnoses the flower with blight, a result of the local humidity. She insists on taking the plant home for treatment, masking her use of mystical spring water with the excuse that her master's cultivation techniques are a strictly guarded secret. With the confidence of an expert, Shi Qingluo negotiates a 20-tael fee for the cure. To seal the deal, she boldly stakes her husband Xiao Hanzheng's reputation, promising that he will pay the full value of the flower if her treatment fails. Though she appears to be a simple village woman, Shi Qingluo stuns the merchant once again by signing the contract in a sophisticated, beautiful calligraphy. Bai Zhu begins to realize that this woman is far more unusual than he could have ever imagined. After securing a 5-tael deposit, Shi Qingluo cleverly manipulates Bai Zhu into providing a carriage for her return trip. She claims it is for the sake of the precious flowers, but her true aim is a comfortable ride and a productive shopping trip. Using the merchant's carriage as her own personal transport, Shi Qingluo goes on a massive shopping spree. From high-quality rice to a brood of chicks and ducklings, she fills the vehicle to the brim, much to the silent despair of the Bai family servants. The carriage arrives at the village, surprising the entire neighborhood. Shi Qingluo greets her husband with a sweet, radiant smile, though Xiao Hanzheng immediately senses that her bright mood carries a hidden catch for him. Xiao Hanzheng is amused to find himself sold out by his wife and mother as a guarantor for a massive debt. Ever the gentleman, he plays along flawlessly, confirming to the servants that he stands behind his wife's word and her mysterious skills. With practiced precision, Shi Qingluo begins the first stage of the plant's recovery. Her focused movements and genuine skill captivate Hanzheng, who finds himself increasingly drawn to the many layers of his wife's surprising personality. In the privacy of their home, Shi Qingluo coaxes Hanzheng with a new nickname, Little Hanhin, and enlists his help for her next grand plan, making high-quality paper. Touched by her warmth and lack of traditional constraints, Hanzheng finds himself more than willing to follow wherever she leads. The peaceful evening is shattered by the arrival of the Xiao family matriarch. Shi Qingluo meets them at the gate, refusing to be intimidated and pointedly addressing the woman not as her grandmother, but as her ex-grandmother-in-law. Shi Qingluo skillfully sows discord, accusing the servant Xinghong of spying for the branch in the capital. The manipulation works perfectly, as old lady Xiao, ever the narcissist, demands the girl wait outside, proving she values her pride over the girl's loyalty. As the unwanted guests push their way into the home, they are met by a cold and distant Xiao Hanzheng. Adopting his wife's terminology, he greets the old woman with a chillingly polite tone, making it clear that their blood ties no longer grant them power in his house. Tensions rise as the bitter old lady Xiao confronts her grandson, Xiao Hanzheng, attempting to use his past and his future imperial examinations as leverage to extract benefits from his newfound prosperity. As the old woman's threats trigger haunting memories of a past life ruined by these very people, Xiao Hanzheng feels the biting cold of hostility, only to be grounded by the warm, supportive grip of his wife, Shi Qingluo. Refusing to let her husband be intimidated, Shi Qingluo sharply rejects the old woman's demands, masterfully turning the situation around and setting the stage for a calculated retaliation. With a silver tongue, Shi Qingluo begins to sow seeds of discord, painting a vivid picture for old lady Xiao of the luxury being enjoyed by others at the general's residence while she suffers in poverty. To shatter the old woman's narrow perspective, Shi Qingluo uses a decorative flower as a prop to illustrate the immense extravagance of the capital, leaving the villagers shocked at the disparity in wealth. Playing on their desires for a better life, Shi Qingluo convinces the grandchildren that they deserve a place in the capital, effectively aligning them with her plan to cause chaos for the general's family. By the end of the conversation, old lady Xiao is no longer thinking of her grandson's tofu, but rather of reclaiming her status and power in the general's residence, exactly as Shi Qingluo intended. Satisfied with her work, Shi Qingluo meticulously crafts the final steps of her trap, ensuring that the troublemakers will be armed with the right legal arguments to annoy their targets in the capital. Seeing the potential to turn his father's house upside down, Xiao Hanzheng adds his weight to the narrative, confirming that the law of the land stands firmly on the side of the parents. The women of the old house are now fully consumed by greed and indignation, envisioning a life where they demand service and respect from the woman who previously looked down on them. The stage is set. By painting the mistress as an obstacle to their newfound riches and status, Shi Qingluo has ensured that the upcoming reunion in the capital will be anything but peaceful. Upon hearing Shi Qingluo's words, The faces of the Shi family darkened, their resentment towards the little hoof intensifying. Madame Wang and the others muttered curses, convinced the girl was hoarding all the good fortune. Old Lady Shi, furious, slammed the table, questioning the orphan's right to her son's privileges and demanding Shi Qingluo's counsel, unaware she was walking directly into a trap. With a wicked gleam in her eye, Shi Qingluo proposed a daring plan. Sell all the Xiao family's houses and land, bringing the money to the capital. Though initially confused, Old Lady Shi was swayed by Shi Qingluo's logic. Without assets, the general could not send them back, and if he did, they would demand exorbitant compensation, earning them double what they lost. The prospect of financial gain and holding power over the general's family captivated Old Lady Shi's greedy heart. Just as Old Lady Shi prepared to leave, Shi Qingluo intervened, warning that Xinghong, the spy, would expose their plans. She revealed Xinghong's true motive, to prevent them from reaching the capital and claiming their due. Shi Qingluo then proposed a drastic solution: sell Xinghong away, ensuring their secrecy and yielding a hefty profit. The idea, though shocking, deeply appealed to the Shi family's avarice, seeing it as a righteous retribution. Leaning closer, Shi Qingluo revealed a trove of manipulative tactics gleaned from White Lotus flowers and green tea horse films, teaching Old Lady Shi and her daughters-in-law how to outmaneuver the general's wife in the capital. She coached them on dramatic crying, public complaints, and theatrical tantrums, opening a new world of villainy for the trio. Admiring yet slightly fearful of Shi Qingluo's cunning, the women departed, completely forgetting their original purpose regarding the tofu workshop, their minds now set on the grander scheme of conquest in the capital. Oblivious to the shift in mood, Xinghong questioned Old Lady Shi about her visit, unknowingly sealing her fate. Old Lady Shi bristled, angered by the maid's impudence and confirming Shi Qingluo's warnings. With a nod, she unleashed Madame Wang and Madame Wu upon Xinghong. Madame Wang, fueled by past grudges and current fury, pounced, pulling Xinghong to the ground with a torrent of slaps, as Xinghong's screams of pain pierced the morning air. The beating continued. Xinghong begged for mercy, her pleas of doing this for your own good only enraging Old Lady Shi further. You little slut! Why did you lie and stop us from going to the capital? Old Lady Shi blurted out, solidifying Xinghong's fate. Just as Old Lady Shi moved to kick her face, eldest grandson Xiao subtly intervened, reminding her not to damage Xinghong's value. The assault shifted, sparing Xinghong's face, but her body endured merciless pinches and kicks, a spectacle secretly relished by Xiao Bailey, Xiao Erlang, and Mother Xiao from behind a crack in the door. Exhausted but satisfied, Madame Wang and Madame Wu finally released Xinghong, dragging her battered form to the woodshed. Back in their own courtyard, Xiao Erlang and Xiao Bailey expressed their immense satisfaction, echoing Mother Xiao's quiet joy. Shi Qingluo, ever the strategist, explained her philosophy of targeted retribution, using violence for the physically aggressive and cunning schemes for the greedy. Xiao Hanzheng, observing his family's newfound empowerment, felt a mix of amusement and approval, his curiosity piqued by Shi Qingluo's uncanny knowledge of affairs beyond their village. Xiao Hanzheng watched his wife, admiring her sharp mind and unconventional methods. As Mother Xiao and the children retreated, Shi Qingluo sought his praise, rubbing against his arm like a contented cat. Xiao Hanzheng's heart softened, a doting gaze reflecting his burgeoning affection. He promised to handle external matters while she managed their home, allowing her to hug his thigh as much as she wished, a sweet exchange signifying a growing bond. Their tender moment shifted to serious matters as Xiao Hanzheng inquired about their visit to Dr. Shi. Shi Qingluo revealed its smooth outcome, attributing it to the righteous new magistrate. Her words struck Xiao Hanzheng as he learned the new magistrate, Mo Qingling, a nephew of the Empress and heir to a powerful Hu mansion, had taken office earlier than he recalled from his previous life, prompting Shi Qingluo's confusion about such a noble choosing a humble post. Xiao Hanzheng unveiled the secret. Mo Qingling's true purpose in Nangxi County was to confirm the existence of an iron mine, a strategic move for meritorious service. Shi Qingluo's eyes widened in realization, her sharp mind immediately connecting the dots to the magistrate's ambitious path, reporting the mine, supervising its development, and securing credit that would propel him to higher ranks. Her insightful analysis, which even capital noblewomen might miss, deeply impressed Xiao Hanzheng, affirming her remarkable intelligence. Xiao Hanzheng further revealed Mo Qingling's difficult past, born to a deceased mother, and raised under the manipulative pretense of a good stepmother, who secretly fostered his playboy image while promoting her own diligent son. Mo Qingling's eventual discovery of this betrayal led him to abandon his mischievous ways and dedicate himself to study, ultimately achieving a high scholarly rank. Xiao Hanzheng shared this confidential information, signaling his growing trust in Shi Qingluo. She, in turn, sensed his unspoken secrets, a profound understanding passing between them, solidifying their unique bond built on mutual respect and shared depths. Xiao Hanzheng, seeing the understanding in Shi Qingluo's eyes, confirmed Mo Qingling's significant future achievements. Shi Qingluo's eyes lit up, suggesting they build an early connection with him, using her knowledge of refining iron and steel. Xiao Hanzheng readily agreed, his life's path now redefined by the presence of his family and wife, moving beyond soul revenge to building a prosperous life and making amends for past regrets. Shi Qingluo probed the relationship between the former magistrate and the Wu family, deducing the Bai family's satisfaction with the new magistrate. Xiao Hanzheng confirmed the corrupt former magistrate's deep ties to the Wu family, explaining how he had enabled their dominance over the Bai family. Shi Qingluo surmised the Wu family's recent quietude was due to the change in power, but predicted their imminent return to stir trouble. With a chilling resolve, Shi Qingluo declared, "Then we will strike first." She envisioned leveraging the Bai family's ambition and Mo Qingling's desire for stability to crush the Wu family, turning her enemies' enemies into her allies. Her thoughts turned to her little black balls, earth bombs, fearing the Wu family might attempt to steal them and claim credit. Xiao Hanzheng, recognizing the historical significance of gunpowder, connected the old Taoists' ascension to these destructive creations. Shi Qingluo confirmed her knowledge of making earth bombs but emphasized caution, stating their current weakness demanded secrecy from influential figures and the emperor. Xiao Hanzheng lauded her wisdom, then proposed a shrewd counter-strategy: create weaker, impure versions of the earth bombs to mislead the Wu family. This would deter their interest without fully revealing Shi Qingluo's true capabilities. Shi Qingluo enthusiastically agreed, envisioning her eyesore fourth uncle delivering these doctored weapons to extort the Wu family, sealing their alliance in cunning and shared purpose. Shi Qingluo, despite her limited cooking skills, guided Xiao Bailey in preparing a lavish dinner: braised pork, home-style tofu, and other delicacies, the most sumptuous meal the Xiao family had enjoyed since their separation. Mother Xiao's eyes sparkled with happiness, observing her sons' increased smiles and their family's burgeoning prosperity under Shi Qingluo's influence. After a contented walk under the darkening sky, everyone retired early, anticipating the dawn's tofu-making endeavors. For dawn, the villagers selected by the chief arrived, greeted by a rejuvenated Xiao Hanzheng. He acknowledged Shi Qingluo's role in his recovery, boosting everyone's confidence in their venture. He outlined their daily wages and payment schedule, which exceeded expectations. As Shi Qingluo instructed the diligent workers, she deliberately showcased a secret recipe for the bean juice to transform into tofu, awe-inspiring the villagers with its magical effect. By sunrise, fresh tofu was ready, and Shi Qingluo began distributing it to resellers, offering stir-fried samples and marketing advice, setting the stage for success. Initially, Mother Xiao felt anxious about the tofu's sales, but Shi Qingluo's confident words reassured her. Soon, a triumphant Xiao Dashu and his brothers arrived, confirming their complete sellout of 30 catties, thanks to Shi Qingluo's sampling strategy. Overjoyed, they made an advance reservation for 60 catties the next day, a testament to the tofu's immediate popularity. The success spread quickly and soon. More villagers flocked to the Xiao family home, eager to reserve their share, solidifying the tofu's swift rise to prominence throughout Nangxi County. The tofu business flourished, bringing unexpected prosperity to the villagers who resold Shi Qingluo's product. As success spread, a contrasting tale of misfortune emerged. The old Xiao family sold their servant Xinghang, prompting her tearful departure and curses directed at Shi Qingluo. Soon after, the old Xiao family announced their intent to sell their house and land, planning their departure for the capital, much to Mother Xiao's delight and hope for future peace. Mother Xiao, brimming with hope, discussed doubling tofu production and utilizing bean dregs for feed, envisioning buying mountains for farming. Shi Qingluo affirmed her ambitions, predicting a swift realization of their dreams. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanzheng dedicated himself to writing in the courtyard, perfecting his manuscript, which Shi Qingluo praised for its exceptional quality, anticipating its success in the county town. The old Xiao family's second grandson arrived, summoning Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng to the old residence. Upon entering, they found the entire family gathered. Shi Qingluo immediately addressed Old Lady Zhao with a mocking ex-grandma. Old Lady Zhao revealed their intent to sell the house and land, subtly hinting at Shi Qingluo's past suggestion regarding Xinghong. Shi Qingluo disavowed responsibility and refused to buy their property, proposing credit payment, knowing full well they would reject it, as the old Zhao family planned their future schemes. Old Lady Zhao questioned Shi Qingluo's motives, but Shi Qingluo feigned fury, insisting on helping them achieve lasting success in the capital through written correspondence. She scornfully compared the academic prowess of eldest grandson Zhao and second grandson Zhao to Xiao Hanzheng's, yet acknowledged their ability to write letters. She then coaxed eldest grandson Zhao into becoming her secret informant, promising guidance for his future in the capital, while subtly mocking his intelligence. Shi Qingluo openly admitted her desire for information from the general's residence, framing it as essential for helping the old Zhao family secure their foothold in the capital. She strategically highlighted the cost and effort on her part, implying a disadvantage, thereby making her good intentions seem genuine. Despite their suspicions, Old Lady Zhao and the family, swayed by the logic, agreed to the letter exchange, believing it would benefit them. Old Lady Zhao even tried to bait Shi Qingluo with promises of Xiao Hanzheng's advancement. Shi Qingluo, maintaining her earnest facade, ensured their agreement, reiterating the necessity of secrecy from the general and his wife to avoid being cut off. She skillfully played on eldest grandson Xiao's insecurities, urging him to outshine his half-brother by diligently observing and reporting every detail. Fueled by resentment, eldest grandson Xiao eagerly pledged his cooperation. With her spy network established, Shi Qingluo bid them farewell, leaving the old Xiao family embarrassed by their forced complicity in her schemes. Having secured her objective, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng left the old residence. Xiao Hanzheng chuckled, acknowledging his wife's cunning plan to turn the old Xiao family into spies against his estranged father and his wife in the capital, a prospect he greatly anticipated. Shi Qingluo relished in their lack of intelligence, confirming that their simple-mindedness made them perfect pawns for her elaborate schemes. Shi Qingluo then proposed a daring new scheme, to orchestrate a bandit ambush on the old Xiao family during their journey to the capital. She suggested selling their travel route and timing to ensure they were robbed of all their belongings, forcing them to beg the rest of the way. This humiliation, she explained, would amplify their resentment, leading to a dramatic confrontation at the general's residence upon their arrival, thoroughly shaming Xiao Hanzheng's father and his wife. Impressed by his wife's ingenuity, Xiao Hanzheng enthusiastically agreed to manage the bandit plot, playfully seducing her in return. He then shared his miraculous recovery due to Shi Qingluo's special water, and to her surprise, revealed his own expert martial arts skills, which he had cultivated in his previous life. Intrigued, Shi Qingluo eagerly requested a demonstration upon their return home. Back at their courtyard, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng began their sparring match, much to the initial shock but eventual delight of Mother Xiao and the children. They watched in awe as the couple showcased their impressive skills, battling for over 10 rounds, a testament to their strength and the deepening bond between them. After a spirited martial arts display, Xiao Hanzheng playfully declared Shi Qingluo the loser, secretly awestruck by her precise, military-like moves. Though exhausted, Shi Qingluo praised his prowess and eagerly asked to learn Qinggong, promising him affection in return. Amused by her charming persistence, Xiao Hanzheng readily agreed, vowing to teach her while also committing to daily martial arts practice to regain his past life strength. The next morning, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng helped with tofu production before resting, leaving Mother Xiao to oversee the workshop. After a breakfast prepared by Xiao Bailey, they ventured into the largest, most primitive mountain between the villages, an area avoided by others due to wild beasts. Xiao Hanzheng's familiarity with the treacherous terrain hinted at past hardships, finding a 100-year-old ginseng in his previous life, a discovery he wished to revisit when they were stronger. Deep in the mountains, Shi Qingluo's eyes lit up upon discovering a vast sumac forest. She enlightened Xiao Hanzheng on the tree's multifaceted value, its lacquer for paint, seeds for oil, and medicinal properties. Recognizing its immense potential, they envisioned establishing a paint workshop, producing soap, candles, and more after earning initial capital. Their immediate goal, a new courtyard with improved facilities, driven by Shi Qingluo's disdain for ancient amenities. Xiao Hanzheng fully supported Shi Qingluo's ambitious plans for a new home and workshops, offering to leverage his manuscript and medical skills to quickly accumulate wealth. Touched by his indulgent and responsible nature, Shi Qingluo spontaneously rewarded him with a kiss on the cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned and blush-faced. They marked the sumac forest, planning future ventures, and then, to their delight, discovered a field of wild beets, promising yet another profitable opportunity for sugar production. Shi Qingluo excitedly revealed that wild beets could be used to make sugar, proposing to cultivate them on a larger scale and establish a sugar workshop. Her vision extended beyond personal profit, aiming to involve the entire village, linking their interests and fostering community prosperity, a strategy Xiao Hanzheng readily embraced for its collective benefits and protection against envy. As they dug beets and headed down the mountain, Xiao Hanzheng suggested transforming the old residence into a workshop, and Shi Qingluo eagerly proposed building a new home amidst a bamboo forest by the river, envisioning a discreet paper workshop nearby. They also planned to buy the mountain behind their old residence for breeding. Acknowledging their ambitious plans required substantial funds, they committed to earning money steadily, prioritizing a comfortable home for their family. Shi Qingluo inquired about Xiao Hanzheng's academic future, to which he revealed his intention to enroll in the county college next month, hoping to become a disciple of a retiring first-grade official. He recognized the need for a mentor to advance his scholarship beyond the high scholar level. Shi Qingluo wholeheartedly supported his ambition, recognizing the immense value of a top scholar's guidance, and Xiao Hanzheng appreciated her unwavering encouragement. Tofu Workshop thrived, with villagers eagerly selling the popular product, even borrowing donkey carts to reach the county town. To incentivize their dedicated workers, Shi Qingluo offered a special discount on tofu purchased for resale, ensuring their continued commitment. With demand soaring, Mother Xiao joyfully agreed to increase production. Later, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng took an ox cart to the county, and Shi Qingluo, enduring the bumpy ride, longed for a swift horse carriage, which Xiao Hanzheng gallantly promised, reinforcing their growing affection and shared optimism for their prosperous future. In Nangxi County, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo visited the largest bookstore, where the shopkeeper greeted Xiao Hanzheng with respect, accustomed to his visits for copying books. However, today's visit held a different purpose, as Xiao Hanzheng presented an original novel, sparking the shopkeeper's curiosity. Initially perplexed by the novel's unconventional plot, the shopkeeper persevered, soon finding himself completely absorbed in the story of immortal cultivation. He praised Xiao Hanzheng's innovative storytelling, expressing a strong desire to read more and inquire about future installments, sensing its potential popularity. Xiao Hanzheng proposed a unique profit-sharing model for his manuscript, a concept new to the shopkeeper. Unable to make such a decision, the shopkeeper sought permission from his young master, Bai Zhu. Soon, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng were ushered upstairs, where Shi Qingluo recognized Bai Zhu, setting the stage for a shrewd negotiation over the terms of their collaboration. Shi Qingluo, undeterred by Bai Zhu's initial skepticism, continued to list the myriad opportunities she could provide, from exclusive tofu dishes to rare and precious grafted flowers. She confidently proclaimed her ability to cultivate unique blooms, challenging Bai Zhu's disbelief and hinting at the significant profits he would miss. When Bai Zhu questioned her claims about making sugar, Shi Qingluo produced a sample of pure white granulated sugar, a marvel unseen in Dalian. She smugly declared his impending face slap, her confidence unshakable as Bai Zhu stared at the pristine crystals with utter disbelief. After Shi Qingluo sampled the sugar herself to quell his apprehension, Bai Zhu tasted it, his doubt transforming into profound astonishment. He recognized its superior purity and sweetness, immediately grasping the immense business potential, even as he pondered the secret to its creation and Shi Qingluo's uncanny abilities. Shi Qingluo confirmed her ability to transform yellow sugar into white, hinting that the raw material was not sugarcane. Bai Zhu, now resigned to her unexpected talents, reluctantly agreed to follow them back to the village to witness the process and evaluate the promised business opportunities, including his recovered precious flower. Under Shi Qingluo's shrewd negotiation, Bai Zhu conceded to the 40% profit-sharing deal for Xiao Hanzheng's novel, swayed by the promise of the groundbreaking tofu and white sugar businesses. The agreement was reached, and Bai Zhu arranged for a carriage to take them back, with Shi Qingluo taking full advantage of the convenience for her shopping. As the carriage made its way through the county, Shi Qingluo impressed Bai Zhu with her deep knowledge of horses, identifying his carriage horse as a grassland breed and expressing a desire for Fergana horses. Xiao Hanzheng readily indulged her wishes, leaving Bai Zhu once again speechless by her unexpected expertise and audacious plans. Shi Qingluo continued to pluck Bai Zhu's wool, not only wanting horses, but also a large batch of cows, sheep, and pigs from his uncle's dangerous livestock business. Despite Bai Zhu's skepticism about her ability to afford such a large order, Shi Qingluo confidently asserted she would have the funds in mere hours, linking it directly to the sugar technology he was about to witness. In the carriage, Xiao Hanzheng's tender gesture of wiping Shi Qingluo's lips left Bai Zhu utterly speechless, marveling at the Xiao indulgent affection for his wife. Shi Qingluo continued to assert her old immortal master's teachings as the source of her vast knowledge, further deepening Bai Zhu's curiosity and suspicion. As they neared the village, Xiao Hanzheng noticed they were being followed by a Wu family servant, confirming Bai Zhu's suspicion of their rival's watchful eyes. Upon arrival at the Xiao Hanzheng's humble home, Shi Qingluo presented Bai Zhu with a jar of her pristine white sugar and graciously invited him for a simple meal, signaling the imminent revelation of her sugar-making secret. Bai Zhu eagerly inquired about acquiring the secret technique for transforming yellow sugar into white. Shi Qingluo, ever straightforward, laid out her terms: a steep 1,000 taels of silver and a 20% share of future profits. She stood firm against his initial offer, highlighting the immense benefits and reputation his Bai family would gain from mastering such groundbreaking technology. After a finalized agreement, Shi Qingluo spectacularly demonstrated the technique on the spot, sprinkling moist yellow soil onto coarse yellow sugar, which, to Bai Zhu's utter astonishment, decolorized into pristine white crystals. The simplicity of the method left him dumbfounded, reaffirming his belief in her old immortal master's unparalleled wisdom. Over a meal of expertly prepared tofu dishes, Bai Zhu was further impressed, recognizing the potential for his restaurants. He eagerly discussed reserving tofu and other soy products for his ventures, even for his capital-based establishment. With the agreement signed and the 1,000 taels exchanged, their lucrative partnership was solidified, just as a messenger arrived from the Shi family, signaling new developments. The troublesome Shi family arrived at the Xiao family residence, their eyes filled with envy and greed as they watched Bai Zhu depart in a carriage. Mother Xiao, intending to welcome them, was subtly stopped by Shi Qingluo, who winked and signaled her to take the younger children to the backyard. Mother Xiao understood immediately, relieved that her daughter-in-law did not want her to entertain the disagreeable relatives. Old Lady Shi and Madame Niu frowned at Mother Xiao's departure, attempting to provoke Shi Qingluo about her mother-in-law's perceived rudeness. After a quick glance at Xiao Hanzheng, signaling him to ignore them, Shi Qingluo retorted sharply, questioning if they were even worthy of Mother Xiao's hospitality. Unfazed, Madame Niu then tried to flatter Xiao Hanzheng, secretly lamenting that her own daughters hadn't been chosen for the auspicious marriage. Xiao Hanzheng, amused by his little wife's tactics, maintained a cold demeanor. Shi Qingluo pointed to a chair, instructing the Shi family to sit. Then she walked to a corner, retrieved a thin vine, and returned, patting it lightly in her hand. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the Shi family, their past traumas resurfacing. Madame Niu stammered, asking what she intended, as Shi Qingluo curled her lips, asking what's there to be afraid of. "Don't tell me I'm going to eat all of you." Shi Qingluo sat across from the cowering Shi family, demanding they state their purpose directly. The thought of emotional manipulation vanished. Madame Niu reluctantly revealed they were interested in the tofu recipe. Shi Qingluo yawned, dismissing them, reminding them of their past insults and asserting her independence. When third son Shi attempted to mediate, Shi Qingluo once again threatened them with the cane, silencing all objections and leaving the Shi family speechless and defeated. Shi Qingluo finally ceased whipping fourth son Shi, feigning exhaustion while rubbing her wrist. Fourth son Shi, released, immediately hid behind old lady Shi, nursing his injuries. He urged his mother to get to the true purpose of their visit. Enduring her indignation, old lady Shi then addressed Shi Qingluo, claiming their visit was for her own good, confirming Shi Qingluo's suspicion that they sought more than just the tofu recipe. Old lady Shi revealed the Wu family's interest in Shi Qingluo's little black balls, offering 5 taels of silver each. Shi Qingluo scoffed at the low price, then subtly questioned fourth son Shi about his commission, immediately exposing his underlying motive. Though he denied receiving commissions, Shi Qingluo declared the new price for each small black ball to be 100 taels of silver, audacious enough to suggest to the Wu family that they were profiting from a master's creation, while also hinting at the Bai family's potential interest. Shi Qingluo further manipulated them, suggesting they negotiate a commission from the Wu family for running the errand and convincing her. Old Lady Shi, realizing the urgency, agreed to relay the exorbitant price, mentioning the Bai family as leverage. Fourth son Shi, fearing the loss of the deal to the Bai family, nervously agreed to go to the county town immediately. Shi Qingluo dismissed him until tomorrow, needing time to prepare the fake devices. Shi Qingluo had predicted, the Wu family became anxious upon hearing about the Bai family's potential involvement. Despite the steep price, Master Wu, recognizing the potential for profit and influence, reluctantly agreed, planning his future revenge. Meanwhile, Shi Qingluo diligently crafted her improvised earth bombs, adding various powders to ensure they were loud but not truly lethal, and specifically designed to prevent reverse engineering. Shi and Xiao Hanzheng then descended the mountains after adjusting their power to an acceptable but inferior level for the Wu family. Early the next morning, third son Shi and fourth son Shi arrived at the Xiao family's home, their elder relatives having opted to avoid the sight of the successful tofu workshop. Shi Qingluo, with Xiao Hanzheng by her side, directly asked if the Wu family had agreed, confirming her suspicions. Fourth son Shi, acknowledging her shrewdness, confirmed the deal, adding that the Wu family wanted all 6 small black balls. Shi Qingluo promptly retrieved the prepared fakes and demanded the 600 taels of silver. Fourth son Shi reluctantly handed over the 600 taels, visibly pained by the transaction, while Shi Qingluo snatched the silver banknotes and handed them to Xiao Hanzheng for verification, openly mocking fourth son Shi's stinginess. Third son Shi, witnessing the substantial sum, couldn't help but look at Shi Qingluo, asking if she shouldn't be more filial to her father, implying his family's right to the money. Shi Qingluo responded with a chilling smile, promising to burn lavish amounts of money for him in the afterlife, effectively cursing him. When third son Shi threatened to sue her for unfilial conduct, Shi Qingluo countered with a chilling threat. She would expose fourth son Shi's attempt to sell her for a burial and pray to her master to prevent third son Shi from having any more sons. Third son Shi gasped, utterly shocked by her viciousness, realizing he could not risk his hopes for a male heir. He admitted defeat, agreeing to relinquish his claim on the money. The Shi family, having faced Shi Qingluo's calculated threats, reflected on her unwavering ruthlessness. Whether it was whipping fourth son Shi to scare the elders, or invoking the old immortal to curse her parents' lineage, or threatening to tarnish fourth son Shi's scholarly reputation, Shi Qingluo always found their weakest point. They grudgingly admitted they could not openly provoke her, as every confrontation ended in their humiliating defeat and bitter resentment. Shi Qingluo further twisted the knife, declaring third son Shi no longer had a right to the money. Then, with a straight face, she suggested that performing good deeds and accumulating merit might help him achieve his desire for a son. Third son Shi, desperate, actually pondered her words, considering her dubious advice. Shi Qingluo, knowing her promise was baseless, irresponsibly encouraged him, inwardly planning to attribute any future daughters to his insufficient good deeds, much to fourth son Shi's exasperation. After the Shi family departed, Xiao Hanzheng, amused, asked Shi Qingluo if her advice about having a son was true. Shi Qingluo confessed it was nonsense, prompting a loving exchange where Xiao Hanzheng affirmed his affection for her bold personality. Shi Qingluo, pleased, leaned into him, expressing her confidence in his love. Their tender moment was briefly interrupted when Shi Qingluo suddenly felt a pang of sadness, admitting she missed her biological family, causing Xiao Hanzheng to tighten his embrace, fearing her sudden disappearance. Shi Qingluo reassured Xiao Hanzheng she wouldn't leave, her mood quickly recovering. They decided to use the 600 taels to buy land and build a new house, openly attributing the money to her master's legacy to avoid suspicion about their tofu business. Xiao Hanzheng, taking her hand, affirmed his commitment to earn money, promising to hand over all his future earnings to her. Shi Qingluo, delighted, affectionately kissed his cheek, embracing her role as his little sweetheart, while momentarily wondering about her twin brothers and the possibility of returning home. As Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo walked hand in hand through the village, politely greeting everyone, villagers admired their strong relationship and Shi Qingluo's capabilities, especially her role in Xiao Hanzheng's recovery and their successful tofu business. They entered Chief Xiao's house, where the chief, delighted by Xiao Hanzheng's recovery, inquired about his future plans, fully supporting his return to studies and promising clan assistance. Xiao Hanzheng expressed gratitude and pledged future repayment to the clan. He then revealed their purpose for visiting, to buy the bamboo forest near the river and the barren mountain behind it for building a new home. Chief Xiao, surprised by their choice of land and questioning their financial means, was then informed by Xiao Hanzheng that the Wu family had purchased items from Shi Qingluo's master for 600 taels, securing the necessary funds. The chief, astonished by Shi Qingluo's hidden wealth, agreed to help them secure the land deed. Meanwhile, at the Wu family estate, Master Wu and eldest young Master Wu received the 6 black balls from fourth son Shi. They summoned old Granny Wu to confirm their authenticity before proceeding to a remote garden to test their power. A servant lit a fuse, and with a boom, the device exploded, blowing up a small patch of soil. Though impressed by the sound, Master Wu wished for more power, instructing his son to have craftsmen research and develop the formula for mass production, while also plotting revenge against Shi Qingluo for her audacity and the money she extorted. In the hidden chambers of the Wu estate, Master Wu and his eldest son plotted. Recognizing the vast potential of the black balls Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng possessed, they decided to exploit the animosity between Xiao Hanzheng and his old family. Their scheme was simple yet cruel. Spread news of the couple's newfound wealth, knowing the covetous old lady Xiao and her kin would inevitably descend upon them, saving the Wu family the trouble of direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo, ever proactive, chose to control the narrative. As villagers returned from their fields, Xiao Hanzheng openly announced their acquisition of 600 taels of silver and their intention to purchase land and build a new home. The news sent ripples of shock and awe through the community, yet tempered by respect for the elementary scholar. Most villagers, honest by nature, envied but did not begrudge their fortune, attributing it to Shi Qingluo's unique blessings from an old immortal. The news, however, ignited a firestorm of avarice within the old Xiao family. Old Lady Xiao, Madame Wu, and Madame Wang, their eyes gleaming with renewed greed, immediately plotted to retract their previous agreements on selling land and the old residence. Just as they prepared to confront Xiao Hanzheng, he and Shi Qingluo arrived at their doorstep. A rare, faked smile from old Lady Xiao quickly met Shi Qingluo's direct suggestion: sell their property to multiple buyers, thwarting any future attempts by General Xiao to return them to the village. Shi Qingluo skillfully redirected their avarice, painting a vivid picture of the extravagant life awaiting them in the general's residence, a fortune far surpassing their current 600 taels. She warned them against allowing General Xiao to exploit loopholes, thereby securing their return to the village. With a blend of flattery and veiled threats, Shi Qingluo ensured the old Xiao family understood their path to true wealth lay not in preying on Xiao Hanzheng's meager sum, but in securing their place in the capital, relying on her continued guidance to navigate the treacherous waters of the general's household. Old Lady Xiao, swayed by the promise of future grandeur and Shi Qingluo's wisdom, reluctantly agreed to sell their properties separately. Back at their humble abode, Shi Qingluo continued her meticulous planning. She gave precious rock sugar to Xiao Erlang, instructing him to distribute it among his friends. Their mission: to observe any suspicious visitors to the old Xiao family's residence before dinner. This clever tactic not only empowered the children, but also allowed Shi Qingluo to uncover any hidden connections to the manipulative Wu family, ensuring her future prosperity remained untainted by those who sought to scheme against them. Later, an old woman from the village, whose son served the Wu family, arrived at the old Xiao residence. With subtle envy in her tone, she attempted to instigate old Lady Xiao and her kin against Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo, subtly reminding them of the 600 taels of silver. However, Shi Qingluo's earlier foresight proved effective. The old Xiao family, now focused on the grander prize in the capital and wary of Shi Qingluo's influence, resisted the bait, much to the old woman's disappointment. Unaware of the failed instigation, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo immersed themselves in designing their new home. Shi Qingluo shared her visionary ideas for a modern residence, complete with separate toilet, washroom, and shower areas, requiring innovative pottery piping. Xiao Hanzheng, with his exceptional drawing skills, meticulously translated her concepts onto paper, showcasing their harmonious teamwork and mutual trust. The next day, efficiency reigned. Thanks to the new county magistrate Mo Qingling, the process of acquiring the bamboo forest and mountain land for 35 taels was remarkably swift. Xiao Hanzheng quickly secured the deeds, hired skilled craftsmen from the county, and enlisted local villagers for the refurbishment, ensuring work for many. This rapid progress, a stark contrast to the old bureaucratic ways, affirmed the positive change in the county, and delighted Shi Qingluo as their dream home began to take shape. Half a month later, the old Xiao family, now holding several hundred taels from their sales, prepared to journey to the capital in rented horse carriages. Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng arrived to send them off. Observing their reluctance to leave their old home, Shi Qingluo provocatively questioned their sentimentality, reminding them of the grandeur awaiting them at the general's residence and subtly severing any lingering ties to the village. Drawing old Lady Xiao aside, Shi Qingluo probed her, subtly confirming the old woman's travel plans by carriage, not by boat, due to concerns about seasickness and dangers. To reinforce her influence and ensure her advice was heeded, Shi Qingluo cryptically referenced her old immortal master, implying an all-knowing power that unnerved old Lady Xiao and cemented her belief in Shi Qingluo's strategic mind. With final, deceptive pleasantries, Shi Qingluo bid the old Xiao family farewell, her smile masking a deeper scheme. She entrusted Xiao Hanzheng with the rest, hinting at the orchestrated robbery to befall them on their journey. Xiao Hanzheng, departing for a medical consultation trip to the prefecture, embraced his role in ensuring the old Xiao family's path to the capital would be fraught with hardship, a calculated move to humble them before they could stir further trouble. After days supervising construction and cultivating rare plants, Shi Qingluo returned home to find Bai Zhu awaiting her, eager to report on the thriving white sugar sales in the capital. He was taken aback by her nonchalant reaction, as she calmly asserted the predictable success of selling a scarce, high-status product to the aristocracy. For Shi Qingluo, this was merely the natural outcome of her strategic planning. Demonstrating another facet of her enigmatic persona, Shi Qingluo introduced Bai Zhu to the intricate art of gongfu tea. With fluid elegance, she brewed a rich, refreshing tea, explaining the meticulous process and its symbolic name. Bai Zhu, impressed by her knowledge and the refined experience, was eager to learn, envisioning how this sophisticated ritual could enhance his own social and business interactions. Conversation turned to the vibrant, three-colored chrysanthemum in the courtyard, a testament to Shi Qingluo's unique cultivation skills. When Bai Zhu questioned her continuous need for money despite her recent earnings, Shi Qingluo unapologetically declared her ambitious plans. A new house costing hundreds to thousands of taels, replete with modern amenities and several workshops. Her declaration that she earned money purely for sheer pleasure, and to spend it left Bai Zhu utterly speechless, wondering if Xiao Hanzheng truly knew the extent of his wife's extravagant vision. Shi Qingluo, sensing Bai Zhu's skepticism about her ambitions, pressed him to make a decision on her unique three-colored chrysanthemum. She agreed to his offer of 300 taels, but with a crucial condition. Bai Zhu must help her acquire sheep's oil and wool. Though perplexed by her unusual request, Bai Zhu conceded, recognizing the potential value in her rare cultivated flowers and the opportunity to enhance his reputation in the capital. Buoyed by Bai Zhu's agreement, Shi Qingluo confidently proclaimed her ability to cultivate even rarer flowers, like ink chrysanthemums, blue and green chrysanthemums, and multicolored camellias, demanding 400 taels per bouquet due to their heightened rarity and value in scholarly circles. Bai Zhu, now fully convinced of her extraordinary talent, gritted his teeth and agreed, eager to leverage these unique creations to penetrate the capital's upper-middle-class social circles. Seizing the moment, Shi Qingluo offered yet another secret skill, the invention of floor and ceramic tiles. She described them as fireproof, waterproof, corrosion-proof, and aesthetically versatile alternatives to costly marble, all at a significantly lower production cost. Bai Zhu, now a firm believer in her genius, proposed a 20-80 partnership, with Shi Qingluo providing the technique. Ever astute, Shi Qingluo secured a crucial clause, free priority access to the newly manufactured tiles for her dream house, further cementing her strategic financial planning and leaving Bai Zhu marveling at her unwavering confidence. In a quiet discussion about floor and ceramic tiles, Shi Qingluo offered innovative advice that impressed Bai Zhu, who diligently noted her suggestions. She then presented a pot of purple chrysanthemums, now thriving and more beautiful than ever, astounding Bai Zhu with her remarkable cultivation skills. Shi Qingluo, confident in her abilities, playfully asserted her amazing nature, declaring her intention to lead Bai Zhu to prosperity. Following her request for dairy cows to combat her own and her family's malnutrition, Shi Qingluo detailed her plans to create novel milk candies and other dairy foods, intriguing Bai Zhu, who promised to procure the cows. After Bai Zhu's departure, Shi Qingluo copied various recipes from her time travel encyclopedia, which she then excitedly shared with Xiao Bailey during dinner. Xiao Bailey, thrilled by the prospect of refining her culinary skills and improving their family's meals, gratefully accepted, fostering a warm familial bond. That night, Shi Qingluo lay awake, pondering agricultural innovations for her space, formulating a plan to introduce new crops without suspicion. Shi Qingluo, grappling with insomnia and a profound longing for her absent husband, spent the night planning her future agricultural ventures. The next morning, after selling tofu, she informed Mother Xiao of her intent to build a tomb for her master at the Taoist temple. Arriving at the mountainside temple, she found the main hall burnt, with ashes and bones scattered within. With a heavy heart, Shi Qingluo collected the remains of her master and the Taoist children into urns, preparing for their peaceful repose. In the Taoist temple's backyard, Shi Qingluo meticulously reclaimed a patch of land using tools from her space, planting pepper seeds and corn seedlings using an interplanting method to maximize yield and benefit. These new, resilient species, resistant to cold, drought, and disease, were carefully watered with her special spring water. Leaving the urns of ashes in the main hall, she planned to consult a feng shui master with her husband upon his return. After wandering the mountains fruitlessly for other resources, Shi Qingluo was about to descend when a distinctive sound caught her attention. Following the sound, Shi Qingluo discovered a fierce black wild goose entangled in a python's grip, its desperate struggle and unwavering will to survive moving her. Swiftly intervening, she incapacitated the python and rescued the goose, releasing the snake unharmed as her family had no need for its meat. She then offered the exhausted wild goose spring water from her space, observing its unusual intelligence as it drank, solidifying her decision to abduct and raise it as a house guardian. Shi Qingluo successfully brought the clever goose home, naming it Dummy. Though Xiao Erlang initially saw it as dinner, Dummy's aggressive defense quickly established its role as a formidable guard. Days later, as Xiao Hanzheng returned, Dummy instinctively lunged, only to halt at the edge of his latent murderous aura. Shi Qingluo, emerging, playfully called Dummy away, leaving Xiao Hanzheng and his companion, Fei Yuge, intrigued by the goose's intelligence and its unusual bond with his wife. Shi Qingluo confidently introduced Dummy as their new house guardian, captivating Fei Yuge with tales of geese's guarding prowess. Xiao Hanzheng, observing Fei Yuge's subtle surprise at his marriage to a village girl, formally introduced his wife, Shi Qingluo, to the elegant young master Fei, then invited him for tea, a gesture intended to showcase his wife's exceptional qualities. With elegant movements, Shi Qingluo prepared gongfu tea, astounding Fei Yuge with both her technique and the tea's exquisite flavor. As they conversed, Shi Qingluo learned of Fei Yuge's prominent family background and his plea for Xiao Hanzheng to treat his nephew's peculiar illness. Fei Yuge, impressed by Shi Qingluo's knowledge and the tea-making ritual, began to see her as more than just an ordinary village girl. After Fei Yuge departed, Xiao Hanzheng expressed his affection for Shi Qingluo, acknowledging her strength in his absence. He then revealed his hidden past, explaining how he had stumbled upon a divine doctor's secret medical inheritance, becoming his fated disciple. This accident, he clarified, allowed him to meet Fei Yuge and arrange for his nephew's treatment at their village home, establishing his legitimacy as a skilled physician, while subtly laying groundwork for future plans. Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng playfully acknowledged their shared fated masters, reinforcing their destined connection. Shi Qingluo inquired about Fei Yuge's influential capital background and his nephew's critical, unique illness, which Xiao Hanzheng confirmed he could treat. They anticipated that by the time Fei Yuge brought his nephew, their impressive new home, meticulously planned for both family and guests, would be nearly complete. With a wicked gleam in her eyes, Shi Qingluo eagerly plotted to expose Xiao Yuanqi's misdeeds to Fei Yuge, confident it would damage his standing among the capital's civil officials. Xiao Hanzheng affirmed the plan, hoping it would, combined with the efforts of Old Lady Xiao's group, impede his father's career. He revealed their calculated diversion of Old Lady Xiao's journey, ensuring they would encounter bandits just before reaching the capital, forcing them to arrive in a pitiable state, but still alive. Meanwhile, after nearly a month of arduous travel, Old Lady Xiao and her family arrived at the capital gates, their clothes in tatters and their spirits broken. Having been robbed by bandits and forced to beg for days, their resentment towards Xiao Yuanqi intensified with every hardship. They were immediately stopped by suspicious guards who, disdaining their beggarly appearance, demanded their road guide and questioned their purpose in the capital. Guards, dismissing them as beggars, ordered them away. Infuriated by the insult, eldest son Xiao, remembering Shi Qingluo's instructions, boldly declared their identity as General Wai Yuan's family, adopting an arrogant stance despite his ragged appearance. Though initially skeptical, the guards, wary of offending a general, decided to escort them to the general's residence. As the proud but disheveled Xiao family began their public denunciation of second son Xiao's unfilial conduct to curious passers-by. Eldest son Xiao, puffing out his chest with newfound arrogance, declared himself General Wai Yuan's brother, challenging the guards to imprison him. Despite their beggarly appearance, the Xiao family insisted they were the general's relatives, citing old Master Xiao as his father and eldest grandson Xiao brandishing the road guide as proof. The guards, wary of offending a general, agreed to lead them to General Wai Yuan's residence, with old Master Xiao courteously accepting, prioritizing reaching their destination. Led by a gatekeeper, the tattered Xiao family embarked on the long walk to South Main Street, becoming an immediate spectacle. Along the way, old lady Xiao, fueled by her recent hardships and Shi Qingluo's cunning advice, began openly and dramatically complaining about her second son, General Wai Yuan, painting him as unfilial for abandoning his family in the village. This public outcry shocked passers-by, further solidifying the image of an unfilial general who allowed his parents to suffer. As the Xiao family approached, a group of arrogant, brocade-clad youths mocked their beggarly state. Eldest grandson Xiao, emboldened by Shi Qingluo's promise of his second uncle's protection, defiantly challenged them, threatening them with jail. Infuriated, the leading youth, a spoiled dandy from a powerful family, ordered his servants to beat eldest grandson Xiao, igniting a chaotic brawl involving the entire Xiao family. Amidst the pandemonium and the arrival of Yemen officials, a report reached General Wai Yuan's manor, interrupting Xiao Yuanqi's quiet conversation with his wife. General Wai Yuan, Xiao Yuanqi, found his hand trembling as a bailiff from the capital's magistrate delivered an unsettling report. There were no prior dealings, no reason for such an envoy. The news was chilling. His family members were embroiled in a serious street brawl with the young master of Zheng Yuagong's manor. Disbelief warred with a creeping dread within Xiao Yuanqi, certain his family remained far away in Nanxi County. Yet the bailiff insisted on their claims and road guide. With a tightened grip that nearly crushed his teacup, Xiao Yuanqi agreed to investigate. He offered a forced, comforting look to Ji Chunru, whose expression had already shifted to one of profound unease. As he departed, Ji Chunru's initial smile vanished. Over a month without news from Xinghang, a dark premonition settled upon her, whispering that the very people she feared from his hometown might indeed have arrived. Outside South Main Street, the brawl had been quelled by the magistrate's men. The old Xiao family, now aware of the capital officials' subservience to their young opponent, felt a pang of fear, yet believed themselves justified. Then old lady Xiao spotted Xiao Yuanqi. Instantly, she collapsed to the ground, unleashing a torrent of wails, proclaiming herself the mother of General Wai Yuan, a victim of bullying. Xiao Yuanqi, witnessing his disheveled, beggar-like family and his mother's public tantrum, felt his face flush green, wishing he could vanish, his heart sinking at the sight of these blood-sucking insects. Oblivious to Xiao Yuanqi's mortification, old lady Xiao continued her public lament, calling him second stone and accusing him of abandoning them. Eldest son Xiao and the others joined, claiming they were merely defending their general brother's honor against insults. Xiao Yuanqi, realizing they were only digging his grave deeper by offending the young master from the public administration house, Zai Rui, sternly silenced them. With a forced smile, he apologized profusely to Zai Rui, attributing his family's behavior to their rural ignorance. Zai Rui, though momentarily appeased, sternly warned Xiao Yuanqi that he would await a proper apology. With a stiff face and under the strange gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yuanqi escorted his troublesome family home. As the old Xiao family traversed the capital's South Main Street, they were wide-eyed and dazzled by the opulent shops and grand mansions, a stark contrast to Nanxi County. They silently cursed Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunru for keeping such wealth hidden. Xiao Yuanqi, meanwhile, maintained a rigid smile, mortified by their appearance and eager to avoid scrutiny. To acquaintances, he fabricated a tale of banditry and robbery, explaining his family's disheveled state, knowing his rising status in court could be jeopardized by appearing neglectful. Civil official, wary of Xiao Yuanqi's growing influence, questioned why he hadn't sent for his parents. Eldest grandson Xiao tried to provide a plausible excuse, but Madame Wang and Madame Wu quickly sabotaged it. They loudly declared that Ji Chunru disliked their presence and had prevented them from coming, forcing them to sell their homes and land just to see their son. This revelation ignited public condemnation, branding Xiao Yuanqi and his wife as unfilial, confirming suspicions that his wife's disdain was why his family had never appeared in the capital. Under public pressure, Xiao Yuanqi quickly defended Ji Chunru, claiming she had always intended to welcome his parents. He feigned guilt, regretting their hardship. Eldest son Xiao, in a show of fraternal support, patted Xiao Yuanqi's shoulder, leaving a grimy mark on his expensive robe, a gesture that filled Xiao Yuanqi with suppressed rage. Old Lady Xiao seized the moment, pulling at her son and reciting a tearful, fabricated tale of poverty and sacrifice, claiming she and her husband had gone without food to raise him and support his generalship, words precisely echoing Shi Qingluo's instructions. Old Lady Xiao's performance, though entirely fictitious, was delivered with such conviction that outsiders believed every word. The other Xiao family members readily corroborated her tale, painting themselves as long-suffering benefactors. Xiao Yuanqi, on the verge of a mental breakdown, was flabbergasted by his mother's newfound cunning. He knew her stories were lies, yet if he dared to refute them, he would be publicly branded an unfilial son. Trapped, he could only plaster on a fake smile, accepting the fabricated narrative, realizing his family had become terrifyingly adept at manipulating public sentiment. Having barely placated the public, Xiao Yuanqi breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes narrowed with suspicion. His mother's sudden shift in demeanor and cunning tactics were profoundly unsettling. Upon entering the Grand General's residence, the old Xiao family's expression soured, realizing how much wealth they had been deprived of. Old Lady Xiao, empowered by Shi Qingluo's lessons, immediately launched into an open critique of Ji Chunru for not welcoming them, declaring her a prideful general's wife. Xiao Yuanqi attempted to defend Ji Chunru, citing her unawareness of their arrival. But old Lady Xiao, dismissive of his excuses, retorted sharply, accusing Ji Chunru of deliberately asserting her authority and him of becoming an unfilial son bewitched by his wife. Her tone grew increasingly aggressive, a stark contrast to her public display of reasonableness. She declared that, as his mother, she held ultimate authority in the household, and she would not be controlled by these two unfilial animals, her words echoing Shi Qingluo's strategic counsel. Finally, the luxuriously dressed Ji Chunru arrived, her smile strained. Old Lady Xiao immediately attacked, mocking Ji Chunru's opulence and threatening to publicly expose her lack of welcome. Ji Chunru, taken aback by Old Lady Xiao's transformed demeanor, tried to explain her actions, fearing for her carefully constructed reputation. But Old Lady Xiao, emboldened by Shi Qingluo's advice, continued her relentless mockery, asserting her dominance as mother-in-law and unleashing all her pent-up frustration and anger from their arduous journey. As Ji Chunru appealed to Xiao Yuanqi for intervention, Old Lady Xiao abruptly sat on the ground, unleashing a torrent of wails. She bemoaned her hard life, her sacrifices for her son, and now his wife's disdain. She branded them unfilial animals, living in extravagant comfort while their family suffered, and invoked divine lightning to strike them down. Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunru stared, stunned by her dramatic accusations and the sheer audacity of her words. As an elder, and his mother, her words, however outrageous, bound them in public, threatening their carefully cultivated image. Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunru, trapped by the specter of public condemnation, had no choice but to indulge Old Lady Xiao's theatrical outburst. Old Lady Xiao, fully embracing Shi Qingluo's cunning advice, then commanded Ji Chunru to personally attend to her bath and change, emphasizing the duty of a filial daughter-in-law. Ji Chunru, utterly repulsed by the dirty, foul-smelling old woman, felt her stomach churn, yet was forced to comply. Xiao Yuanqi, though pained to see his wife suffer, could only let her endure for the sake of public perception. During the bath, Old Lady Xiao defiantly refused the servant girl's help, insisting that Ji Chunru perform every task personally. Ji Chunru's visible reluctance prompted Old Lady Xiao to resume her loud complaints about an unfilial daughter-in-law, forcing Ji Chunru's hand. Overwhelmed by disgust, Ji Chunru vomited. This physical reaction only fueled old lady Xiao's anger and resentment, intensifying her resolve to torture Ji Chunru further, believing the vixen to be the root cause of her son's unfilial behavior and her own humiliation. Hoping to appease them, Ji Chunru arranged a lavish feast. Yet the old Xiao family remained unimpressed, inwardly validating Shi Qingluo's words and condemning the couple's extravagance. Old lady Xiao, her face darkened, demanded Ji Chunru serve her. When Ji Chunru tearfully looked to Xiao Yuanqi for help, old lady Xiao slammed her chopsticks down, accusing Ji Chunru of suffering over a simple request. She then venomously called Ji Chunru a concubine, even mentioning Madame Kong, a remark that pierced Ji Chunru's heart and darkened Xiao Yuanqi's face further. Defending her status as a legitimate wife, Ji Chunru inadvertently provoked old lady Xiao further. In a shocking display, old lady Xiao stood up and slapped Ji Chunru across the face, then spat at her, unleashing a torrent of insults. She branded Ji Chunru a shameless B*TCH, a jinx and a burden, accusing her of trying to sow discord and being worse than a concubine, echoing Shi Qingluo's preemptive warnings. Xiao Yuanqi, torn between his suffering wife and the imperative of maintaining filial piety, could only bellow enough, his heart aching for Ji Chunru, yet frustrated by his mother's relentless and deeply personal attacks. Seeing Xiao Yuanqi's distress, old lady Xiao escalated her attack. She dramatically collapsed to the floor, wailing about their arduous journey and Xiao Yuanqi's beastly ingratitude. She then brought forth their ultimate weapon, accusing Xiao Yuanqi of adultery, abandoning his wife, and raising a mistress, even threatening to appeal directly to the emperor about his inhumane actions concerning Madame Kong and Xiao Hanzheng. Every word, precisely aimed at their deepest vulnerabilities, proved the effectiveness of Shi Qingluo's counsel, confirming their belief that they must be ruthless to secure their position. Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunru were stunned. Old lady Xiao's accusations were alarmingly precise and directly threatened their standing, fearing public exposure would damage their careers. Xiao Yuanqi, desperate, quickly helped his mother up, offering placating words about their delayed plans and his true desire to care for them. Old lady Xiao, inwardly triumphant from Shi Qingluo's successful strategy, allowed herself to be coaxed, though she did not believe his words. Ji Chunru, wiping away tears, sullenly resumed serving, but her heart burned with a silent promise of future vengeance. Old lady Xiao continued her meticulous torment of Ji Chunru during dinner, finding fault with every dish, while old master Xiao's endless complaints prevented Xiao Yuanqi from intervening. Afterward, old lady Xiao demanded a tour of Ji Chunru's courtyard, only to erupt in renewed accusations. She condemned their lavish living while forcing her to a remote wing, citing filial impiety. Under the crushing weight of filial obligation, Xiao Yuanqi was forced to yield his and Ji Chunru's private courtyard to his parents, sealing their humiliation. Later, Xiao Yuanqi pressed old lady Xiao about selling their land and her newfound cunning, suspecting Xiao Hanzheng was the mastermind. Old lady Xiao, guarding Shi Qingluo's secret, vehemently denied it, turning the blame back on Xiao Yuanqi and threatening to appeal to the Yushi and even the emperor if they were forced to leave. Stunned by her knowledge of officialdom and her relentless manipulation, Xiao Yuanqi was now convinced of a malicious mastermind. He vowed to uncover the puppet master and send his troublesome family away, utterly unaware that his little wife Shi Qingluo had orchestrated this elaborate, vicious gift. After a contentious dinner, Ji Chunru, with silent tears, subtly conveyed her distress to Xiao Yuanqi, mouthing the name Xinghong. Xiao Yuanqi, his heart aching at the sight of the palm print on his beloved wife's face, felt a familiar surge of helpless anger towards his mother. Bound by the political intricacies of the capital, he could not openly defend Ji Chunru as he once would have, fearing the watchful eyes of hidden spies within his own residence. Breaking his silence, Xiao Yuanqi inquired about Xinghong. Old lady Xiao, reveling in the moment, declared that the maid had run off with a merchant, a story prearranged by Shi Qingluo to further torment Ji Chunru. With a pointed finger and a venomous glare, old lady Xiao then likened Ji Chunru to her shameless maid, demanding jewelry and fabric to compensate for alleged damages to her niece's reputation. Ji Chunru, seething internally and without proof to refute, was forced to outwardly comply, her carefully constructed image threatened. The old Xiao family settled into the general's residence, turning Ji Chunru's life into a daily ordeal. Forced to wake before dawn to serve old lady Xiao, attend to her every meal, and even assist with her baths, Ji Chunru was relentlessly bullied by old lady Xiao, Madame Wang, and Madame Wu. Her attempts to feign illness or seek solace from Xiao Yuanxi were met with louder tantrums from old lady Xiao, threatening her carefully cultivated reputation. Pushed to the brink of madness, Ji Chunru tearfully pleaded with Xiao Yuanxi to send his family back to the village, a plea he readily agreed to in his own desire for peace. Meanwhile, back at their own residence, a joyous atmosphere enveloped Xiao Hanzheng's family. After a heartwarming dinner celebrating Xiao Hanzheng's return, Shi Qingluo and her husband enjoyed an evening stroll. Their pet goose, Dummy, playfully vied for Shi Qingluo's attention, much to Xiao Hanzheng's amused bewilderment. When Shi Qingluo jokingly instructed Dummy to call Daddy, the goose's perfunctory honk left Xiao Hanzheng to wonder about his unexpected new role as a father to a large, demanding fowl. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng walked hand in hand towards their new, half-built home, a loyal goose, Dummy, trailing behind them. Xiao Hanzheng, experiencing a profound shift in his life, reflected on the joy of his reunited family and the promise of a future with his intelligent and affectionate wife. The dark shadows of his past began to dissipate, replaced by a radiant sense of hope as he looked upon the burgeoning symbol of their new life. Xiao Hanzheng, cherishing these intimate moments, promised to entrust all his recent earnings from medical consultations to Shi Qingluo. Though indifferent to wealth, Shi Qingluo appreciated his gesture. Leaning against him, she affectionately suggested they use the money to acquire the mountain behind their old house and the barren land at the village entrance, initiating an ambitious agriculture business. She tasked him with recruiting workers, not just to share the burden, but to empower him with a sense of accomplishment, strengthening their bond. Shi Qingluo further articulated her grand vision, to establish workshops and shops to sell their goods, drawing merchants and revitalizing their stagnant county. Beyond personal gain, she yearned to elevate the living standards of the sallow and impoverished people she often saw. Xiao Hanzheng, impressed by her foresight, readily agreed to her plans, intending to publicly attribute their newfound wealth to his manuscript earnings and the Wu family's silver, strategically deflecting envy and solidifying their social standing. Shi Qingluo then proposed a brilliant strategy. Xiao Hanzheng should compile and publish imperial examination exercise books. This, she argued, would not only generate income but also significantly boost his reputation, establishing him as a pioneering scholar across Dalian. Such widespread renown, she explained, would serve as a powerful shield against adversaries and bolster his standing in future examinations. Xiao Hanzheng, recognizing the wisdom in her words, vowed never to disappoint her, his resolve firm, his belief in their shared future unwavering. Hand in hand, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng returned home, followed by their loyal goose. Inside, they worked diligently, writing their respective plans under the warm glow of an oil lamp. As the hour grew late, Shi Qingluo, feeling the pull of sleep, signaled to Xiao Hanzheng. Soon they retired to bed, and in the quiet of the night, Xiao Hanzheng found solace in his wife's presence, falling into a peaceful sleep, a comfort he had not known for a long time. The morning sun roused Shi Qingluo, who, after a late night, found Xiao Hanzheng already awake and diligently practicing martial arts. He had thoughtfully boiled water for her, a gesture she appreciated, reflecting on the simple comforts she missed from her modern life, like air conditioning. After washing, a refreshed Shi Qingluo pondered ways to beat the summer heat without relying on electricity. Consulting her time travel encyclopedia, Shi Qingluo discovered a recipe for making ice using saltpeter, recalling the nearby mine. With a solution to the summer heat in mind, she and Xiao Hanzheng went to the chief's house, where they settled their debts and announced their intention to purchase the mountain and the barren land. The chief, pleased by Xiao Hanzheng's success, agreed to assist with the land transfer, paving the way for their ambitious plans. Afterward, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng ventured to the Taoist temple to collect saltpeter. Shi Qingluo revealed her plan to plant special seeds, corn and chili, in the temple's backyard, using the immortal master as a convenient explanation for their origin. Xiao Hanzheng, understanding her veiled intentions, suggested rebuilding the main hall and erecting a longevity token, thereby publicly honoring the old Taoist and creating a perfect cover for Shi Qingluo's future discoveries, amplifying their reputation and influence, a true stroke of genius. With a clear plan, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng decided to rebuild the Taoist temple's main hall, selecting the most auspicious spot. The following day, Xiao Hanzheng, accompanied by Chief Xiao, journeyed to the county town. There they successfully acquired the mountain behind their old house for a significant sum, and the barren land at the village entrance, setting the stage for their ambitious ventures. Xiao Hanzheng then sought out Mr. Lai, the county's renowned feng shui master, who, captivated by the tale of the old priest's ascension, agreed to visit the temple. Bai Zhu, equally curious, joined them. The villagers, supportive of rebuilding the immortal's shrine, offered their help. Shi Qingluo, having prepared cooling green bean soup, brought a specially designed wooden bucket for the journey. As the horse carriage could not ascend the mountain, they proceeded on foot, braving the scorching midday heat. At the Taoist temple, Mr. Lai confirmed the main hall's location as a treasured land, a pronouncement that delighted Shi Qingluo, validating her strategic investment. Bai Zhu, fanning himself furiously, complained about the oppressive heat. Shi Qingluo, with a knowing chuckle, then offered the green bean soup, astonishing both Mr. Lai and Bai Zhu with its unexpected coolness. She revealed her secret, a hidden ice capsule within the wooden bucket, demonstrating its miraculous ability to keep the contents chilled. To the amazement of Mr. Lai and Bai Zhu, Shi Qingluo declared she had made the ice herself, attributing the secret technique to her master. This revelation, coupled with the cooling relief, further cemented the legend of the immortal master in their minds. As Mr. Lai shared this incredible story throughout the county, the news of summer ice-making quickly spread, reaching the ears of the powerful Wu family, who immediately recognized its immense potential. Upon hearing of the ice-making technique, Master Wu's eyes gleamed with ambition. He envisioned endless benefits from controlling such a valuable secret, from political favors in the capital to lucrative sales. He instructed eldest young Master Wu to have fourth son Shi attempt to buy the technique and the formula for the little black balls from Shi Qingluo. Worried about the Bai family's recent success with white sugar, Master Wu urged swift action, prepared to go himself if necessary. Meanwhile, Bai Zhu, relentlessly pursuing the formula, pestered Shi Qingluo to sell it to him, emphasizing their friendship. Shi Qingluo, however, firmly refused, stating her disinterest in profiting from it, preferring to use it for personal comfort and to expose others' ill intentions. To Bai Zhu's astonishment, she then offered to give him the method for free, claiming it as a good deed. Perplexed but intrigued, Bai Zhu reluctantly accepted, still wondering about her true motives. As Bai Zhu left, cautioning Shi Qingluo about the Wu family, she merely curled her lips, ready for any challenge. Shortly after fourth son Shi arrived, hastily attempting to persuade Shi Qingluo to sell the ice-making formula to the Wu family. Shi Qingluo, however, saw through his intentions, dismissing him with sharp, biting remarks, reminding him of his past treachery. Her words, cutting deeply, left fourth son Shi enraged and speechless, further cementing the friction between their families. Fourth son Shi arrives with desperate pressure, representing the Wu family's greed for the ice-making secrets. Shi Qingluo, unmoved by threats, mocks his foolishness and warns that the Wu family's promises will lead to his ruin rather than his fortune. Tired of the harassment, Shi Qingluo deploys her secret weapon, Dummy, the fiercely intelligent black goose. The bird strikes with precision, sending fourth son Shi fleeing in humiliation and pain, proving that the Xiao household is not to be trifled with. The next day, emboldened by the Wu family's influence, eldest young Master Wu descends upon the village himself. Confronted at her doorway, Shi Qingluo makes it clear that no amount of pressure will extract the formulas from her, dredging up past grievances to settle the score. Eldest young Master Wu hides his growing malice behind a facade of false negotiation, privately plotting to abduct Shi Qingluo to secure the formulas. He views her as a future asset for his family's dark enterprises, unaware that she is already sensing his foul intentions. As the conflict escalates, Dummy senses the danger and strikes at the intruders. When a servant attempts to draw a knife, Shi Qingluo intervenes with lethal precision, turning the public spotlight onto the Wu family's criminal behavior. Xiao Hanzheng arrives, his presence shattering the young master's confidence. Shielding his wife, he exposes the Wu family's hypocrisy to the gathered villagers. Forced to retreat by the growing local hostility, the young master vows revenge, unaware he is walking into a trap. With the enemy gone, Shi Qingluo reveals a bold strategy to the villagers. She will share the ice-making formula with the public for free. By turning the village's interest against the Wu family's monopoly, she secures the support of her community. The villagers are moved by Shi Qingluo's feigned filial piety, praising her generosity as she frames the gift of the formula as a tribute to her late master. Meanwhile, in the quiet of their home, the couple coordinates their final move. Xiao Hanzheng plans to weaponize the official channels, ensuring the Wu family and the magistrate are left empty-handed. They intend to force a scenario where the authorities are exposed as greedy opportunists who would steal from the common people. The Wu family remains blind to the trap, believing they have outplayed the couple by involving the magistrate. Little do they know, every move they make to secure the formula only deepens the hole the couple has dug for them. Xiao Hanzheng secures an audience with the incorruptible magistrate Mo Qingluo. He presents the ice-making formula as a public gift, effectively insulating it from the Wu family's grasp while simultaneously gaining the officials' trust and respect. The demonstration of the ice-making technique leaves the court officials in awe. Seeing the water freeze instantly confirms the brilliance of the discovery and forces the magistrate to acknowledge the immense value and public utility of the gift. Recognizing the potential for imperial favor and public benefit, Magistrate Mo Qingluo agrees to authorize the training of the public. He pledges to present the formula to the emperor, ensuring that the credit and the protection rightfully belong to the couple. The Wu family's attempt to force the formula through an official advisor backfires instantly. Shi Qingluo shows no fear, challenging the advisor's authority and exposing the corrupt motives behind their visit in front of the village. The atmosphere shifts to chaos as the advisor realizes his mission is doomed. Shi Qingluo reveals that her husband has already delivered the secret to the magistrate, making the Wu family's aggressive monopoly attempt utterly futile. Left with nothing but public humiliation, the Wu family's schemes crumble. They came to steal a fortune but left with their reputation in tatters, realizing too late that they have been ruthlessly outmaneuvered by the brilliant duo. Eldest young Master Wu and the advisor departed in a huff, convinced they had been outmaneuvered, while the villagers rallied around the clever Xiao couple, their indignation toward the Wu family mounting as they prepared to march on the county town. Meanwhile, the county town was abuzz. A carefully crafted narrative had painted the Wu family as treacherous villains and the Xiao couple as selfless heroes, effectively ruining the Wu family's reputation before they could even attempt a rebuttal. At the Yemen, Magistrate Mo Qingluo listened to the public outcry against the Wu family. With evidence of their past corruption surfacing and the people demanding action, he saw the perfect opportunity to restore law and order in Nanxi County. Master Wu arrived to defend his family only to find the trap fully sprung. Faced with the magistrate's cold resolve and the overwhelming public testimony, he realized too late that he had been completely framed by the very couple he sought to exploit. Despite his desperate attempts to deny the accusations, eldest young Master Wu found himself silenced by the weight of public opinion and Magistrate Mo's firm warnings, effectively neutralizing his power to threaten the Xiao couple. With the crisis averted, the couple returned home, focusing their energy on building a better future. They planned to unite the neighboring villages to harvest the saltpeter mines, ensuring the prosperity of all rather than just the wealthy. As fatigue finally overcame her, Shi Qingluo leaned on her young husband's back. In this quiet moment of affection and shared dreams, they found a deeper connection, realizing that they had truly found their soulmates in each other. Returning home to a family that cherished them, the couple found peace. The Xiao family, once living in fear, now looked toward the future with hope, their bond strengthened by their shared successes and the leadership of the eldest son and his wife. The plan to mine saltpeter as a village collective was met with overwhelming support. This newfound sense of unity not only improved the villagers' financial situations, but also cemented the high regard in which they held their local heroes. The members of the old Shi family were consumed by greed and bitterness, but they were forced into silence by the fear of being ostracized by the rest of the villagers, leaving them to simmer in their own resentment. Shi Qingluo's industry continued to expand. From teaching the creation of chilled treats to establishing a sugar workshop, she was slowly weaving an economic tapestry that brought prosperity to everyone willing to work for it. As summer intensified, the nuisance of mosquitoes prompted a new idea. Recalling her expertise from a previous life, Shi Qingluo decided to produce natural mosquito incense, finding yet another way to improve lives while boosting their income. She enlisted the help of Xiao Erlang to mobilize the village children in collecting necessary ingredients like eel and fish bones. Empowered by her trust, the young boy eagerly set out to help, feeling a newfound sense of purpose and belonging. In the quiet warmth of the day, their playful banter took a turn toward the future. A surprising, endearing side of Xiao Hanzheng emerged as he spoke of his desire for children, leading to a gentle, heartwarming confession of their deepening affection. The mountain air held a promise of renewal as the couple gathered herbs. Their bond, defined by straightforward honesty and mutual adoration, proved to be their greatest strength, making every task a shared adventure. In the village, the atmosphere was transformed. Children brought home their own earnings for the first time, sparking joy in households that had long struggled with poverty, all thanks to the opportunities provided by the Xiao household. Even in the humblest cottages, hope ignited. Xiao Shui, by selling his catch, managed to provide for his siblings and his ailing father, finding a path out of the despair that had once seemed inescapable. Inspired by his son's resilience and the kindness of the Xiao family, Xiao Mu resolved to reclaim his life. The cycle of misfortune was finally being broken, replaced by the prospect of hard work, dignity, and a brighter, shared future. As the days unfolded, Shi Qingluo, ever the innovator, embarked on a new endeavor, the creation of mosquito incense. Eschewing modern spirals, she crafted simple, stick-like incense, easily burned each night. With Xiao Hanzheng and Mother Xiao by her side, they meticulously sourced wormwood, wild chrysanthemum, and powdered fishbone. Utilizing their newly made, albeit coarse, straw and tree bark paper, the family gathered to fashion the first bundles of their protective incense, unaware that this humble craft would soon draw unexpected support. The next morning brought a profound sense of relief. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes was gone, and Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng awoke undisturbed, free from bothersome bites. Buoyed by this success, Shi Qingluo revealed her grander vision, to recruit village women to mass-produce the incense, transforming the existing sugar workshop into a hub of enterprise. Her ambition extended beyond mere sales. She aimed to attract diverse merchants to their village, fostering a bustling economy, and crucially, empowering the women of Nanxi County with independent income and newfound dignity. Xiao Hanzheng, ever his wife's staunchest ally, embraced her ambitious plans, vowing to excel in the imperial examinations to support her burgeoning ventures. A tender, playful moment between them underscored their bond before they joined Xiao Bailey and Xiao Erlang in their morning teiji. Over breakfast, the younger siblings expressed their awe at Shi Qingluo's ingenuity. Seizing the moment, Shi Qingluo entrusted Mother Xiao with the crucial task of overseeing the new mosquito incense production, subtly beginning her mother-in-law's transformation into a more assertive figure. Hesitation clouded Mother Xiao's face. As Shi Qingluo proposed, she managed the mosquito incense team. Her soft nature made her doubt her capabilities, fearing she might fail her daughter-in-law. Yet Shi Qingluo, with unwavering patience, reassured her, emphasizing the importance of entrusting such responsibility to family. The notion of Xiao Bailey assisting further bolstered Mother Xiao's confidence, and she bravely accepted the challenge, ready to step beyond her comfort zone. Soon after, the resounding clang of Chief Xiao's gong echoed through the village, signaling a general assembly. All villagers, save for those already engaged in trade or errands, gathered, their respect for Shi Qingluo evident, born from the prosperity she had brought. Shi Qingluo, wasting no time, announced her plan to hire women over the age of 12 to make mosquito incense at the sugar mill, offering an unprecedented 100 when a month, plus 2 meals daily. The crowd erupted in astonished delight. Such an opportunity for women was unheard of. Excitement rippled through the assembled women, grannies, and young girls, all eager to seize this rare chance. While men inquired about future work, learning of the forthcoming paint workshop, the focus remained on the mosquito incense initiative. Shi Qingluo, having shrewdly observed the villagers over time, began the selection process with Xiao Bailey, sifting through nearly 200 applicants. Her goal was clear: identify the hardworking and reliable, quickly eliminating the lazy or problematic, to staff the summer production of mosquito incense. Amidst the selections, one old lady, whose family had been excluded, boldly challenged Shi Qingluo, asserting her family's diligence. Shi Qingluo, anticipating such an outburst, directly questioned her, hinting at past transgressions. The old lady, feigning ignorance, denied any wrongdoing, yet a flicker of guilt betrayed her. Shi Qingluo, without preamble, laid bare the truth. The old lady's son, a waiter for the rival Wu family, had previously incited her to sow discord against the Xiao family, a betrayal that now barred her from their collective prosperity. The revelation plunged the village into uproar. Villagers, shocked and angered by the old lady's treachery, condemned her family for colluding with outsiders against their own. Accusations of attempting to steal trade secrets for the nefarious Wu family flew freely, igniting collective indignation. The old lady, cornered, vehemently denied the charges, claiming she had merely spoken a few casual words and that her family sought only honest work. Yet her protests rang hollow against the rising tide of suspicion. Unfazed by the old lady's denials, Shi Qingluo produced a letter, signed and hand-printed by old lady Xiao, detailing the very instigation the old lady now denied. Chief Xiao, examining the damning evidence, confronted her directly, leaving no room for quibble. Caught red-handed, the old lady, shocked by old lady Xiao's unexpected betrayal, could only offer a weak, embarrassed admission, downplaying her actions as insignificant. Shi Qingluo was not done. She painted a stark picture of the consequences. If the mosquito incense formula were stolen and sold to the Wu family, the village's collective income would be severed, akin to killing their parents. She challenged the old lady, highlighting the vast disparity between a meager monthly wage and the potential hundreds of taels from a stolen formula. Her words resonated deeply, solidifying the villagers' conviction that the old lady's family was a threat to their shared prosperity, igniting a fervent, protective outcry. Overwhelmed by the accusations and the collective wrath, the old lady and her family retreated in shame, their hasty departure only cementing their guilt in the villagers' eyes. Chief Xiao, a sagacious leader, seized the moment, declaring a strict new village ordinance. Any betrayal or leaking of trade secrets would result in severe punishment, including expulsion from the village. Shi Qingluo reinforced the chief's decree, forging a powerful unity where collective interest and mutual supervision would safeguard their burgeoning prosperity against any future treachery. With the matter of loyalty settled, Shi Qingluo unveiled her next plan, to cultivate beets on a large scale. She offered villagers not only seeds, but also a guaranteed purchase price of no less than 3 wen per catty, with an even higher initial rate of 4 wen for the first harvest. This ingenious scheme would transform unproductive wasteland into profitable farms, providing a steady income for many and ensuring a robust supply for her expanding sugar production. The villagers, thrilled by the prospect, eagerly pledged their land and labor. To further promote the mosquito incense, Shi Qingluo distributed 5 sticks to every household, encouraging them to test its efficacy firsthand. This gesture of generosity quickly spread word of its benefits. Simultaneously, she announced a new initiative to collect mugwort leaves and wild chrysanthemums at 1 wen per catty, transforming common wild plants into a valuable commodity. This dual approach not only saved her family tedious labor, but also provided additional income streams for the entire village, fostering a vibrant, bustling economy that even drew participation from neighboring communities. Following morning, the village buzzed with joyful chatter. Overnight, the mosquito incense had proven its worth, leaving everyone refreshed and bite-free. Women, invigorated by the successful trial, eagerly reported to the sugar workshop. Shi Qingluo, demonstrating her organizational prowess, divided them into 4 distinct groups for drying, grinding, mixing, and packaging, emphasizing strict adherence to roles to maintain the formula's secrecy. By day's end, over 10,000 sticks of mosquito incense were produced, ready to meet burgeoning demand. That evening, Shi Qingluo articulated her innovative marketing strategy to Xiao Hanzheng. They would give away mosquito incense in the county town. Her rationale was simple yet profound. Free samples would convince people of its effectiveness, driving future sales and building brand recognition. Xiao Hanzheng, though unfamiliar with modern sales tactics, quickly grasped the wisdom of her plan. He decided to combine this distribution with his final ice-making lesson at the county Yamen, strategically leveraging the county magistrate, Mo Qingling's influence to further elevate the Nanxi mosquito incense as a desirable, trend-setting product. In the county Yamen, Xiao Hanzheng proudly shared Shi Qingluo's ingenious ideas with Mo Qingling, who, in turn, delivered news of a golden reward from the imperial court for the ice-making formula. Xiao Hanzheng, ever pragmatic, accepted the gold with tranquil gratitude, acknowledging that an excessive reward for an elementary scholar could invite unwanted scrutiny. His measured response impressed Mo Qingling, who lauded his exceptional wisdom and composure. Meanwhile, Shi Qingluo, Xiao Bailey, and Xiao Erlang were busy distributing free mosquito incense in front of the county Yamen. That evening, many in the county, including the prestigious Bai family, lit their samples. Bai Zhu's mother, Lady Bai, initially skeptical of the unassuming sticks, found herself pleasantly surprised the next morning. Soon, both Lady Bai and Old Lady Bai confirmed the incense's remarkable efficacy, expressing their delight at a mosquito-free night and a restful sleep. News of the mosquito incense's miraculous effect spread like wildfire, drawing a flood of merchants and hawkers to Xiaoxi village. Bai Zhu, arriving to secure a bulk order, was stunned by the massive queue at the Xiao family's sugar mill. He tried to monopolize the supply, but Shi Qingluo firmly rejected his overture. She revealed her true ambition, not merely to sell a product, but to transform Nangxi County into a vibrant trading center, ensuring shared prosperity for all, even if it meant more work for herself. The ambitious vision of Shi Qingluo for Xiaoxi village to become a bustling trading hub met with disbelief from Bai Zhu, who scoffed at the idea, attributing it solely to mosquito incense. Undeterred, Shi Qingluo confidently proclaimed her diverse array of innovations and the power of daring to dream, leaving Bai Zhu speechless and intrigued by her hidden good things. Despite their established partnership, Bai Zhu brazenly attempted to bypass the queue for goods, invoking their relationship. Shi Qingluo, however, stood firm on principle, declaring that order and fairness were paramount, especially in business. She detailed a new, comfortable waiting system, emphasizing that queue cutting would not be tolerated, much to Bai Zhu's reluctant acceptance. Recognizing Bai Zhu's expanding ambitions in the capital, Shi Qingluo generously agreed to produce a batch of exquisite, higher-quality mosquito incense, meant for free distribution to the elite, ensuring a market for luxurious goods. Meanwhile, in the village lounge, merchants and peddlers, enjoying the unexpected comfort of ice basins and herbal tea, marveled at the Xiao family's innovative services and the burgeoning trade of saltpeter and sugar that was swiftly transforming Xiaoxi village. Across the bustling streets and alleys of the capital, a new wave of commerce had erupted. Hawkers loudly peddled cool, refreshing popsicles in various flavors, while others broke down mosquito incense bundles, selling them stick by stick. The efficacy of the incense was championed by invoking Mo Qingling's esteemed name, turning it into a must-have item, while the unsuspecting magistrate Mo Qingling sneezed, unaware of his burgeoning reputation as an unwitting endorser. The emperor's appreciation for Xiao Hanzheng's ice-making formula arrived in Xiaoxi village through Mo Qingling, bearing an imperial edict and 100 taels of gold, a symbol of profound honor. The entire village, led by the jubilant chief and clan elders, erupted in celebration, recognizing the immense prestige brought to their community by Xiao Hanzheng's achievements. Mo Qingling marveled at the drastic transformation of Xiaoxi village, now a bustling hub of workshops and stalls, a testament to the Xiao family's industriousness and the village's coveted saltpeter mine, which he had fiercely protected from external clans. Reflecting on his newfound desire to serve the commoners, Mo Qingling was then introduced to Xiao Hanzheng's exquisite gongfu tea, a refreshing brew that further impressed the magistrate. Xiao Hanzheng eloquently shared Shi Qingluo's innovative vision for rejuvenating Xiaoxi village, and by extension, Nangxi County, an idea that deeply resonated with Mo Qingling. Soon, Shi Qingluo herself joined the discussion, articulating her practical strategies for development based on geographical conditions, vividly illustrating how common flax seeds could be transformed into a diverse range of valuable specialty products like flax oil, paste, and cake, captivating her audience with her foresight. Intrigued by Shi Qingluo's extraordinary insights, Mo Qingling pressed her about the source of her vast knowledge, prompting her to skillfully weave a tale of an enigmatic old immortal master who provided numerous books for study, yet whose teachings and books had tragically perished in a fire, leaving Mo Qingling with a mix of awe and regret. Shi Qingluo elaborated on her peculiar ability to recall beneficial ideas spontaneously, securing Mo Qingling's eager promise to champion any future innovations to the higher-ups. Once alone with Xiao Hanzheng, her focus shifted to a more personal desire, a custom-made iron pot for instant boiled mutton, an ingenious design that sparked a craving for the comforting modern hot pot experience and even thoughts of brewing beer. Overwhelmed by Xiao Hanzheng's willingness to indulge her culinary whims, Shi Qingluo impulsively embraced him, showering him with playful declarations of love. Xiao Hanzheng, with a knowing smile, playfully chided her little liar tendencies, recognizing her charming affection often blossomed when she sought his help, yet his eyes held an undeniable, deep tenderness for his unique wife. In her room, Shi Qingluo meticulously sketched the innovative design of her cooking pot, explaining its unique chimney-like center and outer ring for cooking to a curious Xiao Hanzheng. With the blueprint in hand and her husband's promise to procure it swiftly, she also reminded him to bring back flax seeds for her upcoming culinary experiments for Magistrate Mo Qingling. In the kitchen, Shi Qingluo, with Xiao Bailey's eager assistance, busily transformed sesame seeds into rich, aromatic sesame sauce and black sesame paste, honing Xiao Bailey's culinary skills. Soon, Xiao Hanzheng returned from the county, not only with the custom-made cooking pot, a testament to his efficiency and the blacksmith's goodwill, but also with an array of fresh meats and vegetables, signaling the imminent arrival of a new culinary experience. On their journey home, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng encountered Mo Qingling, who, shedding his official decorum, accepted Xiao Hanzheng's warm invitation to sample the unique instant-boiled mutton dish. Intrigued by the innovative cuisine, Mo Qingling readily joined them, taking a seat in the Xiao family's carriage, his servant boy accompanying him to Xiaoxi village. Upon their arrival, the Xiao family found Bai Zhu sprawled comfortably in their courtyard, deeply engrossed in Xiao Hanzheng's latest manuscript, a testament to the novel's skyrocketing popularity. Bai Zhu, startled by Mo Qingling's unexpected presence, quickly regained his composure and enthusiastically championed Xiao Hanzheng's immortal cultivation novel, highlighting its widespread success across the county and even the capital, much to Mo Qingling's genuine surprise and piqued interest. Under the tranquil shade of the large tree, Mo Qingling and Xiao Hanzheng engaged in a captivating game of Go, their strategic prowess leaving Bai Zhu feeling utterly outclassed as he observed from the sidelines. When Shi Qingluo confidently challenged Bai Zhu, his initial arrogance quickly crumbled as he was spectacularly defeated, leaving him to question his own abilities while Mo Qingling watched, increasingly impressed by Shi Qingluo's unexpected skill. Following her decisive victory over Bai Zhu, Shi Qingluo engaged in a fiercely contested game of Go with Mo Qingling. The match was a grueling intellectual battle, revealing Shi Qingluo's magnanimous spirit and profound strategic depth, ultimately concluding in a hard-fought draw that significantly elevated Mo Qingling's admiration for her, recognizing her as an exceptional opponent. As dusk approached, Shi Qingluo retreated to the kitchen, orchestrating the preparation of an elaborate hot pot feast, complete with a fragrant chicken soup base and an array of homemade dipping sauces, flax, bean curd, and miso, with Mother Xiao and Xiao Bailey diligently assisting. In the dining area, now cooled by an ice basin, Mo Qingling, Xiao Hanzheng, and Bai Zhu awaited the tantalizing aromas filling the air, beckoning them to an unprecedented culinary experience. Gathered around the novel charcoal-heated pot, Mo Qingling, Xiao Hanzheng, and Bai Zhu embarked on an unforgettable culinary journey, savoring thin slices of mutton, pork, and chicken, accompanied by fresh vegetables and an array of exquisite dipping sauces. The unique flavors and communal dining experience, enhanced by iced sour plum juice, completely captivated them, with Mo Qingling and Bai Zhu particularly lauding Shi Qingluo's ingenious creations and acknowledging her remarkable talent. In the quiet of her home, Shi Qingluo, ever the innovator, presented her new flax oil, enriched with Polygonum multiflorum. She envisioned a future where her hair, now luscious and dark from her own concoctions, would enthrall her little husband, leaving him utterly captivated. This secret desire fueled her inventive spirit, prompting her to share her insights into hair care. Mo Qingling, impressed by Shi Qingluo's wisdom, inquired about the ease of production. Shi Qingluo elaborated on the simple process, emphasizing the added value of Polygonum multiflorum. She championed its cultivation, not just for hair products, but as a profitable medicinal herb for the region, igniting a spark of economic opportunity in the county magistrate's mind. Her knowledge of agriculture and herbal remedies seemed boundless. As dusk settled, Mo Qingling departed, leaving Bai Zhu to converse with Shi Qingluo. Their discussion quickly turned to culinary innovations, the introduction of a hot pot restaurant, and the unique sauces that accompanied it. Shi Qingluo, though willing to teach the making of sauces, held firm on the exclusive brewing methods for miso and bean curd, hinting at a grander vision for her village as a central hub for these delectable goods. Shi Qingluo, with a confident glint in her eye, unveiled her ambitious plan to transform Xiaoxi village into Daliang's renowned distribution center for an astonishing array of sauces, from tomato paste to various chili pastes, promising an eye-opening culinary revolution. When Bai Zhu, astounded, questioned her audacity, she simply smiled, declaring her master as the source of her unwavering confidence, leaving him speechless at her audacious vision. With dedicated effort, Shi Qingluo nurtured her Polygonum multiflorum seedlings, a vital step towards future abundance. Inspecting their nearly completed new home with Xiao Hanzheng, she noted the muddy grounds, a common inconvenience. This simple observation sparked a profound realization: the need for a revolutionary material to pave floors and roads far superior to anything currently known. Shi Qingluo revealed her groundbreaking idea to Xiao Hanzheng: cement. She painted a vivid picture of its transformative power, envisioning smooth, durable roads that defied rain and mud, houses stronger than any built with glutinous rice and lime, and bridges that stood the test of time. Recognizing the national significance of such an invention, they swiftly decided to collaborate with Mo Qingling, understanding the political landscape and the necessity of protection for such an innovation. Following their decision, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng embarked on the ambitious task. With the help of trusted villagers and craftsmen, and after numerous experiments to perfect the formula, they successfully produced cement. The courtyard of their new home and a small path leading to the village were swiftly paved, astonishing the onlookers with its smooth, flat, and dirt-free surface, sparking dreams of broader application among the community. Mo Qingling arrived, his attention immediately drawn to the villagers' excited chatter about the cement road. He personally tested the road, noting its speed and stability, then inspected the cement-paved courtyard. Witnessing a bailiff strike a sample board repeatedly without damage, Mo Qingling's eyes lit up with the profound implications. This good stuff, a true boon for the nation, he realized, was ready to be presented to the capital. Xiao Hanzheng confirmed their intention to offer the cement recipe, a testament to his desire to serve the commoners and the nation. Mo Qingling, deeply impressed, readily agreed to send the memorial and recipe to the capital. Meanwhile, he meticulously managed various village initiatives, guiding flax farmers, establishing an oil-extracting workshop, and planting Polygonum multiflorum, his workload expanding with each passing day, yet his spirits remained high. With Mo Qingling's approval, the cement workshop took shape, not as a private venture, but as a shared enterprise. Shi Qingluo ingeniously proposed a share system, binding the villagers' interest to the workshop's success, ensuring both diligent work and collective protection of the valuable recipe. This innovative approach transformed Xiaoxi village into a united front, ready to face any challenge that might arise. As the cement workshop bustled, Bai Zhu arrived, utterly astounded by the smooth cement floors, eagerly requesting a share of the first batch for his own ventures. While discussing the imminent delivery of floor tiles for her new home, a messenger arrived with a letter from the capital for Xiao Hanzheng. He knew, without opening it, that the old Xiao family, facing difficulties, was already reaching out for Shi Qingluo's cunning wisdom. At the bustling sugar mill, Xiao Hanzheng presented the letter from the capital to Shi Qingluo. Her eyes lit up with mischievous delight as she devoured its contents. A lengthy account from eldest grandson Xiao detailing the chaos inflicted upon the general's residence by the troublesome old lady Xiao and the cunning Ji Chunru. Xiao Hanzheng, observing her glee, recognized the unkillable spirit of cockroaches at play. The letter confirmed Xiao Hanzheng's suspicions. The old Xiao family, attempting to manage the general's household, were floundering, suspecting his scumbag father and Ji Chunru of hiding assets. Shi Qingluo, however, saw deeper machinations. She chuckled, explaining how she would guide old Lady Xiao into further financial disarray, ensuring the blame would fall squarely on her, further isolating her from the general's household staff, and leading to their inevitable downfall. Shi Qingluo further unveiled her meticulous plan for secret correspondence. She had instructed eldest grandson Xiao to frequent a specific tea house, creating a facade of routine that would deflect suspicion from his watchful father. Through bribed waiters and precise mailing instructions, their nasty ideas would reach the old Xiao family, guaranteeing maximum chaos without alerting the cunning General Xiao Yuanxi or Ji Chunru to their subtle manipulation. After penning her cunning strategies, Shi Qingluo presented the letter to Xiao Hanzheng. His eyes gleamed with amusement and affection as he read her little rascal ideas, which promised public humiliation for his scumbag father and Ji Chunru. In an intimate moment, she nestled onto his lap, delighting in his approval. They resolved to send the letter urgently, ensuring their strategic fun commenced without delay. Early next morning, Xiao Hanzheng dispatched the urgent letter to the capital. Meanwhile, Shi Qingluo's Polygonum multiflorum seedlings were ready. With Mo Qingling's enthusiastic cooperation, ox carts transported the precious plants to 6 carefully chosen villages for trial cultivation. A contract ensured the county yeomen would purchase the harvests at a guaranteed minimum price, fostering diligent planting and securing long-term prosperity for the region. Shi Qingluo personally instructed the villagers on planting techniques, emphasizing the use of organic fertilizer made from peanut bran and chicken feces. Her detailed guidance on field management and pest control captivated the seasoned farmers, who marveled at the quality of her fertilizer. Mo Qingling, watching her, was struck by her deep knowledge and undeniable charm in the realm of agriculture, reaffirming his belief in her and Xiao Hanzheng's partnership. As Xiaoxi village flourished with cement production and new tile installations, Xiao Hanzheng dutifully reported to the county school. In the distant capital, eldest grandson Xiao, following Shi Qingluo's precise instructions, received the vital letter in a private tea-house. His careful adherence to her plan, a facade of daily indulgence, ensured his clandestine communication remained undetected by his scumbag father's watchful eyes, confirming Shi Qingluo's impressive foresight. Back at the general's residence, eldest grandson Xiao skillfully delivered the letter to a sullen old lady Xiao, who, weary of Ji Chunru's manipulations, eagerly awaited Shi Qingluo's counsel. As he read aloud, old lady Xiao's eyes gleamed, a triumphant pat on her leg confirming her delight. Shi Qingluo's ideas were indeed a timely rein, providing the perfect weapon for the old Xiao family to counter the scheming Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunru, ensuring a dramatic escalation of their family feud. In the opulent general's manner, Ji Chunru meticulously massaged Xiao Yuanqi's shoulders, her devotion a calculated facade. She spoke, weary from her perceived torment by the old lady, urging him to send the bothersome relatives back to the village. Xiao Yuanqi, touched by his little wife's distress, unveiled his ruthless plan to orchestrate their nephew's downfall through gambling debts, thereby justifying their swift return to the countryside as a disciplinary measure, all while preserving his own filial image. Unbeknownst to Ji Chunru and Xiao Yuanqi, the old Xiao family was already in motion. The very next day, eldest son Xiao and third son Xiao, accompanied by their sons, arrived at the capital magistrate's office. Following Shi Qingluo's meticulous instructions, they lodged a complaint about a grand theft at the general's manor, detailing missing money and valuables, including a crucial account book. The capital magistrate, initially hesitant, was swayed by Zai Rui's mischievous intervention and the subtle pressure from influential figures wary of Xiao Yuanqi's rising influence, setting the stage for a thorough investigation. As the capital magistrate dispatched his investigators to the general's manor, Xiao Yuanqi was conveniently absent, attending to matters outside the city. Ji Chunru, roused from her afternoon nap, received the alarming news that the authorities were at her door, investigating the theft. Her composure shattered, a cold dread seizing her. The stolen items, after all, were not truly stolen, but hidden under her direct instruction in her brother's courtyard. The threat of exposure loomed large, jeopardizing her reputation and her clandestine schemes. Rushing to the scene, Ji Chunru found old lady Xiao in the midst of a theatrical performance. With an innocent, tear-streaked face, the old lady presented a meager account book to the court chief, lamenting the immense losses suffered by the general's manor since she took charge. The court chief, a seasoned investigator, quickly noted the absence of the emperor's generous gifts, 1,000 taels of gold and numerous valuables. He vowed a thorough investigation, while old lady Xiao inwardly savored her triumph, knowing the impending chaos would fall squarely on Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunru. Court chief, discerning the internal strife, felt a quiet disdain for Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunru. He had heard tales of the old Xiao family's arduous journey, their homes sold, their meager belongings stolen, all to reach their son. As Ji Chunru rushed in, her smile strained, attempting to frame the theft as a misunderstanding, the court chief remained resolute. Orders from above demanded a thorough investigation, leaving no room for her attempts at deflection. Old lady Xiao, fueled by simmering resentment and a fresh application of ginger juice to her eyes, launched into a dramatic performance. Tears gushed as she tearfully accused Ji Chunru of blaming her mother-in-law, for meddling in the household's affairs. She recounted how Ji Chunru had insisted she take charge, only for her to discover the suspicious lack of funds and valuables. MDM Wu offered a subtle, encouraging nudge, reinforcing old lady Xiao's act. Ji Chunru stood dumbfounded, caught off guard by the old lady's sudden cunning and public display. MDM Wu and MDM Wang swiftly joined the theatrical display, intensifying the pressure on Ji Chunru. MDM Wu chastised her sister-in-law for her perceived ingratitude, highlighting the missing imperial gifts. Old Lady Zio, wiping fresh tears, declared her intention to leave, suggesting they return to the village to beg for food, since their money was stolen and they were clearly unwelcome. Old Master Zio added his voice, his face etched with genuine disappointment, lending credence to their feigned distress. Their united front was a powerful, unexpected blow to Shi Qingluo's carefully constructed image. The relentless performance by the old Zio family pushed Shi Qingluo to her breaking point. Their fabricated narrative of unfilial treatment and forced departure left her fuming, struggling to counter their emotional manipulation. The court chief, clearly swayed by the villagers' honesty and Shi Qingluo's evident distress, offered a pointed admonition. General's wife, it's better for you to focus more on honoring and be more filial to your in-laws. Without further heed to Shi Qingluo's explanations, he ordered the immediate arrest of the steward and staff responsible for the storeroom, leaving a defeated Shi Qingluo to face the unraveling consequences of her own deception. The dramatic scene at the general's manor entrance quickly became the capital's newest scandal. Intentional rumors, fueled by those opposed to Zio Yuanqi, painted Shi Qingluo as an unfilial wife, her actions toward the old Zio family deemed outrageous. Whispers turned to open gossip among nobles and commoners alike, everyone eager to witness the downfall of a prominent household. The public speculated on Shi Qingluo's motives, sensing deeper machinations behind the alleged theft and her treatment of her in-laws. The magistrate's men gone, Shi Qingluo's facade crumbled. Her face dark with fury, she confronted the old Zio family, accusing them of sabotage. But old Lady Zio, now unshackled from her grieving act, spat venomous retorts, labeling Shi Qingluo a shameless little hoof who corrupted her son. Then, in a chilling command, she instructed MDM Wu and MDM Wang to teach her the rules. Without hesitation, MDM Wu seized Shi Qingluo, and MDM Wang's open palm connected sharply with her face, a clear message of defiant retaliation. Just as Shi Qingluo reeled from the unexpected assault, her younger brother, Shi Qingyi, burst into the courtyard. Seeing his sister humiliated, he flew into a rage, pushing MDM Wang to the ground and kicking MDM Wu. His martial arts training from Zio Yuanqi gave him the advantage against the older women. MDM Wu, nursing her injured back, cried out in outrage. Old Lady Zio, witnessing her family's struggle, commanded her sons and grandsons to retaliate, sparking a chaotic brawl that left her family battered and bruised on the ground. MDM Wu, ever shrewd, whispered a new tactic into old Lady Zio's ear, reminding her of Shi Qingluo's instructions for public spectacle. Instantly, old Lady Zio, pulling old Master Zio along, led her battered family in a dramatic dash towards the main gate. Bursting into the street, they cried out, "Someone's been beaten up! Someone's been killed! Who's going to help?" Their injured faces were undeniable proof, and their tales of Shi Qingluo's ingratitude and disrespect quickly captured the attention of shocked passers-by and influential neighbors, guaranteeing maximum public exposure and ruin for Shi Qingluo's burgeoning reputation. The staged cries of distress from the old Zio family ignited a flurry of gossip amongst the gathered crowd. Whispers escalated into outright condemnation of Shi Qingluo's character, impulsive, disrespectful, and violent. His promising future, carefully cultivated by Zio Yuanqi, now hung by a thread, potential alliances crumbling. Old Lady Zio, secretly reveling in the unfolding drama, was outwardly consumed by a theatrical grief, her internal fury at her bastard second son, and the vixen's younger brother burning bright. As Shi Qingluo and Shi Qingyi stepped out, they were met by old Lady Zio's escalating theatrics. Her wails intensified, proclaiming her life miserable and threatening to hang herself then and there, a dramatic plea for public sympathy. Shi Qingluo's anger flared as she heard the harsh judgments from the onlookers, particularly those targeting her brother. The realization dawned on her. This damn old woman was twisting the truth, masterfully using the moral high ground of a mother-in-law to ruin their reputations. Desperate, Shi Qingluo attempted to defend herself, pointing to her swollen face as proof of her sister-in-law's assault. But old Lady Zio, remembering Shi Qingluo's advice to be more phony, raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to her own face. "I'm sorry," she wailed. "Let an old woman like me apologize to you, the wife of the general." The act was audacious, instantly resolving Shi Qingluo's claims and shifting all blame back onto her, leaving Shi Qingluo stunned and the onlookers aghast. The theatrical escalation continued as MDM Wu and MDM Wang joined old Lady Zio's performance. MDM Wu embraced the old lady, then slapped herself, loudly apologizing to the general's wife. MDM Wang, following her lead, dramatically knelt before Ji Chunru, slapping herself twice while begging for forgiveness and offering herself for punishment. This triple-layered assault of self-flagellation and feigned humility completely overwhelmed Ji Chunru, who stood on the verge of collapse. These stupid village women had turned her own tactics against her, ensuring her reputation's complete ruin, as Ji Chunyi watched helplessly, too impulsive to grasp the intricate game. Despite Ji Chunru's attempts to support her, MDM Wang dramatically recoiled, declaring Ji Chunru's disdain for them and reiterating their intent to beg their way back to the village. The cunning display, honed by Shi Qingluo's lessons, left Ji Chunru distraught. Desperate to salvage her reputation, she impulsively knelt before old lady Xiao, attempting to recount her arduous service since the family's arrival, but was met with an even greater theatrical counterattack. Old lady Xiao seized the moment, interrupting Ji Chunru's explanation with a renewed burst of tears. "You're the one who's killing me," she wailed, refusing to let Ji Chunru kneel, a village elder, before the general's wife. She spun a tale of her greatest wish being that Ji Chunyi wouldn't kill her sons and grandsons, effectively flipping the narrative and ensuring Ji Chunru's words remained unheard and her reputation further tarnished. Shi Qingluo's strategy of turning the true phonies' tactics against them proved devastatingly effective. Just as the chaos reached its peak, Xiao Yuanqi galloped back, a dreadful premonition consuming him. Seeing his wife kneeling and his mother wailing, a headache immediately set in. Despite his true feelings, he masked his anger, projecting an image of filial concern. He assisted old lady Xiao, subtly warning her with his gaze, and attempted to de-escalate the situation, promising to punish Ji Chunru and urging them to return to discuss the matter privately. Old lady Xiao, realizing her son's hypocrisy, felt a deep betrayal, strengthening her resolve. Old lady Xiao, following Shi Qingluo's strategic advice, maintained her performance, forcing Xiao Yuanqi to publicly beg them to stay. Despite his internal fury at being manipulated, he had no choice but to concede, offering grand promises of filial support and even asking them to help keep an eye on the general's manor. Ji Chunru, equally trapped, joined the coaxing. Old lady Xiao reluctantly agreed, subtly jabbing at the ongoing theft investigation, further cementing Xiao Yuanqi's public humiliation. He seethed internally, cursing their survival and silently vowing to destroy Ji Chunyi's future, a plan old lady Xiao was now determined to preempt. Under the general's skillful persuasion, the old Xiao family begrudgingly agreed to return to the general's manor. Xiao Yuanqi, ever the public figure, offered a refined smile, downplaying the earlier scene as a mere family conflict. Yet the onlookers, privy to the rare drama, silently vowed to spread the tale. Before departing, old lady Xiao purposefully engaged her new friend, the old lady next door, extending an invitation for tomorrow, strategically establishing an outside connection should she face confinement within the manor. Xiao Yuanqi seethed, but could not outwardly object to his mother's shrewdness, as the neighbor, feeling for old lady Xiao, readily agreed to assist her. No sooner had they settled into the general's manor than old lady Xiao erupted into a tearful spectacle, accusing Xiao Yuanqi's wife and her brother, Ji Chunyi, of grievous bullying. She spun a dramatic tale of disrespect and assault against her eldest son and the others, prompting Ji Chunyi's indignant retort, reminding them of his sister's beating. Old lady Xiao, with a chilling glint in her triangular eyes, immediately turned to Xiao Yuanqi, painting Ji Chunyi as an arrogant ingrate who would never acknowledge him, weaving in a subtle jab about pillow talk affecting his judgment. Following Shi Qingluo's calculated advice, old lady Xiao intensified her performance, tearfully reminding Xiao Yuanqi of her past care despite his neglect. Old Master Xiao chimed in, exaggerating their worries during his absence. Xiao Yuanqi, though momentarily softened by vague memories, quickly grew irritated by their public embarrassment. He chastised Ji Chunyi for his arrogance, holding him partly responsible for the recent chaos. As he attempted to placate his mother, urging her not to cause further trouble, old lady Xiao stubbornly refused to drop the case about the stolen imperial gifts, unknowingly or knowingly threatening his reputation. In a fit of fury, she slapped Xiao Yuanqi, accusing him of guarding against his own mother. Enraged, Xiao Yuanqi confined them to the manor, but old lady Xiao, having anticipated this through Shi Qingluo's foresight, defiantly invoked her appointment with the old lady next door, threatening to spread tales of abuse if restricted, leaving Xiao Yuanqi speechless with exasperation. Stunned, Xiao Yuanqi watched his mother, bewildered by her audacity. Then eldest son Xiao stepped forward, revealing their preemptive strike, Petitions accusing Xiao Yuanqi of torturing and imprisoning his family, already distributed to friends and even restaurant staff, ready to be sent to the capital magistrate if they weren't free within 3 days. This shocking revelation, inspired by Shi Qingluo's warnings about potential imprisonment and even murder, left Xiao Yuanqi reeling, his plans of confinement shattered. He never considered poisoning, but their meticulous preparation left him no room to maneuver. Trembling with a fury so intense he feared he might kill them, Xiao Yuanqi abruptly turned and fled the room. Ji Chunru immediately steered her younger brother, Ji Chunyi, away, offering insincere comfort while subtly blaming the old family for the mess. Ji Chunyi, though internally resentful, offered a grudging apology for his impulsiveness. Xiao Yuanqi, ever shrewd, saw through the feigned remorse, realizing Ji Chunyi's character was not as he'd hoped, and silently re-evaluated his future patronage. With a heavy heart, Xiao Yuanqi instructed Ji Chunru to swiftly return the stolen imperial gifts to the storeroom, planning to convince his mother to withdraw the official report. But before they could act, the housekeeper rushed in with ominous news. The court chief and his men had arrived from the capital magistrate's yamen. A cold premonition seized both Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunru. Court chief, unflustered by Xiao Yuanqi's attempts to delay, bluntly declared they had already located the stolen silver and valuables and would not be deterred from their duty. Xiao Yuanqi, aware of the court chief's influential background, could only curse his relatives internally for their foolishness. He grudgingly permitted the search, knowing the situation was beyond his control, and silently fumed at his incredible misfortune to be saddled with such a self-righteous and dim-witted family. The court chief's men swiftly converged on Ji Chunyi's courtyard, unearthing boxes brimming with gold, silver, and precious jewels. Old Lady Xiao feigned utter shock, her indignation deepening the family's certainty of Ji Chunru's scheme to transfer the general's wealth to her brother. The court chief, with a knowing smile, pressed Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunru for an explanation. Ji Chunyi immediately denied theft, further infuriating Xiao Yuanqi. Cornered, Ji Chunru tearfully confessed, claiming she had merely moved the imperial gifts to protect them from her mother-in-law's inexperience, only for the misunderstanding to escalate into a report. Old Lady Xiao, skilled in her theatrics, declared herself deeply wronged, offering to leave rather than suffer further misunderstandings. Ji Chunru seethed, wishing to expose her, but Xiao Yuanqi stepped in, apologizing for Ji Chunru's fault and re-inviting his mother to manage the general's manor. Reluctantly, Old Lady Xiao accepted, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the recovered wealth. Xiao Yuanqi then assured the court chief it was all a family matter, discreetly offering purses to smooth things over. With the court chief and his men appeased and departed, Old Lady Xiao swiftly reclaimed all the stolen valuables and forced Ji Chunru to hand over the true account books. Ji Chunru, now burdened by a ruined reputation, retreated, feigning illness. The manor fell into a brief, uneasy truce. The following morning, Old Lady Xiao departed with her neighbor, a sight that briefly relieved Xiao Yuanqi, who mistakenly believed the worst was over. However, Xiao Yuanqi's relief was short-lived. Following a morning court session where he received a dressing down from the emperor, his housekeeper delivered another bombshell. Old Lady Xiao and her troop were creating a scene outside the capital academy, accusing his young master, Ji Chunyi, of disrespecting and beating elders. The housekeeper further reported that the academy, having learned of the previous day's events and the magistrate's search, had expelled Ji Chunyi for his misconduct. At this final indignity, Xiao Yuanqi felt a surge of sweet bitterness. Then, with a choked cry of fuck, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in disbelief and raw fury, his ambitions for Ji Chunyi utterly shattered by his own kin. As Xiao Yuanqi reeled, Ji Chunru, who had fainted from anger upon hearing the news, awoke to a renewed fury. She clung to a rage-filled Ji Chunyi, urging him not to be rash. She swore vengeance for his ruined future, advising him to join the army, gain merit, and return after the scandal faded, promising to resurrect his reputation. Ji Chunyi, shattered by his expulsion, grudgingly agreed, now harboring resentment even for Xiao Yuanqi. Meanwhile, the old Xiao family rejoiced. Eldest grandson Xiao declared Ji Chunyi's future over, envisioning more resources for himself, acknowledging Shi Qingluo's effective tactics. The family marveled at her wicked ability to predict their enemies' moves and provide perfect strategies. Now they were firmly on her side, seeing her as a formidable ally. They resolved to continue communicating their successes to her. Xiao Yuanqi attempted to suppress the spreading rumors, but his efforts were in vain. The stories of Ji Chunru's unfilial conduct, Ji Chunnie's misconduct, and the magistrate's search spread like wildfire, turning the general's manor into the capital's biggest laughingstock and tarnishing Ji Chunruo's reputation beyond repair. Unbeknownst to them, the masterminds behind the rapid dissemination of these tales had vanished. 7 days later, far away in Nangxi County, Xiao Hanzheng received a letter, its contents poised to reveal the dramatic outcome of their plan. Returning to their village, Xiao Hanzheng deliberately waited to open the letter until he was with Shi Qingluo in their new home's courtyard. Reading it together, he was genuinely surprised and deeply satisfied by how effectively the vicious and stupid Xiao troublemakers, guided by his wife, had not only destroyed Ji Chunruo's reputation, but also crippled Ji Chunnie's future, a stark contrast to his previous life. Xiao Hanzheng embraced Shi Qingluo tightly, burying his head in her shoulder, overwhelmed by how different and fulfilling this life was with her. Shi Qingluo laughed, praising the troublemaker's combat abilities, and realized the profound impact this victory had on her husband, understanding his past regrets now erased. Xiao Hanzheng confided in Shi Qingluo, explaining how he had saved 2 brothers in the prefecture city, who then pledged their loyalty to him, becoming his eyes and ears in the capital. He tasked them with seizing every opportunity to pour salt on the wound of his enemies. Shi Qingluo chuckled, acknowledging his growing strategic prowess, a talent she had influenced. Plans for a reward from the emperor on the horizon, Shi Qingluo proposed an audacious request, the mountain where the Taoist temple stood. She reasoned its strategic importance, its rumored hidden treasures, and its potential as a shield and a source of raw materials for their burgeoning workshops. She also envisioned cultivating its undeveloped forests for various crops and livestock, all enhanced by her mystical spring water. Xiao Hanzheng, fully supportive of her vision, agreed to convey this to Mo Qingling. In the ensuing month, Shi Qingluo's agricultural ventures flourished. She trained villagers in tofu, bean curd, and sauce production, fostering a vibrant local economy. Their innovative products, along with saltpeter and mosquito repellent, drew merchants and visitors, transforming Xiaoxi village into a bustling hub. A guest house and then another sprang up, catering to the growing influx. Finally, the new Xiao family house, complete with Shi Qingluo's custom-designed furniture, stood ready for the housewarming celebration, marking a joyous milestone for the once struggling family. The housewarming banquet was a grand affair, drawing crowds from near and far, including family, friends, and the many merchants who now frequented the village. The feast, showcasing Shi Qingluo's culinary prowess, delighted everyone. To the astonishment of the guests, the magistrate Mo Qingling and Xiao Hanzheng's new esteemed teacher, Hu Dengsheng, arrived together. After warm greetings and the exchange of housewarming gifts, Mo Qingling dramatically unrolled an imperial edict, announcing that he also brought the emperor's reward, leaving all the attendees in stunned silence. The arrival of an imperial edict brings shock to the village. Mo Qingling announces the emperor's generous gift of the mountain to Xiao Hanzheng, marking a turning point in his status and drawing envious gazes from his classmates. After the banquet, the guests tour the new residence, marveling at the innovative sofa and elegant decor that reflects a modern aesthetic, leaving even Mr. Hu impressed by the comfort of the new arrangement. The astonishment continues as the guests discover the revolutionary bathroom facilities, featuring a flush toilet and a custom shower system, cementing the reputation of Shi Qingluo's brilliant mind. The playful banter between Shi Qingluo and Bai Zhu highlights her sharp wit and her refusal to share their unique home inventions easily, leaving the other classmates envious and humbled. As night falls, the couple shares a tender moment in their new home, discussing their future plans and the possibility of a formal wedding, deepening their emotional bond. The morning brings new guests, as Fei Yuge arrives with his young nephew Fei Kengjun and the boisterous Liang Yaoxiao, whose first encounter with Dummy takes a chaotic turn. Tempers flare as Liang Yaoxiao foolishly threats to cook Dummy, triggering the highly intelligent bird's protective instincts and leading to a comedic, high-stakes confrontation. After intervening, Shi Qingluo scolds Liang Yaoxiao for his lack of manners, while Dummy obediently returns to her side after a treat, leaving the visitors stunned by the goose's surprising intelligence. Tensions ease as they settle into the beautiful courtyard. Xiao Hanzheng successfully diagnoses Fei Kengjun, offering the long-awaited hope of a full recovery that the royal physicians failed to provide. With a clear treatment plan in place, Xiao Hanzheng begins the healing process, demonstrating his exceptional medical skills to a grateful Fei Kengjun and an impressed Fei Yuge. Hidden away, Liang Yaoxiao overhears Shi Qingluo conversing with Dummy about the future of the farm, causing him to question if the woman and her goose are genuinely supernatural. The dinner table proves to be a success, as Liang Yaoxiao is completely won over by the exotic flavors, particularly the tomatoes, which pique his curiosity and solidify his decision to stay longer. By explaining the principles behind her home's amenities, Shi Qingluo further astounds the guests, proving that her intellect and practical inventions far exceed those of an ordinary villager. The vigilant Dummy continues his role as a protector, successfully warding off Liang Yaoxiao from Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo's private time, much to the amusement of the couple. Discussing grand plans for the Taoist temple, Shi Qingluo explains her vision to turn the site into a productive hub of farming and hospitality, further showcasing her ambition. Back at the county school, Shi Qingluo's transformation into a refined and elegant beauty leaves the students and teachers in awe, replacing their previous mockery with deep envy of Xiao Hanzheng. Realization that their prejudice was wrong hits the classmates hard. They finally understand why Xiao Hanzheng values his wife so dearly, marking a definitive shift in the town's opinion of them. Xiao Hanzheng, basking in the envious glares of his fellow scholars, proudly tours the school with his sharp-witted wife, savoring the attention while carrying secret letters retrieved from the concierge. In the comfort of the Bai family restaurant, the couple unwraps the chaos unfolding in the capital. The letter from the old Xiao family reveals their pride and reckless behavior in the general's residence. With a cold, shared understanding, they decide not to interfere with the troublemakers just yet, choosing instead to let their enemies sharpen the blades of their own destruction. A second letter exposes the general's sinister honey trap, confirming that the troublemakers will soon be cast out of the capital as pawns in a deadly game. As they journey back home, the pair discusses the inevitable retaliation from the general, feeling a thrill at the prospect of the coming chess match against those who abandoned them. Fate intervenes when they spot the crafty third son, Shi, prompting the couple to seize the opportunity to manipulate him into becoming their eyes and ears within the Shi family. Inside the quiet temple, Shi Qingluo performs a masterful ruse, activating hidden mechanisms to create a divine gust of wind that strikes fear into the heart of third son Shi. Convinced by the supernatural sign, third son Shi grows desperate, agreeing to Shi Qingluo's terms and promising to act as her informant in exchange for the chance to bear a son. With a flick of her tongue and the guise of divine favor, Shi Qingluo binds her father to her will, turning the once crafty man into a pawn in her grand strategy. After a second manifestation of the old immortal's power, third son Shi is completely broken, fully committing to betraying his own kin to serve Shi Qingluo. In the heart of the capital, Xiao Yuanqi receives intelligence from a spy regarding the mysterious woman who has been whispering advice to the troublemaking Xiao relatives. Aware of the mastermind behind the chaos, Xiao Yuanqi orders his agents to travel to Nanxi, plotting to eliminate his son's wife without ever getting his own hands dirty. Gears of a lethal plan begin to turn as the general seeks to weaponize the Wu and Shi families to crush the threat he has only just begun to understand. The spy, burdened by her own terminal illness, is sent to infiltrate the lives of the troublemakers and keep a sharp watch on the target, Shi Qingluo. Astonishment washes over Xiao Yuanqi as he learns of his son's medical mastery, his high-profile network, and his genius for invention, forcing him to reevaluate his discarded child. The woman beside the general feels her heart race with dread, poisoning Xiao Yuanqi's thoughts to ensure the rival son never makes his way back into the general's inner circle. Driven by a fragile ego and the fear of his past failures being exposed, Xiao Yuanqi decides to nip his son's burgeoning success in the bud, choosing destruction over reconciliation. Deep within his private residence, Xiao Yuanqi plots his son's downfall, determined to destroy Xiao Hanzheng's future and force him to remain a simple village merchant. With a cold heart, Ji Chunru encourages her husband to find a subservient wife to replace Shi Qingluo, hoping to strip away the only support her stepson has. Back in Xiaoxi village, life continues in the sugar workshop, where Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng share a moment of tranquility amidst the scent of boiling sugar. Noble Liang Yaoxiao finds himself captivated by the unique candies produced by the workshop, failing to see the storm of manipulation brewing around Shi Qingluo. Third son Shi arrives with chilling news of a conspiracy. The Wu family intends to frame Xiao Hanzheng at the upcoming flower feast, aiming to ruin his reputation forever. The plan is as vicious as it is cowardly. Shi Qingluo is to be forced into the river, branded a suicide, all while her husband is trapped in a false scandal to strip him of his scholarly potential. The realization hits. The Wu family is merely a pawn being used by Xiao Yuanqi and his mistress in the capital to eliminate the thorn in their side. Unfazed, Shi Qingluo lays out the history of the betrayal, revealing to the curious Liang Yaoxiao the depth of the cruelty she and her husband have faced. Bonding over their shared ruthlessness, Liang Yaoxiao and Shi Qingluo plot a counter-strike, turning the Wu family's trap against their own allies. Shi Qingluo instructs third son Shi to manipulate fourth son Shi into the trap, ensuring the blame lands squarely on the Wu family's own schemes. The scheme is perfect. By forcing fourth son Shi to take the place of his brother-in-law, the Wu family will find themselves legally and socially bound to the very person they intended to betray. The brilliance of the strategy leaves the room in stunned silence. The predators are about to become the prey in a game they never saw coming. Shi Qingluo proposes a final, humiliating blow to the general, spreading rumors that Xiao Yuanqi harbors a preference for men, effectively destroying his reputation among the military elite. The sheer wickedness of the idea leaves Liang Yaoxiao in hysterics. While third son Shi realizes he is standing in the presence of someone far more dangerous than he ever imagined. Xiao Hanzheng finds himself falling even harder for his wife, recognizing that her sharp, unforgiving mind is the perfect shield against the darkness of his past. Liang Yaoxiao proposes a new piece on the chessboard. Zai Rui, a reckless noble with his own vendetta against the Xiao family, perfectly positioned to execute their scheme. They debate the risks of involving the capital's elites, but Shi Qingluo realizes that with Zai Rui's unpredictable nature, they could watch from afar as their enemies burn. The alliance is solidified. With the promise of novel fun and the thrill of chaos, the path to ruining Xiao Yuanqi is now well paved by the capital's most bored and dangerous youth. In the quiet of the village, Shi Qingluo hatches a plan to bring modern entertainment to the capital. Intrigued by the progress of her cement roads, she teases a new project that will surely ruffle feathers among the idle youth. With Liang Yaoxiao dismissed, the couple shares a moment of dark solidarity. Xiao Hanzheng reveals his perfectly crafted scheme to trap the man he despises, turning his own father's treacherous history against him through a web of orchestrated humiliation. To cement their influence and shield themselves from future schemes, the pair decides to spread the wealth. By empowering the villagers of Nanxi County with the secret of vermicelli production, they build a protective wall of prosperity and public favor around their household. The lessons begin. Shi Qingluo freely imparts the knowledge of vermicelli making, watching as her reputation grows from the wife of a scholar to a respected benefactor of the common people. At a prestigious flower banquet, the air grows thick with hidden malice. Xiao Hanzheng realizes the trap laid by his enemies, but having consumed his own antidote, he prepares to turn the tables on fourth son Shi and the plotting Wu family. Behind the scenes, the puppet master is outmaneuvered. Fourth son Shi, seeking to secure his own future with the Wu family, turns the poisoned chalice onto the very woman who intended to use it to snare Xiao Hanzheng. The performance begins. Pretending to be incapacitated by the spiked tea, Xiao Hanzheng allows fourth son Shi to guide him away, setting the stage for a spectacular downfall of their adversaries. The mask drops. Away from the crowd, Xiao Hanzheng reveals his sobriety, leaving fourth son Shi in a cold sweat as he forces his uncle to choose between being a pawn or a co-conspirator in his own revenge. The tragedy of errors unfolds. Fourth son Shi leads the disgraced Wu Zixi before the eyes of the high scholar and his guests, turning the Wu family's scheme into a public spectacle of ruin. Caught in his own trap, eldest young Master Wu can only watch in silence as the reputation of his house shatters. Fourth son Shi, feigning honorable concern, cements his claim to the ruined girl, leaving the Wu family trapped by their own machinations. The performance is flawless. Fourth son Shi paints himself as the victim of fate, forced into an honorable marriage to restore the reputation of a woman who sought to destroy him, effectively silencing any opposition from the Wu family. Back at the estate, the fallout is brutal. Master Wu turns his fury upon Wu Zixi, realizing that his family's pride has been sacrificed to the incompetence of his own kin, leaving them with no choice but to accept the forced union. The mastermind stands in the shadows. Xiao Hanzheng watches the chaos with satisfaction, knowing his enemies have been dismantled without him ever having to soil his own hands. The final chapter of this act begins. Having settled their score with the Wu family, the couple turns their attention to the remaining threats, walking into the Shi family's home to collect their dues. Terror is a great motivator. Shi Qingluo reminds the family of their place, wielding both the threat of violence and the promise of profit to bend them to her will. Greed overrides fear. With the lure of 1,000 taels of silver, Shi Qingluo turns the bickering women of the Shi household into her own personal army of agitators, ready to descend upon the Wu family and demand their pound of flesh. The plan is set in motion. With her chess pieces placed and her enemies reeling, Shi Qingluo prepares to watch the Wu family crumble under the relentless assault of her own kin, ensuring that none who cross them will go unpunished. The Shi family troublemakers find themselves caught in a web of their own greed and Shi Qingluo's sharp tongue. Though they initially planned to confront the Wu family, they are now under the subtle, masterful influence of Shi Qingluo, who manipulates them into turning their aggression against her enemies. With the pawns in place, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng stroll away from the chaos. Xiao Hanzheng admires his wife's cunning ability to turn the wicked against each other, ensuring that justice is served without them even having to lift a finger. The next day, Shi Qingluo brings a party to the county town, including an intrigued Liang Yaoxiao. From the vantage point of a tea house, they watch as the stage is set for a public spectacle that will humiliate the Wu family. The performance begins. Old Lady Shi and the other Shi women throw themselves at the entrance of the Wu estate, wailing about ruined purity and extortionate betrothal gifts. The onlookers are horrified, and the reputation of the Wu family begins to crumble in the dust. The Wu family tries to suppress the scandal, but Old Lady Shi remains relentless. She weaponizes her status as a victim, clinging to the noblewomen of the Wu family and refusing to negotiate anywhere but in the public eye. Fourth son, she steps forward, revealing he holds a piece of damning evidence that could bring the wrath of the magistrate down upon the Wu family. The sight of the medicine bottle sends the Wu men into a state of panic. Desperate to avoid a scandal that would reach the magistrate, eldest young Master Wu is forced to capitulate. He attempts to reframe the extortion as a generous dowry, but the Shi family holds their ground, demanding the insulting price of 2 silver coins. By refusing to settle quietly, the Shi family turns the situation into a comedy of errors. Old Lady Shi triumphs, publicly declaring that the Wu family's daughter is worth a mere 2 taels, ensuring the Wu family's social ruin is complete. Inside the Wu residence, the power dynamic has shifted. Old Lady Shi and her kin act as though they own the house, tormenting MDM Wu with their crude manners and impossible demands for compensation. When the Wu family tries to skimp on the dowry, Old Lady Shi threatens to take their evidence straight to the magistrate. She forces them to grant her son a share of the family assets, leaving the Wu family with no room to maneuver. Safe in the tea house, Shi Qingluo basks in the success of her plan. Liang Yaoxiao is genuinely impressed and slightly terrified by how thoroughly she has dismantled the Wu family's dignity. Even Mother Xiao and Xiao Bailey find themselves in agreement with Shi Qingluo. They have witnessed the efficiency of her cruelty, realizing that mercy is a luxury they cannot afford when facing such ruthless enemies. The final blow is struck in the streets. Shi Qingluo dispatches Xiao Erlang to spread the story of the Wu family's greed to every corner of the county, cementing their reputation as bandits and bullies. Mo Qingling watches the drama unfold with amusement, acknowledging that only Shi Qingluo could have orchestrated such a precise, humiliating downfall for the Wu family. As the dust settles, Liang Yaoxiao decides he must return to the capital, compelled by the sheer entertainment and tactical brilliance he witnessed. He realizes that staying near Shi Qingluo is the only way to ensure he remains at the heart of the action. The Shi family now treats Shi Qingluo with fearful reverence. They have completely abandoned their former grumbling, hoping to gain her favor and the prosperity that follows her path. Shi Qingluo turns fourth son Shi into her weapon of choice. By dangling the prospect of the Wu family's assets before him, she ensures he will continue to press the attack, even if it means destroying his own future in-laws. Xiao Hanzheng watches his wife with pride. She has managed to sell the Shi family's allegiance while they remain convinced it was their own idea to follow her, a true testament to her lethal diplomatic genius. Old lady, she cements the family's new philosophy: never offend the girl who can conjure favors from magistrates and nobles alike. The cycle of bullying and manipulation has been completely rewritten under Shi Qingluo's iron will. Xiao Hanzheng orchestrates a clever trap, directing fourth son Shi to deliver the incriminating medicine bottle to Mo Qingling under the guise of a casual lunch, successfully bypassing the Wu family's surveillance. On the cement paths of the village, Shi Qingluo unveils the skateboard, a revolutionary invention that leaves the local aristocrats and children breathless with excitement and curiosity. Recognizing the commercial potential of her inventions, Shi Qingluo partners with Liang Yaoxiao to mass-produce these transport tools, laying the groundwork for a lucrative new business venture. Seeking to manipulate the capital's elite, Shi Qingluo introduces the concepts of mahjong and poker, promising a new addiction that will entice even the most jaded royal uncles. As Xiao Hanzheng tests the new scooter, the couple shares a tender, intimate moment, solidifying their bond amidst the backdrop of their rapidly expanding influence and clever schemes. With their love as their foundation, the couple crafts a plan to infiltrate the capital's gambling scene, secure in their partnership and ready to outmaneuver any rivals. The addictive nature of Daodiju takes hold, as the aristocrats are lured into the game, spending the entire night obsessed with the new, thrilling mechanics of the cards. The games of mahjong and Daodiju become a staple in the Xiao household, sharpening the couple's skills and deepening the addiction of their guests. Liang Yaoxiao finally departs for the capital, armed with the new inventions and gambling games, eager to establish his dominance and manipulate the political landscape. In the capital, a vengeful Ji Chunru plots to ruin the reputations of the Xiao couple, enlisting dark agents to sow discord and misfortune in Nangxi County. The impending forced marriage between the Shi and Wu families ignites tensions, creating a perfect storm of social drama that the manipulative Ji Chunru intends to exploit. The reopening of the Taoist temple draws massive crowds, as Shi Qingluo prepares to stage a divine manifestation that will cement her master's legendary reputation. With a clever use of mirrors and light, Shi Qingluo triggers a golden glow that convinces the pious villagers of the old immortal's divine presence. In the safety of the shadows, the couple shares a secret moment of triumph, marveling at how easily their scientific ingenuity was mistaken for divine intervention. Recognizing the vulnerability of their agricultural experiments, the couple decides to hire local villagers to protect the temple and the crops, turning a practical need into a social good. Xiao Hanzheng initiates a compassionate employment scheme, providing dignity and a livelihood to the village's lonely elderly through tasks at the temple and in the fields. The initiative is met with overwhelming gratitude, as the village bonds strengthen under the Xiao couple's leadership, further elevating their status and securing the community's prosperity. With a gentle hand, Shi Qingluo provides the village elders a place of dignity, ensuring their golden years are spent in comfort while they tend to the temple grounds, turning the site into a hive of productive, peaceful activity. After a long journey, the mischievous Liang Yaoxiao returns to the capital, bearing a peculiar treasure intended to soothe his grandmother's boredom, a game of strategy that will soon capture the hearts of the noble ladies. The skeptics are silenced as the clatter of tiles fills the room. What once seemed like mere scraps of wood has become the center of the household's joy, proving that Liang Yaoxiao knows exactly how to stir the pot. The patriarch arrives, fire in his eyes to punish the wayward grandson, but the infectious laughter and the intrigue of the new game stop his lecture dead in its tracks. Even the stern old master Liang finds his resolve crumbling. One game is all it takes to transform a potential punishment into a late afternoon session of tile stacking and tactical maneuvers. With the white jade tiles gleaming, the bait is set. The household is distracted, and the capital's elite are about to walk straight into the trap of a game they cannot refuse. The fish has taken the bait. As Zai Rui arrives, Eager to see what has captivated the elders, the stage is set for a new game that will ripple far beyond the walls of the Liang Manor. Bound by sugary treats and shared rebellion, the two young masters find common ground. The mahjong table becomes the sanctuary where they plot and navigate the treacherous waters of their high-born families. A bitter resentment bubbles to the surface as Zai Rui reveals the schemes of Zhao Yuanqi's wife, a woman whose petty viciousness has made her a target for the two young men's combined ire. It is said that when you are sleepy, someone brings you a pillow, and here the alliance between the two is forged, ready to repay the insults dealt by the general's ambitious wife. The plan moves into motion as the two dandies bait the emperor's uncle, pulling him into their web of games, unaware that he is merely a piece in their much larger game of social ruin. In the shadow of the capital, the vengeful sister plots to move her brother to the border, weaponizing their influence to ensure the Zhao family's path is paved with danger and inevitable tragedy. Vengeance is the singular goal. As the siblings coordinate their move to the borders, the dark seeds of betrayal are sown, setting the stage for a confrontation far from the quiet of the village. The plot thickens as the villagers arrive with news of a sinister bribe. The shadow of the capital's elite reaches into the quiet village, but they have underestimated the sharp wit of their target. With a flick of her hand, Shi Qingluo turns the tables. She commands them to report the bribe to the officials, a move designed not to punish the perpetrators immediately, but to strip away the mask of their reputation. Justice will be served in time, but for now, the cycle of the family continues. While plots are spun against them, they maintain their control, offering healing to those who choose to stand on their side. Xiao Hanzheng offers a glimmer of hope to third son Shi and MDM regarding their future family, while the couple shares a suspicious observation about an unsettling woman sent from the capital. With cold determination, Xiao Hanzheng vows to protect his loved ones by striking at the root of his enemy's power, setting his sights on crippling Ji Chunyi's ambitions before they even reach the border. As the news of her brother's mutilated fate reaches her, Ji Chunru's world crumbles, plunging her into a state of hysterical shock and madness. Zhao Yuanqi attempts to console a pregnant Ji Chunru, shielding her from the brutal reality of her brother's permanent injury while struggling with his own disappointment. The sight of her brother's mangled body shatters Ji Chunru's last shred of composure, leading her to demand vengeance with a manic intensity. Caught in the web of his wife's grief and his own thwarted ambitions, Zhao Yuanqi vows to hunt for the truth, wrongly assuming the Zai family's involvement. Oblivious to the deadly scheme unfolding against his rivals, Zai Rui spends the evening laughing and drinking, unaware he is being credited for a disaster he did not cause. Zai Rui craftily weaves a scandalous narrative, manipulating the emperor's uncle into believing that Zhao Yuanqi hides a dark and illicit secret. The seed of doubt is planted deep, as the emperor's uncle begins to reconsider his perception of the general, swayed by Zai Rui's carefully constructed lies. With a wicked idea in mind, the two conspirators agree to a plan that will trap Zhao Yuanqi, masking their malicious intent with the facade of being victims. The trap is set. Under the watchful eyes of hidden observers, Zhao Yuanqi unwittingly consumes a drugged cup of wine that will soon cloud his judgment. As the drug takes hold, reality warps for Zhao Yuanqi. He moves through the garden in a daze, guided by a hallucination that leads him straight into a carefully prepared scandal. The show reaches its crescendo. Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao observe the unfolding disaster with wicked delight, knowing that the trap they laid has caught its mark. Witnesses flock to see the aftermath of the orchestrated event, ensuring that the rumor of Zhao Yuanqi's scandalous behavior spreads like wildfire through the capital. Awakening to the reality of the situation, a furious Zhao Yuanqi demands an explanation, while his victim-playing companion insists on his own innocence to avoid death. Threats are exchanged, and silence is bought with the promise of blood, leaving Zhao Yuanqi to carry the crushing weight of a ruined reputation and a burning need for vengeance. Returning to his residence in a foul mood, Zhao Yuanqi finds his household in disarray and his wife, Ji Chunru, overcome with grief over her brother's maimed leg, unknowingly planting the seeds of further ambition in their home. While Ji Chunru attempts to comfort her injured brother, a new, cold-blooded ambition stirs within her sister, Ji Chunyi, who views the family's misfortune as a ladder to greater power within the imperial court. In a startling revelation, Shi Qingluo declares her intent to become the second prince's second queen, gambling their family's future and social status on the hope that the prince will one day ascend to the throne. Seeing the logic in such ruthless ambition, Shi Qingluo agrees to help maneuver her sister into the prince's residence, hoping that this gamble will secure their safety and provide the power needed to destroy their enemies. The realization hits Xiao Yuanqi like a physical blow. He has been systematically targeted by Zai Rui and his associates, his reputation within the imperial court crumbling as whispers of his supposed scandals spread through the city. As Xiao Yuanqi flees the disdainful gazes of his peers in the court, his thirst for vengeance against Zai Rui grows, even as he finds himself forced to retreat to his manor in disgrace. Unaware of the full scope of the conspiracy, old lady Xiao returns from the streets fueled by gossip and rage, confronting Shi Qingluo in a violent outburst that threatens the stability of the entire household. The vitriol of old lady Xiao's curses proves too much for Shi Qingluo, leading to a tragic miscarriage that leaves the future of the general's residence hanging by a thread. Returning to a scene of despair, Xiao Yuanqi finds his wife broken by loss, while Shi Qingluo hides her icy detachment behind a veil of crocodile tears, already planning how to leverage this tragedy. As Xiao Yuanqi holds his grieving wife, the once strong bond of their marriage begins to crack, burdened by the heavy weight of lost children, his mother's cruelty, and his own bruised pride. Haunted by memories of his past, Xiao Yuanqi begins to question the choices that led him here, his mind drifting to the family he abandoned and the bitter ironies of his current, crumbling existence. Manipulated by his own parents into shifting his blame toward others, a feverish Xiao Yuanqi finds himself emotionally compromised, temporarily shielding those who helped ruin his peace. While Xiao Yuanqi suffers in isolation, Zai Rui and his circle of friends turn the streets of the capital into their personal playground, introducing the wildly popular skateboards to the delight of the bored elite. The trend sweeps through the capital like wildfire. Despite their initial resistance, wealthy fathers eventually succumb to their children's demands, unaware they are merely fueling the financial coffers of Liang Yaoxiao. In the safety of Xiaoxi village, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng watch from afar as their schemes unfold perfectly, savoring the inevitable breakdown of the family that once wronged them. With a wicked glint in her eyes, Shi Qingluo proposes a new strategy, not just to ruin the scumbag father, but to force a reconciliation that will ultimately lead to his further humiliation and Mother Xiao's glorious independence. Determined to make the best of a losing hand, Xiao Yuanqi decides to use the confession of the waiter as a tool for leverage, plotting to trade his pride for influence within the powerful public administrator house. With the documents in hand, Xiao Yuanqi enters the lion's den, attempting to force a favor from Zai Xinheng, blind to the fact that his actions are merely another move in a game already won by his son. The crown prince, Zai Xinheng, turns the tables on Xiao Yuanqi, presenting a woman as a calculated gift, a sharp jab at the general's own schemes against the prince's son. Returning to his manor, Xiao Yuanqi confronts his wife, Shi Qingluo, whose secret revenge plot has brought humiliation upon him, shattering his composure. As Shi Qingluo faints in a fit of calculated tears, Xiao Yuanqi's heart hardens. He begins to realize his brother-in-law is a blight that must be excised from his life. Zai Xinheng, realizing his son Zai Rui's clumsy scheme against Xiao Yuanqi has left a trail, delivers a brutal disciplinary lesson to the boy. The fallout reaches the Liang household, where Liang Mingcheng, furious at his son's role in the failed plot, prepares to discipline Liang Yaoxiao with equal severity. United by their shared misfortune and stinging bruises, the two young troublemakers commiserate, only for Zai Rui to plot his next act of defiance. Driven by the desire to punish their fathers with their absence, Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao pack their belongings to run away from home. The wedding at the Shi house proceeds under a cloud of bitterness and hidden agendas, as the mysterious maid prepares to move against Xiao Hanzheng. Tao Liu attempts a classic seduction, feigning a fall into Xiao Hanzheng's arms, but the scholar remains unmoved, stepping aside and leaving her to hit the dust. The marriage of fourth son Shi and Wu Zixi descends into immediate loathing, with the bride harboring secret ambitions to replace her husband with the man who just spurned her maid. Xiao Hanzheng returns to the sanctuary of his wife, where the couple reaffirms their bond, fully aware of the petty traps being laid for them by the jealous and the spiteful. Desperation drives Tao Liu to use poison, but she underestimates Xiao Hanzheng, who not only avoids the trap but reveals a cold, ruthless side. With a single, calculated dose, Xiao Hanzheng punishes his attacker, leaving Tao Liu writhing in the dirt and realizing that the scholar she intended to corrupt is a demon in disguise. After shedding his mask of gentleness, Xiao Hanzheng stands before his wife, exposing the darkest corners of his nature, hoping she will accept the man he truly is. Xiao Hanzheng reveals a darker, more calculating side to his personality, one that leaves Shi Qingluo not afraid, but admiring. Together, they hatch a devious plan to weaponize their enemy, Tao Liu, by sending her into the viper's nest that is the general's residence. They present Tao Liu with a choice: remain a victim of her own circumstances or become a pawn of their design. Xiao Hanzheng, playing the role of the devil, offers her the only thing she craves: a chance at revenge against her own blood and a path to power within the general's house. With no choice left but to trust the man she fears most, Tao Liu accepts the medicinal bribe. She has agreed to enter the lion's den, not as a victim, but as a deliberate instrument of chaos, while Xiao Hanzheng watches, his patience reserved only for his wife. Under Shi Qingluo's tutelage, Tao Liu is coached in the art of the White Lotus, masking her predatory nature with a veneer of purity. She is being fashioned into a gift for the general's residence, a ticking time bomb intended to destabilize Shi Qingluo. The visit to the Shi family home is a display of dominance. As the troublemakers of the clan cower before Shi Qingluo, she effortlessly weaves her influence, securing the final pieces of her plan while ensuring the vixen Wu Zixi knows exactly where she stands. The transformation is complete. Tao Liu has vanished, and the stage is set. As she is sent toward the capital to infiltrate the general's estate, the Shi family remains in terror, knowing that beneath the smiles of their daughter-in-law lies a mind that shapes reality to her will. The arrival of the capital's young elites brings a shift in the air. Among them is Zai Rong, a marquise of unmatched status and a reputation as a female devil, seeking an escape from the stifling expectations of the imperial court. Bonded by the novelty of a skateboard, a genuine friendship forms between the village girl and the aristocratic marquise. It is a meeting of minds that defy the era's rigid social constraints, marking the first time Shi Qingluo finds a peer in this ancient world. As the evening winds down, Xiao Hanzheng recounts the tragic and storied past of Zai Rong to his wife. It becomes clear that her rebellious nature is a shield forged from royal favor and the scars of a family lost to political intrigue. The history of Zai Rong is one of fire and defiance. From an annulled engagement to becoming the dynasty's first female marquise, she is a woman who refused to be broken. Her reputation as a female tiger is not one of malice, but of untamed justice. Back in the capital, the imperial family treats the runaway trio not with anger, but with calculated relief. The emperor and empress dowager skillfully spin a web of lies to protect Zai Rong, turning her delinquency into an act of filial piety. Meanwhile, the snake in the grass strikes. Shi Qingluo poisons the general's mind against his own son, showing him proof of the Shi family's interference in his affairs, setting the stage for a brewing confrontation that threatens to tear the family apart. The general's fury is ignited. Believing his son is the mastermind behind the public ruin of his reputation, he begins to plan a strike. He has no intention of forgiveness, setting his sights on crippling the one path his son has left, the imperial examinations. The general's life begins to entangle with a new, mysterious beauty. What appears to be a chance encounter is a meticulously constructed trap, designed to further distract the general and lead him deeper into the web of the capital's hidden factions. Far from the political schemes of the capital, Shi Qingluo leads her aristocratic guests into the wild. What starts as a simple hunt for ginseng turns into an exercise in survival and strategy, with Shi Qingluo teaching the sheltered nobility how to navigate the wilderness. In the heart of the mountains, far from the reach of the general or the empress's court, a new alliance is forged. As they harvest wild honey, the bonds between the village girl and the female marquise solidify, proving that in this game of power, the wildest paths are often the most rewarding. In the quietude of their home, Shi Qingluo channels her creative energy into crafting handmade soap and luxurious lipstick, finding an enthusiastic partner in Zai Rong. As they experiment with tea oil and natural scents, a business partnership begins to blossom between the two women, catching the keen eye of the opportunistic Liang Yaoxiao. Sharp-witted negotiation unfolds as Zai Rong manages to outmaneuver Liang Yaoxiao, securing a 50-50 partnership with Shi Qingluo. Shi Qingluo, displaying her characteristic fairness, insists on a 70-30 split, acknowledging the effort and resources Zai Rong will need to invest in the venture. The arrival of Xiao Hanzheng shifts the atmosphere instantly. Disturbed by Zai Rong's encroaching familiarity with his wife, he masterfully feigns a dizzy spell, successfully pulling Shi Qingluo's full attention away from the collaboration to his own side, leaving the others stunned by his dramatic performance. Alone at last, Xiao Hanzheng drops the act, revealing the tender and possessive heart behind his performance. Their bond deepens as Shi Qingluo playfully teases her husband, delighting in his uncharacteristic display of jealousy and domineering affection. The conversation shifts to the weightier matters of the realm. Xiao Hanzheng encourages Shi Qingluo to continue her collaboration with Zai Rong, recognizing that the funds are essential for the future Marquise's pursuit of justice and the formation of a female army. With the harvest of heaven-bestowed corn approaching, the couple hatches a bold plan. They intend to fabricate an old, prophetic will from a priest to solidify the current emperor's legitimacy, masterfully manipulating history to ensure the crown remains stable against usurpers. Dark truths emerge as Xiao Hanzheng details the internal rot of the kingdom, from ambitious princes gathering illegal armies to the tragic loss of innocent lives in border skirmishes. The shadows of their past lives fuel a shared resolve to alter the fate of the nation. With the weight of the past heavy on his mind, Xiao Hanzheng carefully pens a document designed to look like a relic of the past, weaving a narrative that binds the harvest of the corn to the divine authority of the emperor. Shi Qingluo expands her influence by teaching villagers the art of beekeeping, ensuring a steady supply of wax for their cosmetic empire. Her wisdom and kindness earn her the fierce loyalty of the local commoners, a development that surprises the high-born Zai Rong. By turning the capital's elites into unwitting brand ambassadors for their cosmetics, Shi Qingluo showcases her brilliant mind for business. Her ability to manipulate social standing and gain allies leaves the men in their circle both begrudgingly impressed and weary of being outplayed. The county flourishes under Shi Qingluo's guidance, with villagers from all walks of life gathering to learn the secrets of beekeeping. Her selfless sharing of knowledge and commitment to the community's prosperity cement her reputation as a saintly figure among the people. A wave of change sweeps through the region. As Shi Qingluo personally oversees the distribution of hives, the residents express their gratitude with open hearts, vowing to protect her against any who would dare threaten her family's safety. The tour of the rural villages serves as a wake-up call for Zai Rong and her friends. Seeing the true poverty of the commoners transforms their shallow ambitions into a genuine desire to serve the people and secure the future of the nation. Inspired by Shi Qingluo's impact, the group finds a new purpose. Zai Rong dreams of building an army to defend the innocent, and Fei Yu sheds his desire for a life of idle luxury, all while the seeds of lasting change are sown throughout the land. The moment of truth arrives as the heaven-gifted corn ripens. Though the temptation to feast is great, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng exercise restraint, choosing to prioritize the future of the crop over their own immediate hunger, proving their devotion to the greater good. As they prepare to offer the harvest, Xiao Hanzheng reveals the dark reality of the threats closing in on them. He has uncovered assassins hired by his father, and instead of fear, he feels the cold chill of retribution. He intends to turn the tables and force his father to sacrifice his greatest secret to the emperor. The stage is set for a grand undoing. Xiao Hanzheng is ready to dismantle his father's aspirations one piece at a time, ensuring that the man who sought to destroy his future will instead watch his own ambitions crumble to dust, all while Shi Qingluo stands by him as his heart and shield. In the sacred quiet of the main hall, Shi Qingluo presents the harvest of the heavens. As she performs the ritual, a miraculous golden glow envelops the tablet, leaving the witnesses, including the skeptical young masters, speechless and filled with sudden, profound reverence. The skepticism of the capital's young dandies evaporates upon witnessing the manifestation. They are stunned to learn that this single, miraculous crop can yield 1,000 caddis per mu, a figure that defies everything they know about farming. With the potential to change the fate of the entire dynasty, the group moves to the backyard. They are determined to taste the fruit of the heavens themselves, desperate to confirm if this high-yield grain is the solution to the hunger plaguing the people. Tensions rise as the magistrate arrives to witness the harvest. The air in the room is thick with anticipation and duty, for if this experiment proves successful, the path leads directly to the emperor's court. A moment of levity turns into shock when Shi Qingluo feeds the precious grain to her pet goose. The onlookers, paralyzed by the sight of such luxury, can only stare as the bird enjoys a meal worth more than their standard rations. When the scholars finally taste the dish, the verdict is unanimous. The corn is not just edible, it is a gift of substance. With a sense of duty, the magistrate prepares to document this discovery for the capital. In the cool evening air, the true potential of the field is revealed. When Shi Qingluo explains the seed-to-yield ratio, the scholars are left stunned, realizing that this is truly a boon from the heavens. The line between man and myth blurs as the young masters, influenced by Xiao Hanzheng's novels, beg for divine favor. They are convinced the old immortal holds the secrets to cultivation, transforming simple curiosity into a fervent, misguided religious zeal. As the group becomes obsessed with mythical beasts and divine favors, they nearly overlook the next treasure. But finally, a keen eye falls upon the vibrant red chilies, marking the beginning of another agricultural breakthrough. The introduction of the chili plant brings new excitement, though overshadowed by the corn. Shi Qingluo looks forward to the culinary transformations ahead, while the magistrate schedules the official harvest for the morning. The scales do not lie. As the harvest is weighed, the collective awe of the villagers confirms the miracle. Over 200 caddis are recorded, cementing the corn's status as a savior for the common people. Caught in a moment of unchecked impulse, the young dandies decide that permission is unnecessary. They snatch their share of the sacred seeds and scatter, leaving the magistrate to deal with the chaos and their audacity. Powerless to stop the royal cousins and their cohorts, the magistrate is forced to accept the theft. The seeds have been scattered, and the news of their miraculous yield will surely reach the capital before he even arrives. The kitchen fills with the scent of spices, and even the skeptical begin to fall in love with the fiery bite of the chili. It is a new world of flavor that binds the group together in their simple, joyful daily life. Domestic secrets are revealed as the women indulge in a beauty ritual. Zai Rong is delighted by the results, seeing the clear path to expanding her own business ventures back in the capital. The cosmetic miracle works as promised, further solidifying the legendary status of the old immortal's disciple. As the group prepares for their inevitable return to the capital, they carry with them treasures that promise to change both their lives and the dynasty itself. In the quiet of Nangxi County, the desire for beauty knows no bounds. Shi Qingluo, with a twinkle of mischief in her eyes, concocts herbal masks for the dandy duo, Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao, who are desperate to secure their place as the most charming figures in the capital. As the jars of cream are finalized, playful banter turns into a contest of affections. Zai Rong playfully laments not being a man to win Shi Qingluo's heart, only to be shut down by the smitten and fiercely protective Xiao Hanzheng. The peace is broken by an imperial edict. The capital calls for the high-yield seeds. While Mo Qingling prepares to escort the harvest, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo arrange a separate, slower journey, sensing that shadows, and perhaps an assassin, are waiting in the wings. Behind the scenes, the game of influence intensifies. Mo Qingling understands the peril of the limelight, strategically using the flamboyant young nobles as a shield for Xiao Hanzheng, ensuring the scholar's path remains clear of courtly jealousy. The road to the capital is fraught with danger. 8 assassins, blinded by the hubris of their employer, strike against the caravan, but they find themselves outmatched, intercepted by the hidden guards of those they sought to destroy. As the vanguard reaches the capital, the local authorities are met with a chaotic reunion. Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao, fueled by the importance of their mission, brush off their frantic families with tales of imperial grandeur. The sons of the great families have returned, not as the wayward profligates they once were, but as self-proclaimed heralds of a new agricultural revolution, leaving their bewildered fathers scrambling to keep pace. The news reaches the patriarchs. Zai Zhenheng and Liang Mingcheng are nearly driven to apoplexy by the audacity of their sons. They rush toward the palace, determined to drag the troublemakers home before they commit an unforgivable offense. Within the palace, the atmosphere is electric. The emperor, weary of courtly shadows and rumors, receives Mo Qingluo and the band of young nobles, his hope ignited by the promise of the heaven-gifted harvest. The sight of the golden corn seeds acts as a balm to the monarch's soul. When the Minister of Agriculture confirms the harvest's potential, the doubts of the court begin to dissolve, replaced by the weight of a monumental discovery. As the young men fervently swear to the truth of the 1,000 catty yield, their fathers arrive just in time to hear their sons claiming to be servants of the divine. The shock leaves the patriarchs speechless, teetering on the edge of fainting. Confrontation turns to revelation. The emperor, amused by the tenacity of the youth, grants them a reprieve, validating their presence in the palace. Zai Zhenheng's frustration turns into disbelief as his son is acknowledged for official duty. The great hall becomes a stage for the revelation of the century. As the emperor serves the corn bread, the officials, including a deeply rattled Zhao Yuanxi, realize the gravity of the change that is about to sweep through Dalian. In a display of sheer, shameless brilliance, the three young men weave tales of divine golden light and heavenly intervention. They turn the simple act of offering seeds into a celestial endorsement of the emperor's rule. Mo Qingluo delivers the final blow to doubt, producing the late priest's testament. The paper, infused with a mysterious golden luster, seems to confirm that the stars have aligned, painting the emperor as the truly chosen ruler of the empire. The emperor's heart is transformed. The burden of doubt that once plagued his reign is lifted by this divine validation. He resolves, in this moment, to become the wisest ruler Dalian has ever known, driven by a new, celestial mandate. In the shadows of the hall, Zhao Yuanxi is struck by a cold realization. His past actions against Shi Qingluo now threaten to consume him, as he finds his own son's wife elevated to the status of a sacred envoy of the heavens. The rewards are bestowed, cementing the status of the young nobles. As they stand, beaming with the pride of having secured their family's future, they exchange triumphant looks, having proven to the world that even the most notorious hedonists can change the course of history. In the wake of the corn harvest, the imperial court was abuzz with excitement. Officials scrambled for a share of the precious seeds, hoping to bring glory and heavenly favor to their manors. Despite the pressure, Mo Qingluo stood firm, rejecting their frantic requests with a cold, unyielding demeanor. Meanwhile, the young dandies, led by Zai Rui, found themselves caught. When Zai Zhenheng demanded to know what his son was up to, Zai Rui brazenly used his stash of corn seeds as leverage, stunning his father with the audacity of his newfound connection to the source. Not all were as reckless as Zai Rui. Fei Yuge employed a different tactic, presenting his seeds to old Master Fei with a show of sincere filial piety. His clever maneuver earned him praise and envy, proving that in this game of court politics, there was more than one way to survive. Back at the Liang estate, Liang Yaoxiao gambled on his grandfather's affection. By framing his acquisition of the corn as an act of filial duty, he not only escaped punishment for his earlier antics, but also secured a land deed reward, leaving his relatives burning with jealousy. While others celebrated, the Zhao household was draped in shadow. Zhao Yuanxi was reeling from the failure of his assassination plot and the news that the very people he sought to destroy were rising to imperial favor. His mood was a dark storm, signaling trouble for the family. Sensing a political opportunity in the dark, Shi Qingluo plotted to turn eldest young Master Zhao's family against the rising star, Xiao Hanzheng. She aimed to use their greed and bloodthirsty nature to neutralize a threat to her own family's status. The seeds of discord were planted. Zhao Yuanxi, finding common ground with Shi Qingluo, agreed to let the troublemaking elders of the Zhao family meet Xiao Hanzheng, hoping to ruin his future before it could truly begin. As the news of the heavenly gifted corn spread, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo arrived at the capital. Mo Qingluo welcomed them, but Mr. Hu stepped in, asserting his right as a teacher to house his student and integrate him into the capital's elite circles. Inside the imperial palace, the emperor observed the couple. Far from the rustic villagers he expected, he found them poised and refined. He moved to reward them for their service, testing their character with a simple question about their desires. Shi Qingluo surprised the court by rejecting grand titles, asking only for a mountain villa with a hot spring. The emperor, amused by her humble yet practical request, granted it immediately, sensing a rare lack of greed that endeared her to him. Then Xiao Hanzheng spoke. Instead of wealth, he asked for access to past examination papers, proposing a plan to compile study guides. The emperor saw not just a student, but a strategic mind capable of reshaping the path to bureaucracy. After Xiao Hanzheng departed, the emperor called Mr. Hu to the palace. Impressed by his student's proposal for an examination bank, the emperor floated the idea of an enquête, a special imperial examination, specifically to usher in new, talented blood to challenge the aristocratic hold on power. Returning to his residence, Mr. Hu urged Xiao Hanzheng to prepare for the upcoming examination. The teacher boasted of his student's potential to the emperor, putting immense pressure on Xiao Hanzheng to not only succeed, but to rank in the top 3. In the general's residence, Xiao Yuanqi stewed in silence. Watching from afar as his estranged son gained the emperor's favor, he found his heart caught between regret for his past decisions and a lingering desire to exert control. News of the modest reward fueled gossip across the capital. While many, including Zai Rui's family, dismissed Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo as short-sighted peasants, Zai Xinheng realized their true genius. They were playing a long game, avoiding the jealousy of the elite to secure their future. Old Master Zai acknowledged Zai Xinheng's insight. He realized that the unassuming couple had successfully navigated the dangerous waters of imperial politics. He instructed Zai Rui to deepen his ties with these clever allies, seeing them as the future. The Liang family reached a similar conclusion. Liang Yaoxiao, ever the playboy with a hidden edge, agreed with his grandfather to maintain his friendship with Xiao Hanzheng. They understood that in this city, true power often wore the mask of simplicity. But in the shadows of the Xiao household, the intrigue continued. Ji Chunru, unable to see the grander political strategy, remained fixated on her petty vengeance. She set her plot into motion, preparing to use her family's connections to weave a trap for the rising scholar. Fueled by the whispers of his ambitious concubine, eldest grandson Xiao grows jealous of his cousin's sudden fame and the benefits of the new high-yield seeds. He decides to manipulate his grandmother into confronting the couple. The old Xiao family arrives at the residence, convinced they are owed a share of the glory. They demand recognition, citing filial piety as their primary weapon against the composed duo. Shi Qingluo meets their posturing with cool defiance, refusing to be cowed by their claims of seniority. She sees through their petty games, sensing the hand of a master manipulator behind them. The tide turns abruptly when Xiao Hanzheng reveals a dark truth. The cousin is suffering from a contagious, dishonorable illness. The shock ripples through the family as the prideful facade of the eldest grandson crumbles. As the family scoffs at the diagnosis, Shi Qingluo calmly dares them to verify the truth with a doctor. The seeds of doubt are planted, forcing the Xiao men to rush away for an external diagnosis. While the men are away, Shi Qingluo dismantling the family's avarice. She scolds them for their lack of vision, explaining that true honor is not bought with trinkets but earned through real service. The doctor confirms the diagnosis, shattering the family's pride. Faced with the reality of his own mortality, the eldest grandson is forced to beg his cousin for mercy, realizing his concubine was a trap. Shi Qingluo acts as the unwilling guide, peeling back the layers of deception to show the family how they were puppets in someone else's vendetta against the Xiao household. The realization hits the family like a thunderbolt. They identify their tormentor, and the shift from arrogance to vengeful fury is instantaneous, turning their anger toward Ji Chunru. Xiao Hanzheng plays the role of the reluctant savior, offering a lifeline in the form of a treatment plan. He knows the road ahead for his cousin is long and difficult, but it serves his own long-term interests. With the promise of a cure for their eldest, the family's focus turns entirely to retribution. They leave the residence with a new, dark purpose, ready to bring chaos back to the general's home. Shi Qingluo begins to plot their revenge, teaching the family how to weaponize their position. She advises them to use their connection to the general to destabilize the woman who betrayed them. Armed with a new strategy, the family prepares to challenge the power structure within the general's residence. They intend to bring in new rivals to displace the woman who sought to destroy them. The plan is set. They will force a confrontation and leverage their status as the general's kin to demand resources and protection, effectively turning the household into a battlefield. As the family departs, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo know they have successfully lit the fuse. The upcoming show in the capital will be nothing short of explosive as the family turns on itself. The final stage of the strategy is discussed, blackmailing the general with the threat of reporting the scandal to the authorities. It is a masterful move that leaves the family no choice but to follow through. With the medicine in hand and their newfound leverage, the family gains a sense of confidence. They are ready to reclaim their dignity and extract their pound of flesh from those who underestimated them. The trap is set. The once victims are now the orchestrators of a grand design that will ensure their enemies suffer the consequences of their own pride and ingenuity. Old Lady Xiao orchestrates a manipulative public display, feigning frailty and heartbreak as she spreads rumors about Shi Qingluo's infertility and unfilial behavior to neighbors, effectively turning the capital's public opinion against her son's wife. The charade shifts to an aggressive confrontation at the general's residence. The Xiao family members storm in, exposing Shi Qingluo's secret schemes involving the mistreated concubine and demanding justice. Chaos erupts as the old matriarchs unleash their pent-up fury, physically assaulting Shi Qingluo. Xiao Yuanqi is caught in the middle, paralyzed by the sudden eruption of violence and the exposure of his wife's vicious past. When Shi Qingluo threatens to hang herself to escape the accusations, old Lady Xiao coldly calls her bluff, offering a belt and challenging her to proceed. The display of raw defiance leaves the general's wife cornered and humiliated. Fearing a scandal that would reach the imperial court, Xiao Yuanqi is forced into a corner. He struggles to shield his wife, but the Xiao family's threat to involve the authorities forces his hand. To silence the threat of public disgrace, Xiao Yuanqi agrees to the Xiao family's demands. He must take in new concubines and surrender a massive portion of the general's manor assets, leaving Shi Qingluo seething with impotent rage. In a tense negotiation, Old Master Xiao offers a rare, sharp insight into the future, warning his son that isolating himself from his kin for the sake of his wife will only lead to his downfall once she and her siblings rise in status. The negotiations reach a breaking point. Xiao Yuanqi attempts to safeguard some of the dowry intended for the second prince's future concubine, but the Xiao elders remain steadfast in their demands for the general's wealth. Shame follows Xiao Yuanqi to the Yemen and the markets. The rumors spread by his mother have turned him into the talk of the town, mocking him as a man who cowers before his wife. The final blow falls when Shi Qingluo hears the public whispers confirm the very rumors she tried to bury. Shattered and near collapse, she realizes that her control over the general's manor is slipping away. Paranoia consumes Shi Qingluo as she investigates potential betrayals. Convinced that Xiao Yuanqi is keeping a concubine, she is pushed to the edge of insanity by the Xiao family's machinations. During a hunting trip to the royal grounds, Shi Qingluo encounters a mysterious, wounded noble. Uninterested in political intrigue or chivalrous deeds, she coldly chooses to ignore the stranger, much to his utter disbelief. Instead of playing the savior, Shi Qingluo blows a whistle to summon guards, effectively neutralizing any trap the stranger might have set. She refuses to engage in his schemes, leaving him stunned by her unconventional behavior. The game of cat and mouse begins. Shi Qingluo senses the stranger is someone of high status with complex motives, and she makes it clear through her sharp tone that she will not be manipulated by him. The arrival of Zai Rong unmasks the stranger as the second prince, Liang Hengxiao. Shi Qingluo remains unruffled by the revelation of his royal identity, maintaining her sharp and disinterested demeanor. Back at the royal farm, Shi Qingluo impresses the agriculture minister with her profound knowledge of farming, drawing the attention of everyone present. including the second prince who is now captivated by her brilliance. Sheltering from a storm in a temple, the group gathers around a fire. When Shi Qingluo catches Liang Hengshao staring at her, she playfully calls him out, leaving the entire group stunned by her audacity before the prince. In a display of royal charm gone wrong, the second prince attempted to captivate Shi Qingluo, only to find himself completely outmaneuvered by her blunt and unbothered demeanor, leaving him utterly speechless. As the conversation shifted to mundane comforts like winter clothing, Shi Qingluo effortlessly charmed Zai Rong and the gathered noble youths with promises of warm, knitted garments, further alienating the prince from her inner circle. With the promise of unique winter fashion, Shi Qingluo solidified her bond with the capital's young elites, leaving the ambitious prince to watch from the sidelines, struggling to understand why his royal status held so little weight. Leaving the temple, Zai Rong warned Shi Qingluo of the second prince's reputation as a heartless scoundrel who toyed with noble ladies, confirming that her instinct to keep him at a distance was entirely correct. The second prince's frustration grew as he realized his usual tactics of seduction and strategic influence had failed to capture the interest of the very people he aimed to recruit into his political web. Far from the streets, the Crown Prince Liang Hengchen observed the situation through his cousin Mo Qingling, finding amusement in his brother's failed schemes and expressing a keen interest in meeting the elusive, intelligent couple. With a cold smile, the Crown Prince acknowledged that while he might not sway the couple, he deeply admired the sharpness of those who refused to be mere pawns in the royal power struggle. The emperor confronted Xiao Yuanqi with proof of the assassination attempt on Xiao Hanzheng, leaving the general trembling as he scrambled to shift the blame onto his brother-in-law. Caught in a web of his own making, Xiao Yuanqi confessed to his past family failures, attempting to pivot the narrative into a tale of regret while desperately trying to keep his own status intact. The emperor saw through the general's theatrics, sensing the selfishness beneath the facade of a repentant father, yet choosing to use the moment to squeeze political leverage out of Xiao Yuanqi. Forced to handle the punishment of his own kin, Xiao Yuanqi felt his power slipping away, realizing that his son Xiao Hanzheng and daughter-in-law Shi Qingluo had become the unexpected architects of his ruin. Safe within the sanctuary of their home, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng exchanged romantic banter, their bond strengthening as they dismissed the outside world of political intrigue. Conversation turned somber as Xiao Hanzheng revealed the tragic, toxic cycle of the third prince and his manipulative consort, a cautionary tale that reinforced their decision to retreat from the capital's schemes. Realizing that these royal figures were incomparable to the genuine love and intellect they shared, the couple reaffirmed their commitment to return home, far from the reach of the imperial court. With eyes wide open to the dangers of the capital, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng resolved to enjoy their remaining time before making a clean break from the toxic environment of the princes. Despite his persistence, Shi Qingluo continued to keep the second prince at bay, once again rejecting his invitations in the middle of a crowded street, leaving the royal brothers baffled by her defiance. Unbeknownst to them, the third imperial consort Fu Wenzheng watched from above, her heart turning black with envy as she decided to target the woman she perceived as a rival for the prince's attention. The inevitable confrontation occurred at an embroidery shop, where the arrogant Fu Wenzheng attempted to assert her dominance by demanding Shi Qingluo's chosen goods, setting the stage for a clash of wills. In the heart of the capital, a clash of status unfolds. The arrogant Fu Wenzheng uses her royal consort title to belittle the humble Shi Qingluo, hoping to provoke a reaction. Yet Shi Qingluo remains composed, choosing to retreat rather than engage in a losing battle of influence, leaving the consort unsatisfied and seething with a dark, vengeful intent. The shadows of the capital hide dark plots. Fu Wenzheng, driven by spite, dispatches henchmen to destroy Shi Qingluo's reputation. But the ambush fails spectacularly when Shi Qingluo turns the tables, effortlessly subduing the would-be attackers with lethal precision and a chilling, predatory smile. Terror grips the hired thugs as they realize they have underestimated their mark. Under the cold edge of a blade, the truth spills out, a plot orchestrated by a servant girl for the third prince's consort. With the culprit unmasked, Shi Qingluo realizes that a simple apology will no longer suffice, The grievance has become too immense to ignore. Instead of seeking revenge in the shadows, Shi Qingluo forces her captors to march toward the capital magistrate's office. She crafts a narrative of conscience and public duty, turning the failed assassins into reluctant witnesses to expose the cruelty of those who seek to silence the provider of the nation's new seeds. The capital magistrate finds himself caught in a web of political intrigue. Facing the tearful, soft-spoken Shi Qingluo and the trio of confessing ruffians, he realizes the implications of this case. The path leads straight to the doorstep of the imperial family, a headache that no official desires, yet one that cannot be ignored. Seeking an ally, Shi Qingluo turns to Zai Rong. Upon hearing of the vicious attempt to destroy her, Zai Rong is filled with righteous fury, ready to challenge the status quo. The air in the mansion crackles with the weight of their decision. It is time to take the battle directly to the source of power. With the strategy set, the two women embark on a dangerous path. They are not merely seeking justice, they are aiming for the emperor himself. Shi Qingluo understands that in a world governed by rank, the only way to topple a consort is to appeal to the one person who sits above them all, her father-in-law. As their carriage rolls toward the palace, the capital buzzes with the news of the scandal. Every influential family in the city watches with bated breath, realizing that Shi Qingluo is no ordinary scholar's wife. She has chosen a path of confrontation that will surely shake the very foundations of the nobility. News reaches the princes, and with it, a realization of the stupidity of the consort's actions. Liang Hengxiao finds himself disgusted by the potential fallout. A desperate, power-hungry consort has not only threatened the empire's favor, but has also inadvertently turned a valuable asset into a dangerous enemy. The princes recognize that their own reputations are being dragged into the mud by the consort's petty, cruel games. They question if Shi Qingluo is truly naive enough to think she can win, or if they have underestimated her cunning. The atmosphere of the capital is charged with uncertainty, waiting for the emperor's reaction. As the palace gates open, the stage is set for a clash that will redefine power dynamics. Shi Qingluo is prepared to bet her future on a gamble that goes beyond mere complaining. She is ready to offer something so valuable that even the emperor cannot ignore her demands, proving that a scholar's wife can wield more influence than an imperial consort. Throughout the capital, the echoes of the injustice ripple outward. The young master Zai Rui, fiercely loyal and impulsive, refuses to stand by while his friend is targeted. He storms toward the palace, his defiance a testament to the growing support that Shi Qingluo has unknowingly gathered among the capital's youth. The influence of the incident spreads to the Liang family, where Liang Yaoxiao clashes with his father over the necessity of intervention. The generational divide is clear. One sees political caution, the other sees an unshakable moral obligation to support a friend in the face of royal bullying. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanzheng returns, his calm facade masking a burning desire for retribution. He wastes no time, moving to enlist the support of a respected, upright official. The board is being set, the pawns are moving, and tomorrow's court will see the beginning of a storm that the third consort cannot survive. The solidarity grows as even the elders of the great houses begin to see the value in such loyalty. Liang Yaoxiao leaves the mansion with his grandfather's blessing, ready to strike at the consort's reputation. The protection the consort once enjoyed is dissolving, leaving her vulnerable to the public outcry gathering against her. Inside the administrative hall, the tension is palpable. The emperor, prepared to manage a petty grievance, is stunned by the magnitude of what Shi Qingluo offers. She has not come to beg. She has come to provide the means for national strength, hitting the exact pressure point that a visionary ruler cannot refuse. With a single recipe, the dynamic shifts. The emperor sees not a village woman, but a strategic asset, while Shi Qingluo expertly leverages her value to ensure her own protection. The trap is laid, the pieces are aligned, and the third consort's fate is effectively sealed by the very person she tried to destroy. Inside the heart of the palace, the atmosphere crackled with tension as Shi Qingluo presented a secret iron-smelting formula, a document that promised to reshape the strength of the great Dalian Empire. The emperor, shrewd and ever watchful, pressed her on her motives. Shi Qingluo did not retreat behind sycophancy, but instead spoke with a refreshing, dangerous honesty that struck a chord with the weary ruler. She masterfully danced around the topic of the third prince's consort, refusing to play the victim directly. By elevating the emperor's wisdom and dedication, she ensured the monarch would seek his own vengeance on her behalf. The deal was struck. With the emperor's silent promise of justice, Shi Qingluo exited the palace, knowing that the gears of royal punishment were now turning against those who had dared to slight her. The iron-making recipe was quickly passed to the Ministry of Works. The minister, desperate for funding and breakthroughs, realized that this document was not just a technical guide, but a key to national power. Returning to the residence, Shi Qingluo found counsel with Mr. Hu. He praised her brilliance in keeping her hands clean, confirming that the emperor would now take personal interest in the downfall of his own daughter-in-law. The reunion between Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng was filled with shared pride. Together, they navigated the treacherous currents of the capital, fueled by the knowledge that their allies were already laying the trap. Outside the palace walls, the social storm gathered. Zai Rui and other influential friends began to broadcast the scandals of the third prince's consort, turning the tide of public opinion against the noble house. The morning court was heavy with expectation. As the charges were brought against the third prince's consort, the air grew thick with the looming finality of the emperor's impending judgment. The emperor's rage was swift and absolute. He stripped the consort of her status, demoting her to a mere concubine, while publicly rebuking the third prince for his blind infatuation with a woman who had become a burden to the crown. The court was sent into an uproar. This was a clear message to all. Shi Qingluo was not to be trifled with, and those who stood in her way, no matter their noble blood, would face the emperor's wrath. The third prince left the hall in a stupor, his political ambitions crippled. He realized that the woman he had shielded had brought nothing but ruin upon his reputation and his standing with the throne. Upon returning home, the situation descended into farce. His consort, now a concubine in everything but name, was being forced to learn etiquette, her arrogance crumbling as the reality of her new status set in. The charade was over. When she demanded he fight for her status, the third prince simply walked away, leaving the disgraced woman to face the cold truth that her power had vanished in a single day. Broken by the demotion, the former consort spiraled into a pit of despair, quickly replaced by a dark, burning desire for revenge against Shi Qingluo, whom she blamed for every ounce of her suffering. Xiao Hanzheng revealed the true depth of his reach, providing Shi Qingluo with inside details from the third prince's own residence. His strategic mastery earned him her deepest respect and a playful moniker of her own eternal god. In the general's residence, Xiao Yuanqi sat in deep regret, realizing he had underestimated his estranged son. He was a man trapped by his own past decisions, unaware of the domestic turmoil brewing under his own roof. As Ji Chunru set out on a secret mission, she was blissfully unaware that the observant eyes of the Xiao family were tracking her every move, setting the stage for the next confrontation in the capital. Fueled by paranoia and the news of a potential rival, Ji Chunru decides to take matters into her own hands, marching toward the secluded courtyard where Xiao Yuanqi has been spending his time. Inside the courtyard, Tao Liu awaits her visitor with calculated grace, ready to play the victim as Ji Chunru arrives to confront the woman she believes is stealing her husband's attention. Just as Ji Chunru attempts to assert her dominance, the unexpected arrival of old lady Xiao turns the tables, exposing the messy internal politics of the Xiao family to a judging public. With the public watching, old lady Xiao masterfully escalates the conflict, using every ounce of her acting ability to frame Ji Chunru as a cruel and unfilial daughter-in-law. Recognizing the signal, Tao Liu performs a calculated sacrifice, crashing against the wall just as Xiao Yuanqi enters, cementing her image as a martyr in his eyes. The stage is set. Xiao Yuanqi stands paralyzed by the scene, his sympathy swaying toward Tao Liu while the reputation of his household crumbles under the weight of the day's events. The psychological warfare continues as old lady Xiao plants seeds of doubt in Xiao Yuanqi's mind, cleverly steering him toward the conclusion that bringing Tao Liu home is the only honorable path. Caught between a mother who won't be silenced and a wife who has become a liability, Xiao Yuanqi begins to regret his choices, realizing that his desire for control has only invited more chaos. Succumbing to the pressure of the moment, Xiao Yuanqi makes the fateful decision to take Tao Liu into his home, a choice that promises to ignite a new fire in his residence. The narrative of the Xiao family's internal betrayals leaks into the streets, as old lady Xiao ensures that everyone hears the story of how Xiao Yuanqi abandoned his kin for his current wife. With the help of eldest grandson Xiao and carefully placed agitators, the public opinion turns sharply against Xiao Yuanqi and Shi Qingluo, sealing their social disgrace. Overwhelmed by the public shaming and the weight of her own actions, Shi Qingluo finally collapses, leaving Xiao Yuanqi to retreat in a desperate bid to escape the mocking eyes of the capital. From the shadows, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng observe the success of their plan, satisfied that the public opinion machine has effectively done their work for them. Back within the walls of the general's residence, the fallout continues as Xiao Yuanqi and Shi Qingluo clash over the consequences of her impulsive behavior. In the guest quarters, Tao Liu expertly manipulates Xiao Yuanqi's perception, acting as the gentle, understanding victim while effectively driving a deeper wedge between him and Shi Qingluo. The trap is set. Tao Liu offers to leave to spare Xiao Yuanqi further trouble, a move that only solidifies his determination to keep her by his side as an innocent, unjustly treated woman. Tao Liu carefully suppressed her old habits, using every ounce of her training to appear as an innocent, virtuous woman from a good family. She acted with calculated hesitation, making Xiao Yuanqi believe her fragility was born from a place of genuine concern rather than deception. Captivated by her performance, Xiao Yuanqi found his resolve wavering. He felt a deep sense of protectiveness for the woman who seemed to care only for his happiness, even at the cost of her own reputation. Meanwhile, the news of the encounter reached the ears of Shi Qingluo. Consumed by bitter jealousy and rage, she saw through the ruse and lashed out, her previous facade of gentleness crumbling beneath the weight of her fury. Intent on silencing the discord, Xiao Yuanqi manipulated the situation by arranging for Shi Qingluo to be sent to the northern border. He offered his wife a compromise, hoping to soothe her temper while steering the course of his own secret ambitions. The weight of public scrutiny pressed down on Xiao Yuanqi as his peers whispered about his broken family ties. The emperor's open disdain added to his humiliation, forcing him to consider desperate measures to regain favor. Doubt began to creep into Xiao Yuanqi's mind as friends questioned his judgment and loyalty to his own blood. The realization that his current wife's reputation was poisoning his own career stung him deeply. Sensing the shifting winds, old lady Xiao took control of the situation. She pressured her son to formalize his relationship with Tao Liu, realizing that securing Tao Liu's place in the household was essential for their long-term survival. With a mix of threats and persuasion, old lady Xiao forced Tao Liu to accept her new role. Xiao Yuanqi, caught between his mother's machinations and the shifting loyalties of his home, felt the walls of his own making closing in. The mask of the virtuous wife slipped when old lady Xiao confronted Shi Qingluo about her deceitful use of makeup. The sight of the powder staining the old woman's fingers shattered Xiao Yuanqi's remaining illusions about his wife's illness. Armed with schemes whispered by Shi Qingluo, old lady Xiao delivered a chilling warning. She made it clear that any harm coming to them on the road would lead to a swift and brutal public reckoning, leaving Shi Qingluo trapped in her own malice. Under his mother's iron grip, Xiao Yuanqi was led away, leaving Shi Qingluo alone in her room. She clutched at the empty space where her husband had stood, desperate for him to return and soothe her wounded pride. As the hours ticked past midnight, the truth finally arrived like a dagger. When the servant delivered the news that Xiao Yuanqi had remained in the other courtyard, the shock broke Shi Qingluo, leaving her gasping for air as blood stained her lips. Safe in their sanctuary, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng dissected the chaos unfolding at the general's residence with detached amusement. They saw the scumbag father for exactly what he was, a man of weak resolve and hypocritical loyalties. While the capital simmered with intrigue, the couple enjoyed a peaceful afternoon of shopping. Xiao Hanzheng gladly played the role of the devoted husband, ensuring his wife's happiness while they waited for the coming storm. Across the street, Xiao Yuanqi watched his son from a distance, feeling a strange mixture of resentment and begrudging respect. Next to him, Liang Hengxiao plotted to bridge the gap, hoping to harvest the power that the young couple now wielded. As he prepared to face the son he had cast aside, Xiao Yuanqi was haunted by the memories of his own foolishness. He realized too late that the path he chose had led to his current isolation, and he wondered if any reconciliation was truly possible. Driven to madness by isolation and the influence of a potent incense, Fu Wenzheng let down her guard. She poured out her venomous disdain for the third prince, exposing her deepest, darkest resentments to her seemingly loyal maid. Standing just outside, the third prince heard every cruel word, every shattering truth about the past he had cherished. The revelation that the kindness he believed he received was merely a case of mistaken identity, and vanity crushed his soul. The illusion of a faded love dissolved entirely. Fu Wenzheng mocked the prince's status and his worth, unaware that the man she had married for political utility was now bearing witness to her cold-hearted, calculated contempt. Inside the walls of the third prince's residence, Fu Wenzheng ruthlessly threatens her terrified maids, unaware that her husband is listening in the shadows. Haunted by past betrayals and the revelation that Liang Hengxiao had been deceived about the origin of his childhood comfort, the facade of their marriage begins to shatter. The discovery of Fu Wenzheng's cold-blooded schemes hits Liang Hengxiao like a physical blow. Realizing his affection was built upon a lie, his heart turns cold, stripping away the pretenses that once defined their union. With the veil lifted, Liang Hengxiao confronts Fu Wenzheng about her treachery. No longer the infatuated suitor, he realizes that his own family and the woman he thought he loved have been orchestrating his downfall all along. The illusion of a happy marriage is discarded as Liang Hengxiao walks away from Fu Wenzheng, leaving her behind in a fit of narcissistic rage. He no longer cares for the approval of a woman who never truly loved him. In a decisive turn of events, Liang Hengxiao approaches his father, the emperor, with hard evidence of the Fu family's treasonous machinations. Shedding his ambitions for the throne, he chooses a new path of service to the state. Surprised by his son's sudden honesty, the emperor entrusts Liang Hengxiao with the governance of the northern border. It is a promotion that stuns the court and catches Xiao Hanzheng off guard, shifting the tides of power in the capital. The news of the third prince's shift in fortune spreads, leaving Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng satisfied with their indirect triumph. But peace is fleeting as they prepare for an unwanted guest. The arrival of Xiao Yuanqi brings a chill to the household. Shi Qingluo takes the lead, greeting the man with sharp sarcasm, asserting her dominance and protecting Xiao Hanzheng from his father's manipulative reach. Unnerved by the couple's unity and Shi Qingluo's sharp tongue, Xiao Yuanqi finds himself struggling to maintain his composure. The power dynamic has shifted, and the scumbag father is no longer the authority figure he once was. While Xiao Yuanqi grapples with his son's defiance, an audience of curious onlookers led by Zai Rui watches from the shadows, eager to witness Shi Qingluo's verbal dismantling of the general. Shi Qingluo leaves no stone unturned, dissecting Xiao Yuanqi's history of betrayal and blindness. Each word lands like a strike, stripping away his veneer of respectability. Cornered by his own previous actions and the unyielding confidence of his former daughter-in-law, Xiao Yuanqi finds himself unable to strike back. He is trapped in a web of his own making, outmatched by the very people he once discarded. The final confrontation reaches a breaking point. Xiao Hanzheng stands as a silent wall of support, confirming that he allows Shi Qingluo to act because her words ring with the truth of his own resentment. Every attempt by Xiao Yuanqi to reclaim his role as a father is thwarted by Shi Qingluo's sharp reminders of his past hypocrisy. He is powerless to silence her, and his reputation crumbles further under the weight of his own hubris. Beaten and disgraced, Xiao Yuanqi exits, having failed to intimidate his son or silence his daughter-in-law. The cycle of abuse is finally broken, leaving Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng standing tall in their own domain. Inside the residence, the air crackled with the sharp, acidic barbs of Shi Qingluo, who ruthlessly dismantled the pride of Xiao Yuanqi. She didn't just reject his demand for reconciliation. She twisted the blade, taunting him about his barren mistress, and the fact that his own disowned children might one day call another man father. Pushed to the brink of a breakdown, Xiao Yuanqi attempted to exert his authority, demanding that Xiao Hanzheng use his skills as a doctor to treat his current mistress. The audacity of the request was met with a freezing refusal, leaving the general reeling from the realization that he had completely lost control over his own kin. Sensing that the moment had arrived, Shi Qingluo transitioned from a sharp-tongued adversary to a damsel in distress. She signaled to the eavesdropping Zai Rui and his companions, preparing to weaponize public opinion against the powerful man who had dared to threaten her. With theatrical precision, Shi Qingluo spun a tale of woe for the gathering crowd. Aided by the indignant shouts of Zai Rui and Zai Rong, she successfully painted Zhao Yuanqi as a heartless, power-abusing tyrant, leaving the general standing in the street, choking on his own fury as his reputation crumbled. Seeing his wife's success, Xiao Hanzheng stepped out to play his part in the drama. With a performance worthy of a master actor, he draped himself in feigned guilt, declaring that he would rather abandon his imperial examination ambitions than succumb to his father's threats and divorce his beloved wife. The onlookers were whipped into a frenzy of righteous indignation by Liang Hengxiao and Zai Rui. The young nobles, usually the ones being accused of bullying, now postured as defenders of the weak, ensuring that the public sentiment turned permanently against the general. Defeated and humiliated, Xiao Yuanqi chose the coward's path, retreating through a side door to avoid further exposure. He realized too late that he had been outmaneuvered by a pair of shameless, black-hearted youths who had effectively turned the entire capital against him. The trap was set, and the game had been played perfectly. With their reputations as victims cemented and the general's image in tatters, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng began their preparations to leave the capital, confident that they had left a permanent scar on their enemy's legacy. Back in the safety of their residence, the mood was celebratory. Zai Rui and Liang Hengxiao openly praised Shi Qingluo for her tactical brilliance, admitting that they had never before understood the power of manipulating the truth rather than using blunt force. As plans for the journey home to Nanxi County solidified, Zai Rong expressed her deep reluctance to part ways. They spent their final hours discussing future ventures, including the potential for new cosmetic formulas that would keep their business bond alive even across the distance. Inside the walls of the Forbidden City, the report reached the Emperor's desk. To his and the Empress Dowager's surprise and amusement, the narrative of Shi Qingluo's clash with the general provided a moment of genuine levity, painting the young woman as a force of nature. The Empress Dowager, having long suffered the heartlessness of men in power, felt a surge of sympathy for Shi Qingluo. She declared the girl a wonderful soul, resolving that when the opportunity arose, she would see for herself the woman who had dared to bring the arrogant general to his knees. Back in the general's residence, the atmosphere was thick with resentment. Xiao Yuanqi, still reeling from his public humiliation, was greeted by Ji Chunru, who showed no concern for his well-being, instead immediately pressing him to secure an imperial physician for her brother's upcoming exile. Tension exploded when Liu Ru, the concubine, entered the room. Ji Chunru's vanity and jealousy flared, leading her to berate the woman for her tone and status. However, Xiao Yuanqi surprisingly stepped in to defend the concubine, further widening the rift between him and his wife. The shift was clear. Xiao Yuanqi, weary of his wife's constant demands and sharp temper, found a refreshing, submissive softness in Liu Ru. He ignored his wife's earlier request, choosing to indulge in the company of the woman who didn't challenge his fragile ego. Driven to the point of hysteria, Ji Chunru was comforted not by her husband, but by her sister, who urged her to play a more calculating game. The advice was simple: keep the concubine underfoot, charm the general, and secure the family's future through their ties to the second prince. While his wife seethed in isolation, Xiao Yuanqi enjoyed the quiet care of Liu Ru. As the servant sent by Ji Chunru arrived to summon him, he coldly dismissed the request, preferring the comfort of his study to the toxic environment of his main household. Following day, the bitter departure for the northern border took place. Ji Chunru watched as her brother left, feeling the sting of Xiao Yuanqi's manipulation. He had promised to help her family but framed it as a service to his mother to avoid suspicion, leaving her questioning his true loyalty. As the carriages for the exiled family rolled toward the border, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo also took their leave. They departed the capital with the quiet satisfaction of victors, leaving behind a household destined to devour itself in jealousy and spite. After a half-month journey from the capital, the trio returns to the tranquility of Xiaxi village. Mr. Hu, enchanted by the humble yet warm surroundings, chooses to stay in the village instead of returning to the city. A comedic homecoming ensues as the house goose, Dummy, greets Shi Qingluo with a growing harem of female geese. The sight of the proud goose guarding his new family leaves everyone amused at the bird's unexpected romantic streak. While Xiao Hanzheng sees to Mr. Hu, Shi Qingluo consults Mother Xiao about recent events. She learns that the villagers, grateful for the shared prosperity of the cement workshop, stood up to protect the family from the hostile Wu family in their absence. The next day, Bai Zhu visits with news of the upcoming imperial examination. Expressing a desire to follow Shi Qingluo and her husband to the capital, he confirms that the small county of Nanxi is no longer enough to contain their growing ambitions. The mood turns cold as Bai Zhu reveals the full extent of the Wu family's depravity. They had planned to ruin Mother Xiao's reputation by framing her with a sordid, false affair, hoping to force her into disgrace. Shocking revelations continue as Bai Zhu exposes the Wu family's involvement in human trafficking and money laundering under the cover of the prefecture's corruption. Seeking justice for a friend's lost child, Bai Zhu hands over the hard-earned evidence he gathered. Armed with the damning proof, Xiao Hanzheng vows to dismantle the Wu family's influence. The viciousness of their enemies has accelerated his plans, ensuring the reckoning comes long before he even steps foot into the imperial examination hall. In the quiet of their home, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng reaffirm their bond and shared goal of protecting their family. They divide their tasks, with Shi Qingluo heading to the Shi residence to gather information while Xiao Hanzheng prepares to meet the magistrate. At the Shi household, Shi Qingluo confronts the family, uncovering how the Wu family has been manipulating fourth son Shi into a web of gambling debt and excess. She masterfully navigates their greed to turn the situation in her favor. A quiet breakthrough occurs when an overlooked relative reveals a key detail overheard from the Wu family. The malicious scheme involving an old widower was a direct plot by Ji Chunru. This confirms the reach of their enemies far beyond the county borders. With the strategy finalized, Shi Qingluo instructs old lady Shi to have fourth son Shi feign poisoning. This bold gambit will force the authorities to search the Wu mansion, providing the perfect cover to expose their hidden ledgers and crimes. The Shi family agrees to the risky scheme, driven by the lure of the Wu family's riches. They resolve to sacrifice the comfort of fourth son Shi to secure the evidence needed to topple their oppressors once and for all. Recognizing the bravery of her overlooked younger sister, Shi Qingluo offers her a position in the upcoming wool workshop. This act of kindness secures a loyal ally and provides the girl with a future beyond the control of her parents. Back at home, Xiao Hanzheng confirms that the magistrate is ready to move against the Wu family. They resolve to strike back at Ji Chunru and Xiao Yuanxi, turning their own malicious schemes against them. The final part of their plan involves tempering Mother Xiao. They realize that for their future in the capital to be secure, she must lose her naivety and understand the darkness they are facing. In the intimacy of the evening, Shi Qingluo carefully reveals the full extent of the threats against the family. She breaks the cycle of protecting Mother Xiao from the truth, arming her with the knowledge required to survive the upcoming struggle. Instead of despair, Mother Xiao finds a cold, sharp resolve. She realizes that her previous gentleness nearly allowed their enemies to destroy her children, and she pledges to learn martial arts and stand as a defender of their home. Moving forward, Shi Qingluo empowers Mother Xiao to lead the workshops, teaching her to identify capable managers and protect the family's assets. The transformation from a sheltered mother to a savvy, protective matriarch begins in earnest. The night concludes with Shi Qingluo speaking to Xiao Bailey, ensuring that even the youngest of the family is prepared for the harsh realities of their future. The entire family is now united, aware, and ready to face the dangers awaiting them in the capital. With the wool workshop thriving, Shi Qingluo prepares a dangerous trap. She entrusts a medicinal mixture to old lady Shi, warning her that the fate of their family depends on fourth son Shi taking the dose to mimic poisoning. When Madame Niu attempts to manipulate Shi Qingluo into hiring her other daughters, she is met with sharp reminders of past cruelty. Shi Qingluo makes it clear that she is not a forgiving saint, silencing the woman with icy threats. Old lady Shi, realizing the necessity of appeasing the gifted Shi Qingluo, berates Madame Niu and her daughters for their greed. The hierarchy of the family is firmly re-established through fear, and the promise of consequences. Third son, she tracks down his gambling-addicted brother in the city, using the promise of the Wu family's wealth to coerce him into drinking the concoction that will feign a poisoning. The stage is set at the Wu residence. Fourth son, she lies in agony from the potion, providing the perfect excuse for the Shi family to invade the compound and create a chaotic scene. Oblivious to the trap, the Wu family plots their own scheme to ruin Xiao Hanzheng's imperial examination prospects, unaware that their house of cards is about to crumble from within. Pandemonium erupts as the Shi women turn the courtyard into a battlefield. Under Shi Qingluo's silent direction, they settle old scores against the Wu matriarch, fueling the flames of the confrontation. As the physical altercation peaks, Shi Qingluo maneuvers the situation to frame the Wu family for silencing witnesses. Her strategic tongue turns the tide, making the Wu family appear as the aggressors. The Shi family takes their grievances to the public square, drawing a crowd and forcing the hand of local law enforcement. Bailiffs are finally granted entry to search the premises. The Wu household falls into a state of panic as authorities infiltrate their home. Master Wu's facade of control shatters, as the secrets he desperately wanted to keep hidden are now under scrutiny. Desperation drives eldest young Master Wu to protect his hidden chambers, but he finds no escape from the relentless Shi Qingluo, who shadows his every step. While the Wu family is distracted, Shi Qingluo dispatches a scout to guide her husband, Xiao Hanzheng, ensuring that no evidence or trap goes unnoticed during the search. To keep the pressure on, Shi Qingluo stages a confrontation, drawing the attention of Magistrate Mo Qingling to the violence displayed by the Wu family's eldest heir. Xiao Hanzheng arrives at the critical moment, his presence shifting the momentum entirely. With the magistrate present, the Wu family is forced into a corner, their attempts at intimidation failing before the law. Relying on his deep knowledge of ancient strategic patterns, Xiao Hanzheng bypasses the Wu family's elaborate defenses, causing a stone wall to shift and reveal a hidden entrance. The secrets beneath the rockery are laid bare. Faced with the inevitable exposure of their illicit activities, the Wu family loses their last shred of plausible deniability. Pushed to the brink of total collapse, the Wu family plays their final, desperate hand. Armed thugs emerge from the darkness, signaling a violent escalation as the confrontation turns into a lethal struggle. Chaos erupted as the Wu family's thugs lunged, but Shi Qingluo's lethal precision turned the tide. With Xiao Hanzheng and Mo Qingling joining the fray, the outlaws were swiftly overwhelmed, and the coward eldest young Master Wu attempted a frantic escape, only to be struck down by stones launched by Xiao Hanzheng. Descending into the bowels of the estate, the party discovered a horrific prison hidden beneath the surface. In the dim flicker of oil lamps, Mo Qingling promised salvation to the traumatized children and girls trapped in the cages, while Xiao Hanzheng scanned the room for hidden secrets. After a grueling hour of mechanical deconstruction, the box popped open, revealing ledgers of illicit trade and dark conspiracies. The evidence laid bare the Wu family's web of human trafficking, smuggling, and murder, compelling Mo Qingling to seek imperial intervention to purge the corrupt officials involved. As the Wu men were dragged away in chains, the household collapsed into panic. Mo Qingling maintained a firm hand, ensuring the corruption was contained, while old lady Shi seized the opportunity to settle old grudges and mock their downfall. With the masters of the house arrested, the Shi family descended upon the Wu treasury like vultures. Old lady Shi ruthlessly plundered the fortune, ignoring the pleas of the household as they filled their carriages with the spoils of the Wu family's crimes. Shi family's greed was a ticking time bomb, and Shi Qingluo knew it. She watched as her relatives carried away their own ruin, confident that the sudden wealth would drive her gambling-addicted relatives to total, self-inflicted destruction. Safe in their carriage, Xiao Hanzheng praised his brilliant wife's foresight. Shi Qingluo remained unburdened by guilt, knowing that the trap had been perfectly set, and that justice would come naturally from the hands of the greedy. As winter's bitter chill settled over the village, Shi Qingluo felt the inadequacy of common braziers. She envisioned a revolutionary iron stove, a warm sanctuary that would not only provide comfort for her husband, but a technological boon for the entire county. Seeking Mo Qingling's support, the couple presented their designs. Impressed by the efficiency of the iron refining formula Shi Qingluo had previously provided, Mo Qingling readily allocated resources from the state workshops to bring the iron stove and honeycomb coal furnace to life. A mutually beneficial arrangement was struck. Mo Qingling would manage the production and distribution of the stoves, while Shi Qingluo gained a secure passage for her woolen goods to the capital, ensuring her creations reached the influential elite. By trading her proprietary technical blueprints for transport, Shi Qingluo secured her family's future, avoiding the pitfalls of direct government management while ensuring her innovations would earn the gratitude of the emperor himself. The iron stoves were a resounding success. Mo Qingling, experiencing the warmth for himself, immediately ordered a fleet of them to be delivered to the capital, transforming the cold, drafty lives of the officials and bailiffs into something much more comfortable. Upon the shipment's arrival, Liang Yaoxiao realized that Shi Qingluo had once again handed him the key to his family's favor. He wasted no time in presenting the warmth of the wool and the brilliance of the iron stove to his grandparents. The Liang elders were instantly charmed. As old lady Liang marveled at the warmth of the wool, Liang Yaoxiao skillfully positioned himself as the most filial grandson, setting the stage for the family to embrace both his business ambitions and these new, essential inventions. The iron stove became the centerpiece of the Liang household. As old Master Liang and his wife enjoyed the perfect warmth while playing mahjong, the success of the invention solidified Liang Yaoxiao's standing and secured his permission to pursue business. The family dynamic grew comedic as the elders shamelessly scrambled for the exclusive woolen sets. Liang Mingcheng, despite his status, found himself outmaneuvered by his own father in the contest for Liang Yaoxiao's latest gifts, showing the true power of these new comforts. Liang Mingcheng, having been snubbed, used his authority to claim an iron stove for himself, proving that the desire for Shi Qingluo's inventions knew no rank. Liang Yaoxiao was left to wonder if his filial piety would ever leave him anything for himself. In the end, the iron stove was claimed, and the Liang household was conquered by the comfort of Shi Qingluo's design. Liang Yaoxiao realized that he was still learning the cutthroat, yet warm art of family politics in the capital. In the capital, a comedic rivalry unfolds as Zai Zhenheng tricks his son Zai Rui into rushing out to show off his wool clothing, leaving the coveted iron stove behind for the father to claim for his own study. Young playboys Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao meet, bonding over the shared misfortune of their fathers hijacking their prized iron stoves and wool gear, though they eventually find success in showing off their remaining items. The winter court session becomes a stage for vanity as the high-ranking elders, including Old Master Zai, Old Master Liang, and Old Master Fei, parade their new, comfortable wool clothing to the shock and jealousy of their peers. As the craze for wool products sweeps the capital, Shi Qingluo faces an overwhelming demand, forcing her to rapidly expand her production facilities in Nanxi County and winning the hearts of the local women she employs. To meet the skyrocketing demand, Mo Qingling ingeniously converts scrap iron from weapon production into functional iron table stoves, creating a lucrative new industry for the county. In the capital, Liang Yaoxiao enjoys massive commercial success, yet faces intense scrutiny and jealousy from his own family, who are desperate to claim his profits as their own. Mastering the art of manipulation, Liang Yaoxiao utilizes the support of the family matriarch to silence his critics, securing his earnings and his reputation as the favored, if unconventional, grandson. With the matriarch's backing, Liang Yaoxiao successfully cements his independence, proving that even a perceived dandy can outmaneuver traditionalist family members through wit and profitable industry. Liang Yaoxiao continues to win favor by gifting Shi Qingluo's high-quality wool products to his grandparents, further alienating his envious siblings who struggle to gain similar recognition. Recognizing the danger of his newfound wealth, Liang Yaoxiao skillfully secures the protection of the powerful Old Master Liang to shield himself, and Shi Qingluo from predatory rivals. Combined protection of the Liang and Zai Rong's families creates an impenetrable barrier around Shi Qingluo's business, forcing those with ill intent to abandon their schemes. In the general's residence, Ji Chunru seethes with rage as her plots against Shi Qingluo dissolve, unaware that Xiao Hanzheng and his wife are already preparing their next move. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo analyze the news that Shi Qingluo's sister is to be a concubine for the second prince, unraveling the political web being spun by their enemies. They deliberate on the sister's dangerous ambitions and her history of treachery, recognizing that her entry into the second prince's residence is a calculated attempt to seize power through poison and deceit. Shi Qingluo proposes a counter-strategy to derail the sister's low-key rise to power by exposing her to public scrutiny, turning her own ambition into her downfall. They resolve to let the sister enter the residence, but ensure her path is paved with scandal, creating chaos that will eventually consume those who seek to destroy them. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo solidify their plans to infiltrate the general's residence, using spies to ensure their enemies are trapped by their own greed and political maneuvering. Following Shi Qingluo's tip, the greedy Xiao elders discover the hidden fortune meant for the general's brother-in-law, promptly confiscating the wealth for themselves while masking their discovery. While the general suffers in isolation, unaware that his secret funds have been stolen by his own family, he continues to plot vengeance against those he believes wronged him, oblivious to the storm brewing. The journey to the northern border was a living nightmare for Shi Qingluo. The Xiao family, driven by a deep-seated malice, tormented him at every turn, sabotaging his warmth and supplies until he was left trembling in the frigid, unforgiving air. Upon their arrival at the northern border, Shi Qingluo sought to secure his future by accessing his hidden fortune. To his horror, he discovered that his life savings had been stolen, leaving him vulnerable and utterly destitute in a hostile land. Confronting the Xiao family proved futile. The old lady met his accusations with cold, practiced deception, and when Shi Qingluo dared to threaten them with the general's favor, he was met with brute force rather than admission. The spiral continued until the Xiao family's machinations saw Shi Qingluo framed and sentenced to the grueling labor of the mines. Broken and discarded, he could only cling to the fading hope that his sister would eventually intervene. In the capital, the news of the theft ignited a cold rage within Xiao Yuanqi. His frustration grew as he realized the sheer scale of the resources his wife had funneled away, effectively draining the family's hard-earned foundation for the sake of her siblings. Forced by circumstances, Xiao Yuanqi made the difficult choice to surrender a secret treasure map to the emperor. He hoped to appease the sovereign's growing suspicion, though the cost of the sacrifice weighed heavily upon his ambition. The emperor's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the map. The location pointed directly to King Jin's fiefdom, a revelation that turned the atmosphere in the throne room icy, leaving Xiao Yuanqi trembling in the wake of the monarch's displeasure. As tensions bubbled behind palace walls, a new, carefully planted rumor spread through the streets of the capital. Tales of a beauty so profound she had bewitched the second prince himself, signaling the beginning of a fresh web of deceit. The second prince, unmoved by the whispers about him and Shi Qingluo, quickly deduced the manipulation behind the gossip. He knew his own heart, and his interest lay not in the Shi family schemes, but in those who truly controlled the power he sought. Determined to regain the upper hand, the princes discussed strategies to rope in those they had previously discarded. They turned their sights toward the general's household, plotting to use Xiao Yuanqi to bridge the gap to his estranged son. Far from the capital, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo were far from ignorant. Within the warmth of their study, they analyzed the reports with a calm confidence, already steps ahead of the players in the capital, savoring the inevitable collapse of their enemies' plans. The couple shared a moment of wicked delight, crafting a scheme to pit Shi Qingluo against the consequences of her own arrogance. By leaking strategic misinformation, they intended to watch the general's household tear itself apart from the inside. In a tense meeting, the second prince pressured Xiao Yuanqi to mend bridges with his eldest son. The general, trapped between his own regret and the cold reality of his daughter-in-law's influence, found himself cornered into a plan he wasn't sure he could execute. Regret began to gnaw at Xiao Yuanqi. He realized too late that severing ties with his son had cost him access to the very brilliance he now desperately needed to impress the prince, leaving him with little choice but to rely on his wife's risky schemes. The alliance hung by a thread, built on mutual suspicion and desperate need. As they clinked their glasses, both men knew that the upcoming trials would test whether their fragile web of intrigue would hold or shatter under the pressure. Ji Qingluo attempted to woo her husband with displays of domesticity, but her efforts fell flat. Xiao Yuanxi, distracted by political failure and comparisons to others, saw only the inconvenience of her performance, deepening the divide between them. Heated disagreement erupted over the control of the family assets. Ji Qingluo's relentless drive to bolster her sisters' dowry clashed with Xiao Yuanxi's growing realization that their family's financial foundation was rapidly eroding. The night ended in a flurry of broken porcelain and bitter tears. When Xiao Yuanxi chose to retreat to another woman's quarters rather than soothe his wife's outburst, he effectively signaled the end of his patient tolerance for her caprice. In the solitude of her room, Ji Qingluo's despair transformed into a hardened, singular desire for retribution. She was no longer just protecting her status. She was prepared to execute a dangerous gamble to secure her position and destroy those who stood in her way. On Lunar New Year's Eve, the Xiao family gathers for a feast as Xiao Hanzheng unveils a surprise. He lights homemade fireworks that fill the sky with festive red light, marking a beautiful new beginning for the family as they step into the new year. In the quiet of their room, Xiao Hanzheng presents a meticulously crafted ring to Shi Qingluo. The golden band, inscribed with the character Luo, serves as a romantic tether, symbolizing his lifelong devotion and his clever intent to trap her heart forever. Moved by his deep affection, Shi Qingluo gifts Xiao Hanzheng a matching ring, sealing their mutual promise. With their bond strengthened, the family soon travels to the prefecture capital, where Xiao Hanzheng prepares for the upcoming imperial examinations. While Xiao Hanzheng is occupied with his exams, Shi Qingluo and her family explore the capital. Xiao Bailey ventures to a scenic hillside to paint, unaware that 3 ruffians are encroaching upon her solitude. A young man named Zhang Tengfeng arrives, attempting to play the hero to save Xiao Bailey from the ruffians. However, his insincere posturing and condescending gaze reveal the scene as a clumsy, staged performance. Unimpressed by the charade, Xiao Bailey reveals her true mettle. With a flick of a hidden whip, she nimbly dispatches the ruffians, turning from a delicate lady into a fierce combatant who catches Zhang Tengfeng completely off guard. The onlookers are left in awe of Xiao Bailey's martial skill. Zhang Tengfeng stands dazed, his plans to manipulate the young lady crumbling as her strength exposes the absurdity of his failed heroics. With cold efficiency, Xiao Bailey drives the battered ruffians away and turns her gaze toward Zhang Tengfeng. She sharply critiques his fake heroics, exposing his collusion with the attackers and forcing him to retreat in shame. Hidden nearby, Liang Hengyu and Cai Yiyang witness the entire spectacle. They are deeply impressed by Xiao Bailey's sharp intuition and combat prowess, realizing she is far more than the weak target they were led to believe. The secret observation reveals a failed plot to manipulate Xiao Hanzheng's family. Liang Hengyu expresses frustration at the tasteless incompetence of the conspirators, while Cai Yiyang finds himself unexpectedly intrigued by the fierce girl they just encountered. Cai Yiyang decides to personally intervene, hoping to use his charm and a found earring to court Xiao Bailey for his own gain, despite his cousin's skepticism about the feasibility of the plan. Learning of the missing earring, Shi Qingluo accompanies Xiao Bailey back to the scene. They encounter the 2 noblemen, and Shi Qingluo instantly senses that these men are not merely innocent bystanders. Shi Qingluo boldly challenges the men, suspecting them of being the masterminds behind the earlier harassment. Her sharp tongue and uncompromising demeanor put the 2 nobles on the defensive immediately. When Cai Yiyang attempts to toy with Shi Qingluo and Xiao Bailey over the earring, Shi Qingluo proves her martial mettle. With a sudden, precise movement, she wrests the earring from his hand, leaving him stunned and embarrassed. Seizing the moment, Shi Qingluo goads the arrogant Cai Yiyang into a wager. She aims to force him to shout his own failings to the mountain if he loses, a punishment for his lecherous intentions toward her sister-in-law. Underestimated and overconfident, Cai Yiyang accepts the challenge, unaware of the tactical training Shi Qingluo has received. As they engage, the atmosphere crackles with tension, setting the stage for Shi Qingluo to teach the noble a lesson he won't soon forget. In a fierce display of martial prowess, Shi Qingluo once again outmaneuvers Cai Yiyang, pinning him to the earth and forcing him to face the bitter sting of defeat before an audience. With no room for mercy, Shi Qingluo demands that Cai Yiyang fulfill their wager. He must run through the crowded mountain paths, shouting that he is a notorious womanizer. Attempting to use his noble status as a shield, Cai Yiyang finds his threats useless against Shi Qingluo, who cleverly warns him that she will ensure his reputation is ruined across the capital if he fails to pay his debt of honor. With his face masked by a bamboo hat, Cai Yiyang begins his humiliating run, his voice rising in an involuntary chant that draws the bewildered attention of travelers throughout the peach grove. The situation turns volatile as Shi Qingluo fuels the crowd's righteous fury, turning the mountain into a chaotic hunt for the womanizer as Cai Yiyang frantically tries to escape the angry mob. Exhausted and thoroughly humiliated, Cai Yiyang narrowly escapes the mountain, his reputation in tatters and his heart burning with a newfound, bitter grudge against the woman who orchestrated his downfall. Safe within the temple, Xiao Hanzheng reunites with his wife, realizing with a mix of amusement and pride that the rumors of the fleeing womanizer were, in fact, his own wife's handiwork. The humor fades as they unravel the conspiracy, a web of deceit woven by Shi Qingluo to trap Xiao Bailey into a disastrous marriage with the treacherous young master of the Zheng family. Confronted with such blatant malice, the pair decides it is no longer enough to defend themselves. They resolve to strike back and destroy the reputations of those who sought to ruin their family. Shi Qingluo maps out a scheme to dismantle Shi Qingluo's pride, aiming to expose her and her allies to the very same public scorn they so carelessly tried to inflict upon others. As the day of the exam results arrives, the city hums with tension, but Xiao Hanzheng remains calm, exuding the quiet confidence of a man who knows his own worth. The results are unveiled, and the name echoed by the crowd is none other than Xiao Hanzheng, securing his place as the top scorer and vindicating Shi Qingluo's bold wager. In a nearby room, the sting of defeat hits Cai Yiyang hard. His pride shattered, he now faces the terrifying prospect of his past humiliation being whispered in the capital by his rivals. Desperate to silence Shi Qingluo, Cai Yiyang makes a fateful decision to approach his tormentor directly, hoping to negotiate a peace that might save his remaining dignity. The air in the room is thick with tension as Cai Yiyang enters, his request for secrecy met with a cold, calculating gaze from a woman who has no intention of making things easy for him. Cai Yiyang finds himself in the worst possible position, forced to barter with a woman who holds all the cards, offering her assistance in ruining his own previous cohorts to ensure his secret stays buried. With the cunning trap set, the power dynamic shifts completely. Cai Yiyang is now bound to their whims, forced to dismantle the very schemes he was once part of just to preserve his fragile reputation. In a tense tea-house meeting, Shi Qingluo shatters the ignorance of Cai Yiyang and Liang Hengyu, exposing the malicious plot behind the matchmaking attempt for Xiao Bailey. Deflecting their suspicion, Shi Qingluo weaves a clever lie, claiming her knowledge of the Zheng family's depravity comes from a dream granted by her master. Realizing the power she holds over them, Shi Qingluo forces a reluctant Cai Yiyang to agree to a retaliatory scheme to expose Shi Qingluo's treachery in the capital. Trapped by their own need for her silence, the young men leave the encounter feeling defeated, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Shi Qingluo's ruthless wit. Formalizing their dangerous pact, Shi Qingluo and Cai Yiyang sign an agreement to seal their secrets, though the tension between them remains palpable. As the guests flee, Shi Qingluo turns to her husband, Xiao Hanzheng, sharing a moment of light-hearted comfort and playful affection. News reaches the house of the old Shi family's financial ruin, leading third son Shi to seek out his daughter, Shi Qingluo, for guidance on how to escape their inevitable collapse. Shi Qingluo directs her father toward the northern border, planting a seed of discord to be sown within the ranks of the Xiao family. Manipulating the family dynamics, Shi Qingluo advises her father to distance himself from his wife, Madame Niu, if she continues her spiteful ways. While third son Shi prepares for his journey, the old Shi family crumbles under the weight of debt and internal betrayal, forcing a permanent fracture. The instigator of their downfall watches as the pieces fall into place, content that her father and the troublesome relatives are headed toward a future she has masterfully dictated. The capital is buzzing with revelations as the second prince discovers the depth of the deception and the true nature of the Zheng family plot. A chance encounter reveals the calculated coldness of Ji Chunyi, further fueling the second prince's growing distaste for the machinations of the Ji family. Summoned to account for the failure of the matchmaking scheme, a confused and cornered Xiao Yuanqi faces the cold wrath of the second prince. The alliance teeters on the brink of collapse as the second prince severs ties with the bungling general, leaving Xiao Yuanqi to face the consequences of his wife's interference. Returning to his residence, Xiao Yuanqi confronts his wife, Ji Chunru, about the failed plot that has brought shame and political fallout upon him. The facade of innocence slips as the evidence of Ji Chunru's calculated malice is laid bare before her husband, shattering his remaining illusions. Weeping and desperate, Ji Chunru tries to justify her actions as jealousy, but the excuse falls on deaf ears as the general realizes the full extent of her greed. The final blow falls when the general uncovers the financial ruin hidden within his own account books, confirming that the cost of his wife's ambition is higher than he ever imagined. Xiao Yuanqi discovers the financial ruin of his own household. The general's residence is bleeding silver, with funds mysteriously diverted, leaving even the servants' wages unpaid. The arrival of the concubine Tao Liu brings a hidden agenda to the surface. Claiming sickness and poverty, she plays the victim, exposing the fact that the household doctor has been forbidden from treating her under the orders of the lady of the house. The general's rage erupts when he learns his wife has drained the coffers to provide an extravagant dowry for her siblings. Stripped of his patience, he realizes that the general's residence has become a hollow shell, effectively functioning as a treasury for the Ji family. Tao Liu strikes while the iron is hot, fueling the general's resentment by contrasting her own selflessness with the wife's perceived betrayal. The air in the room is thick with manipulation, as the concubine plays the role of the loyal partner. The final blow falls. Xiao Yuanqi strips Ji Chunru of her rights as the housekeeper, transferring all domestic authority to Tao Liu. It is a humiliating defeat for the wife, who now finds herself pushed aside in her own home. While turmoil consumes the general's residence, Xiao Hanzheng and his family finally arrive in the capital. Settling into their own well-prepared home, they begin to plant the seeds for their future influence, far removed from the petty intrigues of the general. Xiao Hanzheng settles into his new life in the capital, installing the loyal and capable Wei Jinliang as his butler. Each new servant in his household is carefully chosen, a strategic collection of broken lives he has mended, now sworn to his service. Safe from the cold, the couple reviews the latest intelligence from the general's residence. They watch with amusement as Tao Liu continues her masterful campaign to dismantle Ji Chunru's status, perfectly executing the chaos they envisioned. The net widens as Xiao Hanzheng's influence touches even the second prince's residence. The couple prepares to watch the next act of the drama unfold, well aware that their enemies are busy destroying each other from within. The capital is rife with rumors, as the second prince treats Ji Chunyi as a target for others to attack. Shi Qingluo analyzes these power plays, recognizing the brutal reality of the hidden war between concubines. A chance meeting at a luxurious restaurant brings together unlikely parties. Shi Qingluo skillfully maneuvers the socially awkward Cai Yiyang into hosting them, turning a potential confrontation into an opportunity for further plotting. Tension rises during a shared meal as the group of dandies pushes Cai Yiyang to the brink of his patience and his budget. It is a dance of egos and influence, with Shi Qingluo at the center of the fray. As the bill grows, Cai Yiyang finds himself trapped between his duty to the second prince's faction and the relentless schemes of the group of friends. He is being played, and the game is only beginning. With his guard lowered by wine, Cai Yiyang confirms his commitment to helping Shi Qingluo with her plans. The line between enemies and associates blurs as the dandies start devising creative ways to trap Ji Chunru. Shi Qingluo deftly manipulates the situation, extracting promises from the fifth prince to give her access to the second prince's inner circle. She is fishing for information, and the prince is biting the hook. Back at the residence, the schemes deepen. Ji Chunyi attempts to fight back against the general's wife by orchestrating a deceptive marriage plot, unaware that she is inviting a toxic secret into her own home. With Ji Chunyi's schemes unfolding in the shadows, Shi Qingluo decides to turn the tables. She orchestrates a meeting with the second prince, intending to use the prince's infatuation with his concubine to stir chaos in his own household. The plan takes an unexpected turn when the group arrives at the jewelry shop, only to run into the detestable Xiao Yuanxi and his mistress, Ji Chunru. The air grows heavy with past grievances as the two parties clash on the public street. Unfazed by social conventions, Shi Qingluo confronts Ji Chunru directly, exposing the scandalous nature of her status. The tension spikes as Ji Chunru attempts to use her position as an elder to bully Shi Qingluo, only to find her opponent ready for the duel. With biting sarcasm, Shi Qingluo tears down the facade of Xiao Yuanxi and Ji Chunru, publicly questioning their unethical relationship as uncle and niece. The shock among the onlookers is palpable as the truth is laid bare for all to see. To the astonishment of everyone, including her own family, Mother Xiao steps forward and strikes Xiao Yuanxi and Ji Chunru. The decades of suppressed hurt transform into a powerful display of defiance that silences the scumbag father. The transformation is complete. Mother Xiao has shed her timid shell. Encouraged by her daughter-in-law and children, she stands tall, realizing that she no longer needs to fear the man who once shattered her life. Enraged by the humiliation, Xiao Yuanxi attempts to exert his authority through intimidation. Yet, he finds his usual tactics ineffective against a woman who has finally stopped caring about his approval. Shi Qingluo ups the ante, threatening to take their grievances directly to the emperor by presenting a new invention. Fearing the loss of his reputation and status, Xiao Yuanxi finds himself backed into a corner by his own daughter-in-law. With the public now firmly against the scandalous pair, Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao lend their support, cementing the narrative of Xiao Yuanxi's moral failure. The onlookers turn from curious spectators into vocal critics of the general. Crushed by the weight of public shaming, Ji Chunru collapses in a dramatic faint. The scene descends into chaos, leaving Xiao Yuanxi no choice but to retreat in total disgrace, his ego shattered. The retreat is swift and ugly. Xiao Yuanxi flees the scene, clutching his disgraced mistress, effectively turning them into the laughingstock of the capital. Mother Xiao feels the heavy chains of the past fall away. Her heart is finally light, and she embraces this new, fearless version of herself encouraged by her supportive daughter-in-law. Nearby, the second prince witnesses the downfall of his pawn, Xiao Yuanxi. He realizes that Shi Qingluo is far more formidable and dangerous than he ever anticipated. Ji Chunyu is left to grapple with the shame cast upon her own family name. She watches the encounter with cold, simmering hatred, marking Shi Qingluo as her ultimate rival. High above, the emperor and his brother, Liang Yulin, have watched the entire ordeal. They discuss the implications of Xiao Yuanxi's fall, with the emperor quietly pleased that his unreliable general has exposed his own incompetence. The emperor urges Liang Yulin to settle down and find a wife, emphasizing that he should not remain lonely. Liang Yulin, resigned to his fragile health, remains hesitant, unaware of the path destiny is weaving for him. Downstairs, the meeting with the princes begins. Shi Qingluo immediately asserts her dominance, delivering a stinging jab to Ji Chunying's ego by comparing their appearances with brutal honesty. Tension in the room is suffocating for Ji Chunying, who is forced to endure the casual cruelty of Shi Qingluo and Zai Rong. As the insults fly, it becomes clear that this is no ordinary social gathering. It is a battle of wits. At the restaurant, Liang Hengshao deflects the rumors surrounding him, effectively insulting his own companion, Ji Chunying, to favor the clever Shi Qingluo. When Ji Chunying attempts to play the victim with fake tears, she is met with merciless mockery from Shi Qingluo and Zai Rong, who goad her into performing. Ignoring the tension, Shi Qingluo shamelessly brags about her beauty and her husband's taste, a display of self-confidence that leaves the rest of the group speechless. Ji Chunying's attempt to shame Shi Qingluo for her appetite backfires spectacularly, as Shi Qingluo turns the insult into a critique of Ji Chunying's own shriveled figure. The humiliation continues as Liang Hengshao openly agrees with Shi Qingluo, urging his own companion to gain weight, leaving Ji Chunying emotionally devastated. Shi Qingluo delivers a lethal social blow, forcing Ji Chunying to confront the scandalous nature of her sister's relationship with Xiao Yuanxi in front of the entire group. As the group relentlessly questions Ji Chunying about her family's twisted dynamics, She realizes she is completely surrounded and humiliated by those who refuse to let her sister's past schemes go unpunished. Unable to withstand the verbal onslaught, Shi Qingluo resorts to the classic act of fainting, a move that Shi Qingluo correctly identifies as a calculated, performative retreat. The second prince orders Shi Qingluo to be taken home, privately finding her theatrics tiresome compared to the refreshing, albeit sharp, honesty of Shi Qingluo. Back in the carriage, Shi Qingluo attempts to regain favor with charm, oblivious to the fact that the prince is already mentally distancing himself from her. The prince showers her with empty gestures like a private kitchen. The scandal from the jewelry shop has already cemented their status as the capital's latest laughingstock. Fearing public backlash, Xiao Yuanqi fakes an illness to avoid the court, but the censors are relentless, criticizing his moral failings and questioning his military command. Summoned by the emperor, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo deliberate on how to leverage their knowledge of glassmaking and rubber trees to benefit their future prospects. Tensions rise at home as Xiao Yuanqi refuses to see his wife, Shi Qingluo, leaving her to lash out in anger as the family's reputation continues to crumble. The couple enters the imperial palace, well aware that their confrontation with Xiao Yuanqi has set the stage for a dangerous political dance with the emperor. During their audience, the emperor tests Xiao Hanzheng's medical expertise, subtly tasking him with the care of Prince Yi, a secret brother of the emperor. With calculated precision, Shi Qingluo introduces the concept of rubber, detailing its myriad military and civilian applications to capture the emperor's interest. Instead of immediate gold or land, Shi Qingluo makes a bold request. She asks the emperor to seek justice for Mother Xiao, showing her unwavering loyalty to family. The emperor agrees, confirming he will strip Xiao Yuanqi of his position, a political move that ensures a permanent rift between the general and his estranged son. With the palace negotiations concluded, the weight of a secret bargain hangs in the air as Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo depart, leaving the emperor to deliberate with the crown prince. The emperor, weighing the value of Shi Qingluo's wisdom against the political thorns in his side, schemes to use the ambitious Xiao Yuanqi as bait to flush out King Jin. Stripped of his hard-won position and exiled back to the northern border, Xiao Yuanqi realizes too late that his ambitions have finally backfired under the emperor's calculated move. As the court whispers of her hidden influence, Shi Qingluo finds herself unwillingly cast as the scapegoat for a political exile she barely initiated, reflecting on the heavy price of her master's reputation. In the warmth of a social gathering, Shi Qingluo unveils the secret of rubber to her curious, noble friends, sensing a golden opportunity to unite their fortunes under the banner of progress. With a flick of her brush, Shi Qingluo maps out the plants that will transform their industries, promising her companions not just wealth, but a place at the forefront of the empire's new era. Seeing the potential for glory, the once distant Cai Yiyang sheds his reserve, shamelessly elbowing his way into Shi Qingluo's inner circle, much to the disdain of his rivals. Seizing the moment, Cai Yiyang secures his future by aligning with Shi Qingluo, agreeing to her terms for the exclusive distribution of the rubber crop. With the map of their future prosperity tucked under his arm, Liang Yaoxiao races home, desperate to present this breakthrough to his family before the others catch wind. Interrupting the family's debate on court vacancies, Liang Yaoxiao brings not only an answer to their problems, but a new way to dominate the capital's attention. The weight of the rubber discovery falls upon the Liang household, as the clan leaders realize the strategic, military, and financial potential of Shi Qingluo's gift. A sharp negotiation ensues between grandfather and grandson. They form a pact that balances the family's hunger for status with Liang Yaoxiao's calculated ambition for his own slice of the trade. Across the city, Zai Rui and Fei Yuge mirror the Liang family's actions, ensuring their own lineages are positioned to capture the coming tide of wealth. Within the Cai household, the tables turn as Cai Yiyang arrives with the formula, silencing his mocking cousins and cementing his own importance to his grandfather's legacy. Cai Yiyang successfully navigates the perilous waters of his family's hierarchy, securing approval and support for his alliance with Shi Qingluo. Isolated and bitter, Xiao Yuanqi drowns his regrets in alcohol, unable to face the consequences of his actions or the woman who shares his disgrace. Ignored by the man who ruined her, Ji Chunru's despair turns into cold, calculated vengeance as she begins to weave a dangerous web aimed at her enemies. The cold winter of the capital is no match for the warmth of the imperial hot spring manor. Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng find a moment of rare intimacy, shedding their heavy cloaks to reveal their affection for one another amidst the rising steam. While the couple enjoys their private peace, Mother Xiao and Xiao Bailey are lured away under the guise of helping a neighbor in distress. As the carriage veers off-path into a dark forest, the realization hits them. They have been cruelly deceived. The carriage stops abruptly, revealing the culprit behind the scheme. Standing before them, clothed in a deceptive display of elegance, is none other than the man they have long since discarded from their lives, Xiao Yuanxi. The mask of the gentleman fails to intimidate Mother Xiao. With newfound strength and a sharp tongue, she cuts through Xiao Yuanxi's pleasantries, demanding to know the reason behind his treacherous lure. Realizing his charms won't work on his ex-wife, the schemer shifts his focus to his daughter. He attempts to paint a picture of a regretful father, but Xiao Bailey, guided by her sister-in-law's wisdom, sees right through the weasel's trap. Xiao Bailey refuses to be softened by his false nostalgia. In a move that shocks her own father, she demands an exorbitant price for his supposed sincerity, turning his manipulative game into a financial demand he didn't expect. The tables are turned as the mother and daughter dissect Xiao Yuanxi's history of negligence. They contrast his stinginess toward his own flesh and blood with his lavish spending on his mistress's family, leaving the general speechless and ashamed. Every attempt by Xiao Yuanxi to reclaim his past image as a loving husband is met with a cutting reminder of his failures. The woman who once trembled before him now sees only a scoundrel, and her words are sharp enough to pierce his pride. Caught off guard by Mother Xiao's vibrant transformation and newfound confidence, Xiao Yuanxi experiences a moment of genuine confusion. He sees the woman he discarded as a fading shadow, now standing radiant and powerful, and a flicker of his old obsession resurfaces. Desperate to mend the rift and serve his own agenda, Xiao Yuanxi makes a staggering offer, his own hot spring manor. He hopes this bribe will finally be the key to buying his way back into their lives. Xiao Bailey wastes no time in locking in the deal. Why should they let their scumbag father's assets benefit his concubine when they could claim them for themselves? The transaction is agreed upon, to Xiao Yuanxi's internal dismay. The indignity continues as the mother and daughter invent humiliating titles for their former patriarch. Xiao Yuanxi struggles to maintain his composure as they openly ridicule his attempts to demand the respect of a father. Dismissed like a common servant after the deal is struck, Xiao Yuanxi finds himself out of his depth. The woman he once controlled has become a stranger who treats him with nothing but cold, calculated indifference. As the carriage rolls away, Xiao Yuanxi stands alone in the forest, unaware that his every move has been watched. High above, a silent witness observes the unfolding drama, setting the stage for even greater complications. Back at the manor, the family gathers to debrief. Mother Xiao recounts the strange encounter, finding a sympathetic and strategic audience in Shi Qingluo, who instantly perceives the darker intentions behind the general's sudden generosity. Shi Qingluo turns the tables entirely. She instructs the younger ones to play along with the general's charade, using his own greed and pride to bleed the general's residence dry, all while annoying his mistress to the point of collapse. The path forward is set. Instead of rejecting his hollow efforts, they will embrace them, only to twist them into a weapon against him. The general wanted to play a father, and now he will pay the price for it. The air grows cold as the family discusses the ulterior motives of the man who discarded them. Mother Xiao realizes the scumbag father is attempting to manipulate his way back into her life, but Shi Qingluo has other plans to ensure he pays for his arrogance. With a wicked glint in her eye, Shi Qingluo proposes a scheme to weaponize the father's own secrets. Xiao Hanzheng, ever the ruthless tactician, decides to twist the blade further by involving the entire extended family in a chaotic, self-destructive web of misery. Just as the plans are finalized, an unexpected visitor arrives. Prince Yi appears at the manor, his presence shrouding the room in mystery, forcing Xiao Hanzheng to set aside his schemes to greet the noble guest. Beneath the mask of pleasantries, the two men size each other up. Prince Yi claims to be seeking medical treatment, but Xiao Hanzheng remains wary, sensing that the prince's arrival is no mere coincidence. The examination reveals more than just physical ailments. Xiao Hanzheng discovers the depths of Liang Yulin's internal strength and his hidden struggles, finding a surprising common ground with the enigmatic prince. With the skill of a master, Xiao Hanzheng begins the treatment, blending medicinal baths with acupuncture. He sees the potential to secure a powerful ally in Liang Yulin, a man who prefers the shadows over the brutal struggle for the throne. The atmosphere turns surprisingly intimate over a shared meal. Liang Yulin discards the formalities of his station, curious to observe the domestic life of the family, eager to see what dramas might unfold. The meal is interrupted by a familiar, unwelcome presence. Xiao Yuanqi arrives, expecting to manipulate the situation, only to find he has walked right into the audience he least wanted to impress. Attempting to salvage his dignity, Xiao Yuanqi tries to frame his visit as a benevolent act for his daughter. But Shi Qingluo quickly picks apart his performance, exposing the hypocrisy behind his words before Liang Yulin. The hunter becomes the hunted. Mother Xiao seizes the opportunity, forcing Xiao Yuanqi to commit to a grand act of compensation, demanding he pay to repair a road, turning his pride against him. Xiao Yuanqi realizes he is walking into a trap of his own making. To reject the request would be to humiliate himself before Prince Yi, leaving him no choice but to agree to the public labor. Liang Yulin realizes Mother Xiao is far sharper than anyone anticipated. She isn't just seeking compensation. She is digging a pit for Xiao Yuanqi to fall into, ensuring he gains no favor from the commoners he exploits. Forced to put his promise in writing, Xiao Yuanqi bristles under the scrutiny. Mother Xiao refuses to let him off the hook, insisting he document his guilt and the strict timeline for the road repairs. Every interaction serves as a reminder of his past failures. Xiao Yuanqi tries to act the loving father, but Xiao Erlang treats him with a cold, performative respect that cuts deeper than any insult. The final humiliation arrives when Mother Xiao takes up the brush herself. With newfound confidence, she reveals the literacy and grace she cultivated after escaping her life of servitude, shaming the former general. Standing tall, Mother Xiao compares her calligraphy to Xiao Yuanqi's, forcing him to face his own mediocrity. His pride is in tatters, yet he remains trapped by the presence of Prince Yi. The lesson continues as Xiao Hanzheng effortlessly outclasses his father's handwriting. The refined critique from Prince Yi confirms Xiao Yuanqi's decline, leaving him feeling like an outsider in his own family's presence. Unable to retaliate and desperate to escape, Xiao Yuanqi is forced to endure the final barb from Shi Qingluo. He is full of rage, but the social trap set by the family prevents him from lashing out. In the end, it is Xiao Erlang who delivers the final strike, requesting to stay at the general's residence. Xiao Yuanqi agrees, unaware that he has just invited a wolf into his own home, perfectly orchestrated by the family he once discarded. Xiao Yuanqi fled the manor as if escaping a trap, his hurried departure leaving behind the sharp, amused gazes of those who knew he had been outplayed by the family he once discarded. With a keen sense of protection, Xiao Hanzheng armed his younger siblings with antidotes and warnings, knowing that stepping into the general's residence was akin to walking into a den of vipers. The general's return to the capital was not the solo journey he anticipated. The unexpected arrival of his estranged children left him struggling to mask his irritation behind a forced, diplomatic smile. Back at the estate, Ji Chunru, draped in finery, had her welcome ruined by the sight of the two siblings she despised, signaling the beginning of a cold, calculated domestic war. The air crackled with hostility as Xiao Bailey dismantled Ji Chunru's performative grace with sharp words, refusing to play the part of the submissive, maltreated girl of the past. Xiao Erlang's calculated innocence was a blade to the heart, as he insistently addressed Ji Chunru with titles meant for common prostitutes, turning every polite greeting into a public insult. Xiao Yuanqi realized too late the trap he had sprung for himself. The children he hoped to control had arrived, not as guests, but as auditors of his crumbling authority and strained sanity. Every attempt by Xiao Yuanqi to assert his seniority was met with cold, surgical logic from his daughter. who delighted in reminding everyone of the broken ties that severed his authority. The siblings' refusal to be cowed forced the general into a corner, compelling him to host them in his best quarters, despite his intense desire to throw them out of the estate entirely. Observers within the household watched the spectacle with hidden glee. For once, the prideful general and his lady found themselves weaponless against the biting wit of the children they had once cast aside. Mastering the art of emotional manipulation, Xiao Bailey feigned tears to force concessions from her father, effectively extorting a hot spring manor and the funding for charity porridge as the price for her silence. Shi Qingluo's greed fueled her outrage when she discovered the property deal, yet she was powerless to stop it, forced to watch as her own resources were used to pay for the sins against the daughter she despised. The damage to the general's reputation was systematic. By casting him as a man bullied by his wife, the siblings ensured that every act of generosity he performed served only to isolate him further in the eyes of society. Inside the shadows of the mansion, the concubine Tao Liu played a dangerous game of snitching, using the general's own insecurities to turn him against his wife, creating a web of domestic distrust that the general could not escape. The domestic strife culminated in an act of violence that backfired spectacularly. Shi Qingluo's attempt to discipline the concubine merely provided the perfect opportunity for the general to turn his back on her entirely. A miracle, or perhaps a tactical strike, was revealed by the physician. The concubine was with child. The news transformed the general's frustration into a protective obsession, shifting the household hierarchy overnight. Tao Liu cemented her position by positioning herself as the innocent victim of a jealous wife, effectively convincing the general that his own household was a danger to his unborn heir. With his wife now relegated to her chambers and his house in turmoil, Xiao Yuanqi stood amidst the wreckage of his personal life, unknowingly orchestrated by the children and the pawn he had invited under his own roof. With the news of her pregnancy, Tao Liu finds herself calculating her future, spurred on by the secret messages from Shi Qingluo to challenge Shi Qingluo's position. Xiao Yuanqi expertly manipulates Shi Qingluo, feigning concern for her health to trap her in her courtyard, while he hides the truth about Tao Liu's pregnancy. In the comfort of their home, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng celebrate the growing complications within the general's residence, plotting their next steps to ensure justice for the past. Xiao Bailey continues her charity work, winning the hearts of the commoners, while Xiao Yuanqi's forced funding makes him an object of public ridicule. The capital is buzzing with gossip about Xiao Yuanqi's perceived guilt, and his frustration reaches a boiling point when he realizes Xiao Erlang is draining his coffers for charity. Adding to his misery, Xiao Yuanqi is forced to grovel and apologize to the powerful county palace officials after Xiao Erlang intervenes in their affairs. Overwhelmed by the chaos and the financial ruin brought upon by his children, Xiao Yuanqi makes the desperate decision to force them out of his home. Xiao Bailey and Xiao Erlang remain unflappable, turning the tables on Xiao Yuanqi with their sharp tongues and moral high ground. Xiao Erlang effectively shames Xiao Yuanqi, accusing the general of losing his backbone and failing to protect the weak, leaving the man speechless. Desperate to escape his children's expensive antics, Xiao Yuanqi attempts to couch his eviction as a caring gesture to reunite them with their family. The children capitalize on their departure, leaving Xiao Yuanqi feeling a mix of relief and uneasy doubt as he realizes he has been outmaneuvered once again. Shi Qingluo throws a tantrum, demanding that Xiao Yuanqi save her brother, causing the general to regret his earlier indulgence of her. As Shi Qingluo insists on returning to the northern border immediately, Xiao Yuanqi reaches his limit, realizing that her devotion lies more with her brother than with him. Using soft words and pillow talk, Tao Liu cements her control, further isolating Shi Qingluo and keeping the true state of the household hidden. Once inseparable lovers drift further apart, with Xiao Yuanqi grounding Shi Qingluo to prevent her from causing further scandal, as their relationship crumbles into resentment. Emerging from the grueling examinations with poise, Xiao Hanzheng is greeted by Shi Qingluo, their bond shining brightly amidst the exhausted crowd. A chance encounter with Zhuo Jun, a fellow scholar, leaves Shi Qingluo unsettled. Her sharp intuition detects a strange, underlying hostility and intensity directed at her husband. Alarmed by the unexplained animosity, Shi Qingluo warns Xiao Hanzheng to be cautious, sensing that Zhuo Jun is far more than a simple friend. The capital is alive with the fervor of the imperial examinations. Amidst the high-stakes gambling dens where fortunes are made or lost, Shi Qingluo fearlessly bets 10,000 taels on her husband to secure the top spot, embodying the mantra that being rich is merely a choice to be willful. While others fret over the intense competition, Xiao Hanzheng displays a composed confidence. Even as Cai Yiyang questions his audacity, he remains firm in his belief, proving that proximity to his brilliant wife has only sharpened his own resolve. The moment of truth arrives. News spreads like wildfire through the streets. Xiao Hanzheng has triumphed, clinching the title of Huiyuan. The room erupts in celebration as Shi Qingluo offers her heartfelt congratulations to her brilliant, newly crowned husband. Victory is sweet, and it is shared among friends. As Zai Rui and his companions toast to Xiao Hanzheng's success, they look toward the future, hopeful that he might achieve the legendary feat of the Big Three Yuan in the upcoming court examinations. Word of Xiao Hanzheng's success sends ripples of unease through the general's residence. Xiao Yuanqi is haunted by the past, feeling a growing bitterness as he realizes the son he once hoped to nurture has surpassed all expectations, leaving him feeling obsolete. In her secluded quarters, Ji Chunru is consumed by rage. The news of the little bastard's glory fuels her desire for vengeance, leading her to reach out to her sister, Ji Chunying, to weave a dark web of conspiracy from within the safety of the prince's residence. Driven by her sister's request, Ji Chunying manipulates her way into Liang Hengxiao's study. She weaves a tale of sorrow regarding her brother, hoping to secure the second prince's support to sabotage the Xiao family, unaware of the prince's own cold-blooded calculations. The shadows deepen as Liang Hengxiao and Liang Hengyu discuss the utility of their pawns. Recognizing the ruthlessness of Xiao Yuanqi, the second prince resolves to sever his ties, indifferent to the destruction that will surely follow. Clad in the finery of a prince's concubine, Ji Chunying returns to the general's residence. She basks in the deference shown by the servants, a stark contrast to the girl who once lived under another's roof, now empowered by her newfound status. Sisters reunite to conspire. They plot to destroy Xiao Bailei's innocence, aiming to humiliate the entire Xiao family and stall Xiao Hanzheng's rise to power before the court examinations, blinded by their shared hatred. When Xiao Yuanqi arrives, the expected respect is missing. Ji Chunying brazenly challenges him, demanding better treatment for her sister. The general's patience wears thin as he realizes the extent of their ingratitude and the depth of their audacity. Disgusted and disillusioned, Xiao Yuanqi leaves the confrontation. The seed of doubt regarding his own investments has been planted, and he decides to let the sisters continue their schemes, curious to see exactly how far they are willing to fall. Unseen by the plotters, eyes follow their every move. A secret guard captures the details of their malicious intent, recording the venomous words spoken in the dark and reporting them back to the second prince's residence. Within the palace walls, the truth of Ji Chunying's poisoning plot is revealed. Liang Hengxiao is shocked to find the scorpion he has been harboring has turned her sting on his own consort, resolving to deliver a cruel and poetic justice. Instead of immediate action, Liang Hengxiao chooses a path of calculated cruelty. He decides to let Ji Chunying believe her schemes are succeeding, ensuring her eventual ruin will be far more devastating when the truth finally comes to light. Princes decide to play a hand in the unfolding drama. By subtly warning the Xiao family, they aim to ensure that when the Ji sisters spring their trap, they will be the ones to fall into the abyss they prepared for others. Forewarned is forearmed. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo absorb Cai Yiyang's update with calm precision. They are already several steps ahead, turning the impending trap into an opportunity to expose their enemies once and for all. The day of the flower feast arrives. Ji Chunru attempts to maintain her dignity, but the biting whispers and cold shoulders of the capital's elite make her isolation palpable. She waits in agony for her trap to spring. In a show of unity and strength, Zai Rong accompanies Shi Qingluo and Xiao Bailey into the gathering. Their presence commands respect, effectively silencing any who might have considered siding with the disgrace of the general's household. Shi Qingluo greets Ji Chunru with a saccharine smile. The air in the garden shifts. The traps have been set, the pieces are in place, and the ladies in attendance prepare to watch the inevitable downfall of those who dared to challenge the Xiao household. At the flower feast, the tension between Shi Qingluo and Ji Chunru reaches a boiling point. Shi Qingluo uses her sharp tongue to dismantle Ji Chunru's dignity, mockingly calling her little lady Ji and highlighting her status as a mere concubine to the amusement of the surrounding ladies. Sensing the overwhelming contempt of the noblewomen, Ji Chunru makes a hasty and suspicious exit to the garden. Second Madam, the host, arrives to greet the guests, noting the peculiar absence of the general's wife who has already wandered off. Unbeknownst to the others, a scheme is unfolding in the shadows. Zhang Tengfeng receives a secret note directing him to a secluded area, intending to trap Xiao Bailey in a compromising situation to ruin her reputation, completely unaware that his own fate is being woven into the trap. Expecting to find his target, Zhang Tengfeng lunges at a woman under a pear tree, only to find himself entangled with Ji Chunru instead. As he kisses her in a daze, the unsuspecting ladies and Second Madam stumble upon the scandalous sight. The intimate encounter is cut short by the shocked crowd. Ji Chunru, realizing the catastrophe, instantly shifts the blame, claiming she was molested, while Zhang Tengfeng desperately tries to defend himself by accusing her of seduction. Chaos deepens as Zhang Tengfeng produces a note as evidence of Ji Chunru's invitation. Despite her frantic denials, the ladies present recognize her handwriting, leaving her exposed and caught in her own web of deceit. Shi Qingluo seizes the narrative, dissecting Ji Chunru's desperate lies. With logic and sarcasm, she highlights the absurdity of Ji Chunru's claims that she is being framed, forcing Zhang Tengfeng to confirm he was invited to the rendezvous. When Ji Chunru attempts to implicate Xiao Bailey to save herself, Shi Qingluo's fury explodes. She delivers several sharp slaps, physically punishing Ji Chunru for her malice and refusing to let her poison the reputation of the innocent. Shi Qingluo maintains her relentless attack, pinning Ji Chunru down with her own previous actions and reputation. The crowd begins to turn completely against the disgraced woman, as the evidence of her affair with Zhang Tengfeng becomes undeniable. Shi Qingluo continues to dismantle Ji Chunru's weak excuses regarding the supposed marriage matchmaking. Xiao Hanzheng observes the scene, unbothered by the criticism of his wife's ferocity, instead finding her bold defense of his sister endearing and necessary. Scholar attempts to condemn Shi Qingluo's harsh treatment of a lady, but is quickly silenced by Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao. They aggressively defend her actions, mocking the scholar for his misplaced sympathy toward such a scandalous woman. Shi Qingluo successfully paints Ji Chunru as a wretched woman with a blackened heart. As she questions the integrity of the general's household, the onlookers realize the depth of the scandal, leaving the disgraced duo with nowhere to hide. Shi Qingluo issues a final, chilling threat to Ji Chunru, promising to take the matter to the general if she ever dares to target Xiao Bailey again. Zhang Tengfeng, now fully aware of the danger, attempts to distance himself from the situation entirely. Out of options and facing public ruin, Ji Chunru resorts to her final trick, pretending to faint. Shi Qingluo is not fooled for a second, openly calling out the charade to the amusement of the disgusted observers. The flower feast is permanently marred by the scandal. Second Madam, having seen enough, orders the unconscious Ji Chunru removed from the premises immediately. The incident ends with Ji Chunru's reputation in tatters, a victim of her own twisted schemes. The flower feast turned into a spectacle of scandal, as the social elite whispered about the unauthorized and disgraceful appearance of the disgraced scholar, Zhang Tengfeng. Inside the carriage, the couple plotted their next move, relishing the news that the scumbag father, Xiao Yuanxi, was about to receive an explosive surprise about his new wife's infidelity. In the remote manner, the illusion of peace was shattered. Xiao Yuanxi's world darkened when he learned that his wife had been caught in a compromising embrace, turning him into the laughingstock of the capital. Betrayed by his own pride and his wife's vanity, Xiao Yuanxi made the grim decision to return to the capital, realizing that the scandal had left him with no choice but to face the humiliation head-on. Xiao Yuanxi returned to the capital, his heart filled with a mixture of anger and regret. With Tao Liu by his side, he prepared to face the woman who had brought shame upon his name. Upon entering the courtyard, the confrontation was immediate and brutal. Xiao Yuanqi was greeted by the sight of his wife, her appearance bearing the visible marks of the scandal, sparking an instant fury. Ji Chunru attempted to plead her innocence, claiming she had been framed, but Xiao Yuanqi saw through her lies, exposing her failed schemes to ruin his own daughter, Xiao Bailey. Driven to the edge by his wife's lack of remorse and their ruined reputation, Xiao Yuanqi delivered the final blow, confining her to the courtyard and declaring that he was utterly finished with her antics. Confined to her quarters, Ji Chunru turned to feigned piety, copying scriptures in an attempt to buy her husband's forgiveness, though her true nature remained hidden beneath the ink. As the capital buzzed with the latest rumors of his father's domestic ruin, Xiao Hanzheng remained unshaken, directing his focus solely on the court examinations, where his intellect truly shone. Under the watchful eyes of the emperor, Xiao Hanzheng wrote his policies with ease, avoiding the political traps laid out by the aristocratic families, proving his worthiness as the top candidate. With the examinations concluded, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Bailey prepared to visit the general's residence, bearing the weight of evidence that would force Xiao Yuanqi into a corner. Within the confines of the study, the confrontation was sharp. Xiao Bailey presented the evidence of the conspiracy, demanding compensation for the psychological trauma caused by the general's wife. With her trademark audacity, Shi Qingluo twisted the blade, threatening to take the case to the emperor if their demands were not met, leaving the general with no room to maneuver. Seizing the opportunity to drive a wedge between the sisters, Shi Qingluo suggested that the general squeeze funds from his sister-in-law, a path Xiao Yuanqi decided to follow with ruthless efficiency. Returning to his wife, Xiao Yuanqi wore a mask of cold duty. He presented the demand for 50,000 taels of silver, watching as the shock and greed played across Ji Chunru's face. Faced with the threat of imprisonment, Ji Chunru scrambled for solutions, ultimately suggesting the sale of the family's assets, a move that only deepened the general's growing disdain for her. The deal was set, but the trust was permanently fractured. As Xiao Yuanqi walked away, the seeds of future ruin were sown, leaving the two trapped in a marriage that had become a battlefield. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo unraveled the latest scheme from the Xiao residence, realizing the scumbag father is playing a dangerous game by forcing his current wife to manipulate Ji Chunying. Following an invitation to admire flowers, Xiao Hanzheng sets out to test his growing suspicions regarding the enigmatic scholar Zhuo Jun. At the Pear Garden banquet, the atmosphere is polite yet filled with tension. Xiao Hanzheng's keen senses detect an unexpected and oddly feminine scent lingering on his acquaintance, deepening his doubt. Observation becomes a silent duel. Xiao Hanzheng notes the subtle, blushing reactions and delicate hands of Zhuo Jun, traits that seem starkly out of place for a man. A clumsy fall provides the perfect cover. In a flash of decisive action, Xiao Hanzheng reaches out to support Zhuo Jun, using the opportunity to confirm the anomaly he suspected. When questioned about concubines, Xiao Hanzheng unashamedly declares his undying devotion to his wife, leaving the others stunned by his uncharacteristic lack of interest in tradition. Under the guise of friendly banter, Xiao Hanzheng interrogates Fang Zhijun, piecing together the strange circumstances of Zhuo Jun's past and the secrecy surrounding his solitary life. As the wine flows, Zhuo Jun's composure cracks, revealing an unsettling level of obsession that only reinforces Xiao Hanzheng's resolve. Zhuo Jun dismissively insults his wife. Xiao Hanzheng abandons all pleasantries, declaring a complete end to their association and sending shockwaves through the group. Returning to his wife, Xiao Hanzheng shares the shocking truth discovered during the banquet. The delicate scholar Zhuo Jun is, in fact, a woman in disguise. They deliberate on the implications. A woman infiltrating the imperial examinations is no small feat, suggesting a motive far more complex and dangerous than a simple ruse. With no clear explanation for such a perilous deception, the couple begins to suspect that the identity of this mysterious scholar may be tied to greater historical secrets. The day of judgment arrives. Amidst the grandeur of the imperial hall, Xiao Hanzheng stands resolute, awaiting the results that will solidify his future. The emperor's decision is clear. Xiao Hanzheng is proclaimed the top scorer, a triumph that serves as a painful, public reminder of the mistake his father made by severing their ties. Cheers erupt as the handsome new top scholar parades through the city, his reputation now cemented, even as he quietly plots to expose the secret identity of the third-place finisher. With the ceremonies concluded, the time for secrets is nearing an end. Xiao Hanzheng prepares to navigate the treacherous political waters to reveal the truth about Zhuo Jun to the throne. With the city abuzz over the new top scholar, the public eyes are fixed on Xiao Hanzheng. While many noble families harbor secret ambitions for the young prodigy, they are held back by the fearsome reputation of his sharp-tongued and capable wife, Shi Qingluo. Amidst the parade, a unique gesture of love unfolds. Shi Qingluo tosses a handmade purse, adorned with an unconventional embroidery of a goose, which Xiao Hanzheng deftly catches and immediately wears, sealing their public display of affection. The day is far from over. Zai Rong arrives with a mysterious plan, whisking Shi Qingluo away to the southern Marquis residence, hinting at a surprise that will finally complete the bond between the couple. Behind the closed doors of the manor, a heartfelt secret is revealed. Xiao Hanzheng has spent months preparing a proper wedding ceremony to honor his wife, ensuring that this time, their union is celebrated with the splendor it deserves. Defying tradition, Xiao Hanzheng arrives to claim his bride, and instead of a sedan chair alone, he offers to carry Shi Qingluo himself. Their deep connection is visible to all who watch the grand procession. Back at the Xiao residence, the couple completes their rites. With Mother Xiao witnessing their union, the make-up wedding serves as a beautiful testament to their journey from strangers brought together by fate to soulmates choosing each other. Though the night is supposed to be private, the mischievous Zai Rui and his friends insist on traditional toasts and antics. Xiao Hanzheng reluctantly heads out to host his guests, promising his wife a return to their quiet celebration soon. As the moon rises, the festivities finally fade. Xiao Hanzheng enters their chamber, having cleverly avoided the drunkenness of his guests to ensure their first true wedding night remains perfect. The morning after brings a tender moment as the couple serves tea to Mother Xiao, cementing their new beginning with warmth and familial grace, free from the burdens of traditional expectations. The peace is brief, for duty calls. Xiao Hanzheng discovers a startling secret: a fellow scholar is not who they appear to be, and promptly reports this suspicious find to the emperor, proving his loyalty and sharp insight. The emperor, impressed by Xiao Hanzheng's competence, hints at a future assignment to the northern border. Aware of the looming threat of King Jin, Xiao Hanzheng pledges his absolute dedication to the crown's service. Back at home, the atmosphere shifts to innovation. Zai Rui arrives with the first fruits of their rubber venture, durable, comfortable shoes. The excitement is palpable as they brainstorm the next big project, the bicycle. With the promise of engineering support from their circle of friends, Shi Qingluo begins drafting the plans for a bicycle. It is a collaborative effort to bring modern convenience to an ancient capital, much to the excitement of her peers. The innovation quickly spreads through the Zai household. Old Master Zai finds himself delighted by the practical utility of the rubber-soled shoes, which keep his feet dry and sturdy regardless of the terrain. On a rainy day, Old Master Zai arrives at the morning court with a hidden agenda. He flaunts his dry footwear, drawing the envious and curious gazes of his fellow ministers who struggle through the mud. The court session becomes an impromptu showcase for the new invention. Old Master Zai basks in the attention, relishing the moment his peers realize that his grandson's gift has made him the most prepared man in the hall. Victory is sweet, and Old Master Zai does not miss the chance to tease Old Master Liang about the lack of such footwear in his own household. The rivalry between the elders continues, fueled now by rubber and vanity. The capital is abuzz with the talk of rubber-soled shoes. Old Master Zai finds himself in the spotlight, basking in the envy of his peers, while Old Master Liang and Old Master Kai struggle to hide their resentment, waiting impatiently for their own supplies to arrive. 10 days later, the first bicycle emerges from the workshop. Shi Qingluo shows the skeptical young masters of the capital that this strange iron contraption is a revolution in transportation, moving with speed and grace. The young noblemen take turns, each trying to master the delicate balance of the bike. Zai Rui, ever the enthusiast, is the first to learn, his excitement turning into a desperate desire to own one and show it off to the world. Recognizing the massive potential for profit, the group decides to form a business partnership. Liang Yaoxiao agrees to manage the mechanics workshop, with the others pooling their influence and rubber supplies to ensure the venture thrives. As the sun sets, Xiao Hanzheng returns home and tries the bicycle for himself. He masters the mechanism with surprising ease, and he and Shi Qingluo share a quiet moment, envisioning trips taken together on their new invention. The production accelerates, and soon the young aristocrats are riding their sleek bicycles through the capital. They have become the trendsetters of the city, turning heads and sparking a feverish desire in everyone who sees them. High above the bustling streets, Liang Hengxiao and Liang Hengyu watch the spectacle. The brothers realize that the humble bike has become the most coveted item in the capital, prompting a quick decision to seek one out for themselves. Upon returning home, Zai Rui finds his arrival met with an unusual crowd. Old Master Zai and the family elders are waiting, not to scold, but to inspect the mysterious metal beast that has captured the capital's imagination. Faced with the pressure of the family patriarch, Zai Rui has no choice but to provide a demonstration. Old Master Zai proves that determination and experience can master any challenge, as he sets his heart on claiming the bike as his own. The inevitable happens. Old Master Zai shamelessly claims the bicycle, declaring it a gift of filial piety. Zai Rui is left empty-handed, watching as his grandfather instructs his servants to move the precious bike to the main courtyard. The cycle of demands continues as Zai Zhenheng also insists on his own bicycle. Zai Rui realizes that his status as a trendsetter has become a burden, forced to appease his father's demands just to catch a moment of rest. Across the city, the young noblemen share the same fate. Whether it is Liang Yaoxiao or Kai Yiyang, the elders have swooped in to confiscate their bicycles. The young men are left hungry and tired, their dreams of a quiet ride shattered by their families. The next morning, the palace court becomes a stage for the elders' vanity. The three old dukes park their bicycles and engage in a contest of feigned humility and blatant showing off, annoying the other ministers who are still arriving by carriage. Observing from his throne, the emperor is both amused and wary. While the old men act like children, the real weight of the state rests on his shoulders. He formally appoints Zhao Yuanqi to the northern border, a move laden with danger and high stakes. Zhao Yuanqi accepts his dangerous assignment, knowing full well the risks of crossing King Jin. Upon returning to his residence, he visits Ji Chunru, who remains trapped in a cold silence, their household filled with hidden resentments and unspoken tension. As the morning sun illuminates the capital, the scene outside the court symbolizes a shift in times. The old order of horse-drawn carriages is interrupted by the glint of iron wheels, signaling that the influence of Shi Qingluo and her friends has reached the very heart of the empire. Ji Chunru, suppressing her hatred and resentment, plays the role of the dutiful, gentle wife to Zhao Yuanqi. Despite her inner turmoil over being sidelined, she forces a smile, knowing that following him to the northern border is her best path forward. The facade of calm is shattered when Zhao Yuanqi reveals that Tao Liu has been pregnant for 5 months. Ji Chunru struggles to maintain her composure, her heart boiling with rage as she realizes she has been kept in the dark and effectively replaced. Though she despises the child Tao Liu carries, Ji Chunru adopts a submissive demeanor, convincing Zhao Yuanqi that she is a supportive wife. With permission to visit her sister one last time, she plots her future, determined not to let this setback be her end. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo dissect the motives behind Zhao Yuanqi's new appointment. They see clearly that he is being sent on a dangerous, potentially futile mission, and they prepare to watch the coming fallout with cold satisfaction. They analyze the toxic dynamic between Ji Chunru and her sister, Ji Chunying. The sisters' desperate attempts to fund each other through scams and manipulation only amuse Shi Qingluo, who views them as pawns in their own self-destruction. As Ji Chunru travels to see her sister, the sound of the city irritates her. Mention of the latest innovation, the bicycle, another product of Shi Qingluo, only deepens her jealousy and fuels her hatred toward the couple. Her servant girl, hearing praise for the new technology, finds Ji Chunru's dismissive arrogance short-sighted. The divide between the embittered mistress and the rest of the world grows, as Shi Qingluo remains trapped in her cycle of spite. Upon arriving at the prince's residence, Shi Qingluo finds Shi Qingluo in a state of feigned misery. The sisters share a moment of performative grief, with Shi Qingluo weaving a story of abuse to manipulate her sister's emotions. Guilt-ridden and desperate to support her sister, Shi Qingluo promises to be the financial provider once she secures power at the northern border. Shi Qingluo, however, views her sister's desperation with calculated disdain. Their conversation turns to their brother, and Shi Qingluo clings to the hope of finding him at the northern border. Beneath the surface, Shi Qingluo reflects on the burden her sister has become, secretly resenting the trouble she has caused. The bond of blood is stretched thin by convenience and necessity. As they finalize their plans, Shi Qingluo already prepares to wash away the physical contact of the encounter, highlighting the hollowness of their sisterly devotion. Shi Qingluo coldly instructs her sister on how to weaponize affection. By lovingly spoiling the child, they can ensure its failure, turning a potential threat into an instrument of destruction. In a final act of desperation and misguided loyalty, Shi Qingluo gifts her own jewelry to Shi Qingluo. The exchange solidifies their dependency, as Shi Qingluo prepares to leave for the northern border with even less than she began with. Xiao Yuanqi, ever watchful, uncovers the transfer of his assets through his wife. His frustration mounts as he realizes he must control his own household more strictly before they depart for the frontier. The journey begins, and the disparity between the concubine's comfort and the wife's misery is stark. Shi Qingluo watches Tao Liu enjoy the benefits of Shi Qingluo's invention, sharpening her resolve to remove her rival once and for all. Summoned to the palace, Xiao Hanzheng faces the emperor, who confirms that the target of their suspicion, Zhuo Jun, is actually the illegitimate daughter of King Jin. The stakes of the mission to the northern border rise significantly. Xiao Hanzheng probes the emperor's information, pointing out the inconsistencies in Zhuo Jun's behavior. He argues that a trained agent of King Jin would not lose control over their identity so easily, suggesting a deeper, hidden agenda at play. Seeing the logic in Xiao Hanzheng's analysis, the emperor agrees to confront the mystery directly. They prepare to bring Zhuo Jun into the palace, hoping to unmask the true motive behind the daughter of King Jin's calculated exposure. Inside the isolated study of the Zhuo residence, Zhuo Jun drinks alone, her eyes fixed on the inevitable. She knows the secrets she harbors make her a target for the throne, and when the masked assassins arrive, she does not resist, but instead embraces her fate as they whisk her away into the night. Brought before the emperor, Zhuo Jun sheds the veil of her double life. She stands before the ruler of Dalian, ready to confess a truth that could shake the foundations of the empire, a story of blood, betrayal, and a mother who served the remnants of a fallen dynasty. The tale is dark and twisted. Zhuo Jun reveals that King Jin has been colluding with the princess of the previous dynasty and the kingdom of Ji. The emperor is left stunned by the scale of the conspiracy, realizing his own brother has been weaponizing the bloodline of the fallen to orchestrate a coup from the shadows. Betrayal cuts deep, but the game of wits has only just begun. Zhuo Jun produces a hidden treasure map, the missing piece to a puzzle that King Jin and the princess of the previous dynasty have been hiding for years, proving their grand scheme for rebellion hinges on a fortune long buried. The emperor realizes he has found unexpected allies in Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo. Their sharp instincts and quick reporting brought Zhuo Jun to justice. Zhuo Jun admits she deliberately sought them out, knowing they were the only ones clever enough to navigate this deadly web. Beyond revenge, Zhuo Jun has a simple, desperate request: freedom. She has lived under the crushing weight of a false identity, wearing the armor of a man when her heart belongs to the life of a woman. She pledges her loyalty to the emperor, hoping that once the traitors are felled, she can finally shed her mask. The final blow to King Jin's plan comes in the form of a list, the names of his moles within the imperial court. The emperor looks upon the betrayal in black and white, knowing he must now act with surgical precision to root out the rot that has spread into his own government. A dangerous mission is born. Xiao Hanzheng and Zhuo Jun are ordered to enter the heart of the enemy's den. They must feign defection to King Jin and head to the northern border, acting as double agents to dismantle the conspiracy from within. The emperor demands the truth. Can these turncoats be trusted? Xiao Hanzheng acknowledges the danger, advising the ruler that while Zhuo Jun's testimony is compelling, every word must be verified. The stakes are total war. If they fail, the nation falls. With a heavy burden of secrets, Xiao Hanzheng is escorted out of the palace under the cover of darkness. The plan is set. They will lead the enemy into a false sense of security, hoping to force King Jin into a disastrous error before the rebellion can truly ignite. Back in the safety of their home, the tensions of the palace melt away in the company of their unique guardian, the goose dummy. Watching the noble bird strut about, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng share the weight of the coming storm, preparing for their departure to the northern border. The night air is thick with the weight of the emperor's mission. Xiao Hanzheng recounts the harrowing details of his palace audience, and Shi Qingluo contemplates the tragic history of the late emperor, whose indulgence of King Jin created the very monster they must now destroy. To secure their future and the prosperity of the state, Shi Qingluo makes a bold decision. They will present the revolutionary formula for glass to the emperor, a gift to strengthen the national treasury, and a move to ensure they have the most powerful ally in the land by their side. Strategizing with a master's touch, the couple plots how to leverage the glass formula. By framing the offer as a divine dream and a patriotic act, Shi Qingluo will win the emperor's favor, while also creating a smokescreen to make their upcoming defection to the northern border look like a calculated move of temptation. Even in their own home, vigilance is paramount. Dummy and his loyal flock of geese make short work of an infiltrator, proving to be better sentinels than any human guards. This act of avian defense serves as a reminder that Shi Qingluo's home is a fortress, even from the unseen prying eyes of the court. A letter arrives from the harsh northern frontier, bearing shocking news. Third son, she has finally severed ties with Madame Niu. After a harrowing incident involving a deputy general and the attempted trafficking of third daughter Shi, the family has reached its breaking point. Justice of a cold sort prevails as Madame Niu is sentenced to hard labor in the very same mines that house Ji Chunni. The tangled web of family and greed finally snaps, leaving the couple to contemplate the chaos they are soon to enter at the edge of the world. The shadows of the past linger, but for Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng, the focus is on the future. They discuss the bitter reality of Madame Niu and the choices made by third son Shi, finding that their own path remains clear despite the surrounding chaos. The emperor, ever the strategist, receives word of a new formula from Shi Qingluo. He sees more than just wealth in the glass-making secret. He sees a chance to fortify his nation and test the loyalty of those around him. Guided by Zai Rong, the couple approaches the heart of power. They carry the blueprint for a future that will change the landscape of the empire, unaware of the eyes watching their every step from the shadows. In the cold corners of the city, Zhuo Jun weighs her allegiances. With orders pressing down upon her, she is forced to play a dangerous game of deception, her hands trembling as she decides the fate of those she has been ordered to ensnare. Inside the palace walls, Shi Qingluo unveils the secrets of glass. The emperor, surrounded by his curious court, weighs her contribution, knowing that this simple act will ripple through the halls of power. The reward is swift and deliberate. By elevating Mother Xiao, the emperor sends a silent, sharp message to his rivals, a calculated political chess move disguised as a standard imperial favor. As predicted, the court descends into discord. Minions of King Jin push for the exile of our heroes to the northern border, triggering a fierce debate that masks the deeper, more dangerous undercurrents of the empire. Seeing the trap laid for Xiao Hanzheng, allies scramble to intervene. But the court is thick with treachery, and the whispers of the conspirators threaten to drown out the voices of those who wish for justice. With a stroke of genius, the emperor turns the tables. He accepts the suggestion to send the top graduates north, but adds a condition that strikes terror into the hearts of the schemers, a cost they never anticipated. The trap snaps shut. Those who clamored loudest for the northern post now find their own heirs destined for the harsh frontier. The silence in the court is heavy with their sudden, bitter realization. Back at the residence, Zai Rui learns of his impending fate. His father and grandfather, seeing opportunity in the turmoil, resolve to sharpen the boy in the crucible of the northern lands. In the quiet of the garden, wisdom prevails over sentiment. The elders see the chessboard for what it truly is, a chance to survive, grow, and eventually thrive in the shadow of impending war. Desperation sets in as Zai Rui realizes his life of leisure is over. Yet, his family holds firm. To them, this journey is not a punishment, but a necessary molding of character in an era of shifting tides. Across the city, other families wake up to the reality of the emperor's mandate. Kai Yiyong finds himself at a crossroads, choosing ambition over comfort, as the families align their fates with the dangerous path north. As the news spreads, Xiao Hanzheng prepares for the inevitable. He realizes the emperor's move is a grand filter, designed to separate the loyal from the treacherous, and he readies his household for the long journey ahead. Reflecting on the web of spies and loyalists, Shi Qingluo questions the roots of the empire's strife. The weight of history is heavy, and they are now stepping directly into the heart of the storm. An unlikely alliance forms. Zhuo Jun arrives at the residence, setting aside pride to forge a pact. In this house of secrets, they seek common ground against a darkness that threatens them all. Safety is paramount, and it arrives in the form of a loyal guardian. With the goose on patrol, the trio can speak freely, shielded from the ears of those who lurk in the dark, waiting for a slip of the tongue. They map out the strategy, a dance of shadows and truth. Zhuo Jun shares the dangers of the northern border, warning of the snares and honey traps that King Jin favors to break his opponents. As the meeting concludes, the resolve is set. They are not merely heading north to survive. They are going to dismantle the web that King Jin has woven, ready to face whatever fate awaits them in the cold, distant lands. Inside the quiet walls of the capital, secrets unravel. Zhuo Jun reveals to Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng that King Jin harbors a dangerous obsession, keeping a side concubine who bears a haunting resemblance to the Empress, a provocative game played to antagonize the Emperor. The web of intrigue deepens as Zhuo Jun exposes the cold-blooded reality behind the king's public charm. She warns them that King Jin actively recruits strange, talented individuals and utilizes honey traps to ensnare those he wishes to control. As Zhuo Jun departs, the true face of her retinue emerges. A disheveled attendant, nursing a fresh wound from a run-in with Shi Qingluo's spirited goose, demands an update, only to be shut down by Zhuo Jun's cold command. The tension mounts within the carriage. The attendants grow restless, pressured by their masters to rope in Xiao Hanzheng quickly, while Zhuo Jun remains cautious, desperate to keep her own true agenda from being compromised by their clumsy impatience. The imperial mandate descends. Xiao Hanzheng is named the magistrate of Heiyang County, and Zhuo Jun is assigned to Wannan. The journey to the northern border is now set, and with it, the beginning of a dangerous game of political chess. Fearing that leaving their loved ones behind would make them targets for King Jin's machinations, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo resolve to bring Mother Xiao, Xiao Bailey, and Xiao Erlang with them, ensuring the family remains together and safe from harm. Upon reviewing the details of his assignment, Xiao Hanzheng realizes he is being sent to the very region controlled by his estranged family. It is a calculated move, likely orchestrated by King Jin to sow discord and force a confrontation. Rather than fear this proximity to his past, the couple embraces the strategy. They realize that by keeping their adversaries close, they can dismantle the schemes of the old Xiao family and King Jin's proxies from within their own domain. The day of departure arrives at the city gates. Commander Y watches with mounting dread as the group gathers. A motley collection of noble sons, restless heirs like Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao, and Zai Rong, who arrives with an army of disguised female guards. The peace is shattered when Hu Mingkai and his entourage arrive late, showing blatant disregard for the schedule. Zai Rong, ever the fierce force of nature, wastes no time, cracking her whip against Hu Mingkai to teach the arrogant youth a lesson in discipline. As the caravan sets off, Shi Qingluo maintains a calm, dangerous smile. She senses the animosity from Hu Mingkai but remains unbothered, knowing that their long journey will provide plenty of opportunities to turn the tables on their adversaries. At a midday stop, Hu Mingkai mocks the modest conditions of the restaurant and Shi Qingluo's choice to bring poultry along. His vanity quickly earns him a biting rebuke from Shi Qingluo and the mockery of his peers. When Hu Mingkai orders his guards to seize the goose, he learns a painful lesson. The creature, far from a common bird, launches a tactical assault, terrorizing the guards and leaving Hu Mingkai screaming in humiliating defeat. The escalation is met with swift intervention. Xiao Hanzheng expertly disables an attacking guard with a single pebble, leaving the aggressor helpless on the ground as the goose asserts its dominance over the pathetic lot. The incident ends with the victorious goose marching up the stairs to claim his reward. As Shi Qingluo praises her pet, the rest of the party looks on, stunned by the realization that in this caravan, it is the goose who holds the power. The sight of the goose's martial prowess creates a sudden, bizarre craze. Soon, Zai Rui, Zai Rong, and the others are begging Shi Qingluo for their own geese, eager to possess the same terrifying security detail as she does. Weeks into the journey, the group faces grueling heat and bumpy roads. While Hu Mingkai's group suffers with dry rations, Shi Qingluo creates a refreshing oasis, setting up ice basins and cold noodles that draw longing gazes from everyone, including the guards. The divide between the factions becomes absolute. Shi Qingluo generously shares her cooling feast with the hardworking guards, but shuts down any expectation of charity from Hu Mingkai, reminding him sharply that their alliance is non-existent. The journey to the northern border was fraught with tension, as Hu Mingkai and his followers expressed resentment toward Shi Qingluo and her companions. However, the quick wit and sharp tongue of Shi Qingluo, bolstered by the fierce support of Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao, silenced the opposition, leaving the disgruntled group with nothing but their own bitterness. As the miles rolled by, the divide between the two parties grew. While Shi Qingluo and her group indulged in fine food and leisure, Hu Mingkai's party could only look on in agonizing hunger, their resentment for the elders who sent them on this path deepening with every passing, miserable day. After a grueling month, the travelers reached the northern border. Upon arriving at the impoverished Heiyang County, the local populace gathered to witness their new leader, hoping for a savior to relieve them from the crushing burden of excessive taxes. At the county office, eldest grandson Xiao waited to intimidate a mysterious new magistrate, only to be struck with terror at the sight of his old acquaintances. The arrival of Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo shattered his ambitions, leaving him trembling in a forced, panicked display of feigned welcome. With the cold authority of his official documents, Xiao Hanzheng asserted his position. He made it clear to all present, especially eldest grandson Xiao, that their kinship was severed, stripping away the old Xiao family's ability to use his name for their petty, corrupt gains. The inspection of the magistrate's quarters was met with immediate, vocal disgust. Zai Rui and his companions were appalled by the squalor, comparing the crumbling residence unfavorably to their own stables, highlighting the desperate poverty of the region. Recognizing the dire state of the living quarters, Xiao Hanzheng decided they would stay at an inn while the residence underwent repairs. In the quiet of the office, Shi Qingluo steered the conversation toward local threats, pressing eldest grandson Xiao about the potential for vengeful interference. As the reality of the situation set in, Shi Qingluo warned eldest grandson Xiao of the brewing conflict. The mention of the mistress seeking revenge on his family cast a shadow over the room, reminding them that their safety was anything but guaranteed in this barren northern land. A shocking truth emerged during the inquiry. Madame Niu, after being sent to the mines, had not suffered in isolation. Instead, she had found an unlikely and scandalous partner in Ji Chunyi, forging a bizarre alliance that defied all conventional logic. The realization that Madame Niu and Ji Chunyi were not only together, but had performed a marriage ceremony left everyone in the room stunned. The irony was suffocating. Ji Chunyi had become, in a twisted turn of fate, the nominal stepfather to the woman he loathed most. As the laughter of the group broke the tension, the absurdity of the alliance became clear. It was a calculated, petty act of revenge from Ji Chunyi, a desperate attempt to gain leverage and anger his sister, leading to a situation where the boundaries of family had been permanently and hilariously blurred. The humor of the situation faded as the conversation turned to the crushing reality of Heiyang County. Eldest grandson Xiao detailed the systemic corruption left by the previous magistrate, revealing a land hollowed out by greed, where the census was a lie and the people were starving. Faced with the evidence of tax manipulation and stolen relief funds, Xiao Hanzheng did not falter. He commanded eldest grandson Xiao to produce the accounts, signaling that the era of rampant corruption in Heiyang was coming to an abrupt end. In a display of sharp insight, Xiao Hanzheng dismantled the political trap laid by his own father. He laid out exactly how eldest grandson Xiao was being groomed as a scapegoat, forcing the deputy to realize that his only hope for survival lay in total submission to the new order. With meticulous precision, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng exposed the depths of the schemes surrounding eldest grandson Xiao. They laid bare his role as a potential stepping stone for his uncle's reputation, successfully terrifying the deputy into compliance. The arrival at the best inn in the county brought little comfort to Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao. Faced with the stark, threadbare conditions of their new reality, the noble sons realized they were truly isolated from the comforts of home, forced to endure the austerity they had previously mocked. Shi Qingluo offered no pity, only a reality check. If they wanted comfort in this desolate place, they would have to build it themselves. Her resolve set a new tone for their stay, transforming their resentment into the first spark of local development. As night fell, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo found a moment of quiet. With the groundwork laid and the trap set for Ji Chunru, the couple waited for the inevitable collapse of their enemies' schemes, ready to strike when the moment was right. Exhausted and bitter, eldest grandson Xiao returns home to the old Xiao family residence. The weight of his uncertain future under the shadow of his cousin's success fills him with dread as he recounts the harsh reality of his situation to his grandmother. News that Ji Chunru has squandered the general office's wealth on her own family sparks a fury in the old Xiao women. Old Lady Xiao and her daughters-in-law unleash their venom, nursing old grudges while fearing the impending arrival of their vengeful kin. While others see only poverty and despair in the underdeveloped Nangxi County, Shi Qingluo envisions a grand transformation. She plants the seeds of a bold plan in Liang Yaoxiao's mind, to use the county office to build workshops, revive trade, and turn their political exile into a legacy of prosperity. The dream of turning a destitute county into a thriving hub ignites the group. Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao eagerly pledge their resources, and Zai Rong decides to innovate, proposing a rouge workshop to capture the interest of exotic foreign merchants. Just as plans solidify, an unexpected face appears. Fei Yuge. Having abandoned the boredom of the capital to join his friends at the northern border, his arrival provides Xiao Hanzheng with the much-needed administrative support he has been lacking. Miles away, the news reaches Ji Chunru like a thunderbolt. Her brother, Ji Chunyi, has not only been reduced to a laborer, but has married the disgraced Madame Niu. Consumed by fury and shame, she resolves to storm the mines and drag him back to reclaim her family's honor. The sight of a doting Xiao Yuanqi with the pregnant Tao Liu drives a dagger into Ji Chunru's heart. She seethes with resentment, blaming everyone but herself for her fall from grace, yet she remains locked in a battle for survival within the general's residence. Tao Liu plays the victim expertly, manipulating Xiao Yuanqi's sympathies and further isolating Ji Chunru. Her calculated vulnerability turns the general against his once-beloved mistress, who can only stand by and witness her own replacement. Unable to contain her rage over her brother's marriage, Ji Chunru resorts to begging Xiao Yuanqi for a mission to the mines. He grants it, not out of love, but to be rid of her dramatics. Little does he know, he is playing right into the hands of a watchful Xiao Hanzheng. Ji Chunru arrives at the brutal reality of the labor camps. The desolate landscape and the suffering of the laborers weigh heavily on her, though her primary focus remains the indignation of finding her noble brother in such lowly surroundings. The reunion is not the tearful escape Ji Chunru expected. Her brother is a changed man, rougher and disillusioned, having been hardened by the furnace of the mines and the harsh lessons of his own downfall. The true shock lands when Madame Niu appears, claiming her status as Ji Chunyi's wife. The audacity of the woman, coupled with her brother's defense of her, shatters Ji Chunru's composure as she realizes the family connection she tried to fix has become a source of immense humiliation. The confrontation escalates as Ji Chunru tries to force her brother to abandon the woman she deems old and ugly. However, Ji Chunyi has found a source of comfort and warmth in Madame Niu that his sister never provided, and he refuses to let her go. Borrowing tactics from the masters of manipulation, Madame Niu presents herself as a selfless martyr, further ingratiating herself into Ji Chunyi's heart. Her performance makes Ji Chunru appear cruel and heartless, turning the tables on the former mistress of the general's residence. Ji Chunyi delivers an ultimatum, declaring his loyalty to Madame Niu above all else. He challenges his sister's hypocrisy, leaving Ji Chunru in a state of utter shock, faced with the bitter reality that her own brother no longer bows to her whims. Fueled by resentment and manipulation, Ji Chunru decides to take her brother, Ji Chunyi, and the manipulative Madame Niu away from the mines, believing they can leverage the power of her husband, General Xiao, to exact revenge. Emboldened by their new, opulent surroundings, the trio travels to Heiyang County, unaware of the shifting political tide, while hatching a dark plan to strike at their perceived enemies. Xiao Hanzheng, having anticipated the arrival of his foes, has strategically placed his allies to monitor the situation. Shi Qingluo, eager for the spectacle, prepares to bring the old Xiao family to witness the coming chaos. Violence erupts in the county government office as Ji Chunru's guards ruthlessly assault eldest grandson Xiao. Just as the cruelty peaks, Shi Qingluo arrives with the old lady, perfectly timing the confrontation. With a sharp tongue, Shi Qingluo systematically dismantles Ji Chunru's fragile sense of superiority, publicly listing her illegal actions and demanding she answer for her lack of filial piety. Incited by her embittered brother, Ji Chunru loses all restraint, ordering her men to attack the members of the Xiao family, unaware that her descent into savagery is exactly what her adversaries hoped for. As the conflict escalates, Shi Qingluo reveals her own martial prowess, holding off the attackers while simultaneously orchestrating the ruin of Ji Chunru's reputation and social standing. The tide turns instantly as Liang Yaoxiao and Zai Rui arrive with their trained forces, quickly subduing the unruly guards and leaving Ji Chunru isolated and surrounded. The humiliation continues as old lady Xiao confronts her unfilial daughter-in-law. Secrets are laid bare, and the truth about Xiao Yuanqi's cold-blooded role in their misfortune begins to dawn on a fragile Ji Chunru. Shi Qingluo masterfully pours oil on the fire, ensuring Ji Chunru feels the weight of her husband's betrayal, while Ji Chunyi's resentment towards his own sister grows in the shadows of their shared failure. Ji Chunru's world collapses as she struggles to reconcile her delusion of Xiao Yuanqi's love with the harsh reality Shi Qingluo forces her to face. The trap is set, and her mental breakdown is imminent. Justice is served in the only way the county can provide, the prison cell. As the bailiffs drag the siblings away, the confrontation between the genuine family members and the imposters reaches a fever pitch. Ji Chunyi attempts one last pathetic act of defiance, but is quickly silenced by the reality of his own insignificance. Shi Qingluo stands as the victor, leaving him broken and awaiting his cold fate behind bars. With the offenders behind bars, the focus shifts to the injured. The Xiao family counts their losses, and the gravity of their daughter-in-law's cruelty binds them together in a newfound, vengeful resolve. Realizing that the path forward lies in aligning with those they once pushed away, the old Xiao family turns to Shi Qingluo to craft a scheme that will permanently dismantle Ji Chunru's status. Shi Qingluo plants the ultimate seed of destruction, the demotion of a wife to a concubine. It is a plan so cruel and fitting that the Xiao family realizes this is the perfect way to break Ji Chunru's soul. With a cold, sharp wit, Shi Qingluo maps out a ruthless plan to turn Ji Chunru's crimes against her own husband. She advises the Xiao family to use filial piety as a weapon, effectively cornering the powerful deputy governor with the threat of public scandal. Old Lady Xiao realizes that for this scheme to succeed, they must bring the injured Xiao Hanzheng as living evidence. The plan is to march to Northern City and force a confrontation, turning the deputy governor's own family against him to secure their own leverage. Shi Qingluo delights in the irony of the situation, packaging the troublesome Xiao family as a gift to the scumbag father at the northern border. She wonders if he is ready for the consecutive surprises she has prepared for his newfound position of power. Back at the inn, the couple discusses their next steps with tranquil focus. Xiao Hanzheng notes that his father's aide was successfully incapacitated by a drinking trick, ensuring the scumbag father remains in the dark until it is too late. Shi Qingluo reveals her grand design for Heiyang County, utilizing local resources to build rubber and candle workshops. Her knowledge of the Russian dandelion as a rubber source provides the economic independence needed to stabilize their new territory. The scumbag father's trusted aide, finally sober and realizing his failure, scrambles to return to Northern City. The impending news of Shi Qingluo's imprisonment promises a volatile reaction from the deputy governor. News reaches Xiao Yuanqi like a thunderbolt. Learning that his wife has not only been jailed but dared to strike his own parents, his pride is wounded and his fury is palpable. Trapped between his professional duties and the scandal of his wife's incarceration, Xiao Yuanqi decides to let her suffer in prison for a while longer. He cannot risk his reputation by intervening personally just yet. Shi Qingluo decides it is time to squeeze the scumbag father dry. She instructs her husband to demand skilled craftsmen as the price for Shi Qingluo's freedom, aiming to strip Xiao Yuanqi of his most valuable assets. With the workshop construction underway, Shi Qingluo presents her plan to the local village chiefs. She offers them a contract to grow Russian dandelions, guaranteeing them stability and income, which slowly dissipates their skepticism. As the villagers sign the contracts, the economic outlook of Haiyang County shifts. By taking on the initial risk, Shi Qingluo wins the trust of the local people and prepares for the first large-scale harvest. News reaches King Jin, who is both intrigued and impressed by Shi Qingluo's swift moves. He correctly links the cultivation of the dandelion to the precious rubber trade, deciding it is time to invite this formidable woman to his flower banquet. Tao Liu manipulates Xiao Yuanqi's growing resentment toward his wife. By subtly pointing out that his son and daughter-in-law are clearly setting a trap with their demands, she fuels the deputy governor's inner turmoil. Xiao Yuanqi finally relents, sending his valuable craftsmen to Haiyang County in a desperate bid to buy his wife's freedom. These men, feeling betrayed by their former master, are unsure of what awaits them under the new magistrate. Xiao Hanzheng acts decisively, stripping away the lies his father fed these workers. He works to win their loyalty by revealing the truth behind Shi Qingluo's actions, aiming to convert his father's forced labor into his own skilled workforce. Xiao Hanzheng orchestrates a masterful deception, revealing to the craftsmen that their fate was sealed by their own master's tactical error. With a gentle smile, he turns the tide, securing their loyalty while ensuring his scumbag father's plans fall into disarray. Insisting on a formal escort for his father's wife, Xiao Hanzheng masks his true motives behind a facade of politeness. He leaves his father's men reeling, unable to refuse the trap set for their master's reputation. By offering the craftsmen a path toward freedom and education for their children, Xiao Hanzheng transforms their resentment into fierce devotion. With their futures tied to his success, he prepares to march toward the next confrontation. With a flower banquet invitation acting as bait, Shi Qingluo prepares to venture into the lion's den. Xiao Hanzheng, trusting her sharp wit, promises to keep watch from afar, both anticipating the chaos she will surely ignite. Released from prison, Shi Qingluo is a shadow of her former self, humiliated by the price paid for her freedom. She bristles at the arrival of her in-laws, unaware that her true torment has only just begun. The journey to Northern City begins with a motley crew of travelers that promises to be a nightmare for the deputy governor. As Shi Qingluo joins the entourage, the path ahead looks increasingly turbulent. Despite Shi Qingluo's desperate attempts to keep them away, the Xiao family is relentless in their pursuit of an audience with their son. The journey is marked by petty insults and strategic maneuvers, with Shi Qingluo guiding the old lady's fury. The arrival at the deputy governor's manor triggers an immediate headache for Xiao Yuanqi. Caught between his mother's demands and his desire to avoid public disgrace, he is forced to welcome his most troublesome guests inside. As the group enters the residence, the air is thick with tension. Xiao Yuanqi realizes too late that allowing Shi Qingluo to cross his threshold was a grave tactical error, as she begins to systematically undermine his household's peace. Inside the mansion, the facade of normalcy begins to crumble immediately. Xiao Yuanqi frantically tries to contain his mother, terrified that she will reveal the scandals of his wife's behavior before he can control the narrative. Confrontation explodes in the main hall as old lady Xiao confronts Shi Qingluo over her physical abuse of his parents. Shi Qingluo's performative tears fail to win over the matriarch, who is emboldened by Shi Qingluo's quiet influence. Painting Shi Qingluo as a jinx and a plague, the old lady dismantles her son's resolve. The seed of divorce is planted, leaving Xiao Yuanqi trapped in a web of his own making, unable to defend the woman he once held so dear. With lethal precision, Shi Qingluo exposes the dark secret of Ji Chunru's affair. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, leaving Ji Chunru no room to argue, as the truth of her infidelity shatters the remaining scraps of her dignity. Cornered, Xiao Yuanqi attempts to beg for mercy, but the old lady is undeterred. She wields the threat of social disgrace like a weapon, forcing her son to choose between his pride and the destruction of his domestic standing. Final blow is struck, demotion to concubine. As the ultimatum is delivered, Ji Chunru realizes the magnitude of her predicament. The Xiao family legacy is in shambles, and for the deputy governor, the nightmare has only just begun. Old Lady Xiao stuns her son, the deputy governor, by expertly listing the 7 traditional reasons for divorce. The air grows thick with tension as Xiao Yuanqi realizes the true source of his mother's sudden eloquence is none other than his former daughter-in-law. Despite Ji Chunru's frantic denials, Shi Qingluo systematically dismantles her reputation, citing her past infidelities, unfilial acts, and manipulations. The surrounding servants gasp, sensing the shifting power dynamics within the governor's household. The weight of clan honor falls upon Xiao Yuanqi as his father delivers an ultimatum. Forced into a corner, the deputy governor realizes he must discipline his wife or risk permanent exile from his own lineage and the destruction of his career. Old Master Shi begins to dismantle the pride of his second son, painting a vivid picture of how Ji Chunru has acted as a jinx. He contrasts the failure of the current marriage with the prosperity Xiao Hanzheng achieved after his own wedding. Shi Qingluo plants the seed that Ji Chunru is a parasite of luck. The accusations begin to resonate with those around her. Even her own brother, Ji Chunyi, starts to wonder if his sister's influence is the true cause of his past misfortunes. Unable to contain her fury any longer, Ji Chunru loses all composure. Driven to madness by the clever manipulations of her opponent, she attempts a direct assault, unaware that she is playing directly into Shi Qingluo's hands. The confrontation escalates as Shi Qingluo swiftly retaliates, slapping Ji Chunru and claiming self-defense. The members of the Xiao family cheer in their hearts, relishing the sight of their tormentor being humbled. Torn between his waning affection for his wife and the social pressure from his parents, Xiao Yuanqi eventually orders Ji Chunru to retreat. It is a humiliating display of his inability to maintain order in his own household. Left alone to face the silent judgment of his kin, Xiao Yuanqi feels the sting of their disdain. His reputation as a capable general is crumbling under the weight of his poor decisions and the shadow of his volatile wife. Retiring to his study, Xiao Yuanqi is plagued by indecision. He knows that his domestic chaos is beginning to stain his professional standing in the northern border. Hidden eyes in the manor report the day's events to King Jin. The regional ruler finds the drama amusing and recognizes the potential to exploit the fracturing relationship within the deputy governor's home. A forced dinner creates a superficial peace, but Old Master Shi remains laser-focused on his agenda. He uses the calm to urge his son to reconsider his marriage, painting a bleak picture of the future if Ji Chunru remains in power. The trap is finally set, as Old Master Shi convinces his son that demoting Ji Chunru is the only path to salvation. Xiao Yuanqi finally agrees, realizing that his marriage has become a liability to his survival. The realization hits Xiao Yuanqi that he is being managed by his own father. Yet, he is too deep in the web to turn back, agreeing to investigate the financial records of his manor to ensure he isn't implicated in further scandals. With the decision made, Xiao Yuanqi prepares for the inevitable fallout. He is now acutely aware that his previous indulgence has cost him his authority, and the coming days will force a final confrontation with his wife. Xiao Yuanqi uncovers a dangerous secret. His wife, Ji Chunru, has been accepting large sums of money from King Jin's residence and funneling them to her own family, jeopardizing his political standing. Enraged by the betrayal and the realization that his wife has framed his own parents for the missing funds, Xiao Yuanqi loses his composure and lashes out, storming toward Ji Chunru's quarters. The confrontation turns explosive as Xiao Yuanqi forces the Ji family out of the room, confronting his wife with her lies and the dangerous consequences of her greed for her own sister's benefit. Ji Chunru attempts to justify her actions by claiming it is for her sister's future influence, but her attempts to charm her husband only fuel his fury. Xiao Yuanqi realizes that the woman he once thought was wise is merely petty and greedy, finally acknowledging that she has become a liability to his survival in the northern border. The realization hits him that his wife cares nothing for his career or his safety, and for the first time, all of his remaining affection for her vanishes completely. The tension peaks as Xiao Yuanqi coldly declares that Ji Chunru will be demoted to a mere concubine, stripping her of her title and status. Ji Chunru fights back with insults and scratching, accusing him of heartlessness, but her outburst only serves to confirm that she values her own family above the man she is married to. With no room for compromise, Xiao Yuanqi forces a choice upon her: become a concubine and stay in the residence, or sign the divorce papers and leave his life forever. Ji Chunru begs for one last chance, but finding no warmth left in her husband's heart, she is left shattered as he formalizes her demotion to concubine Ji. Xiao Yuanqi finds a sense of peace in Tao Liu's presence, announcing to her that she will now take the place of the madam of the household. Tao Liu hides her excitement beneath a mask of modesty, knowing that this shift in power is exactly what her allies expected, and she prepares to navigate her new life as the official wife. Xiao Yuanqi trusts Tao Liu with the management of the household, believing her to be the gentle, reasonable partner he desperately needs to maintain his status. The news of the demotion spreads, and as the servants shift their loyalty to the new mistress, Ji Chunru realizes the weight of her humiliation and the isolation that now awaits her. With the household order restored to her design, Shi Qingluo watches the pieces of her plan fall into place, content that her enemies have been dismantled from within. Xiao Yuanqi has dealt a crushing blow, demoting his wife to a concubine and sending documents to the capital to formalize the union with Liu Ru. For Ji Chunru, the reality of her downfall is a bitter pill to swallow, as she finds herself trapped within the very walls where she once held power. The humiliation deepens as Xiao Yuanqi orders his former brother-in-law, Ji Chunyi, to vacate the deputy governor's office. Despite Ji Chunru's desperate attempts to plead her case, she remains confined to her courtyard, realizing too late that her husband's heart has turned cold. As the disgraced Ji Chunru desperately offloads her remaining wealth to her unreliable brother, Shi Qingluo observes from a distance. With little sympathy for a woman who dug her own grave, Shi Qingluo turns her attention to the bustling life of the northern city, ready for whatever schemes lie ahead. A chance encounter in the street brings Shi Qingluo and Zai Rong face to face with the formidable King Jin. Beneath a mask of cordiality and feigned surprise, the tension between the prince and his niece is palpable. Seated together for a meal, King Jin tests the waters, his interest piqued by the vibrant and sharp-witted Shi Qingluo. He finds her far more intriguing than the typical village women he expected, recognizing a dangerous potential in her composure. As the meal progresses, King Jin attempts to subtly probe for weaknesses and opportunities, but Shi Qingluo remains a slippery, clever adversary. Their conversation dances around the needs of the northern border, setting the stage for a strategic game of cat and mouse. Shi Qingluo boldly pivots the conversation, requesting a detailed dossier on the northern border's cities. She masks this strategic intelligence gathering as a desire to help the common people, playing right into the prince's ambition. Miles away, the isolated and resentful Ji Chunru erupts in a fit of rage, destroying her finery as she learns others will attend the prestigious banquet at King Jin's residence. Her descent into bitterness is complete, fueled by the sting of her irrelevance. The arrival of the pair at the mansion causes a stir among the local elite. Whispers ripple through the crowd as the status of the humble magistrate's wife is suddenly elevated in the eyes of the curious onlookers. The aristocratic ladies of Northern City are taken aback. They struggle to reconcile the rumors of a simple village woman with the refined figure walking alongside a high-ranking marquis, questioning her true origins. Secondary consort Hua makes a grand entrance, radiating an aura of influence that mirrors the grace of the empress. Her presence commands the room, and her eyes lock onto her prime targets. The consort is nothing if not charming, showering Shi Qingluo with excessive praise. It is a masterful social performance intended to draw the golden doll into the orbit of King Jin's household. Secondary consort Hua finally gets to the point, hoping to glean secrets for profit. Shi Qingluo, sensing a golden opportunity, introduces the concept of improving paper production to her. Shi Qingluo knows exactly what she is doing. By offering technological advancements that challenge the interests of the powerful aristocratic families, she is skillfully positioning King Jin to bear the brunt of their eventual fury. The proposal for cheaper, higher quality paper and fashionable oil paper umbrellas captures the imagination of everyone present. Shi Qingluo is no longer seen as a mere village woman, but as a fountain of lucrative ideas. The secret meeting set, the two women have successfully signaled their collaboration to the court. For Shi Qingluo, the challenge is only beginning. She must navigate the complex web of northern city's elite while keeping the prince at arm's length. Even Liu Ru is forced to admit the sheer brilliance of the woman her former crush chose. As the banquet concludes, Shi Qingluo stands as the undisputed center of attention, having turned the tables on everyone in the room. Inside a quiet pavilion, King Jin consults with an old Taoist regarding the mysterious and seemingly fated nature of Shi Qingluo, questioning if her knowledge truly stems from a divine, immortal master. The Taoist priest, sensing the limitations of King Jin's influence, declines to stay, choosing instead to embark on a journey to the western regions, while King Jin plans an upcoming encounter to test Shi Qingluo further. Yang Minjiu, driven by his peculiar interests, expresses a desire to control the unique Shi Qingluo, prompting his father to warn him against underestimating her and risking a dangerous backlash. Secondary consort Hua reports the success of her meeting with Shi Qingluo, and King Jin decides to personally accompany her to the tea house to negotiate the price for the valuable new recipes. Suspicious of Shi Qingluo's motives, Xiao Yuanqi summons her to his courtyard to warn her about the political dangers of associating with King Jin, specifically regarding the production of paper. Shi Qingluo remains unfazed, deftly turning the tables by questioning Xiao Yuanqi about his own past acceptance of money from King Jin, leaving the deputy governor speechless. The verbal spar continues as Shi Qingluo refuses to heed his warnings, pointedly labeling his kind intentions as nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. Shi Qingluo boldly confronts him about the secret treasure map he possesses, catching the deputy governor off guard and forcing him into a state of panic as his secret is laid bare. Exhausted and thoroughly outmaneuvered, Xiao Yuanqi dismisses her, only to be left in a fit of rage once she leaves, realizing he has failed to intimidate her in the slightest. Shi Qingluo attends the meeting with King Jin and the Taoist priest, where she graciously offers to provide ancient Taoist texts, securing a new ally in the priest. Turning the negotiation toward the welfare of her county, Shi Qingluo proposes a brilliant trade, the valuable recipes in exchange for King Jin funding a cement road to Heiyang County. King Jin, despite his desire to pull her into a deeper political plot, finds himself outwitted by her clear and public-spirited demands, leaving him with no choice but to agree to the contract. The final agreement is signed, locking in the terms for the road construction, while Shi Qingluo cleverly ensures her right to use the paper recipes for her own educational purposes. Liang Minjiu tries to probe into Shi Qingluo's personal interests, only to be met with her unwavering focus on her husband and her practical passion for agricultural research. After a successful negotiation, Shi Qingluo leaves the tea house, only to stumble upon a new, unexpected scene of conflict in a quiet alleyway in northern city. In the shadows of the northern city, the remnants of a fallen era play a desperate game. A group of ruffians corners a young boy, demanding silver and meting out a calculated beating, unaware they are being watched. Observing from a distance, Shi Qingluo notices the telltale shimmer of sea silk on the boy's clothes. Recognizing the threads of a political trap, she waits for the ruffians to depart before stepping forward to play her part in this orchestrated encounter. Feigning sympathy, Shi Qingluo ensures the boy is taken to a clinic, subtly testing the boundaries of the deception. By the time they reach a quiet tea house, she is already fully aware that she has become the target of a deeper, dangerous intrigue. Reunited in the safety of a private room, Shi Qingluo and Zai wrong trade stories of their respective encounters. Both women realize that beauty traps have been set for them, and both decide to play along, eager to see exactly what cards their adversaries are holding. With a newfound purpose, Shi Qingluo accepts an invitation to King Jin's residence. Under the watchful eyes of secondary consort Hua and Liang Mingjiu, she transforms a friendly match of chess into a display of intellect that leaves the prince stunned. The confidence of a royal power begins to fracture as Shi Qingluo dominates the board. The game is more than just a diversion. It is a calculated step in securing her influence within the heart of Northern City. As the chess matches continue, Shi Qingluo successfully directs the conversation toward the prosperity of the northern border. By offering solutions to improve the livelihoods of the commoners, she cements her necessity to the prince's regime. Hidden within the walls of the deputy governor's office, Shi Qingluo spends 2 days in focused study. She crafts a dual-pronged strategy, cotton cultivation and medicinal herbs, designed to benefit the people while carefully limiting the prince's rapid economic expansion. Turning to the prince's residence, Shi Qingluo unveils her plan for mass cotton production and specialized farming machinery. Her expertise catches King Jin and Zhu Ziqin off guard, proving she is far more than a mere visitor. The efficiency of Shi Qingluo's designs for cotton seeds and spinning creates a stir. As King Jin realizes the immense economic potential of her ideas, he begins to see her as an indispensable asset to his northern domain. Beyond textiles, she pivots to the untapped potential of medicinal herb cultivation. By providing a roadmap for regional farming based on environmental suitability, Shi Qingluo ensures that the benefits of her knowledge will reach the poorest corners of the border. The blueprints and charts are more than simple advice. They are a long-term investment. King Jin agrees to implement her strategies, not realizing that Shi Qingluo is steering his development toward a path that serves the nation as much as it serves the people. As the dust settles on the negotiations, the prince's advisors recognize the sheer value of Shi Qingluo's intellect. They resolve to bring the couple fully into their fold, hoping to secure their loyalty through titles and proximity. Before her departure, Shi Qingluo secures her legacy in the deputy governor's office. By empowering old Lady Xiao to reign in the troublesome concubine, she ensures that her enemies in the household will be kept under a watchful eye. With the pawns arranged and the seeds of reform planted, Shi Qingluo prepares to leave Northern City. She leaves behind a landscape changed by her presence, heading home to her husband, her mission accomplished. As Shi Qingluo prepares to depart Northern City, she pays a final, calculated visit to her estranged former father-in-law, Xiao Yuanqi, who is desperate to see her leave his sight. Seizing the moment, Shi Qingluo drops a bombshell about a secret connection between a local embroidery business, the lingering remnants of the previous dynasty, and a hidden half of a treasure map. Though Xiao Yuanqi is furious at being manipulated, he is too cunning to ignore the intelligence, setting the stage for a dangerous power struggle he cannot afford to lose. After a verbal sparring match, a deeply agitated Xiao Yuanqi orders Shi Qingluo to leave, yet he immediately begins mobilizing his secret guards to investigate the intel she planted. Upon stepping outside, Shi Qingluo is intercepted by Zhuo Zheng, who puts on a masterful performance of a young man desperate to escape an arranged marriage. Sensing the ulterior motive behind his act, Shi Qingluo plays along, deciding to bring the young stranger to Heian County to better observe his true colors. In the safety of the residence, Shi Qingluo and Zai Rong exchange notes on their respective tagalongs, both women fully aware that they are inviting wolves into the fold. The farewells are brief and calculated, as Shi Qingluo departs Northern City, leaving Xiao Yuanqi in his own world of suspicion and power games. After a swift journey, the group arrives in Heian County, where a long-awaited, tender reunion between Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng is quickly interrupted by the presence of the guests. Back at the county office, Xiao Hanzheng wastes no time in establishing authority, keeping a guarded eye on the newcomers while managing the logistics of the household. As the dust settles, the couple finds a moment of respite, though the complexities of their new guests and the looming threats keep their minds sharp. In the quiet hours of dawn, Xiao Hanzheng humbles himself to cook for his wife, a rare act of devotion that reinforces their bond before they pivot to discussing the danger posed by Yu Lu. Sharing intelligence about Yu Lu's past as a bandit mastermind and Zhuo Zheng's potential designs on the county workshops, the couple maps out a strategy to turn the tables on their adversaries. Deciding to use their workshops as bait, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng resolve to entrap those attempting to steal their technology for the sake of the previous dynasty's treasonous ambitions. With plans set to expose the spies and secure their domain, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng prepare for the inevitable clash, ready to protect their home and the people of Heiyang. With the northern border's instability on her mind, Shi Qingluo strategizes with her husband, Xiao Hanzheng, to protect their budding industrial secrets by compartmentalizing the workflow in their newly established workshops. The next day, Shi Qingluo dives into the heart of the labor, teaching workers the secrets of candle and soap making while implementing strict protocols to ensure quality and secrecy. The piece is interrupted when a dejected Zhuo Zheng arrives, claiming to have been robbed of his belongings, and uses this misfortune to beg for a place to stay and work under the guise of newfound discipline. Shi Qingluo, sensing Zhuo Zheng's ulterior motives, denies him the comfort of the guest courtyard, and instead assigns him to the cramped, communal dormitory of the workshop, flanked by unsavory roommates to test his resolve. With the spy effectively contained in his squalid quarters, Shi Qingluo turns her attention to the surrounding countryside, signing contracts with villagers to build a supply chain for the honey and medicinal herbs required for their new ventures. Back at the workshop, the final preparations are made. The sealing process is perfected with the help of family, and the first batch of canned mutton is set aside to rest, a silent experiment that will determine their future success. The irresistible fragrance of the canned mutton draws Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao into the workshop, where the duo is instantly won over by the succulent, well-seasoned meat, convinced that this product will be a revolutionary success. The conversation shifts from meat to fruit, as Shi Qingluo describes the potential for canned peaches and pears, sparking a new entrepreneurial vision for Liang Yaoxiao, who decides to bring these innovations to the southern markets. Emboldened by the potential for massive profits, the friends align their goals. With recipes secured from Shi Qingluo and ambitious expansion plans set for the south, the business partners prepare to turn a local experiment into a regional empire. As the workshop prepares for its grand reveal, the town of Heiyang itself undergoes a transformation, with inns and restaurants upgrading their facilities to attract traveling merchants and solidify the county's reputation as a hub of commerce. The day of truth arrives. Shi Qingluo stands before a skeptical public, ready to prove that her canned mutton can survive the heat of summer. With a precise motion, she opens a jar, releasing a savory aroma that instantly captures the crowd's attention. One after another, the people of the county taste the product, their initial skepticism replaced by profound amazement. The flavor of the perfectly seasoned mutton, preserved against all odds, proves to be a culinary revelation for all who taste it. As the tasting turns into a buying frenzy, the limited stock disappears rapidly. Liang Yaoxiao's attempt to hoard 100 cans triggers a wave of competitive buying from the crowd, while a penniless Zhuo Zheng watches with rising envy. To ensure fairness, Shi Qingluo institutes a limit on purchases, a move that only fuels the public's desire further. The promise of quality, backed by a unique after-sales guarantee, turns the canned goods into the most coveted items in the county. Watching the final jars disappear into the hands of the villagers and spies alike, Zhuo Zheng realizes that he has missed his opportunity to easily acquire the secret, realizing that the competition for these recipes will be far tougher than he anticipated. The day concludes with a sold-out inventory and a bustling, profitable atmosphere. Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng have successfully turned a simple food preservation experiment into a resounding commercial triumph that cements their influence in the region. With the mutton sold out, Shi Qingluo introduces a new curiosity to the townsfolk: canned fruit. The people are stunned, unsure if preserved fruit can truly be a delicacy until the first jars are opened and sampled. The taste is a revelation. In an age where sugar is a luxury, the sweet, preserved fruit captures hearts immediately. Shi Qingluo masterfully manages the excitement, explaining the costs and her innovative recycling plan for the jars. Turning from food to hygiene, Shi Qingluo reveals her soap and scented soap. A worker demonstrates its cleaning power, causing an uproar of amazement among the crowd who have never seen such a simple, effective way to clean clothes and skin. The prospect of affordable, fragrant, and effective soap creates a frenzy. Despite the limited quantities, the villagers are thrilled, and the workshop workers watch with growing pride, knowing their future is finally looking bright. The success of the sale solidifies the rumors of Shi Qingluo being an old immortal's disciple. Gratitude spreads through Heiyang County as the people realize that Xiao Hanzheng and his wife are transforming their lives through fair wages and genuine care. News of the divine delicacy spreads beyond the county, attracting merchants and curious elites. Liang Yaoxiao, addicted to the canned food, insists on taking a vast supply south, effectively acting as an enthusiastic distributor for the workshop. A new ritual is born, the morning queue for limited edition canned meats. As Shi Qingluo continues to develop new recipes, the scarcity marketing strategy turns these daily sales into the most anticipated event in the county. Faced with a shortage of ingredients, Shi Qingluo proposes a cooperative farming model to Xiao Hanzheng. They plan to empower the local villagers by providing livestock, fostering a community-driven production cycle that will fuel their growing empire. Beyond food, Shi Qingluo looks toward winter, planning to collect duck and goose down to revolutionize winter clothing. Xiao Hanzheng is struck by his wife's brilliance, agreeing to push these reforms through the village leadership. To ensure long-term development, they resolve to pressure the king to build the cement road he promised. It is a strategic move to secure progress and cement their reputation as the protectors and providers of Heiyang. Meanwhile, the spy Zhuo Zheng is living a nightmare. Xiao Hanzheng has intentionally placed him in the harshest work environments. Deprived of secrets and surrounded by the stench of manual labor, his spirit is rapidly breaking. Unable to withstand the physical toll and the rough conditions of the workshop, Zhuo Zheng and his fellow spies beg for transfer. Little do they know, Shi Qingluo is merely humoring them, letting them move from one unpleasant task to another. In the capital, the taste of the canned goods reaches the ears of the powerful. King Jin and his son are impressed by the innovation, realizing that Heiyang County is no longer a stagnant backwater, but a rising economic force. As the taste of victory lingers, a message arrives. Shi Qingluo has sent a letter to King Jin, boldly calling upon him to honor his promise of building the road, signaling the start of a new political chess game. King Jin is taken aback by Shi Qingluo's directness, but respects her ambition. He tasks Liang Mingjiu with going to Heiyang County to oversee the road construction and secure the alliance. Accompanied by the spoiled and beautiful Liang Mingmin, Liang Mingjiu begins the journey. He is already regretting his decision, as he realizes his younger sister has her own mischievous agenda regarding the rumored handsome Xiao Hanzheng. Driven by gossip about Xiao Hanzheng's appearance, Liang Mingmin intends to cause trouble. As the party heads to Heiyang, Liang Mingjiu worries that his sister's vanity and arrogance might jeopardize their father's carefully crafted diplomatic plans. Liang Mingjiu and his sister, Liang Mingmin, travel toward Heiyang County. Liang Mingjiu, despite his public pretense of discussing road construction, is deeply annoyed by his sister's spoiled and overbearing nature, though he fears offending her powerful status. Xiao Hanzheng learns of their arrival and warns his wife about the volatile princess Liang Mingmin. He recounts a harrowing tale from his past where he saved the princess, only for her to become infatuated and attempt to force him into servitude. Shi Qingluo is shocked by the princess's history of snatching men by force. Xiao Hanzheng explains that the royal house of King Jin is steeped in corruption, where the princess treats men as mere disposable playthings to satisfy her whims. The couple reflects on the moral rot within King Jin's estate. Xiao Hanzheng reveals the tragic fate of the princess's previous fiancé, who was crippled for defying her, solidifying his utter disgust for the woman who hides behind her father's power. Seeking to protect his wife and strike back at the approaching threat, Xiao Hanzheng hatches a scheme to orchestrate a meeting between the princess and the handsome, devious Zhuo Zheng, hoping to ignite internal conflict between the two. Away from political schemes, Shi Qingluo initiates a new project to cultivate quails and pigeons on barren suburban land. She envisions this as both a nutritious food source and a strategic asset for communication, transforming the landscape of Heiyang. Back at the soap workshop, the manipulative Zhuo Zheng finds his life turned into a nightmare. Trapped in a noisy dormitory and forced into monotonous labor, his attempts to steal the secret formulas are thwarted by his own lack of sleep and the stern discipline of the guards. Despite his status, Zhuo Zheng is forced to perform manual labor alongside commoners. His failure to secure the soap recipe becomes a mounting pressure, as he teeters on the edge of a nervous breakdown under the constant, exhausting scrutiny of the workshop staff. Desperation sets in for Zhuo Zheng and his fellow spies as they try to bribe the workers. However, the employees, bound by strict contracts and grateful for their newfound stability, refuse to betray their trust, rendering the bribes useless. Xiao Hanzheng's rigorous vetting process proves successful as loyal workers report the spies. Shi Qingluo praises her husband's foresight, confirming that their careful selection of honest, local workers has protected their vital industrial secrets. During a strategic discussion, Shi Qingluo suggests recruiting retired, injured soldiers into their workshops and security patrols. She argues that this provides these veterans with dignity, stable work, and vital support, effectively solving the county's labor shortage. Moved by his wife's compassion and wisdom, Xiao Hanzheng realizes the brilliance of her plan. This initiative would not only secure his workforce with loyal, disciplined men, but also serve as a profound model for the entire empire to care for its defenders. Broken by the harsh life of the workshop, Zhuo Zheng approaches Shi Qingluo, feigning helplessness to gain her sympathy. He begs to be removed from the labor-intensive workshop, hoping to work by her side instead. Recognizing that his current state would not impress the princess, Shi Qingluo allows him to leave the workshop. She plans to let him recuperate, aiming to keep him in prime condition so he remains attractive for her trap. Zhuo Zheng is moved to a top-tier inn, where the comfort and access to canned food make him feel truly at home. Oblivious to the trap being laid for him, he rejoices in his new status, unaware that his troubles in Haiyang have only just begun. Savoring the canned food and the luxury of the inn, Zhuo Zheng marvels at the progress of the county. He remains focused on his mission, secretly meeting his men to order them to pose as his reinforcements and provide him with more silver. While Zhuo Zheng plots his next move, a letter from the capital arrives. It reveals that the devious Shi Qingluo has successfully piqued Princess Zhen's interest in Xiao Hanzheng, setting the stage for a dangerous royal confrontation. The web of intrigue tightens as the couple learns of Shi Qingluo's machinations. With the princess's obsession growing and Zhuo Zheng assembling his own resources, the political landscape in Haiyang County becomes increasingly volatile. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo unravel a scheme involving little Lady Ji and Liang Mingmin. Disgusted by the interference, the couple decides to orchestrate the downfall of little Lady Ji's brother, Shi Qingluo, by fueling his gambling addiction until he becomes a financial burden too heavy to bear. With a cold determination, Shi Qingluo initiates a plan to counter the brewing storm. She sends instructions to the old lady of the Xiao family to keep the pressure on in the capital, while finalizing a strategic report on how the Xiao family can secure a future in the northern city. In the distant capital, the emperor and the crown prince sample the innovative canned rations sent by the couple. Impressed by the taste and the preservation technique, they read Xiao Hanzheng's ambitious proposal to use economic leverage to pacify the Ji kingdom, forever changing their perception of the couple's genius. The emperor and the crown prince marvel at the efficiency of the canned food and the wisdom behind the economic strategy. Recognizing the couple as national treasures, they contemplate how to best reward them without inviting unwanted attention from rival princes. The crown prince praises the couple's foresight in integrating retired soldiers into the proposed workshops. This not only solves labor shortages, but cements the emperor's prestige within the military, turning the border into a stronghold of loyalty and prosperity. A difficult decision looms over the royal court. Who is trustworthy enough to govern the northern border and oversee the vital new factories? The emperor and the crown prince debate the candidates, seeking someone of noble standing who can resist the corruption of King Jin. The search for a leader leads them to Liang Yulin, a capable prince who possesses both the intellect to manage resources and the strength to hold the border steady. The emperor believes his brother is the perfect candidate, though he dreads the danger such a mission entails. Summoned to the palace, Liang Yulin hears the emperor's plea. Bound by familial loyalty and a desire to remain relevant in court politics, he accepts the daunting task of heading to the northern border, viewing it as a chance to serve his country and perhaps find a new path. With the mission confirmed, The emperor urges his brother to seek out Xiao Hanzheng and even teases him about finding a bride in the northern lands. Liang Yulin, hoping to escape the relentless pressure of matchmakers back home, agrees to the assignment with a wry, knowing smile. Across the city, the elite families of the capital gather to sample the mysterious canned goods. Skepticism turns to astonishment as they taste the preserved delicacies, realizing the immense potential of the business enterprise their relatives have launched in the provinces. Jealousy simmers within the Liang household as members of different courtyards demand a share of the profits. Old Master Liang observes the discord, weighing the greed of his relatives against the hard work and filial devotion of his grandson, Liang Yaoxiao. Old Lady Liang sternly rebukes the greedy relatives, asserting that the canned food business belongs solely to her grandson. She highlights his filial piety and ingenuity, refusing to let others who disparaged him now reap the rewards of his labor. Having secured their grandson's autonomy, the elderly couple finds themselves in possession of the rare canned goods. Seeing an opportunity for prestige, Old Master Liang decides he will take them to the imperial court to show off, much to the chagrin of his jealous sons. A humorous conflict erupts as the men of the house realize they have been cut off from the supply by the very son they sent away. Liang Mingcheng struggles to justify his desire to flaunt the gift, even as his wife reminds him of his prior negligence toward their son. The Zai family faces a similar drama, with the matriarch shielding her grandson Zai Rui from envious relatives. Just like the Liang family, the Zai elders are won over by the high quality of the food and the filial letters accompanying the shipments. At the Yamen, the irresistible fragrance of canned meat turns lunch into a social event. Old Master Liang revels in the attention, his display of his grandson's success serving as a masterclass in social maneuvering that leaves his peers burning with jealousy. The secret is out. The canned goods are a sensation. Despite the limitations on supply and the difficulty of acquiring them, the hype creates a frenzy among the capital's elites. Word travels fast, turning the simple food into a highly sought-after commodity. The momentum culminates in the court, where the emperor announces his plans for government-run workshops at the northern border. Supported by the promise of revenue and the noble goal of employing war veterans, the court unites behind the vision sparked by Shi Qingluo's ingenuity. The capital is gripped by a sudden craze for canned goods as the emperor opens new workshops. Merchants from the northern border arrive to find their supplies sold out in moments, triggering a frenzy that pushes them to expand their business toward Heiyang County in search of the secret, sought-after recipe. Group arrives in Heiyang County, led by the noble siblings Liang Minjiu and Liang Mingmin. They expect a desolate, dilapidated town, but instead, they find a surprisingly lively scene filled with delicious snacks and smiling, thriving people, defying their haughty expectations of the region. Despite their reservations, the siblings check into the best inn in town. They are caught off guard by the room's exceptional quality and modern, clean amenities, forcing them to question their initial assumption that a backwater county could not offer any comfort worth their time. After a long sleep, the siblings head down to the inn's restaurant for a meal. Liang Mingmin displays her entitled nature, demanding all the specialties and showing no regard for the kitchen's effort, while they both discover the delightful, unique taste of the tofu dishes created by the magistrate's wife. As the other patrons dine, they cannot stop singing praises for the magistrate and his wife. The constant adulation of Shi Qingluo grates on Liang Mingmin, whose narrow-minded pride and jealousy toward any woman more praised than herself begin to boil over into cold resentment. The next morning, the siblings encounter a large, intelligent black goose, the local hero known as Dummy, patrolling the streets like a guardian. Intoxicated by her own sense of status and blinded by spite, Liang Mingmin decides to make the poor animal her lunch, setting the stage for a dramatic conflict. The commoners of Heiyang, having grown to love the intelligent guardian goose, immediately rally to protect it. When Liang Mingmin coldly orders her guards to draw their blades and kill anyone who interferes, the tension in the street explodes into a confrontation between unyielding pride and community spirit. The situation spirals out of control as the guardian geese launch a perfectly coordinated counterattack. Faced with a sea of hissing, biting wings, the trained guards find their martial skills useless against the furious flock, while Liang Mingmen screams in horror as her order turns into a chaotic nightmare. Just as the chaos reaches its peak, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng arrive on the scene. Watching their beloved, clever goose defend the town against the arrogant intruders, the couple takes in the picturesque, albeit turbulent, scene where justice is being served by the most unexpected of guardians. The battle continues as the geese ruthlessly target Liang Mingmen, tearing at her clothes and skin. Liang Mingjiu, watching his sister finally face the consequences of her cruelty, feels a hidden, dark joy, realizing that the geese are more effective at keeping her in check than any person has ever been. Desperate to end the humiliation and fearing the political repercussions of his sister's demise, Liang Mingjiu begs Shi Qingluo to call off the birds. Shi Qingluo, however, remains resolute, fully aware that she has already passed the point of no return with the powerful, vindictive Prince Jin's family. With the point made and fearing for the life of the royal visitor, Shi Qingluo whistles, calling the geese back. Dummy, the clever leader of the flock, approaches her and leans into her touch with pathetic, well-acted grievance, winning the hearts of the watching crowd who admire its intelligence. As the crowd cheers for the magnificent flock, Shi Qingluo rewards them for their brave protection of the town. The people of Heiyang, moved by the sight, recognize the geese not just as animals, but as spiritual guardians who embody the strength and spirit of the county they've helped build. Despite her pathetic condition, Liang Mingmen regains her haughty demeanor, demanding that Shi Qingluo be arrested for inciting the birds. She attempts to wield her status as Prince Jin's daughter to crush the humble couple, utterly failing to see that her power holds no sway here. Xiao Hanzheng stands his ground, firmly asserting the law of the land. Backed by the courageous local bailiffs who refuse to be intimidated by a royal title, he forces the princess to realize that in Heiyang County, the magistrate's authority is the only one that truly matters. The final blow to Liang Mingmen's arrogance comes when the entire town gathers to defend their magistrate and his wife. Realizing that the common people are ready to testify against her royal claims, the siblings are forced to retreat, leaving the townspeople to celebrate their hard-won unity. As the tension at the county border reaches a breaking point, the arrival of Zai Rong and her fierce female cavalry shifts the balance of power. Faced with the biting geese and the armed women, Liang Mingmen's arrogance begins to falter, much to the annoyance of her brother, Liang Mingjiu. The arrival of Zai Rui and his favorite goose only adds to the chaos. As Zai Rong asserts her status as a higher-ranking marquis, Liang Mingmen finds her royal authority useless against those who refuse to bow to her status. Despite the threats and the deep malice in Liang Mingmen's eyes, Shi Qingluo remains unbothered, daring the princess to try her best. With the backing of her allies, she decides it is finally time to accelerate her plan to rise in status, leaving a humiliated Liang Mingmen to retreat back to the inn. Safe from prying eyes, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng solidify their strategy. The goal is clear: utilize the upcoming royal rewards not just for their own protection, but to elevate their companion goose and secure their footing against the vengeful princess. Back at the inn, the reality of their situation sets in. The local shopkeeper, having been saved by Shi Qingluo's goose, flatly refuses service to the royals, marking a collective local resistance that leaves Liang Mingmen and Liang Mingjiu nowhere to turn. Denied lodging and food at every turn, the frustration of the royal siblings boils over. The unified defiance of the Heiyang County populace, coupled with the constant shadowing of the menacing geese, pushes Liang Mingmen toward a breaking point of blind, irrational rage. With no choice left, Liang Mingjiu secures a private courtyard to house them, but the burden of his sister's impulsiveness weighs heavily on him. He drafts a report to his father, hoping to distance his own ambition from his sister's folly. The next day, business takes precedence over bad blood. Xiao Hanzheng and Liang Mingjiu discuss the road construction, with Liang Mingjiu playing the humble diplomat to win favor, fully aware that the cement formula is worth more than any political disagreement. As news of the cement road project spreads, the admiration for Shi Qingluo surges among the common folk. They see her as a benefactor who sacrificed her own valuable formulas for the good of the county, cementing her place in their hearts. Unable to stay confined, a disguised Liang Mingmen ventures into the streets alone. There, she encounters a group of opportunistic bandits. Unaware of her royal lineage, the ugly bandit corners her, seeing only a delicate, wealthy-looking target. The confrontation turns vicious. When Liang Mingmin insults the ugly bandit, his pride is wounded and his malice takes over. She finds herself completely defenseless, her arrogance shattered by a brute who does not care for her station. Passing by on an errand for Shi Qingluo, Zhuo Zheng stumbles upon the scene. Recognition flashes in his eyes. He realizes this is the powerful, spoiled daughter of Prince Jin. He sees a golden opportunity to manipulate her favor. Putting on a facade of noble heroism, Zhuo Zheng commands his guards to intervene. He drives the bandits away, not for the sake of mercy, but to plant the seeds of an alliance with a princess who now owes him her life. As the dust settles, Zhuo Zheng plays his part perfectly, projecting the image of a humble, kind-hearted scholar. Liang Mingmin, shaken and vulnerable, finds herself completely captivated by this stranger who showed her tenderness in her hour of need. By refusing to claim credit for his act, Zhuo Zheng wins her over completely. He weaves a story about his own background and his perceived grievances with Shi Qingluo, which serves to align his interests perfectly with the princess's own spite. Completely unaware of the predator he has just charmed, Zhuo Zheng successfully plants the idea that he is a kindred spirit. Liang Mingmin is convinced she has found a gentleman worth keeping, oblivious to the fact that she has invited a viper into her confidence. Zhuo Zheng masterfully plays the role of the humble savior, capturing Princess Liang Mingmin's attention by pretending he doesn't know her identity. He weaves a web of flattery, convincing the arrogant princess that he sees her as a noble and kind-hearted soul, effectively baiting her interest. Though internal revulsion threatens to overwhelm him, Zhuo Zheng keeps his composure until the moment he is out of her sight. Liang Mingmin, meanwhile, is already plotting to win him over, convinced she has found the perfect man to add to her collection. The facade of the gentle princess drops the moment she turns back to her courtyard. With a cruel heart, she orders the torture of the bandits, intending to use the information and the impending arrival of her father's troops to settle a violent score. Xiao Hanzheng reveals that the encounter between the princess and the bandits was no accident. It was a carefully orchestrated move in his grand design. His wife, Shi Qingluo, looks on with admiration as they plan to use Liang Mingmin to eliminate a dangerous bandit threat. The psychological game deepens as Zhuo Zheng and Liang Mingmin spend more time together. While she believes she is conquering his heart, he is merely steering her towards the roles he has carved out for her in his master plan. Away from the politics of the town, Shi Qingluo takes her clever goose, Dummy, to the mountain. Just as the plan requires, the extraordinary goose returns from the hillside with a mysterious, dirt-caked crop held firmly in its beak. This is the moment they have been waiting for. With the appearance of these strange, earthy treasures, the next stage of their plan to introduce a high-yield crop and secure their influence is ready to be set in motion. Dummy performs its role perfectly, playing the part of an immortal animal finding blessed food for its mistress. The villagers watch in awe, further cementing the legend of the Goose King and Shi Qingluo's divine connection. Back at the office, the scene is set for the public reveal. With the goose seemingly offering its fine to the county magistrate, the people present are convinced that something miraculous has occurred. To keep the mystery alive, Shi Qingluo fakes a sudden sleep, playing the part of a golden doll struck by divine inspiration. The officials, now fully convinced of her extraordinary nature, vow to protect her rest at all costs. Behind closed doors, the facade falls away, replaced by the genuine affection between husband and wife. They share a tender moment, bolstered by the knowledge that their high-stakes performance is fooling everyone outside. Emerging from her rest, Shi Qingluo seeds the rumors of a dream featuring an old immortal. The mystery grips the town, ensuring that every eye is on them while they prepare to reveal the true value of their discovery. As the family tastes the first dishes made from the mystery crop, the joy of the discovery is clear. They are not just eating a meal, they are consuming the foundation of a plan that will soon reshape the region. In the quiet of the study, the couple works in perfect synchronization. Xiao Hanzheng focuses on his writings and exam materials, while Shi Qingluo provides the modern insight that makes his work truly unique. The next morning, the anticipation reaches a breaking point. With an air of solemn importance, Xiao Hanzheng leads a group to the mountains, signaling that the time for their grand plan has finally arrived. As the main group leaves, the political landscape remains treacherous. Two rivals, bound by mutual hatred yet forced to play nice, exchange pleasantries, neither realizing they are being played by the very people they seek to manipulate. The political tension in the tea-house is thick, but duty calls elsewhere. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo arrive at the village, drawing the nervous attention of the locals who fear their arrival signals trouble. However, Xiao Hanzheng eases their worries, explaining that his wife's divine goose has discovered a miracle, a high-yield crop known as the potato. Superstition works in Shi Qingluo's favor. When she credits the discovery to a prophetic dream from an immortal master, the villagers immediately worship Days as a divine, auspicious beast. The prospect of ending their hunger drives the entire village into a feverish excitement, eager to follow their new leaders up the mountain. The journey into the mountains is long, but the destination brings a revelation. Days leads the group to a clearing where the legendary plant grows. As the goose pulls the vine, the earth yields its hidden treasure, clusters of potatoes, confirming the miracle and leaving every observer, including the hidden spies, in a state of absolute disbelief. Concerned that Days is being too rough, Chief Xiao takes over the harvesting with the care only an experienced farmer can provide. Shi Qingluo rewards her goose for its service, while the onlookers watch in awe, realizing the animal truly understands their language. As the harvest continues, the volume of the crop surpasses everyone's wildest imagination. Thousands of caddis are pulled from the ground, dwarfing even the previous yield of corn. Shi Qingluo smiles, knowing this success will secure the village's future while carefully maintaining the mystery behind their abundance. The total weight of the harvest is a staggering 356 caddis. Overwhelmed by the miracle, the villagers and even the bailiffs fall to their knees, kowtowing to the mountains to thank the old immortal. Shi Qingluo can only stand by, watching as her master becomes the scapegoat for her secret. To cement their faith in the new crop, Shi Qingluo treats the laborers to a taste. Even the simple, boiled potato is seen as a heavenly delicacy by those used to eating husks. When the villagers learn these must now be saved for seeds, their dedication shifts instantly from hunger to preservation. With the potatoes safely packed, Shi Qingluo promises the villagers that this prosperity will eventually reach them through government distribution. The couple's reputation as saviors grows, sealing the status of both them and Days as icons of protection for Heiyang County. Returning to town, the couple is met with a hero's welcome. The news of the high-yield crop spreads like wildfire, and the people attribute the discovery once more to divine intervention. However, trouble lurks nearby as Liang Minjiu and Zhuo Zheng arrive, looking for a way to secure the prize for themselves. Liang Minjiu attempts to persuade Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo to hand the potatoes over to Prince Jin's residence. But Shi Qingluo remains unmoved, using Days as a blunt, sharp-tongued excuse, openly declaring that because of the enmity with Princess Zhen, not a single seed will go to the prince's house. Liang Minjiu fails to charm his way into getting the crop. Shi Qingluo plays the long game, using her desire for a noble title as a shield. She knows that by presenting the potatoes to the emperor personally, she gains the royal protection needed to keep her goose and herself safe from Princess Zhen's reach. Knowing the danger of being intercepted, the couple devises a daring plan. They will replace the real potatoes with dirt in the official sacks, while Shi Qingluo slips out of town in secret to deliver the real crop herself. It is a gamble, but one that ensures the secret of her hidden storage remains safe. She will use the legend of her immortal master to explain the inexplicable nature of her travels. By acting on impulse and keeping her movements mysterious, she turns her own perceived petness into a weapon of war, ensuring that those who wish to cross her fear the unseen power they believe she possesses. The night of the departure arrives. After successfully drugging the guards and swapping the cargo with dirt, Shi Qingluo and Days vanish into the night. Xiao Hanzheng watches them go, his heart filled with pride and worry, but fully trusting in his wife's resilience and her master's divine shadow. The next morning, the third prince's forces arrive to claim the bounty, unaware they are transporting mere dirt. Liang Minjiu and Zhuo Zheng are left to watch the empty victory, their plans thwarted by the quick-thinking couple. Meanwhile, Shi Qingluo travels toward the capital, savoring the freedom of the road. Far away at the Jin residence, the tension reaches a breaking point. Princess Zhen's failure has reached her mother, Yuan Songling, who demands that Prince Jin take immediate, ruthless action against those who dared to insult their daughter. The conflict is no longer just about food. It has become a full-scale confrontation. In the cold halls of the residence, Liang Yuzhen and Yuan Songling debate the fate of their daughter and their enemies. The princess consort demands vengeance against those who wronged her child, while Prince Jin calculates the political cost of moving against Xiao Hanzheng and his wife. Driven by deep-seated resentment and a desire for absolute control, Yuan Songling reflects on her past. Her obsession with her daughter's status and her lingering, unrequited fixation on Prince Yi trace back to a life defined by power struggles and hidden agendas. The tension between the prince and his consort reaches a breaking point. Liang Yuzhen sees through her ruse. She does not seek justice for their daughter, but an opportunity to confront the man she has secretly loved from afar for decades, Prince Yi. Yuan Songling remains unrepentant, clinging to her delusions of love and privilege. Liang Yuzhen finally drops his facade of the doting husband, cutting through her arrogance with the harsh truth about the power he has provided her all these years. The masks have fallen. As the prince departs, Yuan Songling gives in to her volatile rage, smashing the contents of her room. The distance between them grows, marking the end of their fragile political alliance as she prepares to journey toward her past. Liang Yuzhen seeks counsel from his mother, Feng Yangzhen, a woman who wields power from the shadows. Amidst the decadence of the inner court, they discuss the dangerous game they play, plotting the demise of their rivals to satisfy long-held grudges. Beneath the surface of family grievances lies a darker scheme. They agree to use the princess's obsession as bait to lure Prince Yi into a lethal trap, hoping to destabilize the emperor by sacrificing his favorite brother near Heian County. The trap is sprung. Elite assassins descend upon Prince Yi's party, turning the road into a slaughterhouse. Realizing his survival is a liability to his men, Prince Yi makes the desperate choice to break through the encirclement and flee toward the safety of the county. As the afternoon wanes, a peaceful foraging trip takes a harrowing turn. Mother Xiao and her daughter discover an injured man hidden in the brush. It is none other than Prince Yi, pale and bleeding from a grievous wound, left to the mercy of the elements. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Mother Xiao and Xiao Bailey act with quiet resolve. With the help of secret guards, they administer first aid to the fallen prince, working against the clock while pursuers close in on their location. The mountain becomes a labyrinth of fear as enemy trackers close the distance. Forced to split up to survive, the small group maneuvers through the dense wilderness, hoping to evade the cold, efficient killers hunting the prince. A signal flare paints the sky, a desperate call for reinforcements. Mother Xiao, bearing the weight of the wounded prince, pushes her body to the limits of endurance, desperate to deliver him to safety before the shadows claim them all. Fate intervenes with the arrival of a wild beast, forcing the survivors to scatter into the deepest, most treacherous parts of the mountains. Xiao Bailey stands as a shield, allowing her mother to escape with the precious, unconscious cargo. In the silence of the deep woods, the prince finally drifts back to consciousness. His eyes meet those of the woman who carried him through the valley of death, a humble villager who had no idea of the political storm she has stepped into. United by peril, the two unlikely companions share a moment of quiet gratitude. With no map and the threat of the assassins still looming, they prepare to press on, bound together by a desperate hope for survival amidst the unforgiving mountains. Deep in the mountain, Mother Xiao carries the injured Prince Yi, her courage shining through the exhaustion as she navigates the terrain, while the prince finds himself surprisingly comforted by her presence. With a foresight born of her daughter-in-law's teachings, Mother Xiao offers her own weapon to the prince, cementing a bond of trust and mutual survival as they pause to find water. The forest becomes a kitchen, as Mother Xiao demonstrates the art of survival, preparing a beggar's chicken that brings warmth and strength to the weary prince. As night descends and a sudden fever takes hold of the prince, Mother Xiao becomes his silent guardian, shielding him from the cold and nursing him toward the dawn. The morning light reveals a compromised intimacy. Caught in the remnants of a fever-induced embrace, the prince grapples with the weight of his actions. Confrontation arrives as the prince offers to take responsibility for the night's events, but finds his offer met with a fierce refusal from a woman who refuses to be confined to the status of a concubine. The gentle villager turns into a tigress, defending her autonomy with sharp words, leaving the prince stunned by her spirit and more intrigued than ever before. The bantering ceases as the forest goes silent. Instinct takes over, and the prince positions himself as a shield for the woman who saved him, signaling a shift in their dynamic. Hope returns with the sound of a goose's cry. Xiao Hanzheng arrives at the head of his team, bringing an end to the harrowing ordeal and finding his mother safe. Duty and relief intersect as the family reunites. A bow is exchanged between the prince and the scholar, marking a new, more profound connection between the house of Xiao and the royalty they defended. Safely descending the mountain, the prince finds himself in the care of the thoughtful Xiao family, his injuries being treated with the utmost professionalism and concern. Miles away, the architect of this chaos finds his plans unraveling, sensing that something is fundamentally amiss as the variables in his game of chess shift unexpectedly. Unaware of the political ripples, Shi Qingluo arrives at the heart of the empire with her secret payload, her legendary goose by her side, ready to face the emperor himself. The mission reaches its climax within the golden walls of the palace, as the unassuming sacks are carried into the presence of power, promising to secure the future of the nation. In the presence of the throne, the wit of a villager meets the curiosity of a ruler, as a majestic bird bows in a performance that captivates the son of heaven. With calculated vulnerability, Shi Qingluo presents her grievances, painting a vivid picture of the cruelty she endured and placing her trust in the emperor's sense of justice. Even the bird takes part in the plea, its human-like intelligence eliciting a compassionate response from the emperor, turning a simple potato delivery into a pivotal political move. Seeking protection from a relentless rival, Shi Qingluo stands before the emperor, candidly revealing her strategic braggadocio. She humbles herself, painting the emperor as the ultimate guardian for her and her remarkably gifted goose dummy. The emperor, charmed by the goose's blatant and endearing display of flattery, finds an unexpected connection. Sensing the creature's strange intelligence and loyalty, he resolves to protect the bird, elevating it to a royal status. To seal the bond, the emperor decrees Dummy the Goose King and gifts it a death exemption medallion. Simultaneously, he delivers a harsh blow to the pride of Princess Zhen, demoting her for her cruelty and abuse of power. The emperor bestows upon Shi Qingluo the title of Princess Fubao, a direct challenge to the recently demoted Princess Zhen. To prove the worth of her gift, Shi Qingluo presents the court with varied, nutritious ways to prepare the high-yield potatoes. During the imperial banquet, skeptical officials question the emperor's erratic decisions and the validity of the potato yield. Shi Qingluo does not shy away, challenging the doubters to a wager that threatens their very positions. An arrogant official rises, accusing the newly titled princess of impudence. Shi Qingluo brilliantly frames his outburst as an act of insubordination against the emperor, forcing the sovereign's hand. By turning the court's hostility into a test of loyalty, Shi Qingluo forces the emperor to choose his side. The atmosphere in the hall shifts as the courtiers realize the true depth of the emperor's favor. Recognizing the winds of favor, the elder masters of the great families stand to support the emperor's decision. Their public endorsement effectively silences the opposition, proving the political weight of Shi Qingluo's contributions. The official who dared to challenge the emperor's authority is stripped of his hat and cast out. Shi Qingluo's bold maneuvers have served as the perfect blade for the emperor to prune his disloyal ministers. As the feast proceeds, the ministers taste the future of their nation. Realizing that the potato is the key to alleviating the kingdom's hunger, their cold contempt for a village woman turns into a desperate need to secure her friendship. Word of the emperor's favor spreads like wildfire. Shi Qingluo is now feared and courted by noble families, who view her simultaneously as a golden doll and a dangerous jinx to be handled with care. In the imperial manner, Shi Qingluo unreservedly teaches the methods of potato breeding, ensuring the success of the harvest. Her knowledge is the foundation upon which the emperor plans to feed the common people. The capital is swept by a bizarre craze. Inspired by the illustrious Goose King, citizens rush to adopt their own geese. Overnight, the fate of many birds is changed, as they become cherished pets rather than ingredients for a stew. With the seeds secured and her influence established, Shi Qingluo prepares to return to the northern border, leaving behind a capital transformed by her presence and her legendary goose. Before her departure, the emperor offers royal guards for her protection. In turn, Shi Qingluo offers a selection of Dummy's finest goslings to the emperor, cementing a playful and loyal bond between the palace and the Goose King. The emperor is astonished to learn that the Goose King possesses the uncanny intelligence to bathe itself using modern mechanisms. This further convinces him that these creatures are indeed divine gifts to Daliang. The emperor discreetly nudges Shi Qingluo to involve her mother-in-law in the upcoming workshop projects. He harbors a secret matchmaking intent for his brother, Prince Yi, whose heart has been captured by the woman who once saved his life. Before departing for the north, Shi Qingluo earns the heartfelt gratitude of the capital's elite families, who shower her with supplies and messages for their loved ones serving at the border. In the northern city, Liang Yuzhen seethes with rage as he receives news of the emperor's favor toward Shi Qingluo, realization dawning that his daughter's status has been humiliated. Cold calculations take root as Liang Yuzhen directs Liang Mingyu to return to Heian County, planning to use his own family members as sacrificial pawns to secure power. The true nature of Liang Yuzhen's cruelty is revealed. His supposed affection for the princess consort was merely a calculated trap to inflate her ego before her inevitable downfall. Having grown disillusioned with his own heir and family, Liang Yuzhen decides that destroying the reputation of his daughter and wife is a small price to pay to appease his enemies and reclaim control. Amidst the political maneuvering, an unexpected entanglement unfolds as Liang Yulin shows growing, inexplicable interest in Mother Xiao. Oblivious to the chaos, his presence creates in the heart of the scheming Liang Yuzhen. The stage is set for a confrontation, with Liang Yuzhen waiting for the perfect moment to sacrifice his kin, hoping that Shi Qingluo will provide the catalyst to end their era of arrogance. Confused and shaken by his father's cold-blooded confession, Liang Mingyu seeks guidance from secondary consort Hua, who warns him of the impending destruction awaiting those who remain shackled to the princess's folly. In Heian County, Xiao Hanzheng calmly processes the news of his wife's exploits in the capital, while realizing that a new threat has arrived at his very doorstep. The peace of the county government is broken as the arrival of the princess consort is announced, leaving Xiao Hanzheng to entrust the decision of the meeting to Mother Xiao. Inside the canned food workshop, the atmosphere is light until Liang Yulin's lingering gaze toward Mother Xiao makes the domestic scene feel deeply personal, much to the quiet awareness of Xiao Hanzheng. With Xiao Hanzheng and Liang Yulin acting as her protectors, Mother Xiao decides to confront the princess consort directly, refusing to hide from the woman who seeks to harm her family. The tension peaks as Mother Xiao enters the room to face Yuan Songling, whose arrogance is immediately met with an unwavering, quiet strength that the noblewoman is completely unprepared for. Fueled by jealousy over Liang Yulin and resentment for her daughter's humiliation, Yuan Songling attempts to exert her authority, but finds her demands for respect met with defiance. Recalling the clever tactics taught by her daughter-in-law, Mother Xiao quickly turns the tables, feigning distress and running out to call upon the public to witness the princess consort's injustice. With the commoners rallying to her side, Mother Xiao publicly shames Yuan Songling, effectively destroying the princess's reputation and stripping away her power to act with impunity. The commoners of Heian County, long protective of their beloved magistrate's family, rose in unison against the arrogance of Prince Jin's princess consort. Seeing the guards brandish weapons against the gentle Mother Xiao, the townspeople swarmed the courthouse, turning from mere spectators into a wall of defiance. Xiao Hanzheng stepped into the fray, his presence commanding and cold. With a sharp directive, he labeled the unruly guards as bandits colluding with local threats, giving the bailiffs and the townspeople the legal and moral authority to clamp them in irons. As tensions reached a breaking point, Yuan Songling emerged, blinded by her own indignation. Just as she sought to assert her dominance, Liang Yulin seized his moment, stepping forward to claim the guards as his own detainees, effectively turning the tables on the princess consort. With a wave of his hand, Liang Yulin deployed his elite secret guards, swiftly neutralizing Yuan Songling's men. He coldly declared the captured guards to be the very assassins who had previously ambushed him, forcing the princess consort into an impossible defensive position. The accusation was a masterstroke, by linking the attempted murder of the old madam to the silencing of witnesses to the prince's assassination, the narrative shifted entirely. Yuan Songling found herself transformed from an accuser into a villain in the eyes of the public. Zai Rong, fueled by ancestral hatred, relentlessly piled on the pressure, ensuring that hundreds of witnesses stood ready to testify against Yuan Songling. The princess consort was left isolated, her status as royalty suddenly powerless against the collective resolve of Heiyang County. Xiao Hanzheng wasted no time in capitalizing on the momentum, drafting a formal accusation that transformed local gossip into legal evidence. The commoners, eager to support their magistrate, lined up to sign their names, cementing a conspiracy against Prince Jin's household. In a moment of delusional desperation, Yuan Songling confronted Liang Yulin, demanding he remember past favors. But the prince remained indifferent, leaving her shattered as his cold rejection signaled the end of any influence she might have held over him. Humiliated and scorned, Yuan Songling fled the scene, her reputation in shreds. Her dramatic exit only served to deepen the public's disdain, as the group solidified the narrative that the princess consort was a volatile, scheming, and dangerous woman. The document, signed by hundreds, was entrusted to Liang Yulin to be sent at top speed to the capital. Xiao Hanzheng watched as the prince accepted the scroll, knowing this move would force the emperor's hand against the house of Prince Jin. Back in her quarters, Yuan Songling and her daughter simmered in rage, planning to invoke Prince Jin's military might to flatten the county. They were unaware that their actions had already crossed the point of no return. Far away, the news reached Prince Jin like a bolt of lightning. Realizing his princess consort had handed his rivals the perfect pretext to dismantle his influence, the prince descended into a fit of uncontrolled fury, realizing he had been betrayed by his own family's incompetence. The emperor read the memorial with glee, seeing it as the ultimate opportunity to strike at Prince Jin. With a stroke of his brush, he turned the tide, issuing imperial edicts that would expose the rot within his brother's residence to the entire kingdom. Liang Mingjiu, newly arrived and well-informed, realized his stepmother's power was a mere illusion. When summoned, he no longer bowed in fear, sensing the shift in the balance of power within the house of Prince Jin. A cup flew toward him, but the old fear was gone. Liang Mingjiu stood his ground, forcing Yuan Songling to realize that her reign of terror over her stepchildren had finally met its match. In a final, desperate act of madness, the princess consort ordered a fire to be set at the county Yemen, hoping to silence those who had shamed her. She demanded arson, unaware of the trap she was setting for her own son. Liang Mingjiu refused, seeing the path to destruction she laid out before him. With his refusal, the last vestiges of the princess consort's authority crumbled, leaving her isolated in the very trap she had constructed for everyone else. The tension between Yuan Songling and Liang Mingjiu reaches a breaking point. Yuan Songling, feeling betrayed and disrespected, threatens her stepson's position as heir, while Liang Mingjiu, finally fed up with being treated like a puppet, defiantly walks away from his stepmother's tirade. Seeking comfort and validation, Yuan Songling finds her daughter, Liang Mingmin, who is equally filled with malice. They conspire to manipulate the situation, waiting for their own reinforcements to arrive so they can exact their cruel vengeance upon the county. The situation takes an uncomfortable turn as Liang Mingmin begins to aggressively pursue Zhuo Zheng, mistaking his confusion for affection. When her advances are rejected, her twisted nature manifests in violence, leading to a heated confrontation that leaves the two former allies permanently estranged. After the violent fallout, Zhuo Zheng stands his ground against the disgraced princess, rejecting her threats and vowing to resist her. Meanwhile, at the capital, Prince Jin faces mounting pressure from the emperor to control his family's chaotic behavior. Shi Qingluo makes a grand entrance back into Heiyang County. She is no longer just a commoner, but a princess, accompanied by royal guards and her proud, decorated goose dummy, who seems to command the attention of the entire crowd. A moment of truth arrives at the county government office. Before a crowd of onlookers, an imperial decree is read. Shi Qingluo is honored as Princess Fubao, and Liang Mingmin is stripped of her status, demoted to a mere county princess. As the decree is finalized, the weight of the emperor's judgment falls heavily upon Liang Mingmin. The humiliation is absolute, and the power dynamic shifts irrevocably as the former princess realizes she is now at the mercy of those she once oppressed. The power struggle intensifies as Shi Qingluo demands proper etiquette from the now-demoted Liang Mingmin. Despite the lack of cooperation, Shi Qingluo masterfully uses the law and the presence of imperial officials to corner her rival. Shi Qingluo invites the local commoners to witness the proceedings and suggest punishments for Liang Mingmin's insubordination. The commoners, who have long suffered under the princess's cruelty, find catharsis in seeing their oppressor held accountable. In a twist of irony, Zhuo Zheng is tasked by Shi Qingluo to carry out the punishment. Seeing a chance to retaliate for his own mistreatment, he steps forward, turning the former allies into bitter enemies in front of the entire county. The public humiliation is swift and brutal, as Zhuo Zheng delivers 30 slaps to Liang Mingmin's face. The crowd watches in awe as the once untouchable princess is reduced to a weeping, disheveled figure. Shi Qingluo coolly distances herself from the extreme nature of the punishment, leaving Zhuo Zheng to bear the consequences of his zeal. With the confrontation over, she finally reunites with Xiao Hanzheng, sharing a tender moment of victory. Dummy, the newly minted Goose King, continues to charm the populace and its owners alike. As the day concludes, the county moves forward, though the shadow of Prince Jin's inevitable arrival looms over everyone involved. The aftermath of the public beating leaves Yuan Songling seething with rage. She attempts to comfort her daughter, turning their humiliation into a burning desire for retribution that they hope Prince Jin will satisfy upon his arrival. Behind closed doors, the power couple discusses the volatile situation. They ponder the complicated fate of Prince Yi and Xiao Hanzheng's mother, while preparing for the inevitable show that will occur when Prince Jin eventually reaches the county. Life in Heian County continues to thrive as Shi Qingluo introduces exotic canned fruits to the villagers. The gesture secures the hearts of the people, further solidifying the couple's influence and the county's reputation as a prosperous hub. Prince Jin finally arrives, only to be met with a sight he did not expect: a clean, orderly, and bustling county town. As he enters, he is greeted by the strange, noble spectacle of a Goose King patrolling the streets, marking his introduction to the reality of Shi Qingluo's domain. In the heart of the county, a curious sight draws a crowd. Shi Qingluo is distributing canned fruit to the locals, creating a stir that catches the attention of the arriving Liang Yuzhen. As he surveys the scene, he recognizes her tactical move to win over the people and the local merchants. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Liang Yuzhen is met by his daughter, Liang Mingmin, who bursts forth with demands for revenge. Blinded by her own arrogance, she cries out for the massacre of the entire county, leaving Liang Mingjiu visibly cringing at his sister's lack of restraint. The attempt to incite violence meets a cold wall of reality as Liang Yuzhen refuses his daughter's ruthless request. Tensions boil over in the main hall between him and Yuan Songling, as the prince realizes his influence in the north is threatened by their reckless and short-sighted behavior. The madness escalates as Liang Mingmin demands that Zhuo Zheng be captured and enslaved to her whims. Liang Yuzhen, hearing his daughter express her twisted desire to torture her own younger brother, loses all remaining patience. A sharp, stinging slap rings out through the hall. Liang Yuzhen, disgusted by the shameless cruelty displayed by his family, lashes out at Liang Mingmin. The silence that follows is heavy, as Yuan Songling realizes her usual manipulative tactics no longer hold sway over the prince. Power shifts in an instant as Liang Yuzhen finally severs the strings of his indulgence. He threatens to send Yuan Songling and Liang Mingmin back to their maternal home, shattering their sense of superiority and leaving them to stew in their own isolation. In the depths of the night, a loyal maidservant pledges to carry out the dark wishes of Yuan Songling and Liang Mingmin. They believe they have found an instrument of their revenge, unaware that they are playing directly into a trap set for them. While the villains scheme, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo are already 3 steps ahead. They have successfully turned the maidservant into their own double agent, exploiting her deep-seated hatred for the women who wronged her family to expose their murderous intent. The trap is set. With a basket in hand, the maidservant slips through the gate under the guise of a trivial errand. The unsuspecting guards let her pass, unaware that she carries the spark that will ignite the downfall of the princess consort. As the night deepens, Xiao Hanzheng finalizes the arrangements. He ensures that when the fire burns, it will not consume their home, but rather the reputations of those who sought to destroy them. The silence of the night is shattered by the crackle of flames. Xiao Hanzheng watches the fire grow until it is undeniable, then raises his voice, bringing the entire county, including Prince Yi, to the rescue. Caught in the act, the maidservant is surrounded. At Xiao Hanzheng's prompt, she spews arrogance, openly admitting she was sent by the princess consort to burn down the office and kill the inhabitants, hoping to strike fear into the people. The revelation causes an uproar. The commoners, already protective of their local heroes, are now filled with righteous indignation. They march, thousands strong, toward the prince's residence, demanding justice for the attempted murder of an official. Inside the courtyard, Liang Yuzhen is jolted awake by the news. The realization hits him like a hammer. His wife has committed an unforgivable crime in the most public way possible, and there is no longer any way to shield her. The confrontation begins. Liang Yuzhen maintains a veneer of calm, but his eyes reveal his mounting fury. He watches as Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo present the evidence, forcing him to face the fallout of the princess consort's madness. The evidence is undeniable. The princess consort's own bank seal is produced. Liang Yuzhen is speechless at the sheer stupidity of the act. As Yuan Songling and Liang Mingmen enter, their shock reveals their own complicity, sealing their fate. Unable to contain her ego, Liang Mingmen foolishly admits to the scheme, hoping to assert her power. It is the final nail in the coffin. Liang Yuzhen watches in horror as his daughter destroys any remaining possibility of a clean escape. Betrayal hangs heavy in the air. The maidservant, cornered by Xiao Hanzheng, turns her wrath toward Yuan Songling, spilling the truth of their murderous conspiracy before silencing herself forever with a blade. With the servant dead, the silence that follows is suffocating. Prince Jin is left holding the wreckage of a reputation, realizing that his own inner circle has become a liability he can no longer command. Shi Qingluo refuses to be a victim, instead turning the tables on Prince Jin. She demands justice for the attempted murder, forcing the powerful prince to navigate the narrow path between his pride and his political survival. The arrival of Liang Yulin seals the fate of the princess consort. Seeing his own brother demand accountability, Prince Jin makes a ruthless decision, choosing to cast aside Yuan Songling and her daughter to wash his hands of their failure. The courtroom is stunned by Prince Jin's cold, calculated move. Shi Qingluo sees through the facade. This is not justice, but a strategic sacrifice of those he no longer finds useful. Rejecting the shallow apology of a divorce, Shi Qingluo strikes where it hurts most. She demands that Yuan Songling and her kin fund a massive road project, turning their crime into a catalyst for the region's prosperity. Cornered by logic and public expectation, Prince Jin yields to the demand. Yuan Songling watches in disbelief as the man she sacrificed everything for discards her, finally seeing his true, heartless nature. The deal is struck. Xiao Hanzheng acknowledges the prince's righteousness with a cold sharpness, knowing full well that both the prince and his former consort have been thoroughly outmaneuvered by his brilliant wife. The politics of the north turn vicious. While Prince Jin attempts to salvage his image, Shi Qingluo ensures that every coin extracted from his former consort's coffers is destined for the benefit of the common people. Watching the gears of power turn, Xiao Hanzheng realizes that Prince Jin's public display of integrity is merely a mask for long-held resentment. The collapse of the family unit is complete. The humiliation of Yuan Songling is final. Stripped of her status and her husband's favor, she realizes too late that she was never more than a pawn in a game played by a master manipulator. Desperation sets in, but Prince Jin offers no mercy. He discards his former consort, treating her touch as an insult, and finalizes his plan to exile her back to the north. Even the daughter, Liang Mingmen, finds no refuge in his affection. Prince Jin sees only a liability, his long-practiced paternal act crumbling under the weight of her repeated, foolish transgressions. Behind closed doors, the truth is laid bare. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo decode the reality of Prince Jin's heartless nature, finding a strange satisfaction in the downfall of their enemies. The meeting between the royal brothers is a battlefield of hidden agendas. Liang Yulin plays the part of the carefree brother to perfection, driving Prince Jin to the brink of fury. Shi Qingluo expertly denies Prince Jin the easy victory he sought. By announcing the systematic distribution of potatoes, she locks away the resource before he can seize it for himself. The game of masks continues. Liang Yulin exerts his influence, trapping Prince Jin in a web of social obligation that forces the prince to flee the county, defeated by his own brother's deviousness. As the dust settles, Xiao Hanzheng finally sees the man beneath the scholarly charm. Liang Yulin is no harmless guest. He is a wolf, and the dance between them has only just begun. After securing his son's position, Prince Jin departs for the north, unaware that a lethal trap has been laid in his path. Liang Yulin watches from afar, his mind churning with dark plots and long-held grievances against his brother. Prince Yi, feigning the role of an idle prince, orchestrated the assassination attempt. He reveals the secret of the Dragon Guards, a double-edged sword left by their father that has now turned brother against brother. The ambush forces Prince Jin to confront the bitter reality. His father, whom he adored, secretly armed Liang Yulin with the other half of the elite Dragon Guards. The betrayal stings deeper than any blade. Having barely survived, Prince Jin consumes his rage, swearing to retaliate. The northern border has become a chessboard, and the pieces are moving toward a violent, inevitable collision. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo decode the intelligence of the ambush. They are stunned by the cunning nature of Prince Yi, an old wolf hidden in sheep's clothing who is now weaving himself into their family dynamic. They contemplate the dangerous dance between Mother Xiao and Prince Yi. Despite the prince's black-hearted nature, Xiao Hanzheng realizes his power might be the only shield strong enough to protect his mother from his own scumbag father. The frog boils in the warm water as Mother Xiao begins to soften toward Prince Yi. Oblivious to the intense political and emotional schemes surrounding her, she steps out into the night, hand in hand with the man who seeks to claim her. As the travelers prepare for their journey, news arrives of a birth. Tao Liu has delivered a girl, a fragile life already marked by the venomous intentions of the jealous Shi Qingluo. On the road to the border, the journey is slow and arduous. Shi Qingluo initiates plans to modernize the infrastructure, while Prince Yi ensures the comfort of the women, solidifying his place in their lives. In the general's residence, Xiao Yuanqi greets his newborn daughter with hidden disappointment. The facade of his household is shattered when debt collectors arrive, demanding payment for his brother-in-law's gambling debts. Tao Liu detects the treachery surrounding her, protecting her infant daughter from those who would use sickness as a weapon. Her maternal instinct turns into a defensive shield against the hidden dangers in the house. Outside, the chaos escalates. Shi Qingluo's brother faces the brutal consequences of his gambling addiction. The thugs, unafraid of the general, have already begun their cruel harvest. Xiao Yuanqi chooses self-preservation, abandoning his wife to her brother's fate. He refuses to intercede, forcing Shi Qingluo to face the cold reality that her influence has withered away. Old Lady Xiao unleashes her long-suppressed anger, publicly shaming Shi Qingluo for squandering the family's wealth. As the debt collectors drag her brother away, the household teeters on the brink of total breakdown. Desperation drives Shi Qingluo into the heart of the enemy's den. She watches in horror as her brother is prepared for mutilation, his cries echoing through the sordid backrooms. The leader of the thugs holds a blade over her brother's hand, offering a grim alternative to immediate amputation. Shi Qingluo, blinded by her devotion to her siblings, prepares to walk deeper into a trap from which there may be no return. In the cold shadows of the gambling den, Shi Qingluo realizes the true intent behind her brother's captivity. The burly man, devoid of pity, demands a price far higher than silver, a secret map held by Xiao Yuanqi. Blinded by jealousy and betrayal, Shi Qingluo agrees to the treacherous bargain. She secures the tools to ruin Xiao Yuanqi, choosing a path of permanent destruction to ensure he will never father another heir. With the poison in her possession, Shi Qingluo returns to the mansion, a spider weaving her web. She promises to return with the map, unaware that she has fully committed her fate to the hands of those who despise her. The humiliation of the courtyard becomes the fuel for Shi Qingluo's burning hatred. Forced to kneel under the blistering sun, she marks every taunt of the Xiao family in her heart, waiting for the moment to strike back. With a steady hand, Shi Qingluo prepares the tainted brew. She lures Xiao Yuanqi into the study, using a thin veil of concern to mask the poison that will soon rewrite the future of the governor's house. After the confrontation turns violent, the study falls into silence. Alone at last, Shi Qingluo turns her gaze to a seemingly ordinary vase, sensing that the prize she desperately needs is hidden within its fragile frame. Success tastes bitter as Shi Qingluo uncovers the map. The weight of the parchment in her hands marks the point of no return. She is now a conspirator against her own husband, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. At the gambling den, the exchange is swift. Shi Qingluo trades the map for her brother's freedom, emboldened by the belief that she has secured a future for herself and her kin, regardless of the cost to Xiao Yuanxi. As she leads her brother away, the facade of familial concern masks the terror within. Shi Qingluo thinks she has bought safety, failing to realize she has only deepened the trap set by those who use her. A dark secret is revealed in Liu Ru's chamber. A plot to infect the infant daughter with smallpox is thwarted, leading back to the cold ambition of Shi Qingluo. Xiao Yuanxi's fury knows no bounds. The betrayal within his own walls demands a brutal response, and he grants Liu Ru's request for a vengeance that mirrors the malice of their attacker. The final blow lands in the study. Discovering the stolen map, Xiao Yuanxi finally connects the dots between his wife's previous chaos and the current ruin, realizing the viper he has harbored in his home. Confrontation erupts in the quiet courtyard. Xiao Yuanxi breaks the silence with a blow, shattering the thin pretense of duty as he confronts his concubine about the stolen map and the betrayal of his house. The masks fall away entirely. Shi Qingluo reveals her ultimate act of spite, the poisoning of her own husband. She revels in the realization that she has broken his lineage just as he broke her heart. Their past love is now a scorched wasteland. As Shi Qingluo admits to her poison and her malice, Xiao Yuanxi stands paralyzed by the weight of his own blindness, realizing that he has nurtured his own destruction. Betrayal curdles into pure malice. As Shi Qingluo taunts Xiao Yuanxi with his own failures and the abandonment of his children, the deputy governor snaps, his hands tightening around her throat as years of hidden resentment boil over into a desperate act of violence. The punishment takes a dark, irreversible turn. After failing to conceive with his concubines, Xiao Yuanxi seeks medical counsel, only to face the devastating truth that he has been poisoned into permanent infertility. A cold, surgical vengeance enacted by the woman he once called his true love. In the solitude of the night, Xiao Yuanxi decides on a cruel path. He casts Shi Qingluo out, not to kill her, but to let her fall into the hands of her own reliable family, intending to watch her suffer the slow decay of her own choices. The fall from grace is swift. Discarded by the man she once manipulated, Shi Qingluo finds herself standing on the cold street, her future uncertain, fueled only by the hollow promise of future revenge. Seeking sanctuary, Shi Qingluo returns to Shi Chunyi. Blinded by the belief that family is her ultimate safety net, she fails to see the predatory glint in her brother's eyes as she hands over her remaining wealth to fund his gambling addiction. Miles away, the architect of this downfall watches from the shadows. Xiao Hanzheng, informed of his father's eunuch status and the exile of his stepmother, prepares his next move, satisfied that the slow burn of karma is finally consuming his enemies. A crisp breeze carries the scent of victory. Shi Qingluo and Mother Xiao sit in the shade, the weight of years of grievance finally lifting as they revel in the karmic wreckage of Shi Qingluo and the eunuch Xiao Yuanxi. Game of Thrones continues. Shi Qingluo and Liang Yulin analyze the shifting landscape, deciding how to pivot now that the treasure map has fallen into the wrong hands, turning their focus toward the next tactical opportunity. With the final knots in her heart undone, Mother Xiao finds joy in the simplest of tasks. Her newfound confidence blooms in the kitchen, proving that the best revenge is a life lived with peace, laughter, and healing. A quiet moment of vulnerability unfolds between Liang Yulin and Mother Xiao. The prince offers not just protection, but a promise, a rare sincerity that causes Mother Xiao to question if her heart might find a second spring. The journey back to Heian County brings honest revelations. Mother Xiao seeks the blessing of her children, only to find that Shi Qingluo and Xiao Bailey are not only accepting, but wholeheartedly supportive of her finding love again. The road ahead is rarely straight. A silent guard intercepts their progress, bringing news that disrupts their journey. The third prince is being hunted, and destiny is forcing a confrontation in the wilderness. The forest becomes a theater of war. Shi Qingluo, commanding the scene with strategic calm, coordinates an ambush to save the third prince, refusing to let the chaos of the borderlands claim a vital ally. Ji soldiers learn too late that their target is no fragile noblewoman. Shi Qingluo reveals her hidden strength, moving with lethal grace to dismantle the cavalry, protecting herself and the third prince with iron resolve. The dust settles on the forest floor. The third prince, alive thanks to Shi Qingluo's intervention, recognizes the true power standing before him, as the web of betrayal and assassination is torn apart by the Princess of Fubao. In the wake of a dangerous ambush, Shi Qingluo takes command of the interrogation, ensuring that the Ji Kingdom's spies are squeezed for every piece of critical intelligence. While guards deal with the captives, Shi Qingluo shares tea with the third prince, realizing that their intended path back to Heiyang County is now crawling with enemy traps. Upon receiving news of the peril, Liang Yulin arrives, his heart burning with cold vengeance against those who dared to target his daughter-in-law. Sheltered in a secure courtyard, Shi Qingluo finds comfort in the unwavering bravery of her family, preparing for the inevitable conflict ahead. Miles away, Xiao Hanzheng launches a series of lightning-fast raids against the Ji elite, systematically dismantling their ambush formations. Forced into the fray, Xiao Yuanqi reluctantly commits his troops, caught in the complex web of his son's tactical orchestrations. As the Ji army grows restless, Shi Qingluo presents Prince Yi with a tactical advantage, a secret weapon that promises to turn the tide of the siege. Beneath the night sky, a game of chess becomes a display of wits, proving that Shi Qingluo's tactical mind is more than a match for a royal prince. A sharp-tongued lesson follows, as Liang Yulin finally reveals his true intentions toward the Xiao family, leaving his nephew reeling in shock. United by purpose, the group moves forward, their bonds growing stronger as they prepare to execute the final phase of their daring plan. From the safety of the city walls, the team watches as the Ji elite succumb to the effects of the secret powder, their strength dissolving into chaos. The tide turns instantly. The once terrifying Ji soldiers are rounded up like livestock, leaving their commanders in a state of utter disbelief. The victory is but a precursor. As the town celebrates, Shi Qingluo and Prince Yi look toward the horizon, waiting to catch the next big fish in their trap. Even as the threat grows, the inner circle remains unfazed, their confidence stemming from absolute faith in Shi Qingluo's grand design. Liang Yulin takes a moment to mentor his nephew, showcasing the brilliance of Xiao Hanzheng, who has successfully orchestrated the battlefield from afar. The final pieces fall into place as Xiao Hanzheng effectively manipulates the situation, forcing his father to play the role of the hero in a performance he didn't choose. A heated verbal clash breaks out between a father and son as they travel toward the town. Xiao Hanzheng dismantles his father's authority with chilling confidence, leaving the deputy governor reeling from his son's newfound cunning and lack of filial warmth. Xiao Hanzheng ruthlessly points out his father's past failures and the disastrous consequences of his obsession with his mistress. The power dynamic shifts entirely as the younger man controls the narrative, forcing his father to acknowledge their temporary, cold-hearted alliance. Swallowing his pride, the deputy governor enters the carriage to negotiate, desperate to recover from his own mistakes. He seeks to use his son's brilliance to his own end, failing to realize he is merely another piece in his son's intricate game. The negotiation deepens as the father reveals a secret message to prove his worth. Xiao Hanzheng remains unmoved by sentimental appeals, treating the alliance as a cold, strategic calculation for power. The father tries to assert conditions, but Xiao Hanzheng masterfully turns the tables, ensuring he remains in control. By demanding his father sow discord among their mutual enemies, the son secures his future influence while keeping his own hands clean. Bound by the necessity of their goals, the two men form a fragile pact. As they prepare to move forward, the father is left to marvel at how his son has evolved into a master manipulator who makes even the most difficult obstacles vanish. The journey continues, and while the father pushes for a direct assault, Xiao Hanzheng remains calm, coordinating a complex pincer movement using carrier pigeons and hidden allies to trap the enemy. As night falls, the silent reinforcements arrive. The father, expecting a direct charge, finds himself sidelined by his son's meticulous preparation and unexpected command over external forces. The enemy's trap springs, and the Ji army reveals itself in the darkness. While the father believes they are lost, Xiao Hanzheng smiles, waiting for the precise moment to turn the tables on the arrogant enemy general. The battle erupts in a blaze of light and sound. Xiao Hanzheng's modified fireworks sow chaos among the elite Ji cavalry, turning their greatest strength into their fatal weakness as horses bolt in terror. Stunned by his son's genius, the father seizes the opportunity to lead the assault. The once invincible Ji elite, now forced into a fight on foot, find themselves ruthlessly cut down by the rallying Daliang forces. The general's attempt to flee is met by a devastating ambush led by Prince Yi. Prince Yi reveals his hidden martial prowess, swiftly defeating the Ji commander and cementing the total victory of the night's operation. The capture of the Ji prince marks a major turning point. Yelu de Guang is left humiliated, his secret identity compromised, and his elite troops decimated by tactics he never anticipated. The alliance between the prince and the civil official is cemented. Xiao Yuanqi observes his son's influence and strategic brilliance with a heavy heart, finally grasping the true scale of the power he had once discarded. With the victory secured, the town is safe. Shi Qingluo celebrates the ingenuity of her husband, whose brilliance as a strategist and innovator has surpassed all expectations, solidifying his status as a legendary figure. The northern border gates part as Xiao Hanzheng reunites with his family, his cold demeanor thawing instantly upon seeing his wife, Shi Qingluo. Prince Yi stands by, observing the family unit with a surprising display of affection that confuses the wary Xiao Yuanqi. The arrival of the detested former father-in-law, Xiao Yuanqi, sours the air. Shi Qingluo wastes no time in baiting the man, finding glee in his obvious discomfort as he realizes he is no longer the center of his family's world. The following morning, Xiao Yuanqi witnesses an intimate breakfast scene that strikes a blow to his pride. Prince Yi is openly courting Mother Xiao, calling her by her given name and doting on her, leaving Xiao Yuanqi struggling to process that his former wife is moving on with a man of higher status. Inside the study, the confrontation escalates. Xiao Yuanqi demands to know the nature of the relationship between his former wife and Prince Yi, desperate to cling to the illusion of his own lingering connection to them. Xiao Hanzheng offers no mercy, explicitly stating that his mother is seeking someone better than the man who failed her. He defends Prince Yi's intentions, highlighting the prince's devotion compared to his father's history of taking concubines. Realization hits home that his children have collectively cast him aside in favor of a new beginning for their mother. Xiao Yuanqi is left grasping at straws, trying to find a reason why such a match could not possibly be blessed by the emperor. Xiao Yuanqi clings to the fantasy of reconciliation, offering to take back Mother Xiao if she leaves the prince. Xiao Hanzheng, sensing his father's pathetic desperation, allows him to maintain his delusions, knowing he is walking straight into a wall of rejection. The group prepares for a mushroom-picking excursion, with Prince Yi exerting his influence to join them. Xiao Yuanqi, unwilling to let his rival have an advantage, forces himself into the trip, determined to sabotage the romantic outing. As they depart, the air is thick with tension. Zai Rong and Shi Qingluo share amused glances, fully aware that the arrogant Xiao Yuanqi is about to face a very difficult day at the hands of the surprisingly cunning Prince Yi. At the foot of the mountain, Prince Yi executes a grand gesture, presenting flowers to Mother Xiao. This romantic display leaves her flushed and touched, further infuriating the observing Xiao Yuanqi, who has no such charm to offer. Desperate to look attentive, Xiao Yuanqi attempts to pick mushrooms for his former wife, only to be humiliated when the others point out that he has chosen highly poisonous ones. Prince Yi mocks his lack of common sense, solidifying his status as the superior suitor. The round goes decisively to Prince Yi. Mother Xiao, having seen through the clumsiness and potential danger of her ex-husband's actions, turns her back on him to walk with the man who has taken the time to learn her interests and keep her safe. The rivalry continues in the wild. Through a calculated prank involving a beehive, Prince Yi manages to lead Xiao Yuanqi into a swarm of bees, leaving the former deputy governor disfigured and embarrassed, while the prince emerges unscathed. The humiliation is complete when Mother Xiao openly criticizes his appearance, calling him scary and ugly. Xiao Yuanqi's pride is in tatters, trapped in his own inability to counter the prince's sharp wit and cruel schemes. As the day ends, Prince Yi lands the final blow, informing Xiao Yuanqi that he was protected from the bees by a powder given to him by Xiao Hanzheng. Xiao Yuanqi is left reeling, realizing his own son has aided his rival in his downfall. Tensions boil over as Liang Yulin brazenly claims Xiao Hanzheng and his siblings as his own, fueling Xiao Yuanqi's rage and leaving the general scrambling to defend his bloodline while Prince Yi remains unfazed by his threats. As Xiao Yuanqi begins to question his own past choices, Shi Qingluo notes the scumbag father's sudden, pathetic surge of jealousy, realizing that the prince's calculated provocations are pushing him to a breaking point. The irony is palpable. Xiao Yuanqi arrives itching and swollen, only to find Xiao Hanzheng refusing to help, while Liang Yulin cements his place in the family's favor, leaving the father isolated in his own bitterness. Cast out and ignored, Xiao Yuanqi realizes his influence over his former family is crumbling, his frustration growing as he sees their unity and his own irrelevance. Back at the office, Xiao Hanzheng outmaneuvers his father, deflecting questions about the missing Liang Yulin and Yelu de Guang, while taunting Xiao Yuanqi about his secret dealings with Prince Jin. Fox reveals his true colors as Xiao Hanzheng forces Xiao Yuanqi to confront his own compromised position, highlighting the general's foolishness in trading his own flesh and blood for the influence of the treacherous Ji Chunru. Caught in a web of his own making, Xiao Yuanqi is coerced into doing Xiao Hanzheng's bidding, investigating potential treachery in exchange for a semblance of redemption before the emperor. Used and discarded, Xiao Yuanqi retreats in anger, only to find himself the victim of a coordinated harassment campaign, including a humiliating physical assault by his own kin. With Xiao Yuanqi forced to leave the town, Shi Qingluo and Mother Xiao celebrate the quiet, knowing their strategy of ridicule and exclusion has finally succeeded. Far away in northern city, the atmosphere shifts as Yuan Songling is cast out by Liang Yuzhen, turning the once mighty family into a target of public scandal. The facade of favor shatters as Liang Yuzhen coldly informs Father Yuan that his daughter has been divorced and that the family must pay a massive, ruinous fine to repair the roads. Enraged by Father Yuan's ignorance of the gravity of the betrayal, Liang Yuzhen unleashes his fury, declaring that the Yuan family will be exiled if they do not meet his crushing financial demands. Returning to his home, Father Yuan finds his daughter acting as if nothing has changed, prompting a violent confrontation that signals the end of their delusional comfort. The truth hits home as Yuan Songling is confronted with the reality of her divorce, her father's desperate greed fueling a volatile household breakdown. Public opinion in northern city turns vicious, with the commoners openly mocking the fall of the former princess and her daughter, delighting in their deserved retribution. Desperate and stripped of her previous power, Yuan Songling attempts to crawl back to Liang Yuzhen, only to be blocked by guards and servants who treat her with nothing but absolute disdain. Family disintegrates, with Father Yuan forced to sell his life's work to cover the debts of his daughter's hubris, leaving Yuan Songling to rot in the cold reality of her disgrace. Cast aside by the prince, Yuan Songling and her daughter find themselves drowning in the cold reality of their fall. Desperate, they track down Liang Yuzhen to beg for a return to their former life of luxury, only to be met with biting rejection. The humiliation is complete as Liang Yuzhen reveals that his past affection was merely a tool to raise them up only to orchestrate their eventual ruin. The mother and daughter are unceremoniously cast out into the streets, left to face the scorn of the world. Back in safety, Xiao Hanzheng shares news of the failed assassination plot against Shi Qingluo. The pair can only laugh at the sheer absurdity of their enemies, who continue to dig their own graves in a futile attempt to lash out. Life in Heiyang County flourishes as roads are repaired and the economy stirs. However, news arrives from the capital regarding Ji Chunning, whose recent birth of a son has ironically led to even colder treatment from her husband. The mystery deepens as Xiao Hanzheng pieces together the second prince's strange behavior. It appears that by allowing Ji Chunning to bear a child that is not his own, the prince has orchestrated a humiliating trap for her. Shi Qingluo realizes the sheer brilliance of this cruel scheme. The second prince isn't just ignoring his concubine. He is setting the stage for a total collapse of her world once the truth is finally revealed to her. The domestic atmosphere warms when Liang Yulin arrives in Heiyang County, bearing an imperial decree for his marriage to Mother Zhao. Years of persistent courting and effort have finally paid off with the Empress Dowager's blessing. Mother Zhao is moved to tears, realizing that Liang Yulin fought for their union against all odds. Their commitment to each other sets a new, happy foundation for the family's future. With the marriage secured, Liang Yulin turns to business, warning Xiao Hanzheng of the political machinations behind his impending transfer to Northern City. The family prepares for new challenges in the new year. Liang Yulin reveals how he turned the tables on those trying to manipulate Xiao Hanzheng's career, ensuring he gains the power of a magistrate without falling into a trap. The schemers have unwittingly handed them the very authority they feared. As winter sets in, Shi Qingluo draws upon her knowledge to design a heated brick bed to save the poor of Heiyang County from the freezing cold. This simple invention promises to transform lives. With the successful installation of the prototype, the warmth of the brick bed spreads, providing both physical comfort and the deep gratitude of the citizens, cementing the couple's status as beloved leaders. Friends gather to experience the newfound comfort. Zai Rong is delighted by the design, realizing that this simple architectural change will bring warmth and relief to even the coldest corners of the borderland. Before the group departs for the capital, Shi Qingluo gifts them improved down jackets, a result of the thriving duck-raising program in the villages. These luxurious, warm garments are sure to impress the capital's elite. The friends are overjoyed, realizing that their return to the capital will not only be warm, but also a chance to show off their innovative new treasures. They promise to return to Heiyang County after the New Year celebrations. As the friends depart, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo double their efforts, supervising the construction of heated beds across the region. Their legacy of care and innovation continues to grow, making Heiyang County a beacon of hope. As the winter cold sets in, Xiao Hanzheng ensures the quality of the new heated brick beds, strictly vetting the workers to maintain the team's reputation and integrity across Heiyang County. After a successful stint at the northern border, Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao return to the capital, their physical transformation and newfound maturity surprising their families. Using the innovative down jackets to distract from his family's persistent pressure to marry, Zai Rui successfully wins over old Master Shi, who is impressed by the surprising warmth and lightness of the attire. The distribution of down garments causes a stir in the mansion. While others are jealous of his success, Zai Rui remains generous, focused on his goal of installing the heated brick beds. In the Liang household, Liang Yaoxiao faces pressure regarding his wealth and marital status, but finds a firm ally in his mother, who scolds the family for their hypocrisy. Liang Mingcheng realizes the political potential of aligning with the rising influence of Xiao Bailey, sparking a new, strategic hope for his son's future marriage. With the news of Prince Ye's affection for the Xiao family, Liang Mingcheng outlines how Xiao Bailey's impending elevation in status makes her an ideal, albeit unconventional, match. Liang Hengxiao attempts to manipulate his brother, Liang Hengyu, into courting Xiao Bailey to secure the loyalty of Prince Yi and Xiao Hanzheng. Knowing the futility of resistance, Liang Hengyu agrees to play along, secretly planning to avoid the mission while navigating the treacherous court politics of his brother. The unconventional sight of Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao parading with their intelligent geese turns them into icons, inadvertently starting a craze for keeping geese as pets throughout the capital. Zai Rui unveils the successfully installed heated brick bed to his grandparents, winning over the elders with the sheer comfort of this northern innovation. Recognizing the strategic and personal benefits, Zai Zhenheng encourages Zai Rui to consider Xiao Bailey as a wife, signaling a shift in the family's approach to the young man's future. Caught between embarrassment and curiosity, Zai Rui realizes he does not share his usual repulsion for arranged marriages when the girl in question is Xiao Bailey. The rivalry between the elders continues, with old Master Zai feeling defeated in his attempt to show off. yet more determined than ever for his grandson to win this marital match. With the full support of his parents, Zai Rui's path to courting Xiao Bailey is cleared, provided he learns to show genuine affection instead of his typical impulsive behavior. In a moment of frustration, Zai Rui and Liang Yaoxiao share a drink, where it is revealed that the Liang family is quietly arranging a marriage for Liang Yaoxiao, a prospect he finds suffocating compared to his dreams. Despite the opposition from his powerful family, Liang Yaoxiao declares his intent to conquer the seas, inspired by the stories of the world beyond, rejecting the stagnant path of a traditional official. Recognizing that his family will never support his dangerous, unconventional ambition, Liang Yaoxiao asks Zai Rui to bridge the gap and help him secure an audience with the emperor. Bonded by their shared struggle against family expectations, the two friends candidly discuss their feelings for Xiao Bailey, with Liang Yaoxiao admitting he must succeed independently before he can ever consider marriage. Keeping his word, Zai Rui enters the palace to maneuver court politics on behalf of his friend, successfully piquing the emperor's interest in the potential of overseas trade. Summoned to the palace, Liang Yaoxiao presents the blueprints provided by Shi Qingluo, turning a whimsical dream into a strategic imperial mandate that shocks his skeptical family. The emperor, captivated by the prospect of expanding the nation's reach, agrees to sponsor the project, granting Liang Yaoxiao the title and naval support required to turn his ambition into reality. Back in Heiyang County, Shi Qingluo receives news of the arrangement. She feels no surprise, knowing she has subtly nudged history toward a path of exploration rather than isolation. As Xiao Hanzheng is appointed acting magistrate of Northern City, he rises rapidly in power, leaving a bitter and stagnating Xiao Yuanqi to watch his son's success from the sidelines. Desperate to reclaim his lost control and leverage, Xiao Yuanqi prepares to reclaim his former wife, only to be interrupted by a visit from the haggard and persistent Ji Chunru. Ji Chunru, now fallen from grace, approaches Xiao Yuanqi with a naive demand to return, hoping that her sister's upcoming visit will serve as leverage against him. Xiao Yuanqi, fully aware of the Ji sisters' declining status and broken reputations, cruelly rejects her advances, mocking her reliance on empty family status. Humiliated and rejected, Ji Chunru leaves the mansion, clinging to the false hope that her sister's arrival will allow her to eventually crush the man who once showered her with affection. The couple shares a laugh over the absurdity of their enemies, realizing that the Ji family's web of lies and desperation is about to collapse under the weight of their own bitterness. Xiao Hanzheng reveals the true nature of the coachman the second prince is sending, a man as vicious as the Ji sisters, ensuring the coming months in Northern City will be a chaotic spectacle. With the cycle of retribution spinning fast, the couple prepares to watch their past tormentors destroy one another, comforted by the knowledge that their own future is safe at last. As the new year dawns, the winds of change blow through Heiyang County. Xiao Hanzheng prepares to depart for the northern border, handing his authority to the capable hands of his friend Fei Yuge, leaving behind a transformed county and a tearful, devoted populace. The farewell is heavy with emotion. The villagers shower the couple with parting gifts, and even the faithful goose dummy senses the melancholy of the moment, drawing tears from the children who have come to love them. While the Xiao family journeys toward the north, a different fate unfolds in the capital. Isolated in a neglected side courtyard, Ji Chunying holds onto a fragile hope for salvation when the second prince unexpectedly appears before her. The second prince brings no comfort, only cold malice. He reveals that his visit is not to welcome Ji Chunying back to favor, but to cast her out of the manor forever, shattering her delusions with the presence of an unsightly man. The horrific truth is laid bare. Her child, intended to be her ticket to status, is no royal heir, but the product of a forced union with a common coachman. The realization drives her to the edge of sanity as the prince confirms her disgrace. Stripped of her dignity, Ji Chunying pleads for mercy, but her pleas only deepen the prince's scorn. He condemns her and her child to exile, ordering them to be sent away as dead in the eyes of the royal records. Resigned to her fate, Ji Chunying gathers what little wealth she has left, her heart filled with a mixture of terror and burning vengeance. She is forcibly escorted out of the capital, her identity erased from the annals of the empire. In the north, Xiao Hanzheng receives news of the prince's actions. With sharp intuition, he had already foreseen this outcome, earning the deep admiration of his wife as they prepare for the trials of their new responsibilities. New alliances and old suspicions form as Zhuo Jun is appointed to assist in the Yemen. Xiao Hanzheng knows that while they may work together, the shadow of Prince Jin looms over his every move. The wheels of fate turn inexorably as the escort team reaches Northern City. Ji Chunying approaches the next phase of her life, unaware that the stage is set for a collision with her past. Arriving at a modest dwelling, Ji Chunying expects to find her powerful sister, but finds only a shadow of the life she once knew. The truth of her sister's fall from grace hits her with the force of a landslide. A tearful reunion occurs, but it is one born of shared desperation rather than triumph. Ji Chunru, once a lady of standing, is now humbled, and the news of her sister's adulterous shame acts as a final blow to their family's prospects. The prince's cruel intent becomes clear. He has unleashed the architect of her disgrace upon the sisters. The coachman, emboldened and shameless, makes his presence felt, signaling a dark new reality for the disgraced women. Behind closed doors, the sisters trade stories of their downfall. Ji Chunying weaves a tale of victimhood to maintain her sister's sympathy, while both realize their ambitions have been cruelly crushed. The domestic peace is shattered when the coachman stakes his claim, acting as if he is the master of the house. Ji Chunru's attempts to repel him are met with mocking laughter and a firm refusal to leave. The hierarchy of their pathetic existence is quickly established through violence. The coachman asserts his dominance with a blow to Ji Chunying, brandishing a fake marriage contract as his weapon to ensure she cannot escape his control. The walls of their temporary home closed in on the sisters. The coachman, emboldened by the cruel instructions of the second prince, held their freedom hostage with threats of the registry office, leaving the disgraced former concubines trapped in a nightmare they could not wake from. Observing from the shadows, the once aspiring warrior Ji Chunyi felt his own spirit shatter. His golden future, once paved with glory in the military, had been reduced to this pathetic, powerless existence, leaving him to wonder how his family's destiny had veered so sharply into ruin. As the coachman asserted his dominance over their few remaining treasures, Ji Chunying and Ji Chunru shared a silent, venomous vow of retribution. Despite their outward submission, the seed of a plan to eliminate their tormentor began to take root in the bitter, cold soil of their hearts. The bustling streets of the northern city bore witness to an impossible reunion. Xiao Yuanxi, once cold and distant, now trailed behind Kong Yuelan, his former wife, who had blossomed into a radiant, fierce woman far beyond his reach or recognition. Hidden in the shadows, Ji Chunru trembled with raw fury as she heard her own husband cast her aside, labeling her a bitch to win favor with the woman he had discarded years ago. The world she knew was unraveling, replaced by the humiliating reality of her own replacement. Gone was the timid woman of the village. Kong Yuelan met the scumbag's desperate pleas with cold, lethal wit, refusing to offer forgiveness for the sins of the past. Each word she uttered pierced his pride, leaving the man who once commanded armies stuttering in defeat. The tension shattered when Xiao Yuanxi attempted to force his will upon his ex-wife. But he had underestimated the transformation of his daughter-in-law, Shi Qingluo, who moved with lethal grace to disable him, proving that the old rules of power no longer applied. A sharp kick to the chest sent the deputy governor sprawling to the floor. Xiao Yuanxi lay in the dirt of his own ego, his authority stripped away by the very women he thought he could control. Humiliation became his only companion. Facing the threat of toxic retribution, the coward within the man finally flickered to life. Shi Qingluo brandished a packet of poison with a calm, chilling warning, forcing the man who had abandoned his family to retreat into the shadows of his own shame. As he fled his failure, Xiao Yuanxi collided with the source of his current misery, Ji Chunru. The confrontation was immediate and explosive, as the man who had lost everything lashed out at the woman he blamed for his wretched fate. The veneer of their past affection cracked and shattered under the force of a single slap. Xiao Yuanxi abandoned all pretense of chivalry, declaring Ji Chunru a jinx and the bane of his existence, shattering her world with accusations of poison and bad luck. Leaving a trail of destruction, Xiao Yuanxi walked away, finally severed from the women he now despised. Left in his wake, Ji Chunru dissolved into despair, while Ji Chunying stared at her sister, her mind already spinning with new, darker schemes for survival. The echoes of the humiliation still lingered in the air. While Ji Chunru wept for the love and status she had lost, Ji Chunying stood as a cold, calculating observer, her contempt for her sister's weakness growing with every sob. From their perch above, Shi Qingluo and her family savored the collapse of their enemies. They had witnessed the true, ugly colors of the scumbag father and his lover, their spirits lifted by the poetic justice of watching their tormentors devour each other. The stage had been set, and the players were in position. Ji Chunying remained the only dangerous variable, her mind untouched by the emotional carnage surrounding her, already formulating a way to use her sister's pain as a weapon for her own ascension. Xiao Hanzheng returns home to share a bold plan. Mother Xiao intends to humble his arrogant father with a burlap sack, a sentiment Shi Qingluo fully supports, noting the man's growing vanity. The conversation shifts to the Ji sisters. Xiao Hanzheng predicts that Ji Chunying will attempt to seduce his father to gain access to Prince Jin, a move that disgusts and intrigues them both. Xiao Hanzheng reveals that despite his father's previous poisoning, a doctor has restored his functions, making him a pawn in a game of political manipulation involving Prince Jin and Prince Yi. Tensions rise as the impending arrival of Prince Yi is announced. Behind the guise of imperial duty, the prince's true motive is revealed, a jealous, determined pursuit of Mother Xiao. Prince Yi makes a striking entrance into Northern City. He orchestrates a coincidental meeting with Mother Xiao, openly offering to join her in her plan to ambush her ex-husband. The trap is set. With professional help, the group lures Xiao Yuanqi into an alley, where the unsuspecting father is quickly hooded and restrained by hired muscle. Catharsis flows as Mother Xiao and her family deliver a well-deserved beating to the man who once scorned them, while Prince Yi watches on, admiring their spirit. Left in the alley with bruised ribs and a battered ego, Xiao Yuanqi seethes with resentment, directing his burning hatred toward his son's family and the interloping Prince Yi. Ji Chunying witnesses an intimate, friendly interaction between Prince Yi and Mother Xiao, a sight that triggers a deep, bitter jealousy within her. While the city navigates political webs, Shi Qingluo focuses on economic development, planning a massive wool workshop to improve the livelihood of the commoners under their protection. An invitation from Madame Tu arrives, signaling a potential trap. Xiao Hanzheng warns his wife of the lady's past ties to the exiled Yuan Songling, predicting ill intentions for the upcoming banquet. Xiao Hanzheng unravels the history of Madame Tu and Yuan Songling, a tangled web of domestic schemes, forced marriages, and ancient grudges that fuel their mutual animosity. The narrative reveals Madame Tu's true face, a master of manipulation who climbed to power by suppressing her own family and painting her enemies as villains. Realizing the banquet is a setup, Shi Qingluo prepares to turn the tables. She refuses to be the victim, viewing the gathering as the perfect opportunity to make an example of her detractors. The arrival of Zai Rong and Zai Rui brings a moment of genuine warmth to the household. The bonds of true friendship provide a welcome relief from the constant plotting. Hungry and seeking the cooking of Mother Xiao and Xiao Bailey, the guests find their path blocked by a fiercely protective Prince Yi, who refuses to let outsiders disturb his future family. As Prince Yi forces the guests to eat elsewhere, he solidifies his place in the group, watching over the Xiao family with a possessiveness that signals his total commitment. Inside the halls of Prince Jin's mansion, Liang Yujun scoffs at the news of Liang Yulin's obsessive behavior, unable to fathom why a man of his brother's stature would abandon his pride for a woman. Brothers meet, and their conversation turns sharp. Liang Yujun attempts to bait his brother with insults about Madame Kong, but Liang Yulin remains unbothered, his cold exterior revealing an unexpected, fierce devotion to the woman he loves. Unaware of the political schemes brewing in the palaces, Shi Qingluo prepares for the social test of the Northern City flower banquet, choosing to project an image of simplicity that masks her sharp wit. Tensions rise as Liang Yujun attempts to weaponize the future of Xiao Bailey for political gain, proposing a union that he hopes will tether the Xiao family to his own ambitions. Liang Yulin reacts with unbridled fury, calling out Liang Yujun for his arrogance and lack of self-awareness. He fiercely defends Xiao Bailey's worth, refusing to let her be used as a pawn for his brother's worthless heirs. The confrontation ends in bitter animosity. Liang Yulin delivers a final, chilling threat regarding the safety of Liang Yuzhen's lineage, effectively severing any chance of a diplomatic alliance between the two brothers. Liang Yulin updates Xiao Hanzheng on the failed negotiation with Liang Yuzhen, reinforcing their bond as a family, and warning him of the hidden vultures in Northern City who seek to target Xiao Bailey. Shi Qingluo arrives at the banquet with Xiao Bailey and Zai Rong. Contrary to the expectations of the local elite who anticipated a vulgar village woman, her refined presence and high-quality attire immediately subvert their petty biases. By simply being herself, Shi Qingluo shifts the atmosphere of the room. Her quick wit and natural elegance captivate the guests, silencing the whispers and proving that she is far from the uneducated outsider they expected. Shi Qingluo notices the predatory gazes of Madame Zhu and her cohorts, realizing they are attempting to size up Xiao Bailey as a potential, albeit unwanted, daughter-in-law for their family's political gain. When Madame Zhu oversteps with a thinly veiled and arrogant proposal, Shi Qingluo does not hesitate. She dismantles the lady's sense of superiority with a cutting, public rejection that leaves the entire assembly shocked. Shi Qingluo delivers a blistering verbal assault, exposing Madame Zhu's hypocrisy and mocking her dissolute son. It is a calculated display of power, warning everyone that neither she nor her sister-in-law are soft targets. Having established her dominance, Shi Qingluo stands firm. She knows that by making an example of Madame Zhu, she has effectively closed the door on any further attempts to manipulate her family. When Madame Zhu dares to protest, Shi Qingluo exercises her absolute authority as a princess. With a single gesture, she has the insolent lady punished on the spot, silencing the room through sheer, unyielding force. Stepping into the silence that follows, Shi Qingluo publicly challenges the loyalty of the Zhu family, leaving everyone terrified. She has effectively weaponized her rank to protect her family from further interference. Madame Tu attempts to salvage the situation with a hollow greeting, but Shi Qingluo deftly turns the tables on her as well. By highlighting the lack of etiquette among the guests, she isolates Madame Tu, cementing her own position as the one in control. The social battlefield of the two residents reaches a boiling point. By asserting her royal status, Shi Qingluo forces the reluctant Madame Tu and her circle to pay their respects, effectively turning the tables and establishing her authority right from the start. In the warmth of the apricot pavilion, Madame Tu attempts to humiliate Shi Qingluo using the traditional four arts. But as the ladies perform, Shi Qingluo offers a critique so precise and insightful that it leaves the arrogant gathering stunned and speechless. Refusing to be trapped by standard expectations, Shi Qingluo masterfully pivots the challenge. When pressed to showcase her talents, she mockingly suggests she will simply copy the work of Madame Tu, a move that catches the entire party off guard. The trap is set, but it snaps shut on the wrong person. Shi Qingluo effortlessly reproduces and then surpasses Madame Tu's art, turning the host's attempt at humiliation into a public showcase of her own superior skill. Unwilling to let the moment pass, Shi Qingluo delivers a verbal blow, dissecting the rigidity and lack of life in Madame Tu's work. The host is forced to swallow her pride, her composure fracturing under the weight of the undeniable truth. Hoping to finally catch Shi Qingluo in a lie, Madame Tu produces a bamboo flute. Yet she only provides the stage for another triumph, as Shi Qingluo plays a hauntingly beautiful piece that seals the host's embarrassment. The battle of wits continues as Shi Qingluo critiques the instruments, effectively twisting the knife. She makes unreasonable demands for a jade flute, forcing Madame Tu to agree just to save face, while the host's internal frustration begins to boil. Moving to the banquet, the atmosphere curdles. Shi Qingluo, Zai Rong, and Xiao Bailey sample the offerings only to find them mediocre at best. Their collective disdain is a sharp contrast to the sycophantic praise of the other attendees. The pretense of social nicety shatters when Shi Qingluo calls out the banquet's failures. Describing the food as fishy and unsatisfactory, she leaves Madame Tu gasping for air, having thoroughly dismantled the host's attempt to impress. The confrontation escalates as Zai Rong joins Shi Qingluo in calling out the banquet. They refuse to play along with the charade, painting Madame Tu into a corner where her only option is to watch her social control crumble. Desperate to reclaim her dignity, Madame Tu brings out her pride and joy, the apricot wine. The guests offer lavish praise, hoping the sweet taste will finally quiet the sharp-tongued visitors. The act fails. Shi Qingluo and her companions barely touch the wine, finding it inferior to their own refined tastes. Madame Tu, sensing the rejection, demands an evaluation, unknowingly inviting the final, most devastating blow of the afternoon. Without hesitation, Shi Qingluo provides an honest, brutal assessment of the wine's quality. She dismantles the reputation of the Tu family's signature brew, exposing its impurities and lack of craftsmanship to the entire room. Seeing an opportunity to trap the peasant girl, Madame Tu challenges her to host her own banquet and showcase her alleged winemaking skills. She is convinced that this final move will secure Shi Qingluo's social downfall. The gauntlet is thrown and accepted. Shi Qingluo agrees to host the next banquet, confident that she will show these noble ladies exactly what a real standard looks like. The trap is set, but the hunter and the hunted are no longer certain of their roles. The flower-viewing banquet ends in disarray. The guests have lost their appetite for the apricot wine and the food, all thanks to Shi Qingluo's sharp-tongued observations. Madame Tu burns with inner fury, feeling her reputation shattered by the village woman she underestimated. Just as the guests depart, Tu Lihuan arrives in the company of the fifth prince, Liang Hengyu. While Madame Tu attempts to maintain appearances, the air grows heavy with underlying tension as Liang Hengyu engages in casual, yet pointed, conversation with Shi Qingluo. Once the guests are gone, the facade of the sunny, handsome son crumbles. Tu Lihuan retreats to his private quarters, where his true, ruthless nature emerges as he vents his frustration on the household staff, revealing the darkness hidden behind the Tu family's prestigious gates. The mask is back on. Tu Lihuan returns to his mother, Madame Tu, composed and charming. The two conspirators discuss a cold-blooded plan to manipulate Xiao Bailey, aiming to use her as a tool of revenge against the Xiao family. Deception is their weapon of choice. Tu Lihuan outlines how they will inflict psychological torment upon Xiao Bailey through silent, calculated cold violence, believing that breaking the sister-in-law will force Shi Qingluo to finally bow her head in defeat. With their plan solidified, mother and son feel a distorted sense of victory. They view Xiao Bailey not as a person, but as a strategic asset to ensure the Tu family's survival, blissfully overconfident that the daughter of a farmer will be easily broken. The ambition of the Tu family knows no bounds. Tu Lihuan confirms the near destruction of the Fang family's winery, intending to sweep in and seize their assets for a pittance, further cementing their dominance in the regional wine industry. Rumors swirl through Northern City about the upcoming challenge. While the public remains skeptical, Shi Qingluo makes a bold move, placing a heavy wager on her own success in the impending battle of brews, signaling her refusal to be intimidated. Even the powerful Liang Yujun is caught off guard by Shi Qingluo's confidence. Observing the escalating chaos from afar, he realizes the village woman is far more dangerous and potentially valuable than anyone in the aristocratic circles ever dared to imagine. The weight of the Tu family's cruelty lands squarely on Fang Zhijun. Broken by the systematic destruction of his family's livelihood, he comes to Xiao Hanzheng as a last resort, seeking help to sell their remnants and escape the clutches of their oppressors. Deepening their resolve, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng recognize the severity of the threat. The Tu family's ruthlessness has crossed a line, and the couple begins to formulate a counter-strategy that goes far beyond simple defense. The atmosphere in the house turns volatile when Liang Yulin arrives, his face dark with rage. Having uncovered the true depths of the Tu family's plot against Xiao Bailey, he brings news that will change everything. The secrets are laid bare. Liang Yulin reveals the disgusting nature of the plot against Xiao Bailey, igniting a fire in the hearts of those present. The consensus is clear. The Tu family has finally invited their own ruin. Strategy takes shape. Shi Qingluo proposes a daring plan. They will not only buy the Fang family's assets, but transform them into a juggernaut that will crush the Tu family's wine empire from within. Ambition aligns with justice. One by one, the others join the venture, fueled by the prospect of profit and the delight of teaching the arrogant Tu family a lesson they will never forget. The battle for the heart of Northern City has truly begun. Even the fifth prince, Liang Hengyu, jumps at the opportunity, casting aside his past hesitations. As the alliance grows, Shi Qingluo looks at her comrades, knowing that they have everything they need to tear the two families' prestige to the ground. With vengeance in their hearts, the group finds solace in a new scheme. Betting heavily on herself to win the brewing challenge, Shi Qingluo turns the tables on her rivals, drawing in the support of even the skeptical princes. A simple tea party shifts into a grand political maneuver. Xiao Hanzheng announces that the banquet will include the city's powerful men, ensuring that the shame of the Tu family will be witnessed by all, not just the women. Fate leads Shi Qingluo to the ruined Fang family winery. Recognizing the potential for both revenge and profit, she convinces Fang Zhijun to sell, promising to restore his family's honor and dignity through a grand showcase. The concept of a buffet is met with collective confusion, but the anticipation is palpable. Shi Qingluo keeps her secrets close, whetting their appetites for an event that will surely stun the entire northern city. Stepping into the heart of the Fang family business, Shi Qingluo surveys the damage caused by the two families' tyranny. What remains is a shell of a business, yet it holds the potential for the ultimate downfall of her enemies. With the paperwork signed and the transfer complete, the shop is reborn as Nangxi Winery. The name, a tribute to her true home, marks a new beginning in the northern border and a direct provocation to the Tu family. Word travels fast, and Tu Lihuan is consumed by rage. His 2-year-old plot to annex the Fang assets is undone in a single stroke, leaving him to seethe and promise retribution against the woman who outplayed him. Desperate to save face, the Tu family concludes that Shi Qingluo is merely using stolen goods. They plan to frame her at the banquet, convinced that revealing her reliance on the Fang family's wine will ruin her reputation forever. The power dynamics of the northern city are shifting. Prince Jin realizes that Shi Qingluo has cleverly entwined the interests of the powerful aristocratic youth with her business, making it nearly impossible for him to crush her directly. Seeking an ally, Master Tu begs Prince Jin for assistance. He receives only cold, secret promises, leaving the family to bear the brunt of the confrontation alone, as the stage is set for a clash at the upcoming banquet. The shop is transformed into a sanctuary of aromas. Shi Qingluo orchestrates the preparation of a feast, integrating hidden ingredients and new techniques to ensure that this banquet will be an experience unlike any other seen in this land. The day of the banquet arrives. Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng welcome the guests with grace, even as their rivals arrive expecting to gloat. The air is thick with anticipation and the scent of unknown delicacies. The sight of the buffet leaves the guests stunned. It is a spectacle of abundance that defies the traditional seating arrangements. Madame Tu watches with growing dread as the slap in the face she prepared for another turns sharply back onto her. Just as the tension reaches its breaking point, Prince Jin makes a surprise appearance. His presence confirms the weight of this event, leaving the Tu family trembling as their hopes for a public shaming begin to crumble. The arrival of Prince Yi seals the banquet's significance. In a display of unity and defiance, the two princes join the feast, turning the buffet into a royal affair and effectively neutralizing any attempts at disruption. With effortless poise, Shi Qingluo guides the princes through the culinary wonders of her buffet. As they savor the complex flavors, the whispers of the two families' sabotage fade into silence, replaced by genuine praise. Observing the success from the shadows, Xiao Yuanqi finds himself unable to deny the triumph. The banquet is a complete success, and for the Tu family, the humiliation is total as their attempts to undermine Shi Qingluo fall flat. At the grand banquet, Prince Yi openly claims Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo as his own family, leaving the attendees stunned and Xiao Yuanqi nursing deep, silent regrets as he feels the weight of everyone's judging gaze. Young Tu Yujiao finds herself mesmerized by the noble, ethereal aura of Prince Yi, sparking a secret ambition to rise above her station, even as her mother feels the bitter sting of jealousy over the attention directed at Xiao Hanzheng's mother. The tension breaks when a guest attempts to disrupt the feast, only to be met with Shi Qingluo's sharp, cutting wit and the unwavering support of Xiao Hanzheng, proving that their presence in Northern City is not to be trifled with. Shi Qingluo deftly turns the tables on the Tu family, publicly announcing the rebranding of the winery while highlighting the inferior quality of the wine previously boasted about by Madame Tu. As the guests sample the exquisite peach wine, its unparalleled clarity and sweet floral notes win over the crowd, leaving Madame Tu trapped in the silence of her own defeat. With the air of someone who refuses to be bullied, Shi Qingluo demands accountability for the illicit schemes meant to destabilize her marriage, forcing Madame Tu into a corner where her excuses crumble. The final blow is delivered when Shi Qingluo reveals that Prince Yi himself has collected the evidence of the Tu family's treachery, leaving no room for denial. Prince Yi's cold, authoritative demand leaves the Tu family trembling, as the weight of his threat exposes their petty schemes and lack of standing against a true power of the state. Despite the earlier drama, Shi Qingluo continues to command the room, showcasing an array of floral and fruit wines that make the previous local offerings look like nothing more than common water. The introduction of the high-concentration white wine ignites a fire of excitement among the men, marking a clear divide between those who appreciate true craft and those who remain stuck in outdated ways. The golden bamboo leaf green wine captivates the civil officials and madams alike, cementing Shi Qingluo's status as a master of arts and crafts, while further humiliating the struggling Tu family. The sting of public exposure proves too much for Madame Tu and her son, whose reputations suffer a catastrophic blow as the elite of Northern City openly praise the woman they tried to ruin. Masterfully using the scarcity of her creations, Shi Qingluo sets the stage for future business triumphs, turning a public challenge into an irresistible advertising campaign. As the banquet winds down, friends discuss the future and the wonders Shi Qingluo has introduced, with Liang Yaoxiao diligently preparing for his upcoming maritime endeavors. The fraternal rivalry between the two princes reaches a peak, as Liang Yulin flaunts his connection to the talented Shi Qingluo, much to the irritation of a sour and envious Liang Yuzhen. Final confrontation leaves Xiao Yuanqi reeling, as the weight of his past choices leaves him isolated, while Liang Yulin firmly stakes his claim on the family that Xiao Yuanqi could never keep. The air crackles with tension as Prince Yi confronts Xiao Yuanqi, brutally exposing the reality of his lineage and his pathetic future. As the truth about the impossibility of heirs weighs on the disgraced official, Prince Yi offers to integrate the Xiao siblings into the royal family's lineage, a direct blow to Xiao Yuanqi's fragile pride. Defiance defines the moment as Xiao Hanzheng rejects the chains of his past. He makes it clear that the bonds with his biological father are severed, welcoming the prospect of changing his surname to align with those who actually value him, effectively ending any delusions Xiao Yuanqi held about his inheritance. With the sharp tongue of a first-rank princess, Shi Qingluo delivers the final verbal strike, mocking Xiao Yuanqi's moral decay and vanity. Surrounded by onlookers, Xiao Yuanqi realizes he has become the laughingstock of the city, utterly defeated by the very people he once discarded. The psychological warfare continues as Shi Qingluo and Liang Yulin corner Liang Yuzhen. They weave a web of implication and suspicion, leaving him humiliated and forced to pay his debts, while Xiao Yuanqi flees the scene in a fit of impotent rage. Stung by public humiliation, Xiao Yuanqi retreats to his residence, his heart filled with bitterness. In the shadows of the street, Ji Chunying waits with a premeditated plan, orchestrating a chance encounter to manipulate the disgruntled man. As Ji Chunying collapses before Xiao Yuanqi's horse, the stage is set for a new manipulation. Xiao Yuanqi, nursing his wounded ego, begins to see the sister of his nemesis as a potential instrument of his own twisted revenge. Xiao Yuanqi invites the danger into his home, not out of passion, but as a calculated strike against Ji Chunru. He plays the part of the doting protector, while internally plotting to use Ji Chunying to dismantle the woman who ruined his lineage. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo receive news of the burgeoning alliance between Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Chunying. Recognizing the predator and the parasite for what they are, they watch with detached interest as their enemies descend further into their own chaotic trap. While the drama unfolds behind palace walls, the success of Nangxi Winery sweeps through Northern City. The common people and nobles alike are captivated by Shi Qingluo's innovations, leaving the competition and the humiliated Tu family to drown in their own bitterness. The day of reckoning arrives at the casino. Liang Mingwen finds himself trapped between the demand for a massive debt repayment and the overwhelming presence of Liang Yulin, who brings Shi Qingluo to stake her claim. Liang Yulin artfully maneuvers Liang Mingwen, forcing him to acknowledge Shi Qingluo's ingenuity in the very games that fill his coffers. The trap tightens as they frame the interaction as a debt of gratitude. Shi Qingluo pivots from debt collection to a grand, strategic demand, a plot of land for a new academy. She frames the request as a way for Liang Mingwen to gain prestige, effectively forcing him to subsidize her ambition under the guise of benevolence. The psychological pressure reaches its peak. Liang Yulin and Shi Qingluo strip away Liang Mingwen's dandy facade, forcing him to confront his true ambition and his desperate need for public standing to secure the throne. Shi Qingluo offers a choice: either collaborate and gain a reputation as a benefactor, or lose his primary revenue stream as the royal family revokes his gambling license. There is no middle ground, and Liang Mingwen knows he is cornered. Defeated by the relentless logic of his guests, Liang Mingwen concedes, handing over the silver. He has been successfully baited into their scheme, his resources now flowing into the projects of those who hold his political future in their hands. Just as victory seems complete, a new complication arises from the shadows of the gambling den. The sound of a desperate cry pierces the air, leading Shi Qingluo to an encounter that promises to derail their moment of triumph. Inside the den of vice, Ji Chunru faces a dire ultimatum. Her brother's reckless gambling has left them in deep debt, and the manager threatens to exact a bloody toll if 5,000 taels are not produced within 3 days. The arrival of the noble Liang Mingwen forces the gambling manager into a sudden, sycophantic display of respect, revealing the hierarchy that governs these dark alleys, while Ji Chunru burns with embarrassment at being seen in her wretched state. As paths cross, the icy exchange between the two women is palpable. When challenged, Shi Qingluo delivers a cutting truth that leaves Ji Chunru speechless, exposing the hollow reality of her ruined reputation and desperate life. Shi Qingluo recognizes the true nature of the Ji sisters. Where one is foolishly abrasive, the other is cold-blooded and calculating, masking her true intent behind a veneer of forced apology and subservience. Sensing a deeper conspiracy behind the manager's actions, Shi Qingluo dispatches her trusted guard to shadow the conspirators, all while keeping Liang Mingwen engaged in a dance of wits and influence. Shi Qingluo masterfully pivots the conversation toward the creation of a grand craftsman academy, dangling the promise of immortalized fame to secure prime land from a reluctant Liang Mingwen. The trap is set. By appealing to his vanity, the duo maneuvers Liang Mingwen into parting with his most valuable property, sealing the deal for the academy and leaving the young master to realize too late the sharpness of his opponent's tongues. The exchange of silver completes the bitter bargain. Liang Mingwen, now fully entangled in the schemes of those he thought he could exploit, finds himself funding the very institutions that seek to reform the world he profits from. Under the soft light of the garden, the intelligence report arrives. The threads of a larger plot involving spies from the previous dynasty and the theft of a critical defense map begin to weave a dangerous web around the northern border. The final pieces are in place. Greed and familial duty will now collide, as Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng watch from the shadows, ready to let the unraveling of the Ji family become their own undoing. Inside the cramped home, a desperate charade unfolds. Madame Niu and Ji Chunyi attempt to use the news of a pregnancy to secure their position, but the calculating eyes of Ji Chunyi see through the performance. The confirmation of the pregnancy brings a momentary flicker of joy to Ji Chunru, who clings to the hope of a male heir, blind to the manipulative trap her brother and his wife have laid. The mask slips away as the couple reveals their true colors, pushing Ji Chunyi to commit treason. They offer her a dark choice: steal the map to save their lifestyle, or watch the family crumble under the weight of their debt. The manipulation deepens as Ji Chunru is swayed by the promise of revenge and security. She demands that her younger sister betray the deputy governor, prioritizing their immediate survival over the safety of the border. The moral struggle reaches a fever pitch. Ji Chunyi attempts to point out the gravity of stealing a defense map, only to be met with her sister's chilling indifference and the insatiable greed of her brother. The power dynamic shifts violently. Ji Chunying, tired of being the sacrificial lamb, flips the script, forcing her sister to choose between her pathetic brother and a future with her. Tensions reach a boiling point as siblings turn against each other. Ji Chunying demands to know if she is seen merely as a burden, sparking a violent confrontation with Ji Chunyi and Madame Niu that leaves a trail of blood and shattered family bonds. With the ties to her family effectively severed, Ji Chunying makes a calculated choice to abandon the wreckage of her former life, heading straight toward the deputy governor's office. In the safety of the deputy governor's residence, Ji Chunying weaves a web of grievances for Xiao Yuanxi, who plays along with her ruse while secretly preparing for the fallout of her inevitable betrayal. In a clandestine meeting, Xiao Hanzheng confronts his father, Xiao Yuanxi, proposing a dangerous alliance to outmaneuver the forces of the previous dynasty. As they discuss the trap involving a fake defense map, Xiao Yuanxi realizes the depth of his son's schemes, recognizing that Xiao Hanzheng is orchestrating a masterclass in deception to protect the realm. Reluctantly agreeing to the plan, Xiao Yuanxi returns to his chambers to prepare the bait, knowing he is being steered by a son who has truly mastered the art of war and politics. Chaos erupts when old lady Xiao and her daughters-in-law storm the residence, venting their fury on the newly arrived Ji Chunying, turning the courtyard into a scene of domestic warfare. The cycle of violence continues as Ji Chunying demands retribution against her brother, ordering servants to strike Ji Chunyi, leaving Ji Chunru to witness the final collapse of her family's unity. With a cold, final rejection, Ji Chunying severs her last ties to Ji Chunru, leaving her sister standing alone in the wake of her calculated ruthlessness. Left with almost nothing, Ji Chunru finds herself evicted and destitute, watching helplessly as the last remnants of her wealth are stripped away by unforgiving creditors. Fallen ill in a lowly inn, Ji Chunru clings to the hope that her brother is still her loyal companion, unaware of the cold, exploitative plans Ji Chunyi and Madame Niu are hatching for her. While her family descends into poverty, Ji Chunying successfully exchanges the fake defense map for a fortune, securing her future while leaving the others to their grim fate. The tables have turned for Ji Chunru, who is now reduced to a servant in her own home, forced to toil in the kitchen while Ji Chunyi and Madame Niu manipulate her into financial submission. When gentle coercion fails, Madame Niu resorts to raw brutality, forcefully asserting her dominance and forcing Ji Chunru into a life of endless labor and embroidery to sustain them. Abandoned by the very brother she sacrificed everything for, Ji Chunru is left trapped in a cycle of abuse, finally realizing that she is nothing more than a tool in the eyes of her kin. Life had turned into a waking nightmare for Ji Chunru. Forced into servitude by Madame Niu and abandoned by her ungrateful siblings, she spent her days under the shadow of a whip, reflecting on the ruinous choices that led her from the comforts of the general's residence to this miserable, broken existence. Driven by a desperate, misplaced hope for redemption, Ji Chunru attempted to win back the heart of the man she once betrayed. She cast aside her dignity, pleading for forgiveness, only to be met with the icy, crushing rejection of Xiao Yuanxi, who had long since turned his love into cold, hard loathing. The final blow was struck by her own flesh and blood. As Ji Chunying looked on from the safety of the carriage, she offered no comfort, only biting insults, cementing the painful reality that Ji Chunru had sacrificed everything for people who viewed her only as a tool to be discarded. The masks were stripped away as Ji Chunying revealed her true, callous nature. She mocked her sister for her past devotion, declaring that she had rightfully claimed Xiao Yuanxi for herself, leaving Ji Chunru to finally understand the depth of her sister's treachery. While the tragedy of the sisters unfolded, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo analyzed the geopolitical board. They observed the ripples of retribution, noting that the cycle of karma was beginning to catch up to the wicked, just as they prepared to lure their enemies into a deadly trap. With the dark fate of Ji Chunying sealed by her own cruelty, Xiao Hanzheng moved to execute his plan. By weaponizing his own father's cold-blooded tactics, he aimed to provoke the forces of the previous dynasty into a premature, fatal confrontation at the border. The trap was set. Xiao Yuanxi would use Ji Chunying as a pawn to bait the enemy, fully prepared to break her physically and silence her completely, ensuring that the wheels of vengeance would turn without mercy until the final objective was achieved. The reunion was not one of warmth, but of reckoning. Xiao Yuanqi delivered Ji Chunying to the coachman, who had been waiting to exact his long-simmering revenge for the death of his son, leaving her at the mercy of a man who now despised her existence. Without a backward glance, Xiao Yuanqi abandoned his former companion to her fate. He closed the door on her agony, effectively finishing his use of her, and ensuring that her physical capacity to betray him or speak of their past secrets was permanently destroyed. Broken, muted, and discarded, Ji Chunying found herself in a desolate woodshed. The realization finally took hold that she had never been a player in this game, but merely a piece of meat thrown to the wolves, now facing a future of absolute despair. The opening of the winery brought unexpected interest from the Ji Kingdom. The North Prince, hiding his identity behind a thick beard, found himself captivated by Shi Qingluo's brew, declaring his intent to seize both the wine and its brewer by any means necessary. When the news of the North Princess' arrogant proclamation reached Xiao Hanzheng, his protective instinct surged. He recognized the adversary not as a simple barbarian, but as a cunning strategist who had come in search of both ancient treasure and a dangerous prize. Together, the couple plotted their countermove. They would turn this capture attempt on its head, aiming to lure the Ji Kingdom's fabled god of war into a trap from which he would not escape, transforming a threat into a monumental bargaining chip for their nation. Driven by the need for survival, a broken and disfigured Ji Chunying returned to her sister. Despite her condition, her manipulative nature persisted, setting the stage for a final, toxic confrontation between the siblings who had once built their lives on the ruins of others. Pushed past the point of endurance by the constant abuse and the gloating betrayal of her sister, Ji Chunru reached a final, dark clarity. In the dead of night, she decided that the only way to end the cycle of torment was to burn the past to the ground. As the fire consumed the house and the lives of her oppressors, Ji Chunru chose her own exit. Having finally exacted a horrific vengeance, she succumbed to her own poison, leaving behind a legacy of regret and the bitter, ashes-choked memory of a family destroyed by their own sins. In the cold aftermath of the Ji siblings' demise, Xiao Hanzheng uncovers a secret that defies expectations. While the world forgets Madame Niu, those buried in the field reveal a hidden thread leading to the North Prince's own house. The mastermind behind the funeral rites was none other than the biological mother of the deceased, a woman who survived a river crossing only to emerge as a powerful concubine in the Ji Kingdom. Ambitious and ruthless, the concubine treats her own children as stains on her reputation. As Xiao Hanzheng analyzes the geopolitical threat, he concludes that for now, the wolf mother will keep her claws retracted, fearing the exposure of her past. A high-stakes buffet draws the elite and the dangerous to Northern City. As Shi Qingluo showcases her culinary prowess and rare vintages, hidden observers from the western regions and the Ji Kingdom watch with covetous eyes. The North Prince, draped in the guise of a merchant, finds himself captivated by the food and the wine, and more importantly, by the woman who created them. He resolves to add Shi Qingluo to his collection of prizes. As the North Prince leaves the restaurant, he locks eyes with Shi Qingluo. He sees a rare treasure to be plundered, while she perceives a predator whose downfall is all but inevitable. The North Prince attempts to charm Shi Qingluo with offers of wealth, but he underestimates the sharp edge of her tongue and the depth of her disdain for his violent history. With blistering honesty, Shi Qingluo rejects him, calling him ugly and burly to his face. The North Prince, stunned by her audacity, feels a twisted surge of interest rather than fury. Safe in the arms of Xiao Hanzheng, Shi Qingluo demands retribution. Her husband vows that the North Prince will pay a heavy price for daring to gaze upon her as if she were a commodity. As preparations for a secret treasure hunt begin, Shi Qingluo encounters secondary consort Hua in a tea house. A sudden, staged accident creates the privacy needed for a desperate, whispered warning. Secondary consort Hua reveals the impending ambush awaiting Shi Qingluo during the treasure hunt. She pleads not for her own life, but for the safety of her son, sensing that the house of Prince Jin is doomed to fail. Risking everything, the concubine offers classified information in exchange for a promise of mercy for her child. Shi Qingluo must decide if this is a genuine defection or a masterful trap. Back at home, Xiao Hanzheng analyzes the intelligence provided by secondary consort Hua. The stakes are raised as they recognize that the treasure hunt is a cover for a deadly confrontation. On a remote mountain, Prince Jin and his allies unearth an ancient iron gate, convinced they are close to reclaiming a lost fortune. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo follow closely in the shadows. As the iron door groans open, Prince Jin issues silent orders for the elimination of his rivals. The treasure lies ahead, but so does a trap designed to seal the fates of everyone involved. Deep within the bowels of the earth, the path to the forbidden treasure lies blocked by a massive iron gate. The princess of the previous dynasty speaks with a soft, chilling grace, warning that any forced entry would trigger a lethal collapse, trapping everyone in a silent tomb. Fate intervenes as the cavern echoes with footsteps. Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo arrive, not as rescuers, but as willing captives. Their calm demeanor and strange lack of resistance leave Liang Yujun deeply unsettled, sensing a trap behind their surrender. To the bewilderment of all present, Shi Qingluo mocks the gravity of the situation with a performative act of fake submission. Her display of blatant insincerity serves as a sharp contrast to the cold, calculating ambitions of the princess. With their hands bound, the captives are dragged deeper into the labyrinth. The group proceeds cautiously, relying on a hidden map of ancient mechanisms to deactivate the lethal traps that line the corridor. Tragedy strikes when a misstep triggers a hidden pressure plate. A torrent of arrows claims the lives of those in the vanguard, prompting the cold-blooded princess to execute the surviving trap master for his fatal incompetence. While the others fear for their lives, Xiao Hanzheng remains focused. He meticulously memorizes the layout of the mechanisms, understanding that this knowledge will be his greatest weapon when the final confrontation unfolds. The final obstacle falls. The heavy iron door grinds open, revealing a hidden chamber. As the darkness is banished by the glow of ancient, long-dormant torches, the stage is set for the ultimate prize to be revealed. The inner chamber is a glittering abyss of forgotten wealth. Piles of gold, rare pearls, and ancient artifacts stretch across the room, driving the ambition of those who seek to fund their own rebellions. The veneer of cooperation shatters. Greed consumes the allies as they immediately turn on one another, each claiming the right to possess the mountain of riches, leaving the air heavy with the threat of bloodshed. Just as the chaos ignites, a new player enters the fray. The North Prince emerges from the shadows, his presence turning the confrontation into a three-way standoff, revealing that the true master of the game has arrived. The past returns to haunt the present. The princess from the previous dynasty realizes with horror that the man she once abandoned, her supposed husband, is none other than her greatest enemy, the North Prince. Allegiances shift as Zhuo Jun abandons her mother's side. The daughter of the conspiracy reveals her true colors, seeking the protection and acknowledgement of the powerful warrior who has been orchestrating this moment from the beginning. Xiao Hanzheng calmly unravels the web of lies. By connecting the threads of intelligence and the North Prince's secret machinations, he forces the true architect of the conflict to reveal himself, effectively neutralizing the element of surprise. Disillusioned by her mother's coldness and manipulations, Zhuo Jun finds an unsettling comfort in her father's brutal honesty. She embraces her role in the scheme, knowing that her path to power lies with the man who raised her. The North Prince attempts a final, calculated power move. He offers Xiao Hanzheng a seat of power in his kingdom, hoping to turn a formidable intellect into an asset. But his attempt is met with a resolute, unwavering loyalty to Dalian. With dialogue exhausted, steel rings out against steel. The tension explodes into a brutal three-way conflict, as the princess from the previous dynasty and Liang Yujun realize that only a temporary alliance against their common foe can ensure their survival. The tides of war shift decisively. The North Princess reinforcements sweep in, systematically dismantling the defenses of his rivals. It becomes clear that he was never truly a guest here, but the silent hunter of the entire operation. Thinking he has won, the North Prince treats his captured rivals as mere collateral, planning to use them as hostages to secure his escape with the mountain of treasure, confident that his plan is finally complete. The final reveal stuns the gathered conspirators. Prince Yi arrives with his own forces, proving that the rumors of his departure to the border were merely a ruse. The game shifts, and the hunter realizes he has become the prey. The trap is closed. The North Prince, along with the pretenders, finds himself caught in a masterclass of misdirection. As the dust of conflict settles, it is clear that the true victor of this day was the one who played the long game. Just as the North Prince believes he has cornered his rivals, Prince Yi emerges from the shadows, revealing that he has been the true hunter all along. The air is thick with betrayal and the weight of hoarded riches, while the North Prince realizes his plan to seize the treasure has been turned against him. In a sudden eruption of violence, the North Prince lunges for a hostage, but his path is blocked by the swift, precise steel of Xiao Hanzheng. With their bonds cast aside, the couple proves they were never truly prisoners, but rather waiting for the perfect moment to reveal their hidden strength. The battle ends as swiftly as it began, with the supposed god of war now at the mercy of the man he dismissed as a weak scholar. Surrounded by their enemies, the couple stands tall, revealing that they were always the true masters of this game, armed with both martial prowess and lethal, unseen poisons. Desperation drives the conspirators to a new low as Yuo Jun seizes Prince Jin, hoping to use the royal bloodline as a shield. Yet, the leverage proves fickle, as the internal rot within Prince Jin's own household begins to surface. The tide turns with a strike of a golden hairpin. Secondary consort Hua, long the victim of Prince Jin's cruelty, enacts her final vengeance, piercing her oppressor before turning the blade upon herself to escape his chains forever. As poison courses through Prince Jin, the scene descends into chaos. The collapse of the prince forces the victors to shift their strategy, knowing that a living hostage is worth far more than a corpse in the delicate politics of the northern border. With cold pragmatism, Xiao Hanzheng works to stabilize the dying Prince Jin, knowing his survival is essential for the political reshuffling ahead. The act of mercy is purely strategic, a means to ensure the stability of the north while the power of the rebels is dismantled. In the quiet moments after the storm, Yuo Jun seeks closure, only to be met with the harsh truth of her irrelevance in Xiao Hanzheng's heart. He reveals the methodical way he uncovered her identity, leaving her with the bitter reality of her failed ambition and unrequited love. But defiance remains in the cornered embers of the previous dynasty. With a final, desperate act, the princess triggers a hidden mechanism, threatening to bury all the victors in the tomb of her ancestors, ensuring that if she cannot have the treasure, no one shall. The princess's trap is meant to be a grave for all, yet she underestimates the brilliance of her captor. Xiao Hanzheng, having memorized the shifting patterns of the tomb, leads the party through the path of death with an eerie, composed mastery. As the treasures of the past are hauled into the light, the tide of history shifts in favor of the current empire. The fortune that was meant to ignite rebellion now serves to strengthen the hand of Prince Yi, securing his dominance in the northern territory. Behind the scenes, Xiao Hanzheng binds the life of the broken prince, leaving him to endure the living hell of his own making. The tragedy of secondary consort Hua lingers, her sacrifice having laid the groundwork for a future free from Prince Jin's malice. The layers of the prince's corruption are stripped away as the history of a stolen life comes to light. It is a tale of arrogance met with patient, icy retribution, confirming that while the prince thought he was playing the game, his own household had long been preparing for his fall. Prince Yi maps out the final blow, a plan to elevate the son of the woman who destroyed the prince from within. By systematically dismantling the power of Prince Jin's house while pretending to offer mercy, they ensure the northern border returns to imperial control without a drop of unnecessary blood. The chess game continues beyond the local borders. Knowing that the capture of the North Prince will likely provoke a desperate attack from the Ji Kingdom, the trio prepares to turn the enemy's own aggression into their ultimate undoing. A bond of trust has been forged in the fires of this conspiracy. No longer just a magistrate and a prince, they stand as the architects of a stable empire, their combined brilliance ensuring that the shadows of the past will not return to haunt the throne. As the final embers of the conspiracy die out, the couple looks toward the future. With the treasure recovered and their enemies silenced or neutralized, they stand as the quiet, untouchable power behind the throne, the lucky stars of a new and safer Dalian. The news of the betrayal and death of secondary consort Hua hit Liang Mingjiu like a physical blow. Alone in his quarters, the weight of his mother's hidden life and the finality of her actions left him shattered, forcing him to choose between his father's legacy and an uncertain, perilous future. Awakening to a broken body, Prince Jin found his arrogance stripped away. Confronted by his half-brother Prince Yi, he learned of his condition, a permanent weakness that mocked his past ambitions, leaving him trapped in a fragile frame while his former ally, Xiao Hanzheng, watched on. 3 days later, the truth was laid to rest. Liang Mingjiu arrived alone, his appearance disheveled by grief. As he reached the final resting place of secondary consort Hua, the cold wood of the coffin offered the only comfort for the son she had schemed so desperately to protect. The final goodbye was brief and poignant. Liang Mingjiu paid his respects, the weight of his decision now settling upon him. With the seal of the coffin, the past closed its doors, and he turned to Xiao Hanzheng, ready to align himself with the only men who could offer him a path forward. In the belly of the residence, father and son stood on opposite sides of a widening chasm. Prince Jin, frail and unable to act, could only muster rage, his threats of disinheritance sealing his own fate and pushing Liang Mingjiu firmly into Prince Yi's camp. The web of power shifted as Prince Yi systematically dismantled the influence of the imperial consort. When she dared to strike out in blind fury, she found herself not met with submission, but with a chilling, calculated threat that struck at the very core of her secret, scandalous life. The retribution was as poetic as it was ruthless. Liang Yulin forced the disgraced imperial consort into a life of perpetual penance, turning her luxurious lifestyle into a cage of scriptures and cold incense, effectively erasing her power by exposing the rot of her private moral failures. The scandal broke like a storm over Northern City. As Prince Yi revealed the sordid truths of the imperial consort's hidden companions, the foundation of Prince Jin's authority crumbled, leaving him to faint in utter despair as he realized his family's honor had been irrevocably stained. Within the two-family estate, the atmosphere turned grim. As the reality of their patron's downfall settled in, Madame Tu and Tu Lihuan began to plot, realizing that their own survival depended on desperate, opportunistic maneuvers to align with the new power in the region. Desperation grew within the Tu household. Master Tu, realizing their influence was tied to a broken Prince Jin, pushed his son toward a new target, Xiao Bailey. He saw marriage not as a union, but as a strategic anchor to keep their family afloat in the shifting currents of Northern City. Aware of the two families' machinations, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng stood ready. Rather than recoiling, they chose to trap the predators in their own web. Shi Qingluo devised a sharp, multi-layered counter-strategy, ensuring that anyone targeting the family would find only a bitter, stinging defeat. A trip to the temple became the stage for the two families' planned encounter. Unaware of the trap laid for them, Xiao Bailey traveled under the protection of Zai Rui and Xiao Erlang, moving directly toward a confrontation that would test her newfound strength and wisdom. In the crowded dining hall of the temple, the tension was palpable. Xiao Bailey shared a modest meal with Zai Rui and her brother, her grounded nature a stark contrast to the performative luxury expected by the aristocratic families watching them from afar. The arrival of Tu Lihuan and his sister, Tu Yujiao, was anything but coincidental. With practiced social grace, they attempted to bridge the distance, hiding their disdain behind masks of friendliness as they initiated the first phase of their calculated social courtship. Armed with Shi Qingluo's lessons, Xiao Bailey refused to play the role of the submissive girl. She dismantled Tu Yujiao's false sisterly affection with sharp honesty, causing the polished mask of the Tu family to slip in front of their observing peers. The slight to the Tu family ignited the indignation of their hangers-on. As these arrogant young ladies demanded an apology from Xiao Bailey, they failed to realize they had stepped into the middle of a trap, handing Xiao Bailey the perfect opportunity to expose their petness to the entire hall. The confrontation turns heated as Xiao Bailey systematically dismantles the haughty insults of the aristocratic ladies. With calm, biting logic, she highlights their rudeness and asserts her own superior social standing, leaving them speechless and burning with indignation. Not one to stay silent, Zai Rui unleashes his legendary venomous tongue. He mocks the young master's low status and lack of breeding, openly declaring that they aren't even fit to be his servants in the capital, effectively silencing the opposition. As the aristocratic crowd crumbles under the weight of his mockery, Zai Rui asserts his dominance, reminding them that his connections to the magistrate and Prince Yi make him untouchable. One by one, The prideful young ladies are forced to retreat, their reputations shattered by their inability to best him in a war of words. Humiliated but not defeated, the two siblings retreat to plot a desperate revenge. They hatch a scheme to ruin Xiao Beilei's reputation by forcing a public scandal at the temple's famous fish pond, hoping to entrap her in a compromising situation. Oblivious to the shadows lurking nearby, Xiao Beilei and her companions enjoy a rare moment of peace by the water. Zai Rui watches Xiao Beilei with an uncharacteristic softness, his focus entirely on her as they feed the fish. The trap is set. Tu Lihuan and Tu Yujiao maneuver their accomplices into position, waiting for the precise second to push Xiao Beilei into the water. They are confident that this act of heroism will force her hand into a marriage they control. Greed and vengeance drive Miss Lu to execute the plan, but Xiao Beilei's intuition saves her. She steps aside at the last moment, causing Miss Lu to plummet into the fish pond, much to the horror of the conspirators. Seizing the chaos, Zai Rui intervenes. Seeing Tu Lihuan's opportunistic intent, he gives the young master a shove, sending him splashing into the water alongside the woman he intended to save, effectively turning their scheme against them. The crowd erupts as Tu Lihuan is forced to drag Miss Lu to safety, their wet clothes clinging together. Zai Rui immediately fans the flames, calling out their supposed secret romance and insisting that the young master must now take responsibility for ruining her honor. Humiliation deepens when the mother of Miss Lu's fiancé appears, having been tipped off by Zai Rui's men. She publicly condemns the pair for their public display of intimacy and storms off, declaring the betrothal severed, leaving the reputation of the Tu and Lu families in ruins. When Miss Lu desperately attempts to blame Xiao Beilei for the disaster, Xiao Beilei refuses to be a victim. She delivers a sharp slap, her voice ringing out as she declares that she will not be the scapegoat for their own immoral plotting. The confrontation reaches a fever pitch. Xiao Beilei's unyielding strength shocks the nobles who expected a timid girl. Tu Lihuan, cornered and disgraced, is left staring at the woman he once thought he could easily manipulate, now realizing she is far more dangerous than he imagined. Back in Northern City, the family gathers to address the insult. Shi Qingluo, ever the protector, decides that a direct lesson is required for the families who dared to scheme against Xiao Beilei, setting her sights on the Lu and Tu houses. In the quiet of the night, Shi Qingluo shares her keen observation of Zai Rui's growing affection for Xiao Beilei. Xiao Hanzheng, ever the supportive brother, considers the possibility with favor, noting that Zai Rui would be a far better partner than the manipulative options they have previously seen. The following day, Shi Qingluo wastes no time in probing Zai Rui. She confronts him with pointed questions about his future and the pressure of marriage, testing his intentions towards Xiao Beilei, while the young man remains blissfully unaware of her matchmaking motives. In an unexpected turn of events, Shi Qingluo probes the notoriously playful Zai Rui about his future as a husband. To the surprise of everyone present, the young man reveals a surprisingly grounded and tender perspective, valuing companionship over traditional patriarchal control. As Zai Rui speaks of his desire to travel and share life's joys with his future wife, the atmosphere in the room shifts. Xiao Beilei, once indifferent, begins to see the young man in a completely different, much warmer light. The interrogation concludes with Zai Rui expressing his disdain for the chaos of concubinage and his preference for a single, cherished partner. Shi Qingluo is thoroughly impressed, realizing that beneath the facade of a spoiled tyrant lies an excellent husband-to-be. With the questioning over, Shi Qingluo decides to pay a visit to the Lu family to settle old scores. When Zai Rui attempts to follow, he finds himself hilariously detained by the protective and slightly jealous King Yi. Meanwhile, the Lu family remains blissfully unaware of the storm heading their way. In their arrogance, they plot to ruin Xiao Beilei's innocence, hoping to use her as a pawn to secure their status with the powerful. The facade of the Lu family's security is shattered when Shi Qingluo marches directly into their inner sanctum. Her arrival is not just a visit, it is an ultimatum, and she has come to dismantle their malicious schemes piece by piece. Faced with the Lu family's insolence, Shi Qingluo demands respect for her status and confronts them with their own vile plans. She refuses to let their insults against her family slide, marking the beginning of their downfall. True to her word, Shi Qingluo orders the guards to break the leg of the Lu family's son as punishment for his disgusting designs on her sister-in-law. The violence is swift and serves as a brutal warning to all who oppose them. Shi Qingluo masterfully sows seeds of discord between the Lu and Tu families, revealing how the Lu daughter was merely a pawn used for someone else's gain. The air in the mansion thickens with realization and impending resentment. With the Lu family humiliated and their alliances fractured, Shi Qingluo departs with her head held high. The message is clear. Those who dare touch her family will pay a price they cannot afford. Back on the road, the bond between the two women strengthens. Shi Qingluo encourages Xiao Bailey to be bold and unapologetic, teaching her that her happiness is worth more than hollow reputations. The talk turns to the future. Xiao Bailey admits her growing feelings for Zai Rui, realizing that a life of shared travel and joy is exactly what she wants, and that the young man's affection for her is becoming increasingly obvious. While the sisters-in-law plan their future, the reputation of the Tu and Lu families continues to crumble under the weight of scandal. Tu Lihuan, trapped by the consequences of his own schemes, finds himself drowning in public ridicule. The social pressure explodes into physical violence when Tu Lihuan is cornered by a betrayed suitor. The fight leaves him broken, mirroring the state of his family's influence in the region. Desperate to secure her future, Tu Yujiao attempts one final, elaborate plot to capture the attention of King Yi. She stages a rescue scenario, but her lack of genuine insight into the king's character leads her into a trap of her own making. The king sees right through the deception, refusing to play the part of the heroic savior. As the caravan moves on, leaving her in the dust, Tu Yujiao realizes with growing horror that her grand plan has failed, leaving her exposed and powerless. Desperation turns to terror as Tu Yujiao attempts to manipulate Liang Yulin into saving her, unaware that her staged kidnapping has invited a deadly threat onto the royal path. The charade collapses into violence. Liang Yulin sees through the scheme, and as the masked attackers reveal their true identity as Ji warriors, the battlefield erupts into a chaotic skirmish. Just as the situation turns dire, Xiao Hanzheng arrives with his precision archers to turn the tide, ensuring Liang Yulin remains safe while Tu Yujiao is hauled away to face justice for her treasonous gamble. The consequences of betrayal reach the Tu family household. Xiao Hanzheng sits in judgment, dismantling the family's reputation with cold, hard proof of their daughter's collusion with foreign enemies. Under interrogation, Tu Yujiao faces the truth of her catastrophic choices. Her attempt to secure a royal marriage has instead shattered her family's social standing and future prospects. Internal strife tears the Tu family apart. As the weight of their disgrace settles, Master Tu vents his fury, consigning his wife and daughter to misery as the family's influence evaporates. Regret comes too late for the matriarch. Madame Tu, stripped of her status and isolated by her own household, faces the bitter reality that her ambition has led only to ruin. Innovation blooms in Northern City. Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng launched the Artisan Academy, offering hope and opportunity to the common people through education and specialized labor. Breaking traditional barriers, young women across the region fight for their right to learn, inspired by the prospect of financial independence and a life beyond domestic servitude. While the academy thrives, the shadows of conflict loom. A sudden report from the frontier reveals a devastating trap that has left Xiao Hanzheng's father crippled, signaling the start of a brutal war. Betrayal from within has paved the way for disaster. Xiao Hanzheng uncovers the conspiracy of a trusted deputy, whose secret loyalties have left the border vulnerable and his own father broken. In the quiet of their home, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng decide to let the truth devastate his father. They agree that the weight of regret will be the harshest retribution for his past failings. Turning toward progress, Zai Rui demonstrates his mechanical genius. His creation of a functional tricycle sparks a vision in Shi Qingluo for a new transportation network across the land. The streets of Northern City begin to transform. Shi Qingluo sees the potential for a car rental industry, a humble beginning to a venture that promises to revolutionize travel and trade. A bond blossoms over iron and grease. Zai Rui takes Xiao Bailey and Erlang on a maiden voyage, his heart racing with a newfound, earnest affection that defies his past as a dandy. In a moment of simple intimacy, the distance between Zai Rui and Zio Bailey disappears. Her kindness touches him deeply, fueling his resolve to become a man worthy of her admiration. The sweet respite is short-lived. A messenger arrives with news of a fresh, large-scale invasion, pulling Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo back into the brutal reality of an impending war. News of the third prince's dire condition reaches the northern city, sending a tremor of instability through the region. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Hanzheng decides to lead a relief force himself, knowing the defense of the border now rests on his shoulders. With the northern city gripped by panic, Shi Qingluo steps into the role of a leader. She organizes a donation drive to gather vital resources, while secretly preparing specialized supplies in her interspace to ensure Xiao Hanzheng has every advantage when he arrives at the front lines. Upon reaching the border, Xiao Hanzheng immediately asserts his command, shifting the momentum of the conflict. His first order of business is a tense encounter with Xiao Yuanxi, who now sits crippled in a wheelchair, awaiting the son he once discarded. The confrontation turns bitter as Xiao Hanzheng offers a brutal diagnosis. He makes no attempt to hide his disdain, admitting that he is intentionally withholding mercy to force Xiao Yuanxi to reckon with the consequences of his past actions. Desperate for revenge against those who betrayed him, Xiao Yuanxi attempts to manipulate his son. He offers his entire network of influence in the northern border in exchange for Xiao Hanzheng destroying his rivals. A deal is struck, though not out of filial love. Xiao Hanzheng accepts the offer, seeing the intelligence network as a tactical asset for his own plans, leaving a bitter and regretful Xiao Yuanxi alone in his tent. With the intelligence from Xiao Yuanxi in hand, Xiao Hanzheng meticulously prepares his next move, planning to use the traitorous deputy as an unwitting pawn in a larger game against the Ji Kingdom. As anticipated, the Ji forces ambush the supply transport, only to discover they have been tricked by Shi Qingluo's clever decoy operation. The humiliation of the enemy is complete, leaving them chasing shadows while the real supplies move undetected. News spreads through the northern city that the enemy's raid failed completely. Public sentiment shifts from panic to adoration for Shi Qingluo, whose reputation as a brilliant strategist grows with every passing day. The trap closes as Xiao Hanzheng intercepts the enemy scouts. With ruthless efficiency, he eliminates the threat and captures those who surrender, turning the tide of the skirmish. Reunited in the field, the pair coordinates their final plan. Despite the skepticism of the surrounding generals, Shi Qingluo maintains her unwavering resolve to deliver supplies directly to the besieged third prince. The generals remain unconvinced, believing the mission to be impossible given the tight encirclement of the enemy. Yet, Shi Qingluo stands firm, inviting them simply to wait and witness the results of her legendary training. Tensions rise within the camp as senior generals question Xiao Hanzheng's trust in his wife's seemingly impossible plan. Fearing for the lives of the soldiers, they demand a more conventional approach, but Xiao Hanzheng refuses to waver. Across the line, Yi Luidong views the situation with arrogant mockery, firmly believing that no human can penetrate his impenetrable blockade. He waits, eager to see the destruction of his opponent's reputations. As the sun hangs in the sky, a strange movement captures the attention of the enemy guards. The impossible is about to happen, leaving everyone to wonder, is that a bird or something else? Against the backdrop of the desolate borderlands, an impossible sight defies the laws of nature. A figure, clad in strange, wing-like contraptions, descends from the clouds like a great bird, landing gracefully atop the fortifications of the beleaguered border town, leaving observers both friend and foe in total shock. Whispers of immortality and divine intervention ripple through the camp. While soldiers debate if the arrival is a celestial being or a sorceress, Xiao Hanzheng stands as the calm center, acknowledging the rumors of his wife's master while carefully downplaying the true nature of the technology she employs. The enemy commander, sensing that the tide of the conflict is shifting, reinforces the perimeter. He fears that the arrival of Shi Qingluo is more than just a spectacle. It is the catalyst for a desperate, unified strike from the beleaguered city. With the grace of a falling leaf, Shi Qingluo touches down. As she sheds her mechanical wings and presents the golden goose token, the fear of the garrison transforms into a sudden, electric surge of hope. The legendary Princess Fubao has arrived. Word of her miraculous descent travels faster than a falcon. Within the walls of the small, crumbling military town, the soldiers, who once expected a lonely, starving death, now find their spirits reignited by the presence of the woman whispered to be the disciple of an immortal. Finding the third prince in a death-like slumber, Shi Qingluo produces the antidote formulated by her husband. As the medicine is administered, she prepares the city for a transformation, her presence serving as a beacon of salvation against the encroaching enemy. The third prince, finally conscious, learns of the grand plan to break the siege. He struggles with the reality of their starving forces, but Shi Qingluo speaks with a conviction that suggests miracles are merely a matter of time and divine planning. Before a vacant warehouse, a performance of divine mystery unfolds. Shi Qingluo invokes her master, burning incense that turns to ash at an impossible speed, leaving the skeptical soldiers and officials bewildered by what they perceive to be an act of genuine sorcery. As the warehouse doors groan open, the impossible becomes visible. Where there was only air and dust moments before, sacks of grain and essential supplies now fill the room, convincing even the most cynical of hearts that they are under the protection of something far greater than themselves. With the supplies secured and the third prince's loyalty confirmed, Shi Qingluo takes command. She pushes aside the past betrayals of the prince and demands a hardened resolve, turning the focus of the command post toward the upcoming, decisive counterattack. Recognizing that the survival of the city rests on a coordinated strike, Shi Qingluo asserts her authority to lead the defense. The soldiers, no longer blinded by gender bias but swayed by the miracle of the food, accept her leadership as the key to their salvation. The aroma of hot food fills the city, dispelling the stench of despair. As the men eat their fill, the lethargy of starvation is replaced by a fierce hunger for battle, their morale climbing as they prepare to follow the woman who delivered them from the brink. The rumor mill of the camp reaches a fever pitch. Every soldier now believes the grain was a gift from an immortal, and this collective belief acts as a powerful psychological weapon, ensuring that Shi Qingluo has absolute, unquestioning control over the army. While the soldiers sharpen their resolve, the internal purge begins. Every attempt by the enemy to gain intelligence is crushed by the vigilant guards, leaving the Ji Kingdom commanders in a state of growing, agonizing uncertainty. Silence falls over the border city, a silence that terrifies the enemy. With their spies captured and no news flowing outward, the opposing forces realize that something has changed within the walls, and the impending dawn promises a reckoning they are entirely unprepared for. As tensions mount at the border, the intelligence network becomes a battlefield of its own. Xiao Hanzheng deciphers the eerie silence from the enemy lines, sensing his wife's invisible hand at work, while Shi Qingluo, now clad in armor, prepares to signal the turning of the tide. With the third prince recovered, and by her side, Shi Qingluo watches the enemy through her binoculars. She knows that a simple messenger pigeon, flying high above, will serve as the catalyst for Xiao Hanzheng to strike while the Ji Kingdom remains blind to their impending doom. The trap is sprung, but the prey is not so easily caught. Xiao Hanzheng showcases his tactical genius, deploying a brilliant shield wall assembly that leaves the enemy commander Yi Luidong in shock, proving that the scholar general is always one step ahead. The clash of steel rings out as Xiao Hanzheng faces Yi Luidong in personal combat. As the battle intensifies, Shi Qingluo prepares to unleash a secret weapon, one that will rewrite the rules of this ancient war. The sky falls in fire and shadow. Shi Qingluo directs the launch of explosive charges, their thunderous detonations shattering the Ji Kingdom's confidence and forcing the enemy into a panicked retreat. Victory is within reach as Xiao Hanzheng deploys his elite Holy Arrow Battalion. The precision of their crossbows and the sheer coordination of their assault leave the enemy leaders falling one after another, unable to stem the tide. The hunter becomes the hunted. Xiao Hanzheng methodically dismantles Yi Luidong's defenses, arrow by arrow, forcing the proud commander to hide behind the bodies of his own men to survive the onslaught. Broken and humiliated, Yi Luidong makes a desperate final play. He turns his focus toward Shi Qingluo, hoping that capturing her will force Xiao Hanzheng to yield. He underestimates the woman standing before him. With death closing in, Shi Qingluo raises her voice to the heavens, calling upon her master. What the enemy perceives as madness is actually a calculated strike, as explosives materialize from nowhere to blast their charging ranks. Superstition turns to pure terror. The sight of explosives descending from an empty sky convinces the Ji soldiers that divine power has intervened. Yi Lui Dong, narrowly avoiding death, orders a frantic retreat. The battlefield erupts in triumph. As the dust settles, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo meet on the blood-stained earth, their embrace a testament to a victory won through strategy, trust, and a perfectly executed myth. They are the immortal couple of legend, their reputation sealed in blood and awe. The army looks upon Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo with unshakable faith, knowing that under their banner, the future of the nation is secure. Back within the city walls, the hierarchy is restored with honor. Xiao Hanzheng gracefully returns the commander's seal to Liang Hengxiao, but the third prince, recognizing true talent, insists that he keep it, forging a bond of deep mutual respect. Generals, hungry for more divine intervention, question Shi Qingluo about her master's powers. She deftly manages their expectations, framing the immortal's influence to ensure political stability for the throne. With the emperor honored and the enemy routed, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng stand together as architects of a new era. The war is far from over, but the myth they have woven ensures their enemies will think twice before challenging them again. Shi Qingluo solidifies the soldiers' morale by weaving tales of her immortal master's divine intervention, turning the tide of doubt into unshakable confidence among the high-ranking generals. With a chilling sense of calculated vengeance, Xiao Hanzheng reveals that he has poisoned the Ji Kingdom's commander, Yi Lui Dong, ensuring their enemy will soon be incapacitated. In the heart of the enemy camp, the arrogant Yi Lui Dong falls into a deep, deathly coma, leaving his generals in a state of utter panic as they realize they have been outplayed by a master of toxins. Xiao Hanzheng scouts the enemy position, identifying a fatal flaw in their terrain that allows the Daliang army to employ a devastating fire attack under the cover of night. Chaos erupts as oil-soaked arrows ignite the Ji camp. The trap snaps shut, forcing the survivors into a desperate retreat that leads them straight into the waiting blades of the Daliang forces. Strategically choosing to let the incapacitated Yi Lui Dong escape, Xiao Hanzheng ensures that the enemy remains leaderless, maintaining the tactical advantage for the final stages of the campaign. On the front lines, disaster strikes as Zai Rong is nearly overwhelmed, only to be saved by a shocking act of self-sacrifice from Yu Lu, who takes a fatal wound in her stead. Just as all hope seems lost, Xiao Hanzheng bursts onto the battlefield like a vengeful storm, his arrival turning the tide and sending the demoralized enemy into a chaotic rout. Saved from the brink of death, Zai Rong wakes up in a quiet tent, anxious for the fate of her protector, unaware that his survival rests entirely on the medical prowess of the couple she trusts most. As Yu Lu regains consciousness, the raw vulnerability of their interaction reveals a deep, undeniable affection that surprises even the observant Shi Qingluo. Returning to the intimacy of their own space, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng share a moment of connection, discussing both the war's end and their private hopes for a future together. With the border situation stabilizing, the couple finds a brief respite from the horrors of war, grounding their grand ambitions in the simple, shared dream of building a family. The capital erupts with joyous news of the northern victories, leaving the emperor both relieved and deeply impressed by the unexpected military genius of his top scholar. King Yi finds himself in a jubilant, boastful mood, openly flaunting the success of his beloved Xiao Hanzheng to the jealous and begrudging ministers of the court. The court meeting takes a personal turn, as King Yi pushes for official recognition of his family's bond with the Kong family, to the humorous chagrin of the emperor. With total victory in sight, the debate now shifts to the future of the northern defense, as the emperor contemplates formalizing the command of the man who saved the nation. In the heart of the capital, the powerful ministers of the imperial court engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, each coveting the tactical genius Xiao Hanzheng and the legendary influence of Shi Qingluo to bolster their own departments. while the emperor watched with a knowing, calculated gaze. Far from the opulence of the capital, a shadow lingered over a clandestine gathering where Zhuo Zheng and his cohorts plotted to exploit Xiao Bailey and Xiao Hanyi as pawns, hoping to turn the tide of the war against the rising star of the border lords. Fate took a dark turn in the quietude of the household when Xiao Bailey received a sinister, blood-stained missive, a trap designed to draw her into the fray, unaware that the eyes of her enemies were already fixed upon her. Refusing to succumb to panic, Xiao Bailey channeled the resilience instilled in her by Shi Qingluo, cautiously ordering her guards to verify the safety of her brother rather than blindly rushing to the kidnapper's demand. As the conflict escalated in the narrow alleys of North City, Zai Rui proved his worth, arriving just in time to rescue a calm and collected Xiao Hanyi from a relentless swarm of attackers, exposing the treachery hidden within the guards' ranks. With the treacherous plot unraveled, Xiao Hanyi returned to his home, welcomed by the tearful embrace of Mother Xiao and Xiao Bailey, his youthful spirit replaced by the stern, calculating resolve of a survivor. In the aftermath, Zhuo Zheng watched his grand ambitions crumble into ash, realizing too late that the intellectual sharpness of the young siblings had turned his calculated snare into his own monumental mistake. Under the decisive direction of Xiao Hanyi, Liang Mingjiu orchestrated a swift raid, successfully apprehending Zhuo Zheng and dragging the remnants of the previous dynasty into the cold reality of justice. The confrontation within the King Jin manor proved devastating, as Zhuo Zheng witnessed the shattered remains of his father's power, meeting only a chilling, scornful silence from the heir Liang Mingjiu, who now controlled their fate. News of the capture reached the front lines via a swift avian messenger, prompting Shi Qingluo to rush to the command tent, where she presented Xiao Hanzheng with the critical information that would turn the tide of the entire northern campaign. With the treacherous plot to open the city gates exposed, Xiao Hanzheng unveiled a masterstroke of strategy to his generals, turning the enemy's calculated move into a fatal trap of his own making. Behind the stone walls of the border city, Xiao Yuanqi grappled with the stinging truth of his past choices as he read his son's brilliant tactical instructions, realizing his own incompetence compared to the greatness of his rejected child. Executing the plan with clockwork precision, Shi Qingluo took command in the shadows, orchestrating the deployment of elite troops to secure the perimeter and wait for the enemy to walk blindly into their waiting destruction. While his wife managed the trap, Xiao Hanzheng personally confronted the duplicitous elements within the city, systematically dismantling the enemy's influence and securing the loyalty of his commanders before the final assault. As the enemy forces poured into the city, Shi Qingluo released the signal, unleashing a torrent of arrows that transformed the city into a death trap, systematically dismantling the invading Ji Kingdom army. Witnessing the masterful command of Shi Qingluo, Xiao Yuanqi was left in a state of solemn realization, his pride burned away by the undeniable brilliance of the woman he once scorned and the son he had so foolishly discarded. Across the front, the tactical genius of Xiao Hanzheng culminated in absolute victory, his swift and decisive strikes earning him the undying respect of the soldiers and crushing the hopes of the enemy once and for all. Under the cover of night, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo successfully rendezvoused their troops near the target city, utilizing the dense mountain terrain to maintain the element of surprise while boosting soldier morale with promised rewards and improved gear. The North King's heir, overconfident in his assault, found his forces completely ensnared in a brilliant trap set by Xiao Hanzheng, leading to the total collapse of the Ji Kingdom's offensive and the capture of their high-ranking officers. Faced with rapid territorial losses and the unexpected military prowess of the new war god of Dalian, the Ji Kingdom's panic turned into desperate calls for a truce, marking a historic and surprising shift in the regional power balance. As peace talks moved toward resolution and the couple prepared for their return, a quiet, intimate moment during dinner was suddenly interrupted by a wave of nausea, leaving Xiao Hanzheng in a state of frantic worry for his wife. The mystery of the morning's sickness was solved when Xiao Hanzheng confirmed a happy pulse, bringing a new, profound sense of joy and anticipation to their lives as they began to embrace the prospect of becoming parents. With meticulous planning, Xiao Hanzheng described his successful psychological warfare against the North Prince's mansion, where his clever sowing of discord had led to the downfall of those who had once schemed against his family. As Xiao Hanzheng returned to the city where his father lived, Xiao Yuanqi emerged, crippled and broken, driven by ego and a desire to redirect his simmering hatred toward those he felt were responsible for his misfortune. A final transaction of information sealed the rift, as Xiao Hanzheng confirmed the success of his schemes, leaving Xiao Yuanqi to grapple with the bitter irony of his own situation compared to his son's meteoric rise. The emperor's decision to grant Xiao Yuanqi an inheritable title was recognized by Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo as abiding, poetic justice, a gift that highlighted the permanence of his inability to leave a legacy. As a new imperial edict arrived, Xiao Hanzheng was officially reassigned, setting the stage for their triumphant return to the capital and marking the final, calculated retirement of Xiao Yuanqi to his ancestral hometown. The departure from the border was marked by deep regret from his comrades, who had come to view Xiao Hanzheng not just as an official, but as a true hero, while Xiao Yuanqi watched from behind, consumed by silent resentment. The homecoming in North City was an explosion of public adoration, as the citizens celebrated the safe return of their champions, a stark contrast to the bitterness festering within Xiao Yuanqi as he observed the reverence shown to his son. Upon returning to the mansion, Xiao Yuanqi was greeted by a performative display of family concern, immediately recognizing the shallow, manipulative nature of the Xiao family's false affection. Observing the coldness of his own house, Tao Liu felt a sense of relief in her decision to break free from the toxicity of the Xiao family, choosing a future for her daughter far away from Xiao Yuanqi's reach. Under the mentorship of Shi Qingluo, Zai Rui's rise to the position of Dean of the Craftsman College surprised the capital, transforming him from a playful dandy into a respected figure of innovation. In the capital, the success of the Zai family ignited a bitter rivalry, as Old Master Zai took great pleasure in mocking the jealousy of other nobles while defending his grandson's new, prestigious reputation. Recognizing the positive influence of Xiao Hanzheng and Xiao Bailey, the parents of Zai Rui felt a surge of pride, realizing that their son had finally found his purpose and a partner worthy of his growth. As Xiao Hanzheng's influence in the empire grows, the capital descends into a frenzy of political maneuvering. Princes scramble to find ways to bind their families to his, seeing his ascent as a ladder to ultimate power. With the imperial edict for her wedding to King Yi delivered, Kong Yuelan prepares for her new life, guided by palace servants sent by a royal suitor eager to demonstrate his devotion. Before departing for the capital, Shi Qingluo lures the greedy old Madame Xiao and her daughters-in-law into a trap, expertly planting the seeds of vanity to steer their fate precisely where she wants them. With delicate precision, Shi Qingluo manipulates the vanity of old Madame Xiao, convincing her that the only path to glory for her family lies in inheriting a noble title through the disgraced Xiao Yuanqi. The bait is set. Madame Wang and Madame Wu begin to fantasize about the prestige and wealth that a noble title would bring their sons, oblivious to the fact that they are mere puppets in Shi Qingluo's game. The old woman's heart burns with sudden fervor. She sees a future where she returns to her hometown not as a failed immigrant, but as a matriarch of nobility, basking in the envy of all who once doubted her. Having successfully turned the Xiao family's pride against their own son, Shi Qingluo watches as her trap snaps shut, ensuring that Xiao Yuanqi will be plagued by his own kin. By framing the protection of the family fortune as a struggle for their own survival, Shi Qingluo compels the elders to confront Xiao Yuanqi, effectively blocking his plans to discard them. Caught off guard, Xiao Yuanqi is met with a wall of feigned parental concern as the elderly couple forces their presence upon him, under the guise of wanting to care for their beloved son. Unable to overcome the combined pressure of his parents and the threat of public scandal, Xiao Yuanqi is forced to concede, realizing he has been outplayed. Suspicious that he has been manipulated, Xiao Yuanqi suspects the hand of his daughter-in-law, yet he finds himself completely ensnared by his own mother's desperate performative piety. To rid himself of his family's interference, Xiao Yuanqi agrees to the arrangement, leaving Tao Liu and his daughter behind in the north, unknowingly stripping himself of his last true allies. The journey to the capital is completed, and Xiao Hanzheng is greeted by the emperor with distinct favor, cementing his status and leaving the court in awe of his rising star. A quiet moment between the couple reveals a joyous secret. Shi Qingluo is carrying twins, a discovery that binds them even closer in anticipation of their growing family. Contrary to expectations, the Empress Dowager finds herself charmed by Kong Yuelan, solidifying the union and shaming those who hope to see the bride fall into social disgrace. The scale of the betrothal gifts from King Yi leaves the capital in shock, a final declaration of his love that ensures Kong Yuelan will be treated with the highest honor, as the city watches in jealous silence. The capital is abuzz with the news of Xiao Beilei's new title. As suitors flock to the Xiao household, the hot-headed Zai Rui grows increasingly uneasy, fearing he might lose his chance with the girl who has captured his heart. A tense encounter occurs on the streets when the sixth prince attempts to court Xiao Beilei under the guise of coincidence. Zai Rui arrives just in time to intervene, leading to a clash of wills where Xiao Beilei firmly sides with her protector, much to the prince's irritation. Observing from afar, Liang Hengxiao and Liang Hengyu debate the value of leveraging Xiao Beilei for political gain. While Liang Hengxiao pushes for ruthless manipulation, Liang Hengyu refuses to sacrifice his own honor or the well-being of his family to satisfy his brother's ambition. The rift between the brothers deepens as Liang Hengyu rejects the notion of using women as political pawns. Disgusted by his brother's obsession with the throne, Liang Hengyu chooses to walk away, seeking a life of peace far removed from the capital's deadly schemes. Unaware of the prince's turmoil, Zai Rui and Xiao Beilei enjoy the simple pleasures of the city. Their laughter is cut short when an aristocratic noblewoman confronts them, fueled by jealousy and the desire to humiliate the girl she considers a commoner. Social climbing Miss Yan attempts to intimidate Xiao Beilei at the marketplace. Little does she know, Zai Rui is not a man to be trifled with, especially when his companion's dignity is at stake. With a razor-sharp tongue, Zai Rui publicly dismantles Miss Yan's arrogance. He leaves no room for doubt. Xiao Beilei is under his protection, and any insult directed toward her is an insult he will return tenfold. After the confrontation, Zai Rui returns to his usual demeanor, seeking comfort in Xiao Beilei's presence. He feels a profound connection to her, realizing she is the only one who truly understands and appreciates his genuine nature. The fallout of the incident is swift. Miss Yan's reputation is tarnished by her public failure, and the Yan family is forced to abandon their marriage plans, fearing the shame of Zai Rui's relentless honesty. In the quiet corner of a tea house, Zai Rui tests his feelings against Xiao Beilei. He realizes that his affection has long surpassed simple acquaintance, and the thought of her with anyone else is unbearable. In a sudden burst of courage, Zai Rui confesses his desire to marry Xiao Beilei. To his immense surprise and delight, Xiao Beilei accepts without hesitation, mirroring the love he has harbored in his heart. The promise is made, and the path forward is clear. Zai Rui leaves the Xiao mansion with a heart full of hope, determined to honor his vow to Xiao Beilei and make her his bride against all odds. The high-spirited Zai Rui storms into his family estate, eager to share the news. He is met with support, as his family has long recognized the sincerity of his newfound devotion to Xiao Beilei. The families convene to solidify the union. The princess consort arrives at the Xiao household with warmth, officially initiating the marriage proposal and assuring Xiao Beilei that her son's heart belongs solely to her. With blessings from both sides, the engagement is set in motion. The sincerity of Zai Rui and the grace of Xiao Beilei create a union that promises to be free of the cold schemes of the capital, grounded in mutual respect and love. Xiao Beilei finds comfort and joy as her future mother-in-law. The princess consort promises to keep the Zai family household free of concubines, cementing the bond between the two families. News of the engagement spreads, fueling the bitter jealousy of the sixth prince and Miss Yan, who both feel slighted by the choice of a peasant-born bride over their own ambitions. After learning of a malicious plot to ruin his sister's innocence, Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo resolve to turn the tables, ensuring the conspirators fall into their own trap. To avoid leaving any traces of his own involvement, Xiao Hanzheng expertly manipulates the rivalry between the princes, ensuring the first and second princes unknowingly execute his counterplot. With Liang Yulin acting as his eyes, the emperor watches from afar, his distaste growing as he witnesses the petty, dishonorable schemes of his sixth son unfold. The stage is set at the banquet. As planned, the participants are lured away, and a drugged, intoxicated Miss Yan is led into the trap meant for others. Filled with arrogance and malice, the sixth prince enters the room, believing he has orchestrated the perfect downfall for his rival's future bride. The plot spirals into chaos as the first prince accidentally reveals the sixth prince and Miss Yan in a compromising state, turning their own trap into a public scandal. Trapped by their own deception, the sixth prince and Miss Yan are forced to confront the ruined remains of their reputations and the necessity of an unwanted alliance. Desperate for status, Miss Yan demands to be made the primary consort, using her family's political influence as leverage against the furious sixth prince. Mistrust festers between the two as they realize the perfect trap they set was somehow inverted, leaving them to question their own allies. The first prince plays his part perfectly, feigning shock and moral outrage to publicly seal the fate of his brother's reputation. Xiao Hanzheng watches the fallout with cold satisfaction, knowing his sister is safe and his enemies have been permanently damaged. Back at the Yan residence, the consequences of the scandal hit home as Miss Yan faces severe disciplinary action for the humiliation brought upon her family. The emperor uncovers the truth, his fury directed not just at the scheme, but at the sheer incompetence of his sons for bickering over petty, destructive tricks. Disillusioned by his own heirs, the emperor resolves to address the toxic environment created by his children, setting the stage for their inevitable exile from his favor. The sixth prince is summoned to the palace and harshly scolded, forced to admit his failed plot and face his father's deep, stinging disappointment. The final attempt to harm his abandoned fiancée is thwarted, providing the concrete evidence needed for the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel to demand justice from the throne. As punishment for his stupidity and malice, the sixth prince is stripped of his influence and exiled to the southwest, a sentence that shatters his political dreams. With the hidden danger removed without a drop of blood, Xiao Hanzheng and his family celebrate their victory, having successfully navigated the capital's treacherous games. With the sixth prince's future effectively sabotaged, the atmosphere in the Xiao household turns toward a long-awaited celebration. Xiao Hanzheng directs the focus of his family toward the upcoming union of their mother, Kong Yuelan, and Liang Yulin. The wedding day arrives with a joyous air. The Xiao siblings, acting as protectors of their mother's happiness, challenge the groom before finally letting Liang Yulin take his bride, marking a bittersweet transition as they acknowledge the new family dynamic. While the capital celebrates, the shadow of Xiao Yuanqi looms in the crowd, a bitter man witnessing the family he abandoned embrace a new life. His resentment deepens, yet he is powerless to stop the joyous procession of the new couple. The wedding culminates in the quiet intimacy of the bridal chamber. With the ceremonies complete and vows exchanged, the two embark on their life together, knowing their children now stand united by their side. As the group travels back toward the northern border, the fifth princess consort finds herself blossoming, her health restored by the care of Xiao Hanzheng. A newfound bond forms between the women as they navigate their journey with ease. The fifth prince, disillusioned by the treachery of his brothers, confides in Xiao Hanzheng and Zai Rui his decision to leave the capital's political quagmire. His choice to step away from the power struggle earns him their respect and friendship. Upon returning to North City, the fifth prince finds a new purpose at the Craftsman College. Inspired by Shi Qingluo's innovative teachings, he begins to apply himself to architecture, finding satisfaction far from the court's malice. The fifth princess consort discovers her own success in the art of knitting. By creating a thriving shop in North City, she empowers the local women and finds the accomplishment that once eluded her in the capital. The anticipated moment arrives as Shi Qingluo goes into labor. With characteristic calm, she prepares for the birth, supported by Xiao Hanzheng and Mother Xiao, whose love ensures she remains strong. The miracle of life unfolds, and Shi Qingluo delivers healthy twins, a boy and a girl. Xiao Hanzheng is overwhelmed with gratitude, witnessing the birth of his children and the start of a new chapter for their family. The arrival of the twins brings joy to the entire household. Even Liang Yulin, seeing his family grow, finds himself inspired to begin his own journey toward fatherhood with Kong Yuelan. As the children grow, so does the prosperity of the northern border under Xiao Hanzheng's guidance. When the imperial edict arrives 3 years later, it marks the end of his tenure and a triumphant return to the capital. The departure from North City is a poignant affair. Crowds of grateful citizens gather to bid farewell to Xiao Hanzheng and Shi Qingluo, their path followed by the beloved guardian geese who had become symbols of the city's new safety. Among those traveling are Zai Rui, Xiao Bailey, and Zai Rong. Each has transformed their burdens into strength, moving toward the capital to face their future with confidence and the promise of impending weddings. The journey back is filled with life. The intelligent geese, particularly the leader, have become caretakers for the twins, showcasing the depth of bond between the creatures and their human family, a testament to the life Shi Qingluo built. As the miles pass, the prosperity the family fostered remains behind them like a golden legacy. They carry with them their wealth, their children, and the hope of a capital city awaiting their arrival. Upon reaching the capital, Xiao Hanzheng meets the emperor. The ruler acknowledges his monumental achievements in the northern border and entrusts him with the vital role of assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Children charm the inner palace. Through their grace and wit, the twins and the fifth prince's daughter win the favor of the Empress Dowager, who finds in them a joy that transcends bloodlines. Even the emperor is disarmed by the young Xiao Yijia, whose sweet nature and sharp mind earn her a title of nobility on their first meeting. The scene is one of warmth, though tempered by Liang Yulin's playful jealousy. The day concludes with a family meal that underscores the unity of the group. As they share this moment, the pride of the elders and the innocence of the children blend, cementing their status at the heart of the capital's favor. In the heart of the capital, Shi Qingluo reflects on the vibrant spirit of her children. Xiao Yijia, now a county head, and her brother Xiao Yuren return from the palace with tales of praise from King Yi, warming the hearts of their grandparents. Caught up in the sweetness of the little ones, King Yi decides to treat the family to a night out at the bustling capital market. His doting nature turns him from a remote royal figure into a doting grandfather, much to the amusement of Mother Xiao. While the capital thrives in joy, Xiao Yuanqi languishes in Nanxi County. His attempts to fill the void of his lost family with an adopted child are constantly thwarted by his own parents, leaving him fuming in bitterness. Driven by persistent longing, Xiao Yuanqi pores over portraits of his grandchildren sent from afar. Ignoring the protests of his parents, he resolves to travel to the capital, desperate to see his biological kin once more. Back in the capital, Xiao Hanzheng rises through the ranks of the Ministry of Revenue, his reputation growing as a brilliant, royalist official. He navigates the political landscape with skill, refusing to be swayed by the competing princes. The capital buzzed with anticipation for the wedding of Zai Rui and Xiao Bailey. The groom, once a wayward youth, now holds a prestigious government rank, causing a stir of jealousy and begrudging respect among the other noble youths of the city. A major shift is afoot. Liang Yulin successfully maneuvers to have Xiao Hanzheng, Xiao Bailey, and Xiao Hanyi registered into the Liang family tree, cementing their status as true members of the royal clan. Accepting the new surname with gratitude, the siblings prepare to fully cut ties with their past. They receive word of Xiao Yuanqi's imminent arrival in the capital, an event that Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng find darkly poetic. Unbeknownst to the traveling Xiao Yuanqi, his own parents are systematically dismantling his remaining assets in Nanxi, transferring land to the eldest branch. A storm of internal family conflict is brewing, and none of them will escape the consequences. The official transition completes at the ancestral hall. With their names now etched into the Liang genealogy, the siblings shed their old identities, much to the shock and envy of the capital's nobility. News of the name change ripples through the capital like a shockwave. Sitting in a common restaurant, Xiao Yuanqi overhears the public discussing his children's new royal status, his heart breaking as the last shred of his former life is severed. Retribution has claimed the Shi family, leaving them in ruin and despair. The cycle of greed and cruelty has left no one untouched, mirroring the inevitable fate awaiting the meddlesome elders of the Xiao clan. The final blow falls on Xiao Yuanqi. He has arrived to find his children forever out of his reach, their names and lineage rewritten. He is left with nothing but his own bitterness as he realizes the magnitude of what he has lost. The wedding of Xiao Bailey and Zai Rui serves as a magnificent spectacle. The sheer scale of the dowry, provided by King Yi and Shi Qingluo, leaves the capital's elite in awe, signaling that Xiao Bailey is deeply cherished by her new family. Hidden in the shadows of the crowd, Xiao Yuanqi witnesses the dazzling display of his daughter's new life. The wealth and honor bestowed upon her only serve to highlight his own exclusion and his desperate, feudal existence. As the guests marvel at the treasures, a sense of heavy regret hangs over those who once dismissed the siblings' origins. The day confirms a new reality. The children have risen beyond the reach of their past, and their future is as bright as gold. At a grand wedding banquet, Xiao Yuanqi finds himself unable to eat, drawn instead by an inexplicable urge to witness his estranged grandchildren. Avoiding the crowds, he slips into the garden, unaware that his every move is being watched by the vigilant protectors of the twins. A moment of misfortune befalls Xiao Yuanqi when his wheelchair tips on a garden step, leaving him vulnerable on the ground. To his surprise, it is the twins who approach him, their youthful innocence and kindness completely disarming his cold, hardened heart. Encouraged by their sweet, supportive words, Xiao Yuanqi feels a sudden, obsessive desire to claim these children as his own. He attempts to lure them away with promises of sweets and pony rides, but the children, raised with wisdom, firmly reject the advances of the man they do not recognize. The twins prove too sharp for Xiao Yuanqi's desperate traps. Proudly speaking of their beloved grandfather, Liang Yulin, the children dismiss Xiao Yuanqi's bribes, sensing that this strange old man is not the kind soul he pretends to be. Desperation turns to madness as Xiao Yuanqi reveals his true colors, shouting his identity and demanding their obedience. As he lunges toward the frightened twins, a shadowy protector drops from above to stand as an immovable barrier between the children and their dangerous, unhinged ancestor. The confrontation is short-lived. The trained guard makes light work of the weakened Xiao Yuanqi. As the threat is pinned to the ground, the twins cheer, feeling safe once more under the protection of their grandfather's loyal men. The arrival of Liang Yulin restores peace to the garden. He gathers his precious grandchildren into his arms, their fearful complaints about the bad old man only serving to deepen his resolve to protect them from the shadow of their biological father. Amidst the light-hearted laughter and affectionate kisses of his grandchildren, Liang Yulin dismisses the pathetic pleas of Xiao Yuanqi. With a wave of his hand, the man is dragged away to the dungeons, silenced and removed from the joy of the family celebration. Returning to the banquet, the sight of the twins eating with such poise and affection for their grandfather captivates the guests. Nobles look on with profound envy, wishing their own lineages were blessed with such brilliant, well-mannered children. The twins' brilliance continues to shine, as they recite classical texts and poetry for the gathered scholars and officials. Their sharp memory and precocious confidence leave the assembly in complete disbelief, wondering how such young souls could be so learned. When asked to tell a story, Liang Yijia takes center stage, her vivid movements and charming delivery transforming a simple tale into a performance. The officials find themselves enchanted, their earlier skepticism replaced by admiration for Shi Qingluo's exceptional parenting. The banquet ends with a chorus of praise for the twins. Desperate to foster similar potential in their own heirs, the nobles swarm Liang Yulin, begging for an opportunity to introduce their children to the two little prodigies, hoping some of their genius might rub off. Back at the estate, Xiao Hanzheng visits the prison to confront the truth of his father's erratic behavior. Under the harsh light of the cell, he examines Xiao Yuanqi's pulse, uncovering a sinister plot of slow, methodical poisoning orchestrated by his own family. Using his medical skill, Xiao Hanzheng clears the immediate toxins, watching as the frantic anger leaves his father's eyes. The truth is revealed, a web of counterproductive substances designed to slowly drive him into permanent insanity. The revelation of his family's betrayal shifts something within Xiao Yuanqi. No longer just a victim of madness, he regains his sharp, dangerous clarity, turning his gaze toward the people who tried to destroy him, now fully prepared to exact his own form of cold justice. Xiao Hanzheng delivers the antidote to his estranged father, offering freedom but issuing a cold ultimatum. The air is thick with unresolved bitterness, as a broken man finds himself discarded by the son he once looked down upon. While the men settle scores in the shadows of the capital, a softer reunion unfolds. Xiao Bailey finds peace in her new life, sharing quiet moments of relief with her sister-in-law, away from the turmoil of their past. The capital is set ablaze with rumors as an unexpected traveler returns. Liang Yaoxiao emerges from the sea, dragging a menagerie of impossible beasts, forever altering the landscape of the city and inviting a new world into the heart of the empire. The streets are impenetrable, choked by the fervor of commoners catching their first glimpse of the foreign spectacle. Faced with the chaos, the family turns their gaze toward the palace, where the emperor himself awaits the arrival of the mysterious voyagers. The grand banquet transforms into a stage for cultural collision. As the nobility watches with mingled shock and curiosity, Liang Yaoxiao strides in, his arm linked with a woman whose exotic beauty and revealing attire challenge every norm of the imperial court. A bombshell is dropped before the throne. In a daring declaration that leaves the Liang family reeling, Liang Yaoxiao introduces his foreign love, shattering the expectations of his kin and sparking a scandal that vibrates through the highest halls of power. Amidst the whispers of scandal, an unexpected bridge is formed. Shi Qingluo, the only one capable of communicating with the visitor, finds herself in an unlikely intellectual exchange with the noblewoman from across the sea, further cementing her unique standing. The treasures brought from the deep seas outshine the political discord. Boxes of gold, shimmering gems, and the presence of magnificent beasts turn the skepticism of the court into raw, unadulterated greed and wonder, as every noble eye turns toward the potential profits of the sea. Plans are laid for the future as the children clamor for a piece of the exotic world. Liang Yaoxiao, buoyed by his success and the unwavering support of his partner, looks forward to a life defined by adventure rather than the stifling traditions of the capital. The return home is far from a warm welcome. As the Liang family gathers to meet their controversial guest, the atmosphere is heavy with the weight of cultural divide, testing the resolve of a son determined to forge his own path. Dinner becomes an arena of silent confrontation. The struggle between tradition and new love plays out over the dinner table, as the family struggles to maintain etiquette in the face of habits they find profoundly baffling. Arguments escalate into open revolt. Liang Yaoxiao refuses to yield, holding his ground against the fury of his elders by highlighting the debt of his own life, a debt he intends to repay with his heart. A compromise is struck, and a wedding is held. While the rituals are bound by local custom, the tension beneath the surface remains, marking the union as a strange and irreversible turning point for the Liang dynasty. The winds of change blow stronger still as a new voyager prepares to depart. Xiao Hanzheng seeks his own horizon, ready to cast aside the path of officialdom for the dangerous, shimmering promise of the unknown sea. Acceptance is a hard-won gift. Recognizing that the thirst for the world cannot be suppressed, the elder brother prepares the younger for the perils ahead, arming him with both wisdom and medicine for the long journey. New visions take shape in the capital. Building upon the success of the sea voyage, a grand zoo is proposed, intended to bring the wonders of the world to the people and turn curiosity into a thriving, profitable venture. The capital watches in admiration as the husband works to realize his wife's ingenious vision. It is widely whispered among the elite that the brilliance of the Liang household is truly the result of the remarkable woman at its center. In the bustling capital, the newly opened zoo thrived, a testament to the ingenuity and reform brought forth by Xiao Hanzheng. As his political influence grew, so did the prosperity of the nation, securing his position and legacy while the imperial treasury overflowed with the fruits of his labor. After years of anxious waiting, Xiao Hanzheng finally returned from the treacherous seas, not alone, but with a mysterious and striking foreign princess. Shi Qingluo looked on in pleasant surprise, noting how the once refined youth had been tempered into a sharp, formidable man by the salt and danger of the ocean. As the family flourished and the years drifted by, a sudden silence fell upon Shi Qingluo. While resting in the courtyard, her soul slipped away into the darkness, leaving her body behind as she found herself inexplicably standing in the cold, sterile environment of a modern hospital ward. Floating in the sterile silence of a modern ward, Shi Qingluo witnessed the agony of her modern family, realizing that a mere month in this world equated to a year in the life she had left behind. The weight of her absence pulled at her heart, yet the vision of her ancient home remained just out of reach. Back in the Yi mansion, Xiao Hanzheng was a shell of his former self. Forsaking his duties at court, he became a constant vigil, feeding her nourishing soups and pleading with her to return, his voice cracking with the raw, desperate fear that his beloved wife might never awaken. Pulled back by the desperate cries of her husband and children, the mist finally parted for Shi Qingluo. As her eyes fluttered open, she met the hollowed, tear-streaked gaze of Xiao Hanzheng, who collapsed in relief to find his wife had returned from the brink of the void. Clinging to one another, the couple faced the terrifying truth of Shi Qingluo's unstable existence. Xiao Hanzheng made a vow that surpassed all earthly ambition. If she were to depart, he would follow, for a life without her was a path he refused to walk alone. The household wept with joy at Shi Qingluo's recovery, though her strength was but a shadow of its former self. Despite her weakened state, the warmth of her family provided a temporary anchor against the encroaching darkness that threatened to pull her away once more. While Shi Qingluo mended, the winds of karma swept through the lives of their adversaries. Xiao Hanzheng brought word of the Xiao family's ruin, the wretched, isolated end of the scumbag father and the cruel elderly couple, victims of the greed and hatred they had cultivated for so long. Reduced to misery and decay, the family that once sought to destroy them now lay in ruins. It was the ultimate, cold justice, a cycle closed not by Xiao Hanzheng's hand, but by the very poisons they had brewed for others. The arrival of Taoist Master Changqing brought a flicker of hope to the fragile state of Shi Qingluo. Recognizing the otherworldly nature of her soul, the wise priest promised a talisman that could anchor her to this realm, offering her the chance to grow old alongside her beloved family. With the talisman secured, the heavy burden on Shi Qingluo's spirit began to lift. For the first time in months, the encroaching darkness receded, allowing the couple to believe in a future where they could walk side by side until the very end of their days. As the talisman worked its magic, the color returned to Shi Qingluo's world. The household settled into a rhythm of peace and progress, with schools and colleges flourishing under the couple's guidance, securing their legacy as the pillars of a transforming Dalian. Decades passed in a graceful blur of wisdom and influence. Xiao Hanzheng rose to the highest echelons of the cabinet, serving as a mentor to the future, while Shi Qingluo stood as his unwavering equal, their lives becoming the heart of a kingdom that would remember their names for centuries. The next generation bloomed as brightly as the last. When Liang Yijia boldly confessed her love for the brilliant Fei Yanzhai, she proved that the cleverness and passion of her parents lived on, securing a future that delighted both families. Not to be outdone, Liang Yuren found his own destiny in the spirited Yu Yunling. Their bond, forged in childhood and tested by time, completed the joy of the two families, binding the fates of the Liang and Zai lines together for eternity. At 80 years of age, the time for their long journey reached its peaceful conclusion. As the talisman turned to ash, the tether snapped, and with a final, serene embrace, they let go of their mortal lives in Dalian, their spirits intertwined. Awakening once more in the modern world, Shi Qingluo felt the echo of their promise. Guided by a sudden intuition, she rushed to a grand exhibition, searching for the sign that her husband had returned to find her. In the shadow of the exhibition, a familiar figure appeared. No matter the era or the world, their souls remained unerringly drawn to one another. Under the glow of modern streetlights, Xiao Hanzheng embraced his wife, ready to walk by her side until their hair turned white once more. As her strength fades, Shi Qingluo prepares her family for an inevitable departure, weaving a tale of celestial ascension to soften their grief. Xiao Hanzheng, ever the devoted husband, moves his office to the home to stay by her side, honoring her strange premonition of a lakeside departure. With the end approaching, Xiao Hanzheng resigns his post, settling his affairs and leaving the emperor with meticulously detailed plans for the nation's future. The sovereign, partially believing the tale of the old immortal, humorously requests a report from the heavens, unaware that the prophecy of their disappearance is mere days away. Beneath the watchful eyes of their loved ones, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng embrace as a mysterious whirlpool consumes their boat. In a heartbeat, the family vanishes into thin air, leaving behind only the echoes of a legend that would be whispered in the capital for generations to come. Waking up in a modern hospital room, Shi Qingluo finds her soul reconnected to her original life. The sight of Mother Shi shedding tears of joy marks the beginning of her recovery, as she realizes her family here has suffered through her long, unexplained coma. Months of recovery pass, and Shi Qingluo returns to her scientific research, desperate to find news of her lost family. During a celebratory dinner with the Yan and Shi families, her cousin turns on a popular variety show, Going Farming with Daddy, bringing the television screen to life. Fate intervenes on the screen. Shi Qingluo watches in stunned silence as Xiao Hanzheng and their 2 children appear as participants on the show, living in the modern world. The reunion she dreamed of is no longer a fantasy. It is unfolding right before her eyes. As her relatives praise Xiao Hanzheng's talents and the children's cuteness, Shi Qingluo learns how her family arrived here, brought together by the death of their master and a chance encounter with a TV producer. The pieces of the puzzle fall into place as she realizes they are in a location she once studied. Desperate to find a way to claim her past without causing panic, Shi Qingluo feigns a sudden memory recall. She collapses, weaving a story about a forgotten year of amnesia following a fall during her college years, creating a cover story that her bewildered family slowly begins to accept. With the stage set, Shi Qingluo makes a bold declaration. The man on the screen is her husband, and the children are hers. Despite her family's complete disbelief and insistence that she is unmarried, she knows she has finally found the truth she has been searching for. On the live broadcast, the twins express their heartfelt longing for their mother, proudly identifying her as a scientist. This revelation confirms the suspicions of the online audience and leaves the Yan and Shi families in stunned, breathless silence. Facing her family's confusion, Shi Qingluo persists in her truth, explaining how she lost those precious memories. As the reality sets in, her parents and grandparents quickly pivot from doubt to overwhelming excitement, eager to welcome these new grandchildren into their lives. The gears of the family machine begin to turn as her father immediately orders plane tickets to fetch the trio. Shi Qingluo smiles, realizing that while her family might have thought she was scumbag for her long absence, they are now her strongest allies in completing her reunion. The long-awaited moment arrives at a quiet rural cottage. As Shi Qingluo knocks on the door, the twins burst into tears of happiness, rushing into her arms. The physical reality of their reunion washes away the years of separation. Then Xiao Hanzheng emerges. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Qingluo runs to him. Their embrace is a silent testament to a love that survived lifetimes and worlds, leaving her family onlookers stunned by the genuine, deep connection between them. In the quiet of the cottage, Xiao Hanzheng shares their story, the crossing, the guidance of the old Taoist priest, and their struggle to adapt to this modern world. It is a tale of fate, hardship, and the unwavering patience of a husband waiting for his wife. The family returns to Beijing, where Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng formalize their union with a wedding. Accepted and embraced by both the Yan and Shi families, they finally settle into the life they always deserved. Years pass and the children carve their own paths, one in acting, one in esports, as the family thrives in the modern age. Walking hand in hand, Shi Qingluo and Xiao Hanzheng find the ultimate peace, knowing that their greatest confession was simply being together forever.